Heavenly Tyrant Martial Soul Chapter 1 to Chapter 76. Early in the morning, the sky had just turned white. Among the shadows, a person was already sweating in the martial arts field. This was Tianfeng City, the main residence of the Ling clan. Ha! A crisp shout tore through the dawn sky, and the youth's appearance could be seen clearly. He looked to be around 13 or 14 years old. He was slightly tall and thin, and his skin showed an unhealthy color. This was probably due to malnutrition. However, the youth had a heroic look. Although he couldn't be considered handsome, he definitely had the aura a martial artist should have. It was just dawn, and the roosters in the courtyard hadn't crowed yet, not to mention the others. In such a large martial arts field, he was the only one practicing martial arts, sweating like rain. Grandfather said that the clumsy bird flies first. I'm not as good as others, so I should work 10 times harder than others. I don't believe that I can't break through to the second layer of the martial vein. Today, those people laughed at me. Tomorrow, I'll make them dumbfounded. The youth's name was Ling Xiao. Originally, he had nothing to do with the Ling clan. About a year ago, in order to expand the clan's strength, the Ling clan of Tianfeng City sent out invitations. Anyone with the surname Ling could participate in the Ling clan's examination. Those with excellent results would be officially accepted into the Ling clan. He entered the Ling clan because he passed the examination. At a young age, he followed his grandfather to beg for a living. Unexpectedly, because he picked up a broken cultivation method, he opened his martial vein and advanced to the first layer of the martial vein. He could be considered a genius. Even the Ling clan members who were in charge of the examination praised him. However, Ling Xiao knew in his heart that all this was because of a sentence his grandfather said: "In this world, martial artists dominate. If you become a martial artist, we won't have to beg anymore." From then on, he cultivated day and night. Even when he was begging, he didn't forget to cultivate. This was why he had such achievements. Others thought he was a genius, but in reality, he was just cultivating more desperately than others. After becoming a member of the Ling clan, Ling Xiao and his grandfather moved into the house prepared by the Ling clan. At this time, Ling Xiao was filled with anticipation for the future. There was a girl called Ling Yu. She wasn't from Tianfeng City's Ling family, but her family background was very good. In the past, when Ling Xiao went to her house to beg for food, this unruly young lady would always sneak out after her family went in, throw Ling Xiao's bowl to the ground, and then stomp on it a few times with her little leather boots made of high-quality materials. At the same time, he added, "I'd rather give it to a dog than to you." However, after Ling Xiao had joined the Ling clan, Ling Yu had viewed Ling Xiao in a new light. She had even taken the initiative to get close to Ling Xiao and befriend him. This filled Ling Xiao with a sense of pride. He was determined to walk further on the path of martial arts, determined to amaze the Ling clan with a single brilliant feat. However, while ideals were plentiful, reality was cruel. A martial artist at the first level of the martial vein was just a drop in the ocean in the Ling clan. The Ling clan of Tianfeng City was a clan with a population of over 10,000. With the addition of the expansion this time, their population had already reached 20 to 30,000. They were practically the absolute overlords of Tianfeng City. How could such a clan really look up to a martial artist at the first level of the martial vein? They casually pulled out a maid or a servant, and they were all at the first level of the martial vein. The young men and women of the same age in the Ling clan all had very good foundations. They were all martial artists at the second level of the martial vein or above. Some had even reached the third level of the martial vein. The fourth level of the martial vein was an existence that Ling Xiao could only look up to. Of course, if he could break through to the second level of the martial vein within a year, Ling Xiao might be able to be proud. However, some things really couldn't be forced. Because the broken cultivation technique he picked up before conflicted with the Ling clan's basic cultivation technique, he could only cultivate from the beginning. Gradually, he was surpassed by many people who came with him. And at this time, Ling Yu, whose attitude towards him had changed, once again became that high and mighty unruly young lady. This was because not only did she break through to the second level of the martial vein, she also hooked up with a genius disciple of the Ling clan. After recognizing the reality, Ling Xiao didn't collapse. On the contrary, he didn't forget how he came to the Ling clan. Therefore, he cultivated even harder and more diligently. He swore that he would never be chased away by the Ling clan. Otherwise, his grandfather, who he depended on for survival, would suffer again. The Ling clan's rule was that outer sect disciples who couldn't break through to the second level of the martial vein within a year would all be expelled. Otherwise, they would simply become servants of the Ling clan. At this time, there was only a month left until Ling Xiao entered the Ling clan's 1-year limit. Who? Ha! The young man waved his arms, creating wind. The explosive sound from his mouth was filled with fighting spirit. Ling Xiao knew what awaited him after a year, but he wouldn't give up. If he could cultivate to the first level of the martial vein from the beginning, he believed that he could cultivate to the second level of the martial vein. Ling Xiao was currently cultivating the Ling clan's foundational martial art, Barbaric Bull Strength. Barbaric Bull Strength was the most common foundational martial art. It included cultivation methods and martial skills. Not only could it raise one's cultivation level, it could also be used in battle. It was considered one of the foundational martial arts that low-level martial artists liked the most. Because he had practiced this set of Barbaric Bull Strength too many times, Ling Xiao actually had a natural feeling when he executed it. This meant that he was more suited to practicing martial arts. Although this martial art was very common, it was also divided into levels: basic, elementary, intermediate, advanced, and peak. Of the 5 levels, Barbaric Bull Strength was only the most common foundational martial art. This division of levels was naturally not for fun, but because the higher the level, the better the effects of the cultivation method and the stronger the martial skill. Ling Xiao was only an outer sect disciple. He didn't even have the bloodline of the Ling clan. In addition, he didn't display any outstanding talent, so he could only cultivate foundational martial arts. He didn't even have the qualifications to come into contact with basic martial arts. I feel like I'm about to break through, but I'm always stuck at the most crucial point. Sigh, if only I had a breakthrough pill. After practicing for a long time, Ling Xiao took out a water bag and drank some water. In his heart, he thought about his own helplessness. After nearly a year of observation, he finally understood that he wasn't inferior to anyone. It could even be said that because he was more hardworking, it was reasonable to say that his cultivation progress should be faster. In fact, the problem still lay in the cultivation method and the pills. The Ling clan members and the outer sect disciples who had money either had a higher level of cultivation method or had the money to buy a breakthrough pill to help them break through. Those disciples at the second level of the martial vein had basically all used a breakthrough pill. This kind of pill wasn't too expensive and didn't have any side effects. However, Ling Xiao couldn't afford it. The Ling clan provided him with food and drink, which was already the greatest benevolence. It was impossible for them to give him money. Scram, I already told you, trash. This is my exclusive land. You don't have the qualifications to cultivate here. When the sun had completely risen, it was already 2 hours later. Ling Xiao packed his things and prepared to leave because he didn't want to have a conflict with the Ling clan members. However, it was still too late. A loud shout rang out. It was the Ling clan's disciple, Ling Chong. While speaking, Ling Chong even jumped onto the high platform and pushed Ling Xiao. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had been diligently cultivating, so although he didn't break through, his body was very strong. Although he looked weak, the strength in his thin and weak body wasn't small. Ling Chong didn't push him. He was like an old tree rooted there. Ling Chong, I have no enmity with you. Why do you always humiliate me? Ling Xiao was angry in his heart. This wasn't the first time the other party had treated him like this. What a joke. You think I like to bully trash like you? It's just that your ears don't work. I already warned you not to cultivate here. Don't infect us with your trashy attitude. Ling Chong looked at Ling Xiao, his eyes filled with ridicule and amusement. Yes, he did it on purpose. But so what? Among all the outer sect disciples who came in, only this Ling Xiao dared to not listen to him. If he didn't find trouble with Ling Xiao, who would he find trouble with? The Ling clan's disciples all had an innate sense of pride. They felt that the outer sect disciples who came in were just servants in name, and could be ordered around at will. So almost all of the outer sect disciples had been bullied by the Ling clan's disciples. However, some chose to remain silent, some chose to wag their tails and beg for pity. As for Ling Xiao, he chose to be neither servile nor overbearing. Ling Xiao didn't want to cause trouble, but if he didn't train in the martial arts field, then he would have to go far to find a suitable martial arts field. He also had to take care of his grandfather, so he couldn't go too far. Ling Chong, you're really useless. You can't even push this outer sect brat off the martial arts field. How did you survive? That's right. You're a martial artist at the second level of the martial vein realm. This brat is at the first level of the martial vein realm. You're not as strong as him? Hurry up, Ling Chong. Drive this brat away. We still have to train. Those who came with Ling Chong were either the Ling clan's disciples or outer sect disciples who relied on the Ling clan's disciples. In any case, they were all people who liked to watch a show. After all, they didn't mind watching a show. Mother asterisk cur, you dare to look down on me? I'll slap this brat down right now and let him know what it means to be a martial artist. Ling Chong was provoked. He looked at Ling Xiao with contempt and suddenly slapped out, directly imprinting on Ling Xiao's chest. Is that enough? Ling Xiao's mouth overflowed with blood, but he didn't fall down, nor did he fly out. He could use flying out to avoid harm, but he didn't want to. Once a person cowered, once they were afraid, they would develop this kind of bad habit. He was unwilling. This brat. You're courting death. Ling Chong was angry. He flew up and kicked Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Ling Chong was so scared that he hurriedly dodged. This kick missed and he flew out of the martial arts field. You're awake? When Ling Xiao opened his eyes again, he saw his old grandfather. His hair was white, his body was thin, and his face was haggard. Sigh, why do you have to do this? Just admit defeat. Come, drink the medicine. The old man sighed and brought over a bowl of bitter herbal soup. From his grandfather's words, Ling Xiao could hear the concern and helplessness. It's fine. It's not the first time. Anyway, I won't admit defeat. Ling Xiao chuckled and said, when I break through to the second level of the martial vein, I'll go find that Ling Chong to settle the score. You brat. The old man sighed. Although Ling Xiao was a child he picked up, he had always treated him as his own grandson. Seeing Ling Xiao injured, he felt very uncomfortable in his heart. Ling Xiao took the herbal soup that had already been dried and drank it in one gulp. A smile appeared on his face. In fact, he was unwilling to admit defeat not only because of his stubbornness, but also because of another reason. That was, ever since he cultivated that incomplete cultivation technique, his body's recovery speed had been especially fast. In the past, he had been knocked unconscious several times like today, but he had woken up in less than an hour. His body had almost recovered, and after drinking some herbal soup, he had basically recovered. Just now, the Ling family sent someone over. When the old man said this, he seemed to hesitate. Grandfather, if you have something to say, just say it. What else can I not accept? The old man looked at Ling Xiao and sighed. They want you to prepare to leave the Ling family. Leave the Ling family? Why? Ling Xiao said in surprise. Only by entering the Ling family could he learn better martial arts and stand out. If he left the Ling family, he really did not know when his fate would change. They said that there is still half a month until the end of the year competition. In this year's competition, all outer sect disciples who have not reached the second level of the martial vein are not qualified to participate and will be kicked out of the Ling family. Speaking up to this point, the old man sighed again and said, I heard that the Ling family's resources have been snatched away by other families. They can no longer afford to raise so many people, so they decided to simplify the number of disciples. The original rules have become even harsher. How could this be? Ling Xiao was also a little stunned. He still had the confidence to break through in a month, but half a month was too rushed. However, this was not the only blow. The old man hadn't finished speaking yet. Also, even if you break through to the second level of the martial vein within half a month, you will only temporarily retain your qualifications as an outer court disciple. If you cannot reach the third level of the martial vein before the age of 14, all outer court disciples must become servants of the Ling clan. Otherwise, your martial arts will be crippled and you will be chased out of the Ling clan. This is too much. Ling Xiao understood very well. He was 13 this year and would be 14 after the new year. How could he reach the third level of the martial vein? If he became a servant, that meant that his grandfather would no longer have the qualifications to continue living in the Ling clan. How could he feel at ease staying here? This was no longer a matter of face, it was a matter of life and death. What's more, when he was chosen by the Ling clan, his former beggar brothers were very envious. If he left the Ling clan like this, how could he have the face to return to the beggar sect? Yes, they are a big family. Naturally, they have their own rules. After all, we are just outsiders. The old man suddenly laughed and said, "Forget it. If it really doesn't work, this old man will go back to begging. It's fine. Don't delay your future because of me." No. Ling Xiao shook his head and said, "Grandfather, even if there is the slightest possibility, I will not give up. I will work harder than before and strive to reach the third level of the martial vein before the age of 14. I will definitely let you live a good life." He gritted his teeth and clenched his fists tightly. Fight. Child, you are already working hard enough. If you work harder, you may not break through the realm and your body will collapse. The old man sighed and said, "We still have to recognize the reality. It is almost impossible to break through to the second level of the martial vein in half a month. It is better to plan early." Ling Xiao felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on his head. Yes, he had not broken through in a year. How could he break through in half a month? His heart continued to sink. The thing he was most afraid of was that no matter how hard he worked, it would be useless. If it was a month, it would be good. Then at least there would be a 30 to 40% chance. But half a month, although he did not want to admit it, the fact was that unless there was a miracle, it was impossible. Child, don't be too sad. We are both safe and sound. Grandfather doesn't want you to be powerful. As long as you are well, it is better than anything else. The old man's thoughts were very simple. He did not want Ling Xiao to carry too heavy a burden. If you are worried that those beggar brothers will laugh at you, there is no need. They are all people with hard lives. They will not laugh at you. If you succeed, they will be happy. If you fail, they will also accept you. To become a mediocre beggar again? No. Ling Xiao firmly shook his head and said, "Grandfather, have you forgotten how we were bullied on the streets in the past? Have you forgotten how Gozi was beaten to death? Don't tell me you've forgotten how those vicious people fed us food laced with rat poison? That time, more than 100 brothers died. But we couldn't resist. That person was protected by a martial artist. A few of us went and our legs were broken. Do you want us to continue living such a life worse than pigs and dogs? I, Ling Xiao, am not convinced. I am not worse than anyone. I believe that there is always a way out." In fact, Ling Xiao did not have much ambition. He learned martial arts and became a martial artist just to live a better life and avenge his dead brothers. The old man was already in tears because he knew that Ling Xiao was right. All of this was true. If Ling Xiao could not become a martial artist, all of these tragedies would continue to happen. Sigh, I did not intend to give you the second half of this book. I was mainly afraid that you would not be able to master it. But now, I can't care so much. This old man has been convinced by you. The old man took out a book from his clothes. No, to be exact, it was a broken book. Isn't this the other part of the previous book? Ling Xiao asked. That's right. In fact, when grandfather picked up the book, it was complete. However, there was a sentence in the book. Read it yourself. The old man turned to the page that was connected to the first half. If you do not have the determination of a rock and strength is your motivation, do not practice the content after this page. Otherwise, you will die. This was a line of words written in blood on the page. Grandfather, don't worry. I have determination and motivation. Nothing will happen. Ling Xiao excitedly took the second half of the book to his room and pieced the first half together. Then, he read it from beginning to end. What is this? Amidst the exclamation, a golden light flew out from the page and shot directly into his body. He was shocked, but did not find anything wrong with his body. Just as he let his guard down, an image suddenly appeared in his mind. It was a painting. The content of the painting was very complicated, but overall, it should be a landscape painting. There were mountains, rivers, and buildings as if there was no end in sight. Suddenly, a whirlpool appeared in the painting. Xianxia felt his vision go black as he was sucked into the whirlpool. When he saw things again, he found himself in a village filled with strangers. However, when these strangers saw him, they all seemed to be very respectful and greeted him with cupped hands. They even called him Mountain River Master. Could this be the village in the painting just now? Xianxia was completely confused by the situation in front of him. He suddenly remembered that there was such a village in the painting he had seen before. Looking at the structure, it was basically the same. The village was quiet and there were no disputes, giving people a very comfortable feeling. However, Xianxia was very anxious. If he was trapped here, what would he do? Primordial myriad races, mountain river martial spirit, dominating the myriad worlds, endless growth. The universe was desolate, the heavenly calamity, the martial god was asleep, and today, he awoke. The fated one has come. Suddenly, a woman walked over from afar. She stepped on the air, ethereal, like a fairy from the heavens. It was breathtaking. The voice was somewhat hollow and deep, as if it came from a different space. Fairy, who are you? Xianxia asked nervously. You don't need to know who I am, nor do you need to know where I came from. You only need to know that from today onwards, you have awakened the mountain river martial spirit. You are the master of the mountains and rivers, the ruler of the heavens and earth. The woman was clearly walking, but it seemed as if she would never be able to reach Xianxia. Mountain river martial spirit? Mountain river master? The ruler of the heavens and earth? Xianxia wanted to laugh. A mere martial artist at the first level of the martial vein, did he have the ability to do so? However, he had heard of martial spirits before. As early as the immemorial era, martial artists could cultivate martial spirits. However, a great calamity occurred in the world later on, and martial spirits became extinct. Could it be that he had awakened an extinct martial spirit? Since the ancient times, in order to resist the invasion of the 10,000 races, humans began to cultivate martial arts. The most powerful person was none other than the Mountain River Master. He awakened the Mountain River martial spirit and resisted the 10,000 races by himself. And now, you are the second person to awaken the Mountain River martial spirit. The hope of mankind may be placed on you. Can mankind once again become the spirit of all living things, the king of all races? Perhaps you are the answer. After saying that, the woman's figure became more and more distant until she finally disappeared at the end. At the same time, Xianxia felt his body float up, and then his vision blurred again. By the time he could see, he had already returned to his original room. The tattered book had long since disappeared without a trace. This made Xianxia almost certain that the book was there. He was definitely not dreaming. That was a very real scene. Mountain River martial spirit? What will it do? Xianxia was puzzled because he had yet to discover the specific use of the mountain and river martial spirit. What mountain river master, what king of 10,000 races, they were all too far away from him. Right now, he only wanted to break through to the second level of the martial vein and then continue to work hard to break through to the third level of the martial vein. Thinking about it, since the book was gone, there was no way to continue cultivating. He could only continue cultivating the barbaric bull's strength. He had wasted too much time being unconscious for so long. He jumped off the bed, intending to stretch his muscles and bones, but the moment he used the barbaric bull's strength, he was stunned, because when he was practicing the barbaric bull's strength, there was also a figure practicing the barbaric bull's strength in the mountain river diagram. The only difference was that the person in the mountain and river diagram had truly reached the acme of perfection. The simplest basic martial art, the barbaric bull's strength, in the hands of the person in the painting, did not have the slightest flaw. Xianxia was stunned on the spot. After a moment, he suddenly woke up and hurriedly followed the movements of the person in the painting and circulated the barbaric bull's strength again. It was completely different from before. Although he was proficient in the past, he always lacked a sense of fluidity. Now, it was different. The entire movement was done in one go. Not only that, every time he practiced the barbaric bull's strength, he could feel the chi in his body become more vigorous. There's a way, the second martial vein, under the impact of the chi, had already loosened. Ling Xiao was completely confident that by tomorrow, he would be able to break through to the second level of the martial vein. This was simply a miracle, because he was worried that it would be too shocking. He did not leave the room. He had originally planned to go out to practice martial arts, but instead, he practiced repeatedly in the room. Only when his movements were exactly the same as the person in the painting, completely overlapping, did he stop practicing with satisfaction. At this time, it was already the morning of the second day. He was so excited that he did not sleep the entire night. "Child, get up and eat breakfast." Grandfather's voice came from outside the door. "Coming." Ling Xiao left the room. Grandfather had already prepared breakfast. Because their status in the Ling family was low, they were given very little rations. The porridge was real porridge, with almost no grains of rice to be found. The vegetables were just wild vegetables, but after Ling Xiao's grandfather's hands, the taste was not bad. "Huh? What's going on?" While eating, Ling Xiao discovered something unexpected. Two pictures appeared in the mountain river diagram. One showed Ling Xiao's grandfather. It accurately pointed out the various problems with Ling Xiao's grandfather's current body. "Grandfather, what's wrong with your ribs?" If not for the mountain river diagram, Ling Xiao would never have discovered that one of his grandfather's ribs was broken. And this was a new one. According to the analysis of the mountain river diagram, it was caused by a palm strike. It's fine, it's fine." The old man hurriedly shook his head. He did not know how Ling Xiao found out. He clearly felt that he had concealed it very well. "Who did it?" Ling Xiao put down his chopsticks and stood up, asking coldly. He could tolerate others bullying him, but he could not tolerate someone attacking his grandfather. Without his grandfather, there would be no Ling Xiao today. "This, if you don't say it, I won't eat from now on. I'll starve myself to death." Ling Xiao was serious. He knew that his grandfather wanted to protect him, but he couldn't take it lying down. "Ling Xiao." The old man sighed and said, "But it's fine now. I used to be beaten a lot when I begged, so I'm used to it." "A broken rib is fine?" Ling Xiao threw down his chopsticks and ran out, leaving only a sentence, "Grandfather, I'm going to find Ling Chong." For some reason, Ling Xiao was now full of confidence. He always felt that if he fought Ling Chong again, he would definitely win. The mountain river martial spirit's effect was too powerful. It seemed to be able to practice and analyze anything in the world. Just now, other than his grandfather's situation, the second picture was the scene of his grandfather cooking. However, it was obviously a scene that had been beautified. The scene of how to make rotten vegetable leaves into delicious food. However, he was not interested in paying attention to that right now. He really wanted to know if the mountain river martial spirit could also practice his opponent's martial arts. If it could, then he would really be a carp leaping through the dragon's gate. On the training field, Ling Chong was flirting with a few female disciples, as if he didn't care about the life and death of others. This guy broke Ling Xiao's grandfather's ribs. And didn't even have the intention of asking a doctor to take a look. On the martial arts field, Ling Chong also saw the aggressive Ling Xiao. A disdainful sneer appeared between his eyebrows. "What's wrong, trash? Do you want to avenge your grandfather?" "Ha ha ha ha." Ling Chong's disdainful question made the surrounding Ling clan disciples laugh. They felt that Ling Xiao was overestimating himself. "You humiliated me time and time again, but I didn't bother with you because I'm not as good as you. But you hurt my grandfather, so I can't forgive you." Ling Xiao looked at Ling Chong. Although he was a little nervous, he had a strong sense of confidence. The appearance of the mountain and river martial spirit opened a door to success for him. And today's battle with Ling Chong was the best test. "You won't forgive me?" Ling Chong seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world. He said disdainfully, "If I can break that old beggar's ribs, I can break yours." Ling Chong, solve the problem with one palm. "This kid is as useless as that old beggar." Someone on the side jeered. "Ha ha ha, if I can't solve this kind of trash with one palm, how can I, Ling Chong, still have the face to stay in the Ling clan?" In the midst of his laughter, Ling Chong suddenly moved. His entire person seemed to have turned into a giant, looking down at Ling Xiao. The powerful aura pressured Ling Xiao to the point of being unable to breathe. Was this the strength of a martial artist in the second level of the martial vein? Although it was only one level away from the first level of the martial vein, the gap was too big. The crowd looked at Ling Xiao's shocked expression and revealed a gloating smile. In their eyes, the battle had not started and it was already over. How could Ling Xiao be Ling Chong's opponent? Suddenly, Ling Chong's palm slapped towards Ling Xiao. This palm clearly looked only the size of a normal person's palm. But strangely, in Ling Xiao's eyes, it turned into a millstone-sized palm, like a giant's palm. This palm actually made Ling Xiao feel as if he saw a giant that could casually slap him to death. This is gigantic spirit divine palm. I remember that it is a high-level martial art. The disciples of the Ling clan naturally had good eyesight. They recognized Ling Chong's palm technique and could not help but exclaim in surprise. What kind of joke is this? No matter how strong Ling Chong is, he is only a martial artist at the second level of the martial vein. What qualifications does he have to learn high-level martial arts? My strength is the same as his, but I can only choose a primary martial art. I don't even have the qualifications to choose a middle martial art. How can you compare to him? Ling Chong has a good father. His father is our Ling family's ninth master. His grandfather is our old master Ling. No wonder Ling Chong has always been so arrogant. He didn't even get punished for breaking the old beggar's ribs. Ling Xiao no longer has the slightest chance of winning once the high-grade martial art gigantic spirit divine palm is used. Do you think he did? Unless he is a peerless genius, wanting to challenge someone of a higher realm is purely a daydream. The huge advantage brought by a high-level martial art made some of the people in the clan who had higher cultivation than Ling Chong feel a huge pressure. The reason why martial arts were classified into different levels was because of the difference in power. The effect was different. If a martial artist at the second level of the martial vein cultivated a high-level martial art, then it was extremely possible for him to defeat a martial artist at the third level of the martial vein. Ling Chong, you really think highly of me. You actually used a high-level martial art. Ling Xiao couldn't help but sigh in his heart. If he hadn't obtained the mountain and river martial spirit, he would have definitely broken a few ribs today. A person like him didn't even have the qualifications to learn elementary martial arts. He could only learn basic martial arts. He had already lost to others at the starting line. If he didn't have the mountain and river martial spirit, it would be very difficult for him to stand out. In that instant, under the immense pressure of a high-level martial art, Ling Xiao actually laughed. Of course he laughed. Because another Ling Chong had indeed appeared in the mountain and river diagram. The weaknesses and flaws that this Ling Chong exposed when he used the gigantic spirit divine palm were all pointed out one by one. Of course, no one else knew about this. Only Ling Xiao himself knew. However, even if he knew Ling Chong's flaws, if he wanted to hit him in one strike, he had to seize the opportunity. Fortunately, he had been cultivating diligently for the past year. In addition, he was often bullied by Ling Chong. His experience in duels was still very rich. Furthermore, his body had long been modified by the mountain and river martial spirit. Whether it was his reaction or feeling, it had increased by more than several times. This was his confidence in winning. Seeing the smile on Ling Xiao's face, Ling Chong couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. It was as if his entire person had been completely seen through by Ling Xiao. Deliberately mystifying. Watch the destruction of my gigantic spirit divine palm. There were only a total of 4 moves in the gigantic spirit divine palm, and the destruction move was the most powerful. It was used to kill people. Although Ling Chong was unable to display the true power of this move due to his strength, he still felt that it would be easy to deal with Ling Xiao, who was only at the first level of the martial vein. The so-called destruction was the momentum of destroying the heavens and earth. Although Ling Chong was still unable to do it, in the eyes of the surrounding people, his entire body had transformed into an illusory image condensed from true qi. A huge golden palm smashed down towards Ling Xiao's head. So fast. So ruthless. The onlookers, who were forced back by the terrifying aura, had a better understanding of high-grade martial arts. With this move, Ling Xiao wasn't defeated, but dead for sure. Although the Ling clan didn't allow disciples to kill each other, it was fine if they were injured, but if they killed someone, they would be severely punished. However, Ling Chong was the son of Lord Jiu and the grandson of the Ling clan's patriarch. Who was he afraid of? Just when many people thought that Ling Xiao was dead for sure, Ling Xiao moved. His body seemed to have transformed into a raging bull as he directly crashed into Ling Chong's chest. Ling Chong didn't even realize what was going on. His entire body flew out like a kite with a broken string. Hit the snake where it hurts. Although Ling Xiao used basic martial arts, he just happened to hit Ling Chong's flaw, making Ling Chong's powerful palm a joke. What happened? Why was Ling Chong the one who flew out? Because Ling Xiao's movements were too fast, they didn't even see what happened. My ribs! Ling Chong, who was lying on the ground, screamed. I said before, I won't forgive those who hurt my grandfather. Since you want to defeat me with one palm, I'll defeat you with one move. Although he was nervous and excited, and couldn't believe that this was real, Ling Xiao, who grew up among beggars, showed a calmer attitude than his peers. He knew how he defeated Ling Chong. The analysis and practice of the mountain and river martial spirit, in addition to his daily hard work, formed today's outcome. However, what made him confused was that at the moment he attacked, he felt as if his body had transformed into a gust of wind. That speed was much faster than usual. Could it be another effect of the mountain and river martial spirit? Ling Chong lost. Oh my god, did my eyes see wrongly? He really lost, and his ribs were broken. What happened to Ling Xiao just now? Is the raging bull's strength so powerful? The crowd was already in an uproar because they were shocked. Ling Xiao, who was looked down upon, actually injured Ling Chong with one move. Ling Xiao, you're too vicious. I didn't use my full strength, but you wanted to take my life. Compared to the pain of his broken ribs, Ling Chong seemed to care more about his face. Therefore, he lied and said something completely unreasonable. However, there were actually people who supported this completely unreasonable reason. No wonder I said that Ling Xiao could win. It turns out that Ling Xiao held back. This Ling Xiao doesn't know what's good for him. The Ling clan's disciples in the crowd said in agreement. The one who lost was Ling Chong, but in their opinion, Ling Chong represented the Ling clan's disciples. Such an ugly defeat was a humiliation to the entire Ling clan's disciples. Held back? A loss is a loss. Looking for an excuse? So the Ling family's disciples are this kind of trash. In the face of Ling Chong's quibbling and the crowd's discussion, Ling Xiao only said one sentence and turned to leave. Ling Chong gnashed his teeth in anger. He roared angrily at Ling Xiao, little beggar, you just wait and see. Once I recover from my injuries, I definitely won't hold back against you anymore. After speaking, he clutched his chest and left with an ugly expression on his face with the help of two outer sect disciples. In Ling Chong's opinion, he lost to Ling Xiao today because he underestimated him. In the past, when he attacked, that kid didn't fight back. Today, he actually took the initiative to counterattack. No, he had to temper himself. Next time, he had to make Ling Xiao pay the price. Ling Xiao returned home and told his grandfather about how he defeated Ling Chong. Then, he returned to his room to continue cultivating. He was very clear that he was able to defeat Ling Chong today because of luck. Firstly, the opponent underestimated him. Secondly, he relied on the mountain river martial spirit. But that was not true strength after all. The high-level martial arts that Ling Chong cultivated were second only to the top martial arts in the secular world. If he really practiced it well, then even if the mountain river martial spirit could analyze the flaws, Ling Xiao might not be able to catch it. Therefore, Ling Xiao had already thought about it. To forge iron, one had to be strong. Although it was good to have the help of the mountain river martial spirit, the key was to increase his own strength. If he could reach the second level of the martial vein and break through the second martial vein, then perhaps under the condition that Ling Chong did not underestimate him, he could rely on the mountain river martial spirit to defeat Ling Chong again. But now, it was definitely impossible. After all, the opening of every martial vein would bring about a huge increase in strength. The difference between the first level of the martial vein and the second level of the martial vein was very large. The human body had 9 martial veins, so it was also called the 9 levels of the martial vein. Every 3 levels was a stage. The first stage, which was the first 3 levels, was also called the awakening stage. As the name implied, it was the awakening of a martial artist's strength, strengthening the body and laying the foundation for martial arts cultivation. Under normal circumstances, in the awakening stage, every time a martial vein was opened, the body's strength would increase by 1 to 200 jin. At the same time, the true qi in his body would also increase by 100 standard points. The standard point was a martial artist's unit of true qi. Normally, martial artists would not go through so much trouble and would directly state how many true qi points they had. In a battle between martial artists, it was often the strength and the amount of true qi that determined victory or defeat. In other words, a martial artist at the first level of the martial vein would not only have 1 or 200 kilograms of strength less than a martial artist at the second level of the martial vein, but they would also have 100 points of true qi less. This was also the reason why those people were so surprised when Ling Xiao defeated Ling Chong, who was at the second level of the martial vein, with his strength at the first level of the martial vein. So much so that they were willing to believe in even the most absurd of reasons. 100 to 200 kilograms of strength and 100 points of true energy, for a martial artist, it was really too important. Therefore, Ling Xiao felt that since he was temporarily unable to obtain higher-level martial arts manuals, the best way was to quickly break through. As long as he reached the second level of the martial vein, he would have the qualifications to enter the Ling family's library and select higher-level martial arts manuals. The second level of the martial vein was a turning point. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. He began to repeatedly practice the barbaric bull's strength in his room. Of course, every practice was done according to the movements of the figure in the mountain and river diagram. The barbaric bull's strength only had a total of 9 moves. At present, Ling Xiao could do exactly the same movements as the figure in the mountain and river diagram, but only the first 3 moves. This was far from enough. Once, twice, 3 times, constantly repeating. Constantly practicing, not only did Ling Xiao realize that all of his movements had become extremely smooth and fluid, each of his moves and styles seemed to contain even more power than before. Of course, what made him the happiest was that after more than 10 times, in addition to the first 3 moves, the 4th, 5th, and 6th moves had finally reached perfection. However, the surprise was far more than that. Every time he practiced, he could find that there would be a stream of energy from the mountain and river martial spirit that slowly flowed into his Dantian martial vein. This mountain and river martial spirit seemed to be able to transform natural energy into true qi, and then let martial artists possess it. Although this was only Ling Xiao's guess, if this matter was true, then no matter what cultivation method Ling Xiao cultivated in the future, the final cultivation effect would be much better than others. After all, when he was cultivating, the mountain and river martial spirit was also helping him cultivate, so the improvement would be fast. In addition, he also found that the mountain and river martial spirit had a little change, and that was that the mountain and river diagram, which originally only revealed a corner of the village in the clouds, was gradually revealing more scenes. Although it was only a little increase, it represented a possibility. The effect of the mountain and river martial spirit might not have been fully explored by him. When the clouds above completely disappeared, the mountain and river diagram would completely appear. Perhaps the true meaning of the mountain and river martial spirit would be completely awakened. Work harder, continue to work hard. Although he still didn't know much about the mountain and river martial spirit, Ling Xiao knew that at least this thing was harmless to him. Once again, he began to patiently practice the barbaric bull's strength over and over again. This time, he chose to strengthen the last 3 moves that had yet to be perfected. From morning to night, except for meal time, he almost didn't rest. The final result was that the 7th and 8th moves were perfected. He estimated that as long as he could perfectly practice the 9th move, he should be able to break through the shackles of the second level of the martial vein. However, in the end, he was not a machine, and was only a 13-year-old child. In the end, as he practiced, he actually fell asleep on the ground. The next morning, the first thing Ling Xiao did when he got up from the ground was to cultivate again. There was no other way, the strong sense of danger and pressure forced him to work hard. It was a pity that he didn't even have the qualifications to go to the martial arts field. One had to know that the reason why the martial arts field was fought over was not just a matter of face. It was because the martial arts field was built by the Ling family's ancestor with special materials, and the stone bricks on the ground were all special. Cultivating there would not only consume less stamina, but also yield more benefits. One day, not only will I be able to openly cultivate in the martial arts field, but I will also let my grandfather live in a better house. His current dilapidated house, once it rained, was no different from the dilapidated temple he lived in when he was a beggar. This morning, Ling Xiao focused his cultivation on the 9th move, repeatedly practicing it. Finally, after practicing it over 100 times, he felt a kind of comfort and joy that he had never felt before. All 9 moves of the barbaric bull's strength were perfected, and the movements were exactly the same as the movements of the people in the mountain river diagram. The house is too narrow, why don't I go outside and try out the power? After Ling Xiao practiced the barbaric bull's strength to perfection, he really wanted to try out the power of this set of foundational martial arts. So he went out, but he didn't go to the martial arts field. Instead, he went out of the Ling family's main door and came to a small forest outside. Huh! Following a loud roar, Ling Xiao seemed to have turned into a roaring bull, and directly crashed into a huge rock in front of him. The huge rock was around 200 to 300 pounds, and previously, Ling Xiao could only leave a few marks on it. It was almost impossible for him to break it. However, this time, when the berserk bull collided with the boulder shattered and let out a rumbling sound. Although he had expected that he would be able to break through after perfecting the barbaric bull's strength, that was only an expectation. Now that Ling Xiao had personally experienced the destructive power of this violent power, he was extremely excited. Heaven never bars one's way. He originally thought that it would take him a month to break through to the 2nd level of the martial vein. He didn't expect that he would break through on the 3rd day after obtaining the mountain river martial spirit. At this rate, his future was limitless. The mountain river diagram changed again. The clouds dispersed a little more, and a family appeared. However, this family was not human, but one of the 10,000 ancient races, the Demon Ox clan. They all had the head of an ox and the body of a human. Their bodies were incomparably strong, and they possessed terrifying strength. What was the meaning of this? Ling Xiao was a little confused, but he didn't believe that this was a coincidence. He had just perfected the barbaric bull's strength, and the Demon Ox clan had appeared in the village. He definitely wouldn't believe that there was no connection. However, it was useless to think about this kind of thing. Right now, it was better to think about how to face the Ling clan's annual competition. This competition was the only chance for an outer sect disciple to stand out. Through this competition, it was possible to obtain things that could not be obtained normally. Of course, you had to get a ranking. The faster one's strength increased, the more ambitious one became. In the past, Ling Xiao would never have dared to dream of becoming a martial artist above the 3rd level of the martial vein, because he felt that it was too far away and unrealistic. There were 9 levels of the martial vein, and the 1st to 3rd levels were the awakening stage. They were also known as the lowest level of martial artists by the secular world. The best martial artists had the strength of 1,000 pounds. They could tear apart tigers and leopards, and their fists could beat wolves and bears. They were already amazing people in the eyes of the secular world. However, after the 4th level of the martial vein, there would be a completely different change. The 4th to 6th level of the martial vein belonged to the Aura Qi stage, and they would receive the official title of martial disciple. The biggest characteristic of this stage was that their true qi could be transformed into Aura Qi, and they could injure people from a distance. With Aura Qi, one could do many more things. This was also the goal of countless martial artists. Many people couldn't achieve it in their lifetime. But now, Ling Xiao had a strong feeling that he might have the chance to become a martial disciple. This dream was no longer illusory. It had become very real, and he could reach out and grab it. While eating, Ling Xiao excitedly told his grandfather the news of him breaking through to the 2nd level of the martial vein. The old man was extremely shocked. After watching Ling Xiao's demonstration, he finally believed it with tears in his eyes. Good child. Grandpa will be satisfied even if I die seeing your progress. Grandpa, after I participate in the annual competition, I will invite the best doctor to treat you. He knew that his grandfather's ribs were broken, but he didn't have the money to treat it. His grandfather was in so much pain that he couldn't sleep well at night. However, the only thing Ling Xiao could do was to improve himself as much as he could. There were many awards for the annual competition, and he could freely choose from them. Just bear with it a little longer, we'll be there soon. Grandpa is fine, don't force yourself too much. Although you have broken through to the second level of the martial vein, there are too many warriors with this strength. If you fight too hard, you will be injured. The old man's thoughts were simple. He didn't want Ling Xiao to get hurt because of him. However, Ling Xiao's thoughts were also simple. In order to cure his grandfather's injuries, in order to stand out, he had to get a good ranking in this annual competition. There was still time. Next, he would go to the library to choose a higher-level martial arts cultivation method that was suitable for him. With a better martial arts cultivation method, he believed that his progress would be faster. The library, as the name implied, was a place where books were stored. Other than some of the Ling family's history books, most of them were martial arts manuals. After the meal, Ling Xiao impatiently ran to the library. Along the way, there were many people who pointed at him and gossiped about him. However, he didn't care. Increasing his strength was better than anything else. Little beggar. Suddenly, a crisp sound rang out. It was a man and a woman who just happened to come out of the library. The woman was lively and cute, with a shrewish and coquettish appearance. The man was valiant, with a dignified appearance and extraordinary strength. The one who called Ling Xiao little beggar was the woman. She was also the spoiled young lady who used to bully him and his grandfather. Later on, because he became a disciple of the Ling family, this woman was very attentive to him. However, after he was unable to break through to the second level of the martial vein for a long time, this woman once again spoke ill of him and threw herself into the arms of the youth beside her. Ling Xiao really didn't have a good impression of this girl. So what if she was cute? If her heart was more vicious than a snake or scorpion, then she was rotten on the inside. You're the little beggar, that little sister you spoke of? You actually broke through to the second level of the martial vein. Not bad, but among the outer sect disciples, you're considered rather weak. You still have to continue working hard. Without waiting for Ling Xiao to respond to Ling Yu, the young man looked at Ling Xiao with a condescending gaze, as if he was a senior. Ling Feng, a disciple of the Ling family, at the peak of the third level of the martial vein, a disciple of the Ling family's elite hall. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Feng. In the past, when he was in front of this person, he only felt inferior and helpless. But now, he didn't care. It was only the third level of the martial vein. He would break through very soon. Ling Yu, you've chosen a good man. However, Ling Feng, this woman was able to abandon me like grass. Sooner or later, she will do the same to you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. They were both 13-year-old children, but he didn't feel that Ling Feng was superior to others. I don't think Sister Yu is wrong. Women like the strong. It has been like this since ancient times. Ling Feng snorted coldly. Ling Xiao chuckled. Are you so confident that I will never catch up or surpass you? Yes. Ling Feng said proudly. Alright, since that's the case, I won't say anything more. You two can leave now. I still have to go to the library. Wait a moment. Ling Yu looked at Ling Xiao with a smile and said, Little beggar, your life is destined. You were born a beggar, and you can only be a beggar for the rest of your life. But I'm already a disciple of the Ling family. It's useless. Sooner or later, you can only be a beggar. If you can't get a ranking in this year's large competition, then you won't be able to enter the elite hall. If you can't enter the elite hall, then you must become a martial artist at the third level of the martial vein before the age of 14. Can you do it? If you can't do it, then you can only go back to being a beggar. Ling Yu said proudly. Of course, there's another way, which is to obediently become a servant of the Ling family. For example, follow my brother Feng. He can protect you from being bullied by Ling Chong. Ling Zhao's face revealed a disdainful sneer. Even when he didn't have the Mountain River martial spirit, he had never thought of being someone's servant in the past. What's more, he was no longer the same as before. What Ling Chong, Ling Feng, they would be trampled under his feet sooner or later. Asking him to be a servant, what a joke. Didn't anyone tell you that Ling Chong was beaten to a sickbed by me? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Humph, you're a piece of trash. Ling Chong is also a piece of trash. What's there to talk about in a duel between pieces of trash? Suddenly, Ling Feng's words rang out again. Trash? The last person who called me trash broke 2 ribs. I wonder what you'll do. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Feng and didn't have any intention of backing down. Ha 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 ha, good. You trash have guts. Don't worry, I won't make a move on you today. Anyway, there's less than half a month until the large competition. At that time, I'll let you know that trash is trash, and asterisk 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 will always be asterisk 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 asterisk. A servant can't climb above the master's head. Ling Feng seemed to have heard the world's biggest joke and laughed crazily. The day of the large competition will be the time for you and me to compete. Ling Xiao threw down a sentence and turned around to enter the library. Even if he had a glib tongue, if he lost the large competition, it would be meaningless. Therefore, he didn't want to bicker. It was better to seize the time to increase his strength and defeat Ling Feng in one fell swoop. That would be even more glorious than winning with words. Hee hee, big brother Ling Feng, that little beggar seems to look down on you. Ling Yu said with a grin. Her words had a hint of sowing discord. Don't worry, on the day of the large competition, I'll take care of him. Ling Feng was actually very disdainful of Ling Xiao's words. In his heart, Ling Xiao was just an appetizer. It was okay to warm up, but he wasn't worthy of being his opponent. At most, in half a month's time, could Ling Xiao really advance to the 3rd level of the martial vein? Even if he could do it, just in the elite hall, there were no less than 60 to 70 disciples at the 3rd level of the martial vein. He, Ling Feng, was only ranked 10th in the elite hall. Not to mention, above the elite hall was the genius hall. The disciples there were even more monsters. Ling Feng's opponents were the top 10 of the elite hall, which was also the monsters of the genius hall. His goal was to enter the genius hall from the elite hall, not to compete with an unrated disciple who couldn't even enter the elite hall. Hee hee, maybe it won't be big brother Ling Feng's turn. At that time, I'll make him kneel and beg for mercy. Ling Yu giggled. Then, the handsome man and beautiful woman left the library under the envious and jealous gazes of the crowd. Ling Xiao had already entered the library, but he was still a little nervous. After all, it was his first time. On the 1st floor of the library, there was only one room. There was no library. This was the place where the library's guards lived. The guards were usually the top experts of the family, elders, or the son of the patriarch. The person on duty today was a middle-aged man around 35 years old. Ling Xiao? Hee hee, you're very good. No wonder you could injure my son. So you've broken through. That's right, the person on duty today was Ling Cheng's father, the 9th son of the patriarch. People called him 9th Master. Master 9th Master, disciple came today to observe martial arts. Ling Xiao knew that Master 9th Master was terrifyingly strong. He was definitely above the 4th level of the martial vein. This was because the mountain and river martial spirit displayed Lord Jiu. Although there was no detailed data, a red warning appeared. Master 9th Masters is. Master Ling's Masters, 9th Master's Master, 9th Master's Master, 9th Master to kill him. But if he was really chased out, he would definitely die a horrible death. Jiu Yi sneered, I'm not afraid to say it directly. I will not let the matter of you injuring my son go. Now that you are still a disciple of the Ling clan, it is not good for me to make a move. However, you better not get chased out, or you will die without a doubt. Disciple understands. Ling Xiao nodded and replied. He naturally understood this principle. It's good that you know. You're a foreign disciple who came in through the examination, so your treatment is naturally not as good as the disciples of the clan. There are some things that I have to tell you in advance so that you don't break the rules. 9th Master realized that he didn't scare Ling Xiao. He couldn't help but reveal a playful smile as he spoke. When Ling Xiao heard this, he was slightly angered. There was no such rule in the clan. 9th Master was clearly using his position to take revenge, but he had no choice. He wasn't strong enough, so he could only endure it. Bargaining was meaningless and would only cause him to become a joke. Ninth Master, please speak. He said indifferently. Ninth Master chuckled and said, as a foreign disciple, you can only enter the second level and choose at most 2 martial arts. There are no restrictions on middle or low-level martial arts. Whether you can choose a middle-level martial art or not depends on your eyesight and fortune. You have 2 hours to choose, and after you choose, you can hold it for 20 days. Do you understand? When Ling Xiao heard this, he was furious. Before he came, he had already inquired. As long as one was a disciple of the Ling clan, no matter if they were from the clan or not, they could choose at least 4 martial arts at once. The time for choosing was 6 hours, and the time for cultivating outside could reach 4 months. Wasn't this gap a little too big? But even though he was furious, he was helpless. He could only grit his teeth and nod. This disciple understands. Of course, he understood that the injustice he suffered today would be returned 10-fold or 100-fold in the future. It's good that you understand. Hurry up and go. Ninth Master's mouth revealed a trace of disdain. You have to look at the master before beating a dog. You dare to hurt my son. Although I can't kill you because of the clan rules, I can force you out of the Ling clan. Ling Xiao took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He lifted his feet and walked up the stairs to the second level. The library pavilion was the place where the Ling clan's martial arts classics were stored. It was an important place for the Ling clan. This represented the accumulation and glory of a large clan. Ordinary small clans simply didn't have such a place. This was the difference. The larger the clan, the deeper the foundation, the more martial arts classics they would have, and the higher the quality. The Ling clan's library pavilion was divided into 4 levels. The first level was where the guards lived. The second level was where the basic martial arts, low-level martial arts, and middle-level martial arts were stored. Of course, the number of low-level martial arts took up the majority. There were also many basic martial arts, and it was said that there were only 20 middle-level martial arts. The probability of choosing one was very low. The third level had a large number of middle-level martial arts, a certain number of high-level martial arts, and a small number of top-level martial arts. To enter the third level of the library pavilion, one had to be at least a 4th-level martial vein martial disciple. The 4th level was said to have mostly top-level martial arts. There were also some confidential documents of the Ling clan, and a few martial arts classics that were said to have broken away from the secular world. Of course, these were all rumors between disciples. It was hard to say whether they were true or not. Of course, the rules were set by people. If you were a member of the clan, if you had a backer, or if you had extraordinary talent, then many of the rules could actually be used against you. This was also the reason why Ling Chong could learn high-level martial arts, and Ling Xiao could only learn basic martial arts. For Ling Xiao, this opportunity was really hard to come by. He had to choose carefully and try his best to choose a middle-level martial art. When he entered the second level, Ling Xiao found that there were already people inside. But no one even looked up at him. Although these people had 6 hours to choose, it was not an easy task to choose a middle-level martial art from thousands of martial arts manuals. No one wanted to waste time. Ling Xiao naturally did not want to, because his time was more precious than these people. He only had 2 hours. So he was only stunned for a moment, and then set his eyes on the bookshelf. As one of the 4 major clans of Tianfeng City, the Ling clan indeed had a deep heritage. It would be impossible to go through these thousands of martial arts manuals one by one without 6 to 8 hours. Ling Jiao, that guy, is obviously trying to make things difficult for me. Breaking Steel Palm, Blazing Fist, 13 Swords of Tianfeng, Windy Leaf Steps, Crimson Sun Art. Starting from the first book in the first row, Ling Xiao was dazzled. It was really difficult to distinguish the level of these martial arts manuals just by looking at a few pages. It was too difficult. Ling Xiao flipped through the summaries of a few books, hoping to find some clues. Steel Breaking Palm, the palm technique is swift and fierce, like a mountain, wins by strength. Can only be cultivated when the strength reaches 300 pounds. Fire Fist, can condense qi and burst out a powerful fist force like a raging fire. The instantaneous explosion is very terrifying. If one reaches the level of Qi shield, one can even produce a raging fire Qi shield. Can only be cultivated by male warriors, female warriors can easily get hurt. Wind leaf steps, after mastery, can greatly increase one's speed. As the saying goes, speed is the only unbeatable martial art in the world, which shows how powerful it is. Generally speaking, this technique is more suitable for people with a thin body, especially slim women, who can achieve the best results. Iron Shirt, a defensive thwart kung fu. After mastery, can block attacks from swords and sabers, can greatly reduce the damage to the body. This technique can only be cultivated with a strong will, otherwise it will be easy to give up halfway. They all sound so powerful. I want to practice every one of them. Unfortunately, I can only choose 2. What a headache. Although he did not find out the level of these martial arts from the introduction, Ling Xiao was still excited when he saw the introduction. As a person who had difficulty obtaining low-level martial arts, almost every one of these martial arts manuals was coveted by him. Damn Lingjiao, others can take out 4 books, but I can only take 2. Although it is not good to be greedy, not every martial art needs to be learned to perfection. For example, the Iron Shirt, most people only need to cultivate it to the point where they can improve their body's defense. With 1 or 2 books as the core and the rest as support, one can greatly improve one's strength. Unfortunately, he can only choose 2 books. If only he could choose more. Now that he has the martial soul of mountains and rivers, his cultivation base will improve very quickly. It should not be a problem to cultivate several martial arts at the same time. Suddenly, Ling Xiao thought of something. The martial soul of mountains and rivers could analyze and practice martial arts. Could it be possible to practice the martial arts in the martial arts manuals? When he first entered the library, he was afraid that Ling Jiao would see through him, so he did not activate the martial soul of mountains and rivers. The activation and deactivation method was very simple. It could be done by activating Qi, which was basically the same as using martial arts. Thinking of this, he quickly activated his mountain river martial soul. At this moment, 3 of the clouds above the mountain river diagram split apart, and another building appeared in the village. That building looked very similar to the Ling clan's library, except that it was a little shorter and only had 1 floor. The most amazing thing was that when Ling Zhao's consciousness went in, he found that all the martial arts manuals he had read before appeared in the library of the mountain river diagram. When he flipped open a book to check, a figure would immediately appear on the mountain river diagram. It was his figure, and the martial arts he was practicing were the martial arts he was reading. This is too amazing. Ling Xiao was extremely shocked in his heart, but it was accompanied by intense ecstasy. He didn't expect the mountain river martial spirit to have such an effect. Didn't that mean that as long as he obtained all the martial arts manuals on the 2nd floor, he would be able to obtain them? Even if he didn't practice it, he could give it to others to practice in the future. He could even sell it for money. He didn't feel that this was betraying the Ling clan. After all, the Ling clan had never treated him, Ling Xiao, as one of their own. Ling Jiao had even openly threatened to kill him. Why should he keep the Ling clan's secret? Besides, the best martial arts manuals on the 2nd floor were only intermediate martial arts manuals, which could be found outside. Only the secret manuals on the 4th floor of the library were the foundation of the Ling clan. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He sped up and began to flip through the martial arts manuals. He only looked at the outline of each book, and then threw it on the bookshelf. The outline was not an easy task. He had to speed up. Didn't you, Ling Jiao, limit me to only 2 books? I'll steal all the manuals here. I'll piss you off. Speed up, faster. Ling Jiao's face revealed a look of madness that had never been seen before. In the beginning, every time he flipped through a book, he had to confirm if there was a copy in the library of the mountain river diagram. But later, he was too lazy to verify. Because there was no need for verification, he would feel it in his heart whenever there was an additional book in the library. Ha ha ha. Awesome. This is awesome. The mountain river martial soul, what kind of martial soul is this? It's so powerful. As Ling Xiao flipped through the martial arts manuals, he could not help but laugh out loud. This action attracted the attention of the disciples who were reading the books to him. Is this kid crazy? Yeah, I've never seen anyone pick books like this. He's just a bumpkin. Let's not bother about him. Let's hurry up and do our own things. 2 hours was neither too long nor too short. When Ling Xiao had copied almost all the 9,000 manuals on the second floor of the library, there was only a quarter of an hour left. The reason why he had not left yet was mainly because there were still a few books in the hands of the Ling clan's disciples. He had not had time to read them. It was worth mentioning that the martial arts manuals that were haphazardly placed in the library of the Ling clan changed the situation in the mountain river diagram. They were neatly arranged in categories, and there was even a person who appeared out of thin air to be in charge of cleaning the place. Palm techniques, saber techniques, sword techniques, inner force cultivation techniques, body strengthening techniques, and so on. They were all placed on different bookshelves. Not only that, middle-grade martial arts, low-grade martial arts, and foundational martial arts were also arranged in order from high to low. There was also a label on it, and one could tell at a glance what level of martial arts it was. This kind of situation made Ling Xiao dumbstruck, and also endlessly excited. The library in his mountain river diagram was even more awesome than the library of the Ling clan. There was not much time left, but Ling Xiao could not snatch the books from the hands of the Ling clan's disciples. After all, his current strength could not be compared to those people. Hence, he could only continue to wander around the second floor, hoping to find the manuals that he might have missed. He was too excited just now, and might have really misjudged. Eh? What was that? Ling Xiao suddenly noticed that there were 2 paintings hanging at the entrance of the second floor. On one of the paintings, there was a monster with the head of a cow and the body of a human, holding a giant axe. On the other hand, there was a guy with the head of a monkey, holding a stick in his hand. The most amazing thing was that there were 3 words on the picture of the cow and the body of a human, ox demon technique. On the picture of the monkey, there were also 3 words, soaring cloud steps. Could these 2 paintings be martial arts manuals as well? As Ling Xiao thought so, his hand reached out to one of the paintings. Stop. But before he could touch the painting, he was stopped by a disciple of the Ling clan. He was at the 3rd level of the martial vein, and his strength was stronger than Ling Xiao. You guys go and inform Lord Jiao that someone touched the treasure painting without permission. The disciple said to another disciple. That disciple quickly ran down, and when he came back up, Ling Jiao was also there. Lord Jiao, this kid touched the treasure painting without permission. Don't worry, don't worry. The treasure painting is indeed a martial arts manual on the second floor. Let him touch it. These 2 paintings look ordinary, but in fact, there are seals on them. Ling Jiao looked at Ling Xiao with some disdain. There was naturally a reason why he agreed to let Ling Xiao touch the 2 supreme paintings. These 2 supreme paintings were left behind by the ancestors of the Ling family, and it was said that they suppressed 2 mystical techniques. These 2 mystical techniques were very difficult for any warrior to cultivate, but once they were successfully cultivated, they would benefit for the rest of their lives. However, to get these 2 mystical techniques, one must first break the seal on the supreme paintings. The ancestors of the Ling family did not give a specific reason for doing so, only saying that they were waiting for the fated person. However, for hundreds of years, countless people had tried to take these 2 mystical techniques from the supreme paintings, but they all failed in the end. Even the powerful patriarch of the Ling family had failed. Of course, Ling Jiao had also tried, and he wanted to give these 2 mystical techniques to his son, Ling Chong, to learn. Unfortunately, he had also failed. Because of this, he did not believe that Ling Xiao could succeed. However, in the next moment, Ling Jiao's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Ling Xiao had effortlessly taken out 2 mystical techniques from the 2 supreme paintings. One was the ox demon, and the other was the soaring cloud steps. Give it to me. After the shock, Ling Jiao quickly revealed a look of greed. Lord Jiao, you just said that if I take out these 2 books, then I can take them away, right? Ling Xiao frowned, but quickly glanced at the outlines of the 2 books, and copied the books into the mountain river diagram. Because he knew that he could not win against Ling Jiao, and the books would eventually be snatched away by Ling Jiao, so he must not lose out. Didn't you hear me tell you to give it to me? Suddenly, Ling Jiao waved his hand, and a powerful force directly sent Ling Xiao flying, and the 2 mystical techniques fell into Ling Jiao's hands. Ha 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 ha, I've searched high and low for it, only to find it by sheer luck. Ling Jiao laughed maniacally, and then waved his hand again, casually taking 2 mystical techniques from the bookshelf and throwing them to Ling Xiao. Kid, don't be unconvinced, these 2 mystical techniques are not something you can have. The 2 mystical techniques I've chosen for you are intermediate. Take them back and practice well, you won't lose out. Ha 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 ha. Ling Jiao laughed and could not wait to flip open the 2 mystical arts. Although Ling Xiao was hit to the point of vomiting blood, he was somewhat glad in his heart. This was because the 2 mystical arts had already been replicated. He would never forget what happened today. Remember this, one day, I, Ling Xiao, will make you suffer 100 times more humiliation. Ling Xiao did not say anything as he took the 2 manuals that Ling Jiao had thrown to the ground and left. Coincidentally, those 2 manuals were the ones that he had not had the time to copy before. It would be a waste not to take it. Ha ha ha, how could that beggar be qualified to practice the Ling family's martial arts? What a joke. Seeing Ling Xiao leave obediently, Ling Jiao felt extremely happy. He had read the outlines of the 2 mystical arts, and it was indeed surprising. It was a pity that these 2 techniques had a condition, and that was that they could only be cultivated by martial artists in the awakening stage. In other words, those above the 3rd level of the martial vein would not be able to cultivate them unless they destroyed their own cultivation. But who would be so stupid? He could only take these mystical arts back and let his son, Ling Chong, cultivate them. Ling Xiao left the library in a sorry state, and along the way, he was pointed and laughed at. Because what happened in the library had been exaggerated by the Ling family's children, and the story had been changed and spread. It became that Ling Xiao had tried to steal the martial arts from the library, but was seen through by Ling Jiao and taught him a lesson. Ling Xiao did not know about this, but he also understood that it was useless to explain now. The only way to prove his innocence was to be stronger than Ling Jiao. He also believed that Ling Jiao would not make a big deal out of it, or someone would know the truth, and it would be embarrassing for him. After all, the Ling family was not a monolith, and Ling Jiao still had some scruples. Back home, Ling Xiao went into his room and took out the Soaring Cloud Steps to read. Soaring Cloud Steps, a growth-type movement technique, currently at the Soaring Cloud Step stage. Every time it grows, the name of the technique will change, and the requirements will also change, but the goal is the same. After cultivation, the martial artist can be as light as a swallow, step on the clouds to chase the moon, and control the clouds. If it can be promoted to the highest stage, one can even ride the clouds, and laugh proudly at the 9 heavens. This movement technique can only be cultivated from the awakening stage, or else the foundation will be unstable, and it will be impossible to succeed. Even at the Soaring Cloud Step stage, if cultivated to the Great Perfection stage, one can temporarily fly in the air and fight on the clouds for a certain period of time. At this stage, in the Qi Shield stage, that is, below the 6th level of the martial vein, it is almost invincible. Seeing this, the pain in Ling Xiao's body disappeared, and was replaced by excitement. Invincible under the Qi Shield stage, did this not mean that when he cultivated to the 6th level of the martial vein, he would not need to change his movement technique, and this was only the Soaring Cloud Step stage? This cultivation technique could be improved. For a short period of time, one can even fight on the clouds for a certain period of time. Even if Ling Xiao was ignorant and inexperienced, he was still a disciple of the Ling family, so he had never heard of such a movement technique. In any case, he was sure that there was absolutely no intermediate movement technique. As for advanced movement techniques, he did not know, but there were probably very few of them. After all, there were experts in the Ling family who cultivated advanced movement techniques, but they did not see anyone who could fight on the clouds. As expected of a miraculous technique, however, with such a good movement technique, why did the Ling family's patriarch use the painting to suppress it, and not let the Ling family disciples cultivate it? With this confusion in mind, Ling Xiao continued to read. Indeed, when he turned to the last page, he saw a line of handwritten words. This miraculous technique can only be cultivated by those who have awakened their martial spirit. If ordinary martial artists cultivate it, although there will be some results, it will at most be an intermediate movement technique, nothing special. Moreover, the difficulty of cultivating it is too high, and it will affect one's progress. Therefore, it is imprisoned. It seems that the Ling family's patriarch also knows about martial spirits, and may even have seen people who have awakened their martial spirits, Could it be that martial spirits are not extinct? It's just that there are too few people who have awakened their martial spirits, so it's basically extinct, ha ha ha, ha 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 ha. Ling Xiao could not help but laugh wildly in his room. Ling Jiao, you don't care about your face, and shamelessly snatched 2 miraculous techniques from my hands. In the end, it's all for naught. Alright, let me use this miraculous technique to teach your son a lesson in the annual tournament. In addition, there was another cultivation method for the soaring cloud steps that was a bit of a pain in the ass. It required one to reach the great perfection of an intermediate movement technique before one could activate the soaring cloud steps. The soaring cloud steps had a total of 9 steps, and the final step was great perfection. In other words, there was no cultivation method for this technique. He had to accumulate experience through other movement techniques, and then improve it. Seeing this, he hastily went to check the Ox Demon Arts, and discovered something interesting. The soaring cloud steps pursued elegance and speed, and was a movement technique. On the other hand, the Ox Demon technique pursued strength and dominance, and was the application of martial arts. Not only that, the Ox Demon technique was also a growth-type martial art. However, unlike the soaring cloud steps, which relied on accumulation of experience to grow, the Ox Demon technique relied on devouring to grow. By accumulating experience, the original movement technique would not disappear. But by absorbing experience, the original cultivation technique would disappear, and he would not be able to cultivate it again. Even if he did, he would not be able to succeed. However, the characteristics of the cultivation technique would be absorbed by the Demon Ox art. Fortunately, this kind of absorption was not passive, but active. In other words, he could choose. Otherwise, Ling Xiao would not dare to cultivate it. These 2 mystical arts were both mystical arts that could be improved. Moreover, when cultivated to the highest level, it would be world-shaking. Therefore, he definitely had to cultivate them. However, this method was a bit strange, so Ling Xiao could only cultivate other martial arts first. Fortunately, he possessed the Mountain River martial spirit and could copy martial arts. He had stolen quite a few martial arts from the Ling family's library. Now, he could choose a few and start cultivating. Seeing the secret manuals in the Mountain River diagram library, Ling Xiao began to roll around on his bed in excitement. The Tianfeng city they were in belonged to the state of Northern Han. According to the market price, a foundational martial art could be sold for 10 taels of silver. An elementary martial art could be sold for 1,000 taels of silver. An intermediate martial art could be sold for up to 100,000 taels of silver. Why was it that a poor person like Ling Xiao could not even afford foundational martial arts? That was because he would never be able to save 10 taels of silver in his entire life. Since he had already started, Ling Xiao prepared to take out a few foundational martial arts to sell. At the very least, he had to treat his grandfather's ribs well. Since the Ling family was heartless, then they could not blame him for being unjust. This year, he had not been living and eating for free in the Ling family. Normally, he had to practice martial arts and work, but he did not receive a single cent of silver. He only received some rations. And he was not full. He truly did not have the slightest bit of respect for this kind of Ling family. Therefore, privately selling martial arts secret manuals was not a big deal. Of course, for safety reasons, he still planned to start with foundational martial arts. After all, there were too many foundational martial arts, and the Ling family was not the only one with them. It would be very difficult to be discovered. Thinking of this, he hurriedly left and went to the Tianfeng city's auction house. Generally speaking, foundational martial arts only needed to be placed in the auction house. If they were sold, the auction house would directly transfer the money to your bank account. There was no need to wait there every day. Therefore, after Ling Xiao placed the 10 foundational martial arts in the auction house, he returned to the Ling. Treating his grandfather's injuries was of course important. However, increasing one's strength was equally important. If he wasn't strong enough, his grandfather's injury would definitely happen again. After returning to his room, Ling Xiao began to choose from more than 9,000 martial arts books. Although one shouldn't bite off more than they could chew, martial arts were a little special. Many martial arts could complement each other. Not only would they not hinder each other, but they would also speed up one's cultivation. Therefore, he definitely had to choose a few more to complement his cultivation. Moreover, if he wanted to improve his soaring cloud steps and feed his ox demon arts, he would have to continuously practice more martial arts. With the advice of the mountain and river diagram, the time needed to make this choice became much shorter. If he were to choose by himself, he probably wouldn't be able to make a decision even after a day and a night. However, under the advice of the mountain and river diagram, he only used less than 15 minutes to choose 5 martial arts. This could be considered a set of martial arts. The mountain and river diagram even gave this set of martial arts a name, Soul of the Fist. Cultivating these 5 martial arts at the same time could increase one's cultivation speed by 10% to 30%. It could also increase one's true qi accumulation speed by 10% to 30%. When using fist techniques, the power could be increased by 1 to 2 times. The 5 martial arts of the Soul of the Fist were the Fierce Tiger Descending the Mountain Steps, Falling Star Fist, Qi Explosion Art, Scarlet Sun Art, and Qi Returning Art. In fact, if one carefully analyzed it, one would know that these 5 martial arts all used the Falling Star Fist as the core. The other 4 martial arts were all supplementary. The intermediate level movement technique, Fierce Tiger Descending the Mountain Steps, was a fierce movement technique. After using it, every time one charged forward a certain distance, their strength would increase, their aura would also increase, and their speed would also increase, just like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Of course, this intermediate level movement technique would still serve the soaring cloud steps in the future. The intermediate level inner force cultivation technique, Scarlet Sun Art, was a cultivation technique that increased true qi. The key was that when using martial arts, it could increase the burning effect of the raging fire, and could also increase the power of the fist technique. The intermediate level secret skills, Qi Returning Art and Qi Explosion Art, one was a secret skill that recovered true qi, and the other was a secret skill that instantly exploded true qi. The latter could allow the Falling Star Fist to reach its maximum power in an instant, but its weakness was that it consumed too much true qi. The former, Qi Returning Art, could make up for this weakness to a large extent. This was the reason why Ling Xiao chose these 5 martial arts. As for why he chose the Falling Star Fist among the fist techniques, the reason was very simple. This fist technique was the most powerful of the intermediate level martial arts, and Ling Xiao liked to fight big and wide. Its power was not inferior to some high-level martial arts. Of course, its weakness was the same as the Qi Explosion Art, which was that it consumed too much qi. Therefore, most martial artists in the awakening stage did not like to choose it. But Ling Xiao was different. Not only was his mountain river martial spirit more vigorous than other martial artists of the same level, but he also specially chose the Qi Returning Art to make up for this weakness. Other martial artists, even if they were geniuses, cultivating 3 martial arts at the same time was already very heaven-defying, but he could rely on the analysis of the mountain river martial spirit to demonstrate the effect. He could cultivate 5 martial arts at the same time. Moreover, they were 5 martial arts that complemented each other. This was an advantage. From now on, he, Ling Xiao, was no longer the little beggar that could be bullied. His martial arts path would be smooth and smooth. After choosing the set of martial arts of the Soul of the Fist set, Ling Xiao began to cultivate. Of course, although he said to cultivate at the same time, he was only one person after all, so he still had to follow the order. It was just that the cultivation speed of each martial art was faster than others. He first chose to cultivate the Scarlet Sun Art. The reason was very simple. The Scarlet Sun Art could increase qi and strengthen the body. Whether it was for movement techniques or martial arts, it was very important. After all, the foundation of a martial artist was qi. Even the division of martial arts realms was actually based on the different stages of qi. Ling Xiao closed his eyes and then cultivated according to the contents of the Scarlet Sun Art. What made him excited was that once he encountered a blockage or trouble, the mountain river martial spirit would automatically help to solve the problem and give him the correct path of qi circulation. In this way, it was basically impossible for Ling Xiao to go berserk. Moreover, there was no such thing as a shackle when cultivating martial arts. For others, breaking through the difficult cultivation bottleneck might take months or even years, but for him, these so-called bottlenecks did not exist at all. The whole way was green light, and there was no obstruction. His talent was not bad, but he was not as talented as he was now. All of this originated from the special effects of the mountain river martial spirit. This caused Xianxia to view the mountain and river martial spirit with greater importance and interest. Martial spirits were already very mysterious, and the mountain river martial spirit was obviously more mysterious than most martial spirits. How magical was it? Xianxia urgently wanted to know. But to know this secret, his current strength was obviously not enough. And cultivation was the key to unlocking the secret of the mountain river diagram. Because when he was cultivating the Scarlet Sun art, he could clearly feel that the mountain river diagram was also undergoing some miraculous changes. Of course, the continuous disappearance of the clouds should be the most obvious. At this time, there was another place in the small village of the mountain river diagram. It was an altar. Inside the altar was not a statue of a god, but a ball of fire. After cultivating for only 2 hours, Xianxiao's Scarlet Sun art actually broke through the first level. He could feel that the true qi in his body was clearly more vigorous, and his body was expelling the waste liquid formed by the transformation of his body. It was black and somewhat smelly. Although his strength did not increase, his true qi and the toughness of his meridians had increased by at least 20 to 30%. He actually broke through the first level of Scarlet Sun art in just 2 hours. This cultivation speed was truly amazing. Xianxia was extremely excited. This inner force cultivation method only had 3 levels. After cultivating to the great circle of the 3rd level, one's attacks would be able to contain fire qi. It was even possible to form fire qi. One had to know that earth qi could only be mastered by martial artists above the 4th level of the martial vein. This was the biggest advantage of this martial art. However, because it was very difficult to cultivate to the great circle of the martial vein, there were not many people who cultivated it. After all, instead of wasting time on a set of cultivation methods, it was better to work hard to improve one's strength. At the 4th level of the martial vein, true qi would automatically transform into earth qi. However, Xianxiao's idea was different. If he could condense earth qi during the awakening stage, his battle strength would definitely increase by a lot. After cultivating Scarlet Sun art for another 2 hours and stabilizing it at the 1st level, Xianxia turned to cultivate other martial arts. According to the guidance of the mountain and river martial spirit, these 5 martial arts were continuously practiced in order to achieve twice the result with half the effort. In other words, you should not blindly cultivate one martial art. Instead, you should first cultivate all 5 martial arts to the 1st level and then repeatedly cultivate them. This way, the effect would be best. Next, he chose Falling Star Fist. This was a martial art, an attack method, and must be learned. Just as the mountain and river martial spirit described, after learning Scarlet Sun art, the cultivation of Falling Star Fist became very easy. This set of fist techniques had a total of 9 moves. The moves were very simple and there were a total of 9 variations. It pursued power, not speed, and not variations. Xianxia liked this because it was easier to cultivate. In a short 2 hours, Xianxia completely mastered Falling Star Fist from the 1st to the 6th move, but the last 3 moves were still a little difficult. However, he did not continue to be stubborn. Instead, he turned to cultivate the Qi Explosion technique. This was a secret technique that only had 1 stage. Its function was also very simple. In an instant, it could condense a large amount of true qi on top of a martial skill and burst it out. Of course, the amount could be controlled. 60%, 70%, or even 100% was acceptable. It was a desperate measure. Although Xianxia really wanted to test the power of Meteor Punch under the effects of Qi Explosion technique, he still held back. In order to continue fighting, he had to master Qi Recovery technique as well. The Qi Returning technique was the same as the Qi Eruption technique. It was also a secret technique. As long as one grasped the trick, it would be easy to cultivate. Both techniques only had 1 level. Relying on the analysis of the mountain and river martial spirit, he only used 2 hours to complete the task. The Qi Returning technique had 2 effects. One was to constantly recover Qi at any time, anywhere. Of course, this speed would be relatively slow. Another option was that he could choose to meditate on the spot. This way, he would be able to recover completely within 15 minutes. Of course, it was only limited to the awakening stage, which was martial artists below the third level of the martial vein. The higher the cultivation, the slower it would be to recover completely. After all, the amount of true qi stored would increase. The cultivation of the first stage of the fierce tiger descending the mountain steps was relatively simple. It mainly focused on the aura. With the previous foundation, he simply chose to cultivate this movement technique under the condition of qi explosion. It only took him 15 minutes to break through the first stage. After that, it took him 15 minutes to recover his qi. He returned to the Scarlet Sun art and once again cultivated with qi explosion. The second stage was easily broken through. Ling Xiao really wanted to find someone to practice with. With the combination of the soul of the fist, he believed that even if he faced a martial artist at the third level of the martial vein, he would absolutely not be afraid. He did not dare to say that he would win, but he would definitely not lose, unless the opponent also had a special cultivation technique. In his heart, Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised. He also stepped up his cultivation. Other than going out to eat, he completely shut himself in his room for the rest of the time. 2 days later, Ling Xiao's Scarlet Sun art neared the completion of the third stage. Falling Star Fist comprehended the seventh move, and Fierce Tiger descending the mountain steps had a total of 9 moves and 108 variations. The problem was that the room was too small. It was impossible to move around. If he wanted to try out Fierce Tiger descending the mountain steps, he would have to go to a more spacious place. The Falling Star Fist was the same. He had to practice it. If he practiced it alone, it would be difficult to completely comprehend the true essence of the martial skill. At this time, his martial warrior realm was already nearing the peak of the second level of the martial vein. He was only a hair's breadth away from breaking through. What he needed was perhaps a real battle. But before that, he had to make a trip to the city's auction house. He did not know if the 10 foundational martial arts had been sold. If they were sold, it would be time to invite a doctor to treat his grandfather. In addition, he would continue to anonymously sell the rest of the foundational martial arts. Very quickly, Ling Xiao arrived at the auction house. The auction house staff told him that the 10 foundational martial arts had all been sold for a total of 100 silver taels. However, after deducting the labor costs, there were still 90 silver taels left. They had all been transferred to the bank's account. With regards to this, Ling Xiao was already very satisfied. The bank was next door. Ling Xiao checked. It was indeed 90 silver taels. Thus, he left another 10 foundational martial arts in the auction house. The auction house staff did not pay much attention to it. After all, it was only foundational martial arts. They had seen many of them. After taking the silver taels, Ling Xiao went to invite a doctor who specialized in treating bone injuries. Who knew that when he arrived at the side door of the Ling family, he would see a group of people practicing qigong. Although they could also practice in the martial arts field, there were more trees outside. There were also many roof beams. The terrain was complex, which was more suitable for qigong. Zeng, a figure directly jumped up a tree. Like an agile ape, he flashed a few times and then landed on the ground. Good movement. Senior brother Ling Fei's qigong is number 1 in the elite hall. No one can compare to him. Yes, even if there are some shortcomings in other areas, just his movement alone is enough to make many people of the same generation feel very uncomfortable. Isn't that so? In the world of martial arts, only speed is unbeatable. With this kind of movement and speed, senior brother Ling Fei may become number 1 in the elite hall in this year's big competition. The group of people below kept yelling. I wonder how my fierce tiger descends the mountain steps is. How is it compared to Ling Fei? This scene really made Ling Xiao's heart itch. Ling Fei's qigong was indeed powerful. He had to admit this point, but he was a little unconvinced. Zing zing zing, perhaps he was encouraged by those people. Ling Fei deliberately changed directions in the air several times. His movements were very elegant. However, perhaps because he did not have enough strength, he actually almost fell in the end. Fortunately, he saw Ling Xiao. Thus, he attempted to step on Ling Xiao's shoulder to avoid embarrassment. Ling Xiao had no enmity with Ling Fei, but he was not willing to let him step on his shoulder. Thus, he only lifted his leg and kicked towards the sky, giving Ling Fei a place to step on. Ling Fei landed lightly on the ground, but there was some anger on his face. Senior brother Ling is really powerful. He can even do this. He is like a flying swallow. Ling Xiao noticed Ling Fei's expression and couldn't help but shake his head. These disciples of the clan were all arrogant and narrow-minded. He could casually step on your shoulder, and if you helped him with your foot, he would be angry. He was too lazy to argue with Ling Fei. He was still anxious to let the doctor treat his grandfather's injury. Who knew that as soon as he took a step, a white shadow suddenly flashed by, and the medicine box in the doctor's hand had disappeared. It was actually hung by Ling Fei on the branch of a tree more than 10 meters high. "What are you doing?" Ling Xiao asked with a frown. "Nothing, I just want to test your qigong," Ling Fei said calmly, as if he had done something insignificant. "Who is that person?" Several disciples couldn't help but look at Ling Xiao with some confusion. Of course, there were also some who knew Ling Xiao. He used to be a beggar. A year ago, he passed the clan examination and entered our Ling clan. In this year, his strength was only at the first level of the martial vein. He also offended Ling Chong and Ling Feng, 2 disciples of the elite hall. Even Ling Yu, who was considerate to him at the beginning, has now become senior brother Ling Feng's woman. Yes, I have also heard of this guy. Senior brother Ling Chong gave in to him, but he didn't know what was good for him and used despicable means to sneak attack. He is simply shameless. But he seems to have advanced to the second level of the martial vein. A few days ago, he went to the library and wanted to steal books. As a result, he was punished. This kind of person really doesn't deserve to be a disciple of our Ling clan. No wonder senior brother Ling Fei wants to tease him. I don't think we can take down the medicine box today. He probably doesn't know qigong. The few disciples of the Ling clan who flattered Ling Fei like lackeys now used a mocking and disdainful tone to evaluate Ling Xiao. As if they were superior to others. I was just teasing him. You saw it just now. He actually tried to attack me. Ling Fei shamelessly inverted black and white, trying to give a reasonable explanation for his actions. Ling Xiao frowned. As expected, without strength, one could only be bullied everywhere. Ling Chong, Ling Feng, Ling Fei, Ling Yu. If he was always trash at the first level of the martial vein, then there would be even more people bullying him in the future. Oh well, I'm going to try out the power of Fierce Tiger descending mountain steps today anyway. He no longer paid any attention to Ling Fei and the others. He looked at the medicine chest that was hanging on the 10-meter-high branch. Suddenly, he activated his true energy and used Fierce Tiger descending the mountain steps. Bang! Oh my god, Ling Xiao didn't expect that he would hit his head on a tree. Sure enough, the first time he used such a powerful movement technique, he still couldn't control it. Next time, he would have to restrain himself a little. Ha ha ha, what an idiot. Ling Fei and the others laughed out loud when they saw this. Some of them even squatted on the ground and tears flowed out of their eyes. Ling Xiao did not mind. There was a first time for everything. He had used too much force just now, so this time, he would hold back a little. He activated his mountain river martial spirit and a perfect amount of true energy flowed into his legs. The Fierce Tiger descending the mountain steps was suddenly used. Ling Xiao was like a fierce tiger coming out of the mountain, roaring and pouncing on the tree trunk. This time, he successfully jumped up the tree. However, he was still a few centimeters away from the medicine chest. However, this time, the laughter suddenly froze. Everyone was dumbfounded. Ling Fei was also shocked. He could see that Ling Xiao's movement technique was not bad. Even some of the disciples in the elite hall might not be able to match up to this kind of movement technique. It's okay, senior brother Ling Fei. This kid hasn't figured it out himself. Yeah, look at his expression. He's still confused. It must be a blind cat running into a dead mouse. It's pure luck. That's right. Even if he obtained the movement technique from the library, it's only been a few days. How could he have learned it? Just now, it was only under the activation of true energy that he jumped a little higher. Although their expressions were ugly, these people could always find reasons to comfort themselves. However, following this, they really could not find any more excuses. They only heard a low shout. Ling Xiao was like a vigorous fierce tiger, but also like a nimble mountain cat. He stepped on the tree trunk and his body lightly floated up. Then, he grabbed the medicine chest and floated down again. He steadily landed on the ground. At this time, those people already could not find any reason to comfort themselves. This kind of movement technique, even Ling Fei might not be able to match up to it. Intermediate movement techniques are indeed powerful. I wonder how the soaring cloud steps compares to the fierce tiger descends the mountain steps. When I go back, I'll try and see if I can practice the soaring cloud steps. Ling Zhao's heart was extremely carefree. Not only did he strike a blow against those who slandered him, but more importantly, he was now filled with confidence towards the future. Could it be that this guy is a genius? That's right. In just a few days, he went from a completely useless movement technique to such a superb movement technique. This is too ridiculous. The people who came back to their senses were more or less a little unconvinced. Some of them had already practiced movement techniques for 1 or 2 years, but they still could not compare to Ling Xiao. Naturally, they would feel uncomfortable in their hearts. Let's go, doctor. My grandfather is still waiting to see his illness. The doctor was also a little dazed. After being reminded by Ling Xiao, he came back to his senses. This young master, your movement technique has really opened this old man's eyes. The doctor was only an ordinary person, so at this time, he already treated Ling Xiao as a certain young master of the Ling family. Otherwise, how could he have such good martial arts? Young master? You idiot, this guy is only a little beggar. He was just lucky just now. If you have the ability, do it again. That's right. If you do it again, you'll definitely be exposed. Those disciples shouted loudly. Clearly, they were not convinced that a little beggar was riding on their heads. Ling Xiao wanted to leave, but these people blocked his path. To be honest, he really did not have the confidence to win against so many people by himself. After all, including Ling Fei, there were several third-level martial vein martial artists. Since these people still wanted to lose face, then he would show them his movement technique again. Anyway, the fierce tiger descends the mountain steps was only the foundation. What he really wanted to practice was the soaring cloud steps. It did not matter even if it was exposed. Since you want to see, then I'll show you again. After saying that, Ling Xiao pointed at a fruit on the tree and said, "That fruit. I'll take it down. Don't bother me anymore. You're bragging. That fruit is about 20 meters from the ground. Even senior brother Ling Fei might not be able to do it." That's right. If you can really take that fruit down, I'll climb around the tree twice and then bark like a dog. Ling Fei also said indifferently, for a third-level martial vein martial artist, the highest limit of movement technique is about 15 meters. This Ling Xiao is bragging too much. What he said was common sense. The Ling family disciples beside him also agreed. They were all waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself. Is that so? Ling Xiao laughed secretly. That Ling Fei repaid kindness with ingratitude. Now there were people who wanted to bark like a dog. It was a good opportunity to take down these guys' prestige. They would not dare to bully him at will in the future. He secretly circulated his true qi and condensed it in his martial vein. Then, it flowed through his meridians into his legs. Qi explosion technique. Fierce tiger descends the mountain steps. Ling Xiao was very clear that Ling Fei was right. However, if he used the qi explosion technique, his fierce tiger descends the mountain steps could reach a range of more than 20 meters. It was absolutely possible. Whoosh, bay. Gust of wind sounded. Ling Xiao stepped into the air and instantly jumped nearly 20 meters high. Ling Xiao had long been on guard against any underhanded moves. This group of narrow-minded people could do anything. So when the stone flew over and was about to hit his face, he suddenly punched out. It was the 7th move of the meteor fist, meteor shower. The stone was hit and then flew back in the direction it came from. Ah! A person screamed, but Ling Xiao didn't have time to look. At this moment, he was very close to the fruit. It was better to pluck the fruit first. But because he had just hit the stone, he didn't have the strength to continue flying. At the crucial moment, Ling Xiao didn't give up. Using the remaining qi, he suddenly punched the ground. The eighth move of the Meteor Fist, Heavenly Fire Raid, this punch was very powerful. It was a reverse attack, and the thrust generated was just enough for his feet to reach the fruit. No matter if it was his hands or feet, he would win if he could pluck the fruit. The fruit was kicked by his feet and then fell down. He took the opportunity to grab it in his hands, and then his body fell down. Just as he was about to have a direct high-speed collision with the ground, his body actually forcefully stopped about 1 meter from the ground. The chi returning formula worked. At least he didn't make a fool of himself at the last moment, and his movements weren't too embarrassing. Who was the one who said he would bark like a dog around a tree? Ling Xiao laughed coldly as he pinched the fruit in his hand and asked. Those people who were hooting just now suddenly became mutes. They all lowered their heads and refused to speak. Ling Xiao already knew that this group of people were cowards. He smiled disdainfully and didn't continue to force them. Instead, he waved at the doctor and walked towards the courtyard. In his opinion, this matter should be considered to be over. Anyway, he wasn't a match for so many people. Leaving after acting tough was really F***king exciting, but he didn't expect that after just 2 steps, someone would howl again. Stinking brat, stop right there. You want to run after hitting someone? Ling Xiao looked back and saw that the one who shouted was Ling Fei. Ling Fei's face was livid and his eyes were spitting fire. He was so angry that he was like a fighting rooster. However, the aura formed by his 3rd-level martial vein strength still brought great pressure to the people around him. Hit people? When did I hit you? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. Even though Ling Fei's strength was stronger than his, the other party had gone too far. There was no need for him to back down. Arrow, you're still playing dumb. Ling Fei snorted coldly, weren't you the one who broke his forehead? You're bleeding like this, and you still refuse to admit it? As soon as these words came out, some of the onlookers felt embarrassed, but most of them were still as shameless as Ling Fei. That's right. An outsider actually dares to hit a disciple of our Ling family. He must have eaten a bear's heart and a leopard's guts. Senior brother Ling, teach him a lesson. Beat this little beggar up. What right does he have to practice martial arts with us Ling family disciples? Yes, he's not qualified. The crowd was simply agitated. Ling Xiao had long known that this group of Ling family disciples looked down on them outsiders, but he did not expect them to be so shameless. He was so angry that he laughed. Just now when I was picking fruits, someone used a stone to plot against me. I sent the stone flying. If he's injured, then he deserves it. A person lives with a face, a tree lives with a skin. When he had not awakened the mountain and river martial spirit, he was not afraid of anyone. Now that he had awakened the mountain and river martial spirit, did he still have to admit defeat in front of these people? Furthermore, the other party was clearly looking for trouble. Even if he admitted defeat, he could not avoid being beaten up. Rather than that, he might as well go all out. Good boy, you actually dare to talk back. Senior brother Ling, what do you think we should do? Among the onlookers, only a few were blushing and quietly retreated to the side. The rest all surrounded Ling Xiao. It was obvious that they had lost face and wanted to gang up on Ling Xiao. Senior sister is back. It was unknown who shouted, but the crowd, who were originally staring at Ling Xiao like hungry hyenas, suddenly looked in the same direction. It was a white-clothed girl. She was like a snow fairy who had walked out of a fairyland. She had bright eyebrows and white eyes, and her skin was as smooth as jade. Although she was just walking, she captivated everyone. How can there be such a perfect woman in this world? This is simply a goddess created by heaven and earth. A youth was almost kneeling as he said this. His eyes no longer had Ling Xiao in them, as they were completely occupied by the white-clothed girl. Ling Yixue, 16 years old, the 3rd female disciple of the elite hall. It is said that she has already cultivated to the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. She is only a step away from the 4th level of the martial vein. Ling Xiao also looked at Ling Yixue. After all, this woman was also the perfect woman in his heart. However, his performance was much better than the others. His admiration for Ling Yixue was not only because of her beauty, but also because of her strength. Ling Yixue was the same as him, an outer disciple who had entered the Ling family through the examination. However, their circumstances were very different. This girl cultivated to the peak of the third level of the martial vein in a year and defeated the disciples of the elite hall one after another, successfully advancing to the third level of the elite hall. Her resources were all obtained through her own efforts, unlike Ling Feng, who was ranked 10th in the elite hall, who relied on his family's advantages. A genius was probably referring to this kind of person. In the past, Ling Zhao's goal was Ling Yixue. This was because he believed that his talent was definitely not inferior to Ling Yixue's. In fact, the facts had also proven this point. If not for cultivating that incomplete cultivation technique, his advancement might have been even faster. He probably wouldn't be any worse than Ling Yixue. However, it was a blessing in disguise. He had lost many things, but obtained the mountain river martial spirit. This was a kind of luck. Before this, he really didn't dare to look at Ling Yixue because of his inferiority complex. When he first entered the Ling family, both of them were highly regarded. Now, their circumstances were completely different. However, today, he didn't care much. It was true that Ling Yixue was a genius, but he would catch up very soon. When Ling Yixue approached, the Ling family disciples, led by Ling Fei, all went forward to greet her. They were so attentive and enthusiastic. Seeing this scene, Ling Xiao understood even more. This world was truly a world where the strong were respected. If he was strong enough, Ling Fei would definitely not dare to find trouble with him. Instead, he would be very respectful to him. At that time, no one would dare to call him a little beggar in front of him. At most, they would whisper a few words behind his back. Through the crowd, he admired Ling Yixue's beauty. The mountain river martial spirit also began to circulate. Ling Yixue's situation was thoroughly analyzed by the mountain river martial spirit. As expected, the true qi has already begun to change. A portion of the true qi has condensed into aura qi. When these quantitative changes occur, Ling Yixue will break through to the aura qi stage and enter the fourth level of the martial vein. Ling Xiao felt a bit of pressure. However, only with pressure would there be motivation. He had to work harder. I saw you guys surrounding him just now. Why? It's like this, senior sister, with Ling Fei as the leader, everyone started talking at once about what had happened. Of course, the whole story that came out of these people's mouths was naturally artistically embellished. Anyway, it wasn't like they hadn't done things that inverted black and white. This was already their specialty. Is that so? Ling Yixue looked indifferently at Ling Xiao and asked. Ling Xiao wanted to explain, but he held back the words that were about to come out of his mouth. He had to solve his own problems by himself. How could he rely on a woman? And if he said it and she didn't believe him, wouldn't that be awkward? Thinking of this, he didn't say anything. Did you see that, senior sister? He has already tacitly agreed. Ling Fei said loudly. Ling Fei, are you still a man? You know better than me what happened just now. Why? Are you going to drag senior sister Ling Yixue into this now? Ling Xiao suddenly sneered. Brat, say that again? As the saying goes, a fair lady is a good match for a gentleman. In the Ling family, Ling Yixue was the one that many people had a crush on. Of course, that included Ling Fei. So he didn't want to lose face in front of Ling Yixue no matter what. I'm telling the truth. What's there to be afraid of? Ling Xiao said indifferently. Okay. Today, Yixue is here, so I won't bicker with you. But you have to pay for his medical expenses and apologize to him in front of everyone. Ling Fei really wanted to beat up Ling Xiao, but Ling Yixue was present, so he couldn't do it. He didn't want to be called bullying. So he played the role of a hero upholding justice. Apologize? Haha, you want me to apologize to a despicable and shameless schemer? Ling Fei, your brain isn't fried, right? When Ling Xiao said this, even Ling Yixue couldn't help but frown. She just felt that Ling Xiao was overestimating himself. A person who had just advanced to the second level of the martial vein dared to challenge Ling Fei, who was at the third level of the martial vein. Wasn't this purely courting death? In Ling Yixue's view, having strength was called having backbone. Without strength, it was called not knowing life and death. Senior sister, you've heard it all. This person injured our disciple yet refused to apologize. As the senior brother, I had no choice but to teach him a lesson. Ling Fei looked at Ling Yixue. He was looking for a reason to attack. Fighting and killing among the disciples of the same family will always hurt the harmony. Just now, I heard you say that Ling Zhao's Qinggong is not bad. Why don't you compete in Qinggong? If you win, I will make him apologize. Ling Yixue said indifferently. I'll listen to senior sister's words. How about it, Ling Xiao? Do you dare to compete with me in Qinggong? Although Ling Fei had seen Ling Zhao's Qinggong, he was not afraid. Firstly, he was more confident and felt that he was more powerful than Ling Xiao. Secondly, Ling Xiao had obviously used up most of his true qi. If they were to compete now, he would actually be at an advantage. Why wouldn't I? Ling Xiao sneered in his heart. Didn't you want to show off in front of Ling Yixue? Fine, then I'll make you lose face completely. He had seen Ling Fei's Qinggong and he did not see how brilliant it was. Of course, if it was just based on the fierce tiger descending the mountain steps, he probably would not be able to beat Ling Fei. However, he had the mountain river martial spirit. The analysis and practice of the mountain river martial spirit would allow him to seize the initiative in any battle. This was an advantage that Ling Fei did not have. Good, you have some guts. However, I'm afraid that you are just foolishly bold. Ling Fei sneered and then looked at Ling Yixue and said, Senior sister, I'll have to trouble you to be a witness, in case someone refuses to admit it after losing. Fine. Ling Yixue was still somewhat interested in the battle between Ling Fei and Ling Xiao. This was because in the elite hall, Ling Fei's Qinggong was definitely in the top 3. In this year's large competition, Ling Fei might become her opponent again. There was no harm in observing first. After all, as an outer sect disciple, Ling Yixue could only obtain large amounts of rewards through various competitions within the clan. Otherwise, she would not be able to compete with the disciples of the clan. She was a very practical person. She wouldn't say nonsense like this was an unfair victory. When the disciples of the clan secretly practiced high-level cultivation techniques, no one felt that it was unfair. Of course, Ling Yixue did not have the slightest interest in Ling Xiao. The reason why she was willing to help was because she felt that everyone was an outer sect disciple and did not want Ling Xiao to be bullied too badly. Originally, she thought that Ling Xiao would take the initiative to admit defeat and then apologize. Who knew that Ling Xiao would be so ignorant and actually agree to compete with Ling Fei in Qinggong? Even she was not a match for Ling Fei's Qinggong. Ling Xiao had just advanced to the second level of the martial vein a few days ago. How could he win? This was simply a competition with a great disparity in strength. The outcome had long been decided. At this moment, there were even more onlookers at the scene. Many people came for Ling Yixue. When they heard that Ling Fei wanted to compete with Ling Xiao in Qinggong, they were disdainful. It was not that they looked down on Ling Fei, but they felt that this competition was really boring. A speed race between a goshawk and a tortoise. Was there any suspense? Ling Fei always said that he would use his trump card in the annual competition. But today, in front of senior sister Ling Yixue, he is probably going to use all his skills to perform. Hee, there's a show to watch. Everyone was smiling and admiring Ling Yixue's beauty while watching Ling Fei warming up. As for Ling Xiao, who would care about a person who was bound to lose? How are we going to compete? Someone asked. Old rules. Let's compete in the 3 categories of Qinggong as usual. Which 3 categories? The first one is called flying in the air. First, draw a line as the starting line. After flying in the air, see how far your feet do not touch the ground. This is the Qinggong category, long. The second one is called stairway to heaven. Without the help of external objects, see who can fly higher. This is the Qinggong category, high. And the third category is to compete in the speed of body movements. A round trip of 100 meters. Whoever is faster wins. The 3 categories were very simple, and the judging criteria were also very simple. The more such a competition was, the more one's strength could be seen because the possibility of cheating was relatively low. Just now, junior brother Ling Xiao already used Qinggong. I guess he used up a lot of energy. Then, as his senior brother, I'll let him win this time. I'll go first. Ling Fei thought that Ling Zhao's true qi would definitely not be able to recover in a short time. So he did this. Not only could he show that he was very fair and noble, but he could also gain face in front of Ling Yixue. However, if he knew that Ling Fei's qi recovery formula could completely recover true qi in 15 minutes, he probably would not have made such a stupid decision. Senior Brother Ling is indeed Senior Brother Ling. He is not like some people who hurt people and refuse to apologize. He really does not deserve to be a member of our Ling family. Okay, don't say any more. Anyway, Senior Brother Ling won. Ling Xiao has to apologize. Hearing the discussion, Ling Fei was very satisfied. He stood on the starting line and prepared to fly. Start. Following Ling Yixue's order, Ling Fei's body flew into the air like a swallow and suddenly flew to the front. So powerful. Leaping 15 meters in the air didn't seem to be very impressive. However, if one were to compare, they would know that among the current elite disciples, 5 meters was the best result. And this result was also a record created by Ling Fei. In other words, he had broken his own record. At this time, everyone was shocked. Ling Fei might be average in other aspects, but his lightness skill was the best in the elite hall. I can't compare to you. Ling Yixue opened her red lips and shook her head. Senior sister, you're too polite. My lightness skill is good, but other things can't enter your eyes. Ling Fei said with a chuckle. He said it modestly, but his face was full of excitement. How could he not be happy that he gained face in front of Ling Yixue? Senior Brother Ling Fei, can't you slow down and wait for us brothers? Ha ha ha, as long as everyone works hard, you can do it. Next is the second event. In the second event, Ling Fei still gave everyone a great visual impact. He jumped up 18 meters in the air and then landed lightly. Not only was it cool, but it was also very stable. It's your turn now, Ling Xiao. The speed competition requires 2 people. You should finish the first 2 events first. After finishing the first 2 events, Ling Fei looked at Ling Xiao and said with a chuckle. At this time, everyone's eyes finally focused on Ling Xiao. But their eyes were full of disdain and some pity. It was like pity for a beggar on the roadside. No one believed that Ling Xiao's lightness skill was better than Ling Fei's, including the people who were watching the fun. I don't need you to remind me. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and walked to the starting line. In terms of lightness skill, he was not as good as Ling Fei. This was for sure. However, he practiced the Qi explosion formula, which could almost double the effect of lightness skill in an instant. It might not be a problem to surpass Ling Fei. Pretentious. Seeing Ling Xiao standing at the starting line indifferently, everyone was a little unhappy. Start. As Ling Yixue's voice sounded, Ling Xiao also rose into the air. In the beginning, he did not use the Qi explosion art. He wanted to save as much true Qi as possible. After all, there were 3 events. He didn't need to be too shocking. It would be enough if he could surpass Ling Fei. Eh? This boy's lightness skill is not bad. Although he is not as free and easy as Ling Fei, he can be considered well-behaved. Ling Yixue frowned slightly. She did not expect Ling Xiao to be able to master the movement technique so well in such a short period of time. When he was about 12 meters away, Ling Xiao's body began to fall. Ha ha ha, I lost. I told you earlier that he can't compare with Senior Brother Ling Fei. But 12 meters is not bad. At least it's not too embarrassing. However, at this moment, Ling Xiao, who was about to hit the ground, suddenly felt as if his body was pushed by something. He suddenly jumped more than 4 meters away before landing on the ground. The scene was silent, as if everyone had become mutes. Over 16 meters. Ling Yixue was the first to speak. The surprise in her eyes had turned into shock. What happened to this Ling Xiao? How could he advance so quickly? Did I see wrongly? It's really over 16 meters? It can't be wrong. But what's wrong with this boy? He suddenly flew a few meters away. Cheating! Ling Fei suddenly shouted. It's not cheating. Ling Yixue shook her head and said, as a disciple of the Ling family, haven't you heard of the Qi explosion art? It's in the book collection pavilion. Of course, Ling Fei had heard of the qi explosion art. But the cultivation of the secret technique was always more difficult than the cultivation technique. The key was that it was very difficult to understand. He never thought that Ling Xiao had actually learned it. Ling Fei was not convinced, but he had no choice. He was so angry that his whole body trembled, but he had to admit defeat. The second event, climbing the stairway to heaven. Ling Xiao's movements were never as free and easy as Ling Fei's, but they were very practical. Like before, he used the qi explosion art when he felt that he was about to fall. It was about 12 meters high. He still jumped to 20 meters. The second event, Ling Xiao wins. He actually won the two events of flying in the air and climbing the stairway to heaven. This simply made everyone's eyeballs fall to the ground. No one dared to say that Ling Xiao's qigong was not good. Although the appearance of his qigong was a little ugly, it was not weak. Is there still a need to compete in the third event, senior brother Ling Fei? Ling Xiao looked at Ling Fei's face that had turned into the color of pig liver and asked faintly. Compete? Why not? Speed is the most important thing in body movement. Ling Fei's words were almost roared out. Is it? I originally wanted to give you face. Now let's just end it. Why bother? Ling Xiao said. Stop shedding crocodile tears. I don't believe that you can still win the third event. Ling Fei was sure that Ling Xiao's true qi must have been exhausted. He would definitely not be able to continue the third event. If he could easily defeat Ling Xiao in the third event, then even if he lost the competition, he would be able to save a lot of face. He could even take the opportunity to humiliate Ling Xiao. But there has to be some reward. I've already won. There is really no need to continue wasting time with you. Ling Xiao had originally invited a doctor to treat his grandfather's injuries. But now, before he could enter the courtyard, he was stuck here for almost an hour. If he did not get some benefits, he really did not want to continue the competition. I promise you. If you can still win, I will pay all the silver needed for your grandfather's treatment. Ling Fei had no choice but to say so. Otherwise, if Ling Xiao was not willing to compete, he could not force him. Otherwise, he would lose even more face today. No need. I have silver. If it was in the past, Ling Xiao might have agreed to such a condition. But now, he really did not care. Then what do you want? Ling Fei roared. A breakthrough pill. Ling Xiao planned to at least break through to the third level of the martial vein during the annual grand competition. This breakthrough pill was essential. This is too much. Yeah, the requirements are so high. Who would use a breakthrough pill as a reward? Actually, you can't say that. After all, Ling Xiao has already won if he wins 2 out of 3 rounds. There is no need for a third round. There were still people who understood things. This gave Ling Xiao a little hope for this family. You don't want to give it, right? Then forget it. Ling Xiao shrugged his shoulders and was about to call the doctor to leave. All right. I promise you. Ling Fei shouted. Senior brother Ling Fei, don't be rash. Yeah, senior brother Ling Fei, it's not worth it. Even you guys don't believe me? Ling Fei's expression was getting uglier and uglier. From the discussions of the onlookers, he could tell that they had gone from being completely confident in him to not trusting him. This meant that he had really lost a lot of face just now. Then, the third round was even more important. He had to save his face. Senior sister Ling Yixue, be a witness. These people's promises are like farts. I don't dare to easily believe them. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yixue and said. Sure, if he doesn't give it to you, I'll give it to you on his behalf. Okay, I believe in senior sister's words. Then senior brother Ling Fei, shall we start? I don't need you to rush me. Ling Fei and Ling Xiao stood at the starting line at the same time. About 100 meters away from the starting line, there were 2 disciples of the Ling family. Standing. The 2 of them had to run around the 2 disciples and come back. Whoever reached first would win. The process didn't care about being in the air or being beautiful, only speed. At this time, the onlookers were all looking at Ling Xiao. They knew that Ling Xiao had created 2 miracles in a row. Would he be able to surprise them again? Start. With Ling Yishua's command, Ling Xiao and Ling Fei, one like a swallow flying and the other like a tiger coming down the mountain, shot out almost at the same time. However, Ling Fei was in the air, while Ling Xiao was running like a tiger. Ha ha ha, what the hell is this? Does he think he is a tiger? So ugly. Some disciples who supported Ling Fei on the field laughed loudly. Ling Fei was also secretly happy, but he didn't have time to look at Ling Xiao's movements. He had to win the competition first. That loud laughter seemed to have come to a sudden stop. Because Ling Xiao's movements were ugly, but he ran like a tiger, and even created wind, causing the air to fluctuate. His speed was absolutely not inferior to Ling Fei's. When he bypassed the two disciples of the Ling family, the two of them were almost at the same time. Ling Fei was only faster than Ling Xiao by less than a body's length. However, they were all very clear that Ling Xiao knew the Qi explosion formula. He could almost catch up with Ling Fei without using the Qi explosion formula. If he used the Qi explosion formula, what would happen? Whoosh, a gust of wind told them the answer. When he turned back, Ling Xiao suddenly exploded. His body was like an arrow leaving the bow, and he instantly reached the finish line. He was almost 3 bodies' length ahead of Ling Fei. Oh my god, this guy is too crazy. Someone stood up and exclaimed. More people were in a daze. Because they knew what such fast speed meant. This would give them a huge advantage in the battle. How did he do it? Senior brother Ling Zhao's speed is already very fast. He is definitely one of the best among the elite hall's disciples. How can this Ling Xiao be faster than him by 3 body lengths? This guy is a monster. It has only been 2 or 3 days since he entered the library, and he can actually cultivate his Qinggong to such a level. This is impossible. Impossible. How could I lose? How could he lose? Ling Fei's face was pale and bloodless as he knelt on the ground in a daze. It was over. The popularity that he had accumulated over so many years was ruined just like that. Moreover, he had to sacrifice a breakthrough pill. Was the Qi burst formula really that powerful? He didn't think so. In fact, one of his older brothers had also cultivated the Qi explosion art. His goal was the same as Ling Zhao's, but reality had proven that the Qi explosion art could indeed instantly increase one's speed, strength, and so on. However, the instantaneous consumption was also enormous, and they simply could not afford it. What's wrong with Ling Xiao? He was completely confused. Even after using the Qi explosion formula 3 times in a row, he still seemed to have some strength left. Was this guy really a monster? No matter whether he could understand it or not, this competition was considered to be over. Ling Xiao won, and he won all 3 rounds. Ling Fei lost completely. Ling Xiao is the winner of this Qinggong competition. Junior brother, you're really good at hiding your strength. Take this breakthrough pill. Ling Yishua took out a breakthrough pill and gave it to Ling Xiao. She was very clear in her heart that Ling Xiao wouldn't be able to get it from Ling Fei, but she didn't need it because Ling Fei would give it to her. Actually, because they entered the Ling family at the same time, both of their talents were basically the same, so Ling Yishua had always paid attention to Ling Xiao. However, as the gap between the two grew larger, the chances of them interacting became fewer and fewer. It was only today that he seemed to have seen the high-spirited Ling Xiao of the past. Thank you, senior sister. Then everyone, can I leave now? When Ling Xiao took the breakthrough pill from Ling Yishua, his fingers touched the girl's skin. At that moment, it was as if he was electrocuted. This feeling was too special. Was this what a boy expected from a girl? Was this the feeling that every boy would have when they reached a certain age? It wasn't bad. He really wanted to keep holding Ling Yishua's palm. It was soft and smooth, with a gentle warmth. This scene made the eyes of the bystanders spit fire. Ling Xiao smiled faintly, took the breakthrough pill, said thanks, and then walked towards the courtyard. Today's matter was finally over. If this continued, he really couldn't take it anymore. The doctor was probably impatient from waiting. The Ling family disciples who were originally blocking the way all stepped aside to make a path. This was the dignity of the strong. Ling Xiao won against Ling Fei with his strength and deserved such respect. Young master, you're really amazing. Not only was the doctor not annoyed, but he also gave Ling Xiao a thumbs up with a face full of admiration. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly and did not say anything. If only you were a beautiful girl. Let's go, doctor. We've taken up too much of your time today. There will be another reward later. Where are you going, trash? The moment he stepped into the courtyard, two people walked towards him. One of them was Ling Jiu's son, Ling Chong. He was the unlucky guy who had his ribs broken by Ling Xiao. He did not expect that in just a few days, he was already full of energy. I went to your place to look for you, but I couldn't find you. Very well, since we've met, then let's settle the old and new grudges together. Last time, you didn't know what's good for you and plotted against me. Today, I must beat you until you're looking for your teeth on the ground. Oh right, it's best if you break a few ribs too. Ling Chong's face was filled with excitement and viciousness. He had been staying at home to recuperate for the past few days. Every day, he was thinking about revenge, every day, he was thinking about venting his anger on Ling Xiao. Although his father had helped him vent his anger in the library, it was not enough. He wanted to personally defeat Ling Xiao and make Ling Xiao a fool in front of everyone. Last time, he was defeated in one move, and his heart was really sullen. The one next to him was his cousin, a disciple of the main family who was at the peak of the second level of the martial vein. From the looks of it, Ling Chong was worried that Ling Xiao would run away, so he brought a helper. What's going on? Ling Yixue also noticed the situation here at this time and could not help but frown and ask. Senior sister, I'm afraid you don't know yet. Before entering the library, Ling Xiao used a despicable method to defeat senior brother Ling Chong in one move and even broke his ribs. Junior brother Ling Chong is here to take revenge. Despicable method? It seems that senior brother Ling Chong gave him a chance, but he didn't know what was good for him and suddenly attacked. You believe such nonsense? When did Ling Chong hold back when fighting with others? Ling Yixue sneered. Although she was like a fairy, she also ate the food of the mortal world and understood the warmth and coldness of human nature. She understood some of the internal situation of the Ling family. She had actually encountered Ling Zhao's encounter before. It was just that she had advanced faster, so she had encountered fewer of them. She had already decided to help. Ling Xiao had just competed with Ling Fei, so his true qi must have been exhausted. Now that he met Ling Chong, even if he could win, he might not be a match for him. However, unlike her, there were people who were happy. For example, Ling Fei who lost to Ling Xiao. Cut the crap. If you want to fight, then do it. Ling Xiao did not like to cause trouble, but he was not afraid of it. What's more, Ling Chong was no longer in his eyes. Coupled with Ling Jiu's obstruction of his cultivation, even if I can't beat you, I can take care of your son. Hee, interesting. You're not afraid? Ling Chong sneered. Don't think that you can act tough in front of me just because you've broken through to the second level of the martial vein. Today, you'll have to kneel. He had the capital to look down on Ling Xiao. He had broken through to the peak of the second level of the martial vein nearly half a year ago. Coupled with advanced martial arts. You talk too much nonsense. I still have to treat Grandpa. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Chong. At this time, Ling Chong was like a clown in front of him. Brat, I'll let you be arrogant. Ling Chong found that he was looked down on by the trash that he had bullied for nearly a year. His heart suddenly became angry, and all the true qi in his body poured into his palms. In the past few days, his gigantic spirit divine palm had been personally taught by his father, and it was much stronger than the last time. In addition, his father had gotten him a lot of elixirs to improve his true qi. He was full of confidence. With a palm strike, it was as if a giant spirit had descended. The palm wind blew, and Ling Zhao's hair kept fluttering. Good lord, this Ling Chong has actually comprehended the gigantic spirit divine palm to this extent. I'm afraid it's at least 30%. After all, advanced martial arts were difficult to master. With Ling Chong's cultivation at the peak of the second level of the martial vein, it was already very impressive to be able to master 30%. Therefore, even Ling Yixue was surprised, and then a little displeased. This Ling Chong's talent was not as good as hers, and his effort was not as good as hers, but he could get a lot of elixirs and advanced martial arts. This was too unfair. Ling Yixue was now about to break through to the 4th level of the martial vein, and only with her talent did she get an advanced martial art. She was very clear about the difficulty of cultivating advanced martial arts. She was also very clear about the power of advanced martial arts. Even if it was only 30% of the power, advanced martial arts would crush all intermediate martial arts. This was the difference in level. This momentum. This power. This speed. It's at least twice as strong as last time. It's good to have a good father. Although Ling Xiao did not put Ling Chong in his eyes, he would never underestimate his opponent in battle. As the mountain and river martial spirit was activated, all of Ling Chong's information was displayed. Therefore, he was certain that although the current Ling Chong had not broken through, his combat ability was at least twice as strong as before. It was just a little unstable. Not solid enough. The reason was probably because he had eaten too many pills. Heavenly Fire Ambush. Using the mountain and river martial spirit to find Ling Chong's weakness, Ling Xiao no longer hesitated. He activated the Scarlet Sun art and his fists turned crimson red. He then used the Fierce Tiger descending the mountain steps and pounced towards Ling Chong like a fierce tiger. Today, Ling Xiao did not plan to dodge the gigantic spirit divine palm. He wanted to meet force with force and defeat Ling Chong by force. This would deal an even greater blow to the other party. He didn't want Ling Chong to cause trouble for him in the future. He didn't have the time to accompany this guy. Facing Ling Xiao's counterattack, Ling Chong was obviously shocked. He did not expect Ling Xiao to know such a ferocious fist art. However, thinking about it carefully, his gigantic spirit divine palm was a high-grade martial art. His opponent's falling star fist was only a middle-grade martial art. There was no need to be afraid. However, what happened next terrified Ling Chong. Qi Explosion Art. In order to completely defeat Ling Chong, Ling Xiao used the Qi Explosion Art again. This time, he did not hold back and completely released the true Qi in his body. The 8th style of Falling Star Fist, Heavenly Fire Ambush. Under the terrifying support of the Qi Explosion Art, the power of this move increased by several times. At that moment, the person in front of Ling Chong was no longer Ling Xiao, but a burning meteorite. It was a fierce tiger flying from the sky. Boom. Without any fancy moves, the fist and the palm collided head-on. The advantage of the high-grade martial art gigantic spirit divine palm was its power and aura. The advantage of Falling Star Fist was also its power and aura, a collision between a giant god and a meteorite. With the help of the Qi Explosion Art, Ling Xiao had performed the 8th style of Falling Star Fist, Heavenly Fire Ambush, to the point where even a high-grade martial art would shrink back. To put it bluntly, a high-grade martial art was just more powerful. However, if the power of a middle-grade martial art was increased several times, then there was almost no difference. Crack. Crack, arg. Ling Chong screamed. His arms were broken by Ling Xiao's terrifying power, and the impact was so strong that his body could not withstand it, and he was sent flying. Bam! Ling Chong, who was sent flying, hit the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood, and his eyes became blurry. He's not dead, right? Even Ling Xiao himself was shocked by the power. He was really afraid that he had killed Ling Chong. If he had really killed Ling Chong, he would definitely come after him. After all, killing and injuring were two different concepts. No. Impossible. How could my high-grade martial art lose to you? How could it? Ling Chong was not dead. His body slid to the ground, and he struggled to stand up. However, his hands were hanging there, and he could not lift them. He shook his head in agitation, unable to believe the result. Another move, Ling Chong was defeated by Ling Xiao in one move again. The Ling family disciples at the scene were all nervous, and their breathing was rapid. They really couldn't accept such an outcome. In a battle between martial artists of the same level, although the outcome was unpredictable, and anyone could win, but to lose in one move was just too hard to accept. Not to mention that the loser had also practiced a high-grade martial art that was also strong in strength. It's good that you're not dead. Then I won't keep you company. After confirming that Ling Chong was not dead, Ling Xiao hurriedly left with the doctor. At this moment, his true qi was really exhausted. If anyone still came to provoke him, he would not be able to handle it. Seeing Ling Xiao leave, the corner of Ling Yixue's mouth twitched slightly. She hadn't expected this outcome either. I didn't expect that the combination of Chi Burst and Meteor Punch could unleash a more terrifying power than the high-grade martial art, Gigantic Spirit Divine Palm. This Ling Xiao might be able to amaze everyone in the annual tournament. Senior sister, what kind of witchcraft did Ling Xiao use? How could he defeat Ling Chong in one move? Seeing Ling Chong being carried away for treatment, Ling Fei was very jealous. Because Ling Xiao had defeated Ling Chong in one move in front of Ling Yixue, and that had left a deep impression on her. Witchcraft? I advise you to focus on practicing martial arts. Don't think about other things all day. Your aptitude is not bad. If you focus more, you won't lose today's Qinggong competition. Ling Yixue said coldly. Although they are both at the second level of the martial vein, Ling Zhao's true qi is more vigorous than Ling Chong's. Moreover, he is good at using the combination of martial arts. That punch just now included Meteor Punch, Tiger Descends the Mountain, Chi Burst, and Scarlet Sun skill, these 4 martial arts. Other than him, who else can do it? This. How can Ling Xiao be so powerful? Could it be that he has always been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Someone asked. It shouldn't be. Maybe he suddenly had an epiphany. Ling Yixue shook her head. But where did he get so many intermediate martial arts? Someone asked again. I'm not too sure about that. However, intermediate martial arts can be bought at the auction house. The martial arts that he practices are not unique martial arts, so it's normal. If Lord Jiao knew about this, he would definitely tear Ling Xiao apart. Ling Fei sneered. Lord Jiao probably won't do it himself. After all, once he does, this matter will become a weakness for others to use against him. It's not a good reputation to bully the weak. Spittle can drown people. However, Ling Chong has a cousin called Ling Taizhou. He's second only to Ling Feng in the elite hall and is ranked 11th. He's at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. I reckon he'll make a move. After returning to his residence, Ling Xiao asked the doctor to diagnose his grandfather's body. It wasn't difficult to treat broken ribs, but it required some precious medicinal herbs. And these medicinal herbs were more expensive. The 90 taels of silver that Ling Xiao had just received instantly turned into money for medicinal herbs. However, he did not regret it. It was not a loss to treat his grandfather's injuries. All right, young master, go grab these medicinal herbs. I've clearly written down the ones for external and internal application. If you keep using them for a month, you should be able to recover. After sending off the doctor, Ling Xiao went to grab the medicinal herbs. When he returned, he boiled the medicine for his grandfather. After taking care of his grandfather, he went out again. He was very clear that since he had injured Ling Chong, trouble would definitely follow. He had to continue increasing his strength. Now that he had mastered the fierce tiger descending the mountain steps, it was time to activate the soaring cloud steps. In order to avoid being disturbed, Ling Xiao directly climbed over the wall and went out. Then, he went to a forest 700 to 800 meters away from the Ling family's residence. The fierce tiger descending the mountain steps, combined with the Qi explosion art, can already defeat Ling Fei. I wonder how powerful the soaring cloud steps will be. Ling Xiao was a little excited in his heart. Through the mountain and river martial spirit, Ling Xiao activated the soaring cloud steps. However, this was only the activation. If he wanted to master it, he still had to cultivate. However, this way, cultivation would become easier. This strange technique was a strange technique. Cultivating it was so troublesome and difficult, so the effect would definitely not be bad. It was because of this that Ling Xiao was motivated to cultivate. Perhaps it was due to the foundation of the ferocious tiger descending the mountain steps, coupled with the effects of the mountain and river martial spirit. Ling Xiao only used 2 hours to grasp the first step of the soaring cloud steps. Although the soaring cloud steps had a total of 9 steps, this was just the beginning. However, after trying out the effects of soaring cloud steps, Ling Xiao felt that no matter how hard it was, it would not be in vain. He tried out the effects of soaring cloud steps in the forest. The final conclusion was, even if he didn't use the Qi explosion art, the effect of the soaring cloud steps could reach the perfection stage of fierce tiger descending the mountain steps without the use of the Qi explosion art. When he used the Qi explosion art, he was much stronger than when he used the fierce tiger descending the mountain steps with the Qi explosion art. This was only a step into the heavens. Could it be that this soaring cloud steps was not an ultimate martial art, but a high-grade martial art? Otherwise, the effect would not be so good. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao's motivation to practice the soaring cloud steps was even stronger. It was very simple. He chose to practice the soaring cloud steps instead of the Ox Demon Arcana because this movement technique was not only a good martial art for fighting, but also a good martial art for escaping. He, Ling Xiao, only had one life. Only by keeping his life could he continue to become stronger. Just as he was busy practicing to improve his strength, Ling Chong had been sent to the family's medicinal hall. The Ling family's medicinal hall was a place that specialized in refining medicine and treating illnesses. Who hurt my son? Ling Jiao and Ling Taizhou had already arrived at the medicinal hall. Seeing Ling Chong's miserable appearance, Ling Jiao was so angry that he smashed the stone stool on the ground. Ling Xiao. The disciple who sent Ling Chong to the medicinal hall said in fear. Ling Xiao? That trash Ling Xiao? Ling Jiao was stunned. He thought it was some kind of master. How could it be Ling Xiao? It really is that Ling Xiao. That guy seems to have mastered a unique skill that can combine multiple martial arts. His strength is terrifying. He beat brother Ling Chong up like this with just one move. Trash. Ling Jiao scolded. Yes, yes, yes. That Ling Xiao is indeed trash. I'm not talking about him, I'm talking about my son, Ling Chong. Ling Jiao was both angry and cowardly. He did not hesitate to violate the family rules to get high-level martial arts and a large number of elixirs for his son. But in the end, not only was his son not ranked in the elite hall, he even lost to Ling Xiao. To be defeated twice in a row, both times with just one move. How stupid was he? Ninth uncle, don't be too angry. Ling Chong is your son after all. That Ling Xiao, I'll help him deal with him. Ling Taizhou smiled and said. Taizhou, you're the most reassuring. Sai, why aren't you my son? You're only 1 year older than Ling Xiao, but you've already mastered 60% of the gigantic spirit divine palm. And you've cultivated to the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. If you were to deal with that Ling Xiao, it would be as easy as killing an ant. Ling Jiao seemed to think highly of Ling Taizhou. Ninth uncle, for so many years, I've always regarded you as my father. My trash of a father died early. If it weren't for you taking me in, I wouldn't be where I am today. Ling Taizhou said. Good. Well said. You're my son from now on. Whatever you want, I'll satisfy it. But you have to look at the master before beating a dog. That Ling Xiao, it's time to teach him a lesson. But the annual tournament is coming soon. No hurry. When the time comes, I'll embarrass that kid in front of all the Ling family members. Ling Xiao naturally did not know about this conversation. In fact, even if he knew, what he should do would not change. After the first step of the soaring cloud steps, the requirements were even higher. He needed to cultivate 2 intermediate movement techniques before he could activate the second step. Left with no choice, Ling Xiao temporarily stopped and turned to cultivate the Meteor Fist and Crimson Sun art. He planned to cultivate the Meteor Fist and Crimson Sun art to perfection, then go back and choose 2 intermediate movement techniques to cultivate. After all, he could not just think about escaping in a battle. He also needed to improve his combat power. And if he wanted to cultivate to the peak of the 2nd level of the martial vein, he needed to cultivate the Crimson Sun art and Meteor Fist. In terms of increasing one's strength, martial arts and inner force mantras were better than movement techniques. And the secret techniques themselves did not help in increasing one's cultivation base. Therefore, ordinary warriors would not cultivate too many martial arts. They would focus more on training their inner force mantras and martial arts techniques. After spending an entire day, Ling Xiao's harvest was truly bountiful. He had cultivated the Crimson Sun art to the 5th level. He had also finally comprehended the 9th move of the Meteor Fist, Meteor Fall. The only thing he lacked before he reached perfection was maturity. This was not something that could be brought about by cultivation. It had to be tempered through actual combat. At this moment, through the display of the mountain and river martial spirit, he could clearly see that his true chi was 50% thicker than it was a day ago. The thicker his true chi was, the more he could use the chi explosion technique, and the power of the meteor fist would be greater. The most obvious change in the mountain and river diagram was that the flames in the altar were much more vigorous than before. Another 2 days passed, and Ling Zhao's meteor fist had already reached the great perfection stage, allowing him to freely use it. According to the standard movements of the mountain and river martial spirit, there was not a single mistake. The Scarlet Sun art also advanced rapidly, and finally reached the great perfection stage of the 9th level. At the same time, his cultivation had also successfully reached the peak of the 2nd level of the martial vein, and his 2 martial veins had already been tempered to an extremely sturdy state. Right now, the density of the true chi in his body, the strength of his strength, and the toughness of his body would not lose to a martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial vein. In just a short week or so, he had already jumped from the trash in the mouths of others to a martial artist at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial vein. His strength had increased by several times. The source of all of this was naturally the awakening of the mountain and river martial spirit. Until now, his interest in the mountain river martial soul had become more and more intense. However, if he wanted to break through to the 3rd level of the martial vein, he encountered a bit of trouble. The breakthrough of the realm required the assistance of certain external objects. Not only would it be easier to break through, but it would also prevent him from going berserk. To put it bluntly, he needed pills like the breakthrough pill, heart protecting pill, meridian protecting pill, and so on. Right now, he only had one breakthrough pill, which was far from enough. If he wanted to break through safely, the heart protecting pill and the meridian protecting pill were necessary. Because he only had one life, no one could protect him during the breakthrough process, so he could only protect himself. After returning home and eating, Ling Xiao did not cultivate anymore. Instead, he entered his room and began to plan his future. In the past, he did not even dare to think about the annual grand competition. However, it was different now. He was certain that on the day of the annual grand competition, he would definitely be able to smoothly break through to the 3rd level of the martial vein. As long as he could obtain good results in the grand competition, then he would become a disciple that the Ling family would focus on nurturing. From then on, he would not have to worry about many things. He would receive more resources and even a monthly allowance. It would be completely different from now. At that time, not to mention Ling Feng and Ling Fei, even Ling Yixue and the other genius disciples of the Tianfeng city's families, he would surpass them all. The effect of the mountain and river martial spirit does not seem to be just for practice and analysis. There are villages, land, and perhaps even medicinal herbs. Raising beasts. There were only 2 sources of materials for pills. One was plants, and the other was animals. If he wanted pills, he had to gather enough materials first. If he could grow plants and raise monsters in the mountain and river diagram, that would be wonderful. Powerful analysis and practice effects, coupled with the effect of cultivating cultivation resources, this was simply perfect. He had to give it a try. Ling Xiao looked outside the house, at the dense forest behind the Ling family's mountain. Tianfeng City was surrounded by mountains, and the mountain range was known as the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. The Dragon Submission Mountain Range was densely forested, and the terrain was complicated. The highest elevation was over 8,000 meters above sea level, and it was covered in snow all year round. It was a magnificent sight. No one knew how big the Dragon Submission Mountain Range was. Even if one stood at the highest peak, they would not be able to see through the entire mountain range. Legend had it that there was a dragon in the mountains, but no one had ever seen it. However, there were many demonic beasts in the mountains, which had always been feared and loved by martial artists. They were afraid because the demonic beasts were extremely powerful. He liked it because many of the materials on the demonic beasts could be sold for money and could also be used to concoct pills. Demonic beasts were artificially divided into 10 levels. This was the data obtained by martial artists using their own blood and experience. Generally speaking, the level of a demonic beast was equivalent to a martial artist's cultivation. For example, a level 1 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial artist in the 1st level of the martial vein. However, demonic beasts were born special, so in actual combat, a level 1 demonic beast was stronger than most martial artists in the first level of the martial vein. Legend had it that a level 10 demonic beast king could easily wipe out a country. No one would be willing to meet such a demonic beast. Ling Xiao headed to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range not to earn money or hunt demonic beasts, but to find some special herbs and young demonic beasts. He wanted to see if he could plant and raise them in the mountain and river diagram. Once he succeeded, he would be able to raise any rare plants or animals he encountered in the future. This was a huge advantage. Zeng, leaping over the Ling family's courtyard wall, Ling Xiao got into a stance and used the soaring cloud steps to dash towards the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. The soaring cloud steps was faster than riding a horse even without using the Qi explosion art. If he used the Qi explosion art, it would be even more terrifying. Although it would consume true Qi, Ling Xiao cultivated the Qi recovery art, so he could ensure that his true Qi would not be consumed too much. Moreover, using the Qinggong movement technique was also a form of cultivation. Not long later, Ling Xiao had already arrived at the outskirts of the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. He did not dare to enter too deep into the forest. If he encountered a ferocious demonic beast or even a beast king, he would not be able to survive even if he had 10 lives. Anyway, he only had 2 goals for coming here this time. One was to do an experiment to see if he could plant and raise demonic beasts in the mountain and river diagram. The other was to collect materials for refining pills. The Ling family's medicine hall had a master who specialized in refining pills and refining pills. As long as you provided the materials and paid a certain amount of labor, he would refine pills for you. Of course, the prerequisite was that you had to be a disciple of the Ling family. The moment he entered the forest, Ling Xiao suddenly smiled. This was because he discovered another benefit of the mountain and river diagram. On the mountain and river diagram, a patch of clouds dispersed and a forest appeared. Upon closer inspection, it was not difficult to see that this was the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. However, the Dragon Submission Mountain Range displayed on the map was only about a kilometer in radius with Ling Xiao as the center. If it was just a map, there would be nothing to be surprised about. The key was that there were a few options on the map. Herbs. Beasts. Demonic beasts. Humans. These options could be selected. Once selected, it would be displayed on the map. The herbs would appear as green dots. After clicking on them, one would be able to see what kind of herb it was. There would be a simple display of information. Beasts would appear as yellow dots. Demonic beasts would appear as red dots. After clicking on them, one's level would be displayed. Humans would appear as white dots. After clicking on them, one would also have a simple analysis of the data. However, it was not as detailed as demonic beasts. Seeing this, Ling Xiao was so excited that he wanted to laugh out loud. He felt more and more that his mountain and river martial soul was magical. This map seemed to encompass the entire world. However, it would only be displayed when certain events were triggered. However, excitement aside, he did not forget what he was here for today. Since there was such a display, it would be convenient. Ling Xiao's main target was the herbs and demonic beasts that were level 3 and below. It's starting. Ling Xiao checked on one of the green dots. Then, he leaped into the air and dashed towards the green dot. The plant displayed by the green dot was a plant called Heavenly Vanilla Herb. This herb was the most important herb to concoct the Meridian Shielding Pill. However, the troublesome thing was that this herb basically grew on cliffs that were tens of meters or even hundreds of meters high. If it was in the past, would Ling Xiao have collected it himself? He did not even dare to think about it. Done. Holding the Heaven Vanilla grass in his hand, Ling Xiao was extremely excited. This was because the price of the Heaven Vanilla grass was not cheap in the market. Just one stalk would cost 10 taels of silver. And refining a Meridian Shield Pill would require 20 stalks of Heaven Vanilla grass. There were quite a lot of Heaven Vanilla grass nearby. Ling Xiao might as well go all the way. He plucked all the mature Heaven Vanilla grass and dropped them on the ground. He entered the mountain river diagram. He did not forget the purpose of his visit this time. A medicinal herb like the Heaven Vanilla grass could only be used within 2 hours of harvesting in order to maximize its medicinal effects. Although it could still be used after a long time, the medicinal effects would be much worse. If the mountain river diagram could really grow it, then it would be wonderful. Welcome mountain river ruler once again into the mountain river diagram. This is the world of the mountain river martial spirit. The residents of the mountain river martial spirit are proficient in various skills. Some of them are good at farming, some are good at animal husbandry, some are good at alchemy. Xianxia, who had just entered the small village in the mountain river diagram, suddenly heard a voice in his mind. However, when he went to look for someone, he did not see anyone talking to him. In short, there's nothing you can't think of that they won't do. As the mountain river diagram continues to level up, you will receive more help. Currently, the mountain river diagram is at level 2 and can only recruit level 2 farmers and level 2 herdsmen. In addition, after the mountain river diagram reaches level 2, a shop will appear. The mountain river ruler can use these shops to buy the items he needs, including weapons, pills, treasures, tools and so on. All goods are divided into 5 grades: ordinary grade, premium grade, precious grade, immortal grade, and divine grade. According to the grades, the effects are also different. Currently, the mountain river diagram is already at level 2. The shop will be opened. The first time the shop is opened, it will be given a chance to draw a prize. As the martial artist's level increases, the mountain river martial spirit will become stronger. At the same time, the mountain river diagram's level will also increase. Under normal circumstances, it will correspond. For example, if the mountain river ruler is at the second level of the martial vein, the mountain river diagram will be at level 2. The higher the level of the mountain river diagram, the more types of goods you can buy and the higher the grade. At the same time, the more powerful the mountain river residents you can recruit. In the end, they might even be able to recruit top-notch existences from various industries, martial gods, medicine gods, craftsman gods, and so on. Xianxia, who was a little dumbfounded by the series of notifications, came back to his senses after a while. He hurriedly opened the mountain river map store to take a look. There were only 12 items in total, and they were refreshed every 4 hours. Currently, the goods in the store were mainly farm tools. For example, a common grade hoe, its weeding efficiency increased by 10%, and its lifespan increased by 10%. Another example would be the premium grade sickle. Its harvesting efficiency would be doubled, its lifespan would be doubled, and its energy consumption would be halved. These should be used in the mountain and river diagram. If they were given to the farmers to use, they would definitely be able to get twice the result with half the effort. However, things weren't over yet. This is the first time the mountain river dominator has used the recruitment function. You may now recruit level 2 farmers and level 2 herdsmen. You may also purchase common goods. The first recruitment will not consume anything, but you can only recruit 2 people. Please choose. As the voice sounded, Xianxia saw 2 cards appear on the mountain and river painting. The cards depicted farmers and herdsmen. They were drawn in a landscape style and were very beautiful. The cards also showed the special effects of the level 2 farmer and level 2 herdsman. Level 2 farmer, agricultural production efficiency increased by 10%, agricultural production quality increased by 10%. Level 2 herdsman, livestock production efficiency increased by 10%, livestock production quality increased by 10%. In other words, if you planted herbs in the mountain and river diagram, not only would the production efficiency increase, but the quality of the herbs produced would also increase. Similarly, it was the same for raising animals. Xianxia excitedly chose a level 2 farmer card and a level 2 herdsman card. He planned to plant some herbs and raise a few animals at the same time. He would slowly familiarize himself with this function. If it was really useful, he would invest more in it in the future. Greetings to the mountain and river ruler. Please assign the task. After choosing the recruitment option, white smoke flew in front of him. Soon, 2 people appeared. One was dressed as a farmer, about 30 years old. The other was dressed as a herdsman, also about 30 years old. However, the farmer was a human, and the herdsman didn't look like a human. They looked like the minotaur that Xianxia had seen in the mountain and river diagram before. Of course, regardless of whether it was a human or a minotaur, Xianxia could understand what they said. However, he didn't know if others could understand them. Xianxia let the minotaur group herdsman rest first. In any case, he hadn't caught a demon beast cub yet. Then, he gave the heaven vanilla he collected to the human farmer and instructed, plant these heaven vanilla. Remember, don't spoil them. These herbs are very precious. Understood, mountain and river ruler. After the farmer received the order, he went to work. At first, Xianxia was still a little worried, so he followed him to observe. After a while, he was completely relieved. This was a profession. If he were to plant the heaven vanilla, he estimated that not more than half of the heaven vanilla could survive. However, the level 2 farmer had planted all of them, and the speed was very fast. Xianxia was now looking forward to the future. If this continued, he might be able to directly recruit alchemists in the mountain and river diagram in the future. In that case, he wouldn't have to look at other people's faces when refining pills. He could even forge weapons, tools, and the like, all of which could be done in the mountain and river diagram. He wasn't in a hurry to leave the mountain and river diagram because there were some things that he had to understand in detail. Recruiting people or buying goods in the mountain and river diagram required mountain and river coins. Mountain and river coins could be exchanged through real-life currency. For example, if Xianxia received 100 taels of silver in real life, he could choose to use it himself or exchange it for mountain and river coins. According to the ratio, 10 taels of silver could be exchanged for 1 mountain and river coin. Recruiting a level 2 farmer or level 2 herdsman would require 10 mountain and river coins, which was equivalent to 100 taels of silver. It was really not cheap. However, the effect was also very shocking. Xianxia didn't feel like he was losing out. Moreover, because the mountain and river diagram's level was relatively low, there were only 2 types of residents recruited, and their levels were only level 2. If his cultivation continued to increase, the mountain and river diagram's level would also continue to increase. Then, not only would the types of residents be recruited increase, but their levels would also increase. At that time, his efficiency would naturally be higher. Thinking of this, Xianxia was full of motivation. He had one more reason to increase his strength. Oh right, I almost forgot that the first time I opened the shop, they gave me a chance to draw a lottery. Let's see what good things I can get. It would be great if I could get pills. That's what I need the most right now. The lottery method was the most common big wheel. There were all kinds of items on the wheel, including farming tools, weapons, cultivation techniques, pills, and so on. Once the numinous Sky Hall set up the lottery wheel, it immediately spun faster. To be honest, what he wanted the most now was pills. But if he could draw something interesting and useful, that would be a good thing. There were many things on the wheel that Xianxia was interested in. For example, there was a mid-level skill called 100 Steps Flying Sword Technique. Such a skill was not even in the Ling family's library, and could be said to be extremely rare. Looking at the description of the skill, it seemed that after mastering the 100 Steps Flying Sword Technique, one could behead a person from hundreds of meters away. It felt even more powerful than a bow and arrow. A bow and arrow could not be controlled. Once it was shot, it would be shot out. But this 100 Steps Flying Sword Technique could be controlled. As long as one cultivated Gang Chi, even if the flying sword was shot out, one could still control its speed and flight path. That was awesome. 100 Steps Flying Sword. Pills. 100 Steps Flying Sword. Pills. These were the 2 things that Xianxia wanted the most at the moment, so when the wheel spun, he couldn't help but shout, hoping to get it smoothly. Beautiful. It's the 100 Steps Flying Sword Technique. Xianxia jumped up excitedly. Although this 100 Steps Flying Sword couldn't increase one's cultivation base, the increase in one's battle prowess was too great. Just imagine, before others even got close to you, you could use your flying sword to take their life. That was truly incomparable. Congratulations to the Mountain River Ruler for drawing the mid-level skill 100 Steps Flying Sword Technique. Because this is your first time using the lottery function, you are rewarded with a flying sword. This was an unexpected surprise. Xianxia looked at the description of the flying sword, Breeze Sword, Fine Flying Sword. Can only be used to perform flying sword martial arts. Increase flying speed by 20%. Increase the power of the skill by 20%. Note, an item obtained from the Mountain River space. The special effect is only effective for the Mountain River Ruler. If given to others, the special effect will disappear. In addition, after an item is stolen, one can obtain the exact same item from the mountain river diagram. There is no limit to the number of times. Ling Xiao could understand this remark. That was to say, even if this sword was snatched away by someone else, it would just be an ordinary sword. It would not increase the flying speed or the power of the cultivation method. This wasn't a bad idea. After all, Ling Xiao wasn't able to protect what belonged to him right now. Perhaps someone else would snatch the flying sword away from him. But so be it. It was just an ordinary steel sword. There was nothing to feel sorry about. Anyway, the mountain and river diagram would compensate him again. Therefore, there was no need to worry at all. However, this clear wind sword clearly corresponded to a flying sword type of martial arts. For example, the 100 steps flying sword technique was one of them. It should have a single purpose, but even so, it was enough. Ling Xiao was not a greedy person. With these, his battle prowess would definitely increase by a lot. Now that he encountered Ling Chong, he did not even need to make a move. Ling Chong would die on the spot with just a flying sword. After obtaining the 100 steps flying sword technique, Ling Xiao temporarily put down his other work. After he exited the mountain and river diagram, he found a quiet place to start cultivating this intermediate level cultivation method. It was different from other martial arts. Although the 100 steps flying sword technique also had 9 levels to reach perfection, it only had one move, and that was the flying sword. After all, it was only an intermediate level cultivation method. You couldn't expect it to be too awesome. After spending 2 days, Ling Xiao cultivated the 100 steps flying sword technique to the perfection of the 9th level. With the analysis and practice of the mountain and river martial spirit, it was too easy to cultivate this kind of single-move martial art. The most obvious feeling was that the higher the level of the 100 steps flying sword technique, the faster the flying sword would be and the more powerful it would be. After reaching the perfection of the 9th level, killing a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein should not be a problem. Unless the opponent cultivated some kind of powerful defensive cultivation method. Suddenly, Ling Xiao heard a sharp cry from the sky. He raised his head and saw that it was a peak level 2 demonic beast, the Black Eagle. In the past 2 days, this was not the first time the Black Eagle had circled above Ling Xiao's head. It seemed to be looking for an opportunity to kill Ling Xiao. With it around, Ling Xiao had been very depressed for the past 2 days. He had no choice but to change a few places and almost went berserk. Today, this beast actually dared to come again. It was a good time to test the power of the 100 steps flying sword. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao stood up. Holding the clear wind sword in his hand, he activated the true qi in his body and circulated the 100 steps flying sword technique. Whoosh, the clear wind sword turned into an afterimage and tore through the air. The sharp whistling sound pierced through the air and approached the circling Black Eagle at an extremely fast speed. Compared to bow and arrow, the advantage of the 100 steps flying sword was that he did not need to aim. As long as he locked onto the target, unless the opponent blocked or dodged, he would definitely be able to hit. The flying sword's speed was too fast. When the Black Eagle discovered it, it was already too late to dodge. A white light pierced through its body and blood splattered everywhere. I didn't hit a vital point. This was the first time Ling Xiao had used the 100 steps flying sword, so he was still a little unfamiliar with it. Although the sword pierced through the Black Eagle, it did not hit a vital point. After all, that thing was a peak level 2 demonic beast that was equivalent to a peak level 2 martial vein martial artist. If it was not a vital point, this sword would not have taken its life. The Black Eagle was furious and swooped down. It was obvious that it wanted to fight Ling Xiao to the death. However, the Black Eagle's brain was not as good as a human's. It did not know that the 100 steps flying sword was a round trip, release, take it back. This was only one attack, thus, when the Black Eagle swooped down, the clear wind sword had already returned. This time, it directly pierced through the Black Eagle's head. This was not controlled by Ling Xiao. Before he could control earth energy, the energy in his body could not be released. Instead, it was because the Black Eagle had shifted its position, causing the flying sword to follow the original path and pierce through its head. Luck. Ling Xiao could not help but let out a sigh of relief. It seemed that cultivating was one thing, but actual combat was another. In the past 2 days, when he was cultivating the 100 steps flying sword technique, he used rocks or trees as his targets. These were all fixed targets, so it was naturally easy to hit them. It seemed that if he wanted to completely master the 100 steps flying sword technique, he would have to try attacking demonic beasts. There were many valuable materials on the Black Eagle. If he were to sell them in the market, he would be able to sell them for at least 1,000 taels. After all, this was a peak level 2 demonic beast. Its blood and bones could be used to refine pills. After throwing the Black Eagle's corpse into the mountain river diagram, Ling Xiao carried the clear wind sword and used soaring cloud steps to search the dragon submission mountain range. What he wanted to find was the young of a demonic beast. Of course, he could also kill a few demonic beasts that were level 3 and below and sell them for money. After all, selling cultivation technique manuals was a little too eye-catching. Basic martial arts and low-level martial arts were still fine, but once he sold middle-level martial arts, it was impossible not to be discovered. Eh? That's the Black Eagle's fledgling. When Ling Xiao killed the Black Eagle previously, he was wondering if it would leave its fledgling behind. Thus, he purposely searched the area where the Black Eagle usually circled. As expected, he found a bird's nest on a cliff. There were 4 fledgling birds inside. Ling Xiao did not say anything and placed them into the mountain river diagram, then handed them over to the level 2 herdsman to help raise them. After finding the Black Eagle chick, Ling Xiao did not stop his search. There was only one type of herb and one type of demonic beast. It was obviously not enough. Heavenly Star Flower, one of the ingredients to refine the breakthrough pill. Double-winged snake, its gallbladder is an important ingredient to refine the heart protection pill. It is a peak level 1 demonic beast when it matures and is highly poisonous. Qi transformation fruit, the main ingredient to refine the breakthrough pill. Wolverine, its bones can be used to refine the Vajra pill. It is a normal level 3 demonic beast when it matures. In the process of searching for herbs and demonic beasts, Ling Xiao also began to try to cultivate 2 intermediate movement techniques at the same time. 3 days later, these 2 intermediate movement techniques had been cultivated to the great perfection stage. Ling Xiao directly activated the second step of the soaring cloud steps. Then, he continued to practice. After reaching the second step of the soaring cloud steps, his speed had far surpassed that of a martial artist of the same level. Even a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein was not as fast as him. If he used the Qi explosion art, even if he met a martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein, he could still easily escape. As for the 100 steps flying sword technique, it was often used when hunting demonic beasts. Therefore, in these 3 days, he could almost use the 100 steps flying sword technique to the point of perfection. He could freely retract and release it, and when locking onto a target, it was even more accurate. If he were to meet that Black Eagle again, there would definitely be a situation where he was unable to hit its vitals the first time. He would definitely be able to kill it with one strike. For 3 consecutive days, he continuously cultivated his movement technique and the 100 steps flying sword technique. Because he had to circulate the Crimson Sun skill every time, it also allowed the Crimson Sun skill to advance rapidly. He had already cultivated it to the 9th level, close to the great perfection stage. Of course, other than the increase in strength, there were also many other gains. Other than the demonic beasts that were worth 20 to 30,000 taels of silver, his mountain river diagram already had 10 types of medicinal herbs and 3 types of demonic beast cubs. If it wasn't for the fact that there were few farmers and herdsmen, he would have chosen to stay here for a few more days. However, it was time to return. The materials were more or less collected, so it was time to use them to refine pills. After all, the most important thing was to raise his strength to the 3rd level of the martial vein. This was extremely important for the annual grand competition that was about to begin. If there was anything to be regretful about, it would be that he had not seen a single peak rank 3 demonic beast in the past few days. It couldn't be helped. He really didn't dare to venture into the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range alone because it was far too dangerous. If he were to lose his life, it really wouldn't be worth it. Roar. Just as Ling Xiao was about to leave, he suddenly noticed a huge red dot on the mountain river diagram. Then, he heard a howl that was enough to shake his blood and qi. Level 4 Demonic Beast, Howling Moon Wolf. Ling Xiao opened that big red dot to take a look and was shocked. Hurry up and run. Peak level 3 demonic beasts can be dealt with, but don't even think about level 4 demonic beasts. That is definitely not something a martial artist at the peak of the second layer of the martial vein can deal with. Get lost. We lured this howling moon wolf out from the mountains. Just as he was about to leave, he saw a group of youths surrounding him. There were roughly 12 or 13 of them, and none of them were weak. The strongest of them should be on par with Ling Yixue. They were both at the peak of the third level of the martial vein. Get lost? I didn't want to snatch this thing from you. Don't you know how to speak? Ling Xiao frowned and said. I am Li Xingyun. Junior brother offended you just now. I hope you can forgive me. How should I address you? This person's attitude is not bad. Li Xingyun? Oh right, isn't this the genius disciple from the Tianfeng city's Li family? I am Ling Xiao. Don't mind it. I am leaving anyway. Originally, Ling Xiao was a little annoyed, but this Li Xingyun was still considered polite, so he didn't take it to heart. So. You are a disciple of the Ling family. It is fate that we met. This howling moon wolf is strong. Why don't we deal with it together? You will naturally have a share of the harvest. Li Xingyun smiled. No need. I am afraid of death. Ling Xiao waved his hand and turned to leave without any reluctance. Humph, coward. I have never heard of this name Ling Xiao. He is probably just an ordinary disciple. Senior brother Xingyun, why are you wasting your breath on him? If it were Ling Feng, Ling Taizhou, Ling Yixue, it would be fine. Enough, stop talking. The howling moon wolf is coming. Quickly set up the trap and prepare to attack. Li Xingyun waved his hand. Although he was only 15 or 16 years old, he had the demeanor of an expert. When Ling Xiao was about 200 to 300 meters away, he stopped. He was very interested in how the Tianfeng city's Li family, one of the 4 major families, would deal with this howling moon wolf. A class 4 demonic beast was equivalent to a martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein. It could already use earth energy. The Li family's disciples set up the trap, leaving only Li Xingyun as bait. The rest of them hid and waited for the howling moon wolf to enter the trap. However, they had underestimated the howling moon wolf's strength. Awoo! When the howling moon wolf rushed over, it opened its mouth and howled. A blade-shaped earth energy flew out from its mouth and scraped the ground. The traps that were set up were all destroyed. Not good, this guy is too strong and very cunning. We are no match for it. Retreat. Li Xingyun only wanted to test how strong a class 4 demonic beast would be when he was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. However, he obviously did not expect the class 4 demonic beast to be so strong. It was completely unexpected. Only he could withstand a few attacks. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be killed by the blade-shaped earth energy. Ah! Just as he finished speaking, someone was already cut in half at the waist. That person was a martial artist at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial vein. He was hiding behind the tree. Who knew that after the tree was cut in half, even he would be killed? This time, the Li family's disciples panicked and fled in all directions. Some of them were even accidentally tripped by the roots of the tree. This is the terror of a class 4 demonic beast. Ling Xiao, who was hiding in the dark, did not have the intention to laugh at the Li family's disciples. If it were him, he would also have to flee in such a sorry state. Everyone, don't panic. I'll block him first. You guys quickly retreat. At the critical moment, Li Xingyun acted like a character. He did not turn around and flee. Instead, he shook the long sword in his hand and pointed it at the howling moon wolf. The blade-shaped gang chi that had attacked him earlier had been blocked by his sword. This also made him aware of the gap between him and a class 4 demonic beast. It was impossible to win, but perhaps he could hold on for a while. It had to be said that Ling Xiao was somewhat impressed by this Li Xingyun. Such a person was much more brilliant than Ling Fei, Ling Chong, and Ling Feng. Perhaps only Ling Yixue could be mentioned in the same breath as him. Gale sword! Li Xingyun shouted angrily. He kicked the ground and flew out. His long sword was pointed at the Howling Moon Wolf's throat. No matter what demonic beast it was, the throat was always the weakest part. Li Xingyuan obviously knew this. Gale sword, that should be a high-level sword technique. This Li Xingyun was indeed a genius of the Li family. He was actually able to obtain a high-level sword technique. It seemed that he was also someone who was focused on grooming. Senior brother Xingyun, you can do it. Kill that evil creature. Seeing Li Xingyun's attack, the Li family's disciples who were panicking suddenly stopped and began to shout. What a bunch of troublemakers. Why aren't you running now? It would be strange if Li Xingyun didn't die from anger. Ling Xiao was speechless as he watched. He knew very well that although Li Xingyun was powerful, he could only temporarily delay the Howling Moon Wolf's attack in order to let the rest of the Li family's disciples escape. Slash! Li Xingyun's sword pierced the Howling Moon Wolf's body. However, it could only penetrate half an inch before it could no longer penetrate. The level 4 beast's terrifying defense and the hardness of its bones were comparable to Li Xingyun's sword. Awoo! The Howling Moon Wolf howled in pain and shot out another Gangqi blade. Li Xingyun hurriedly pulled out his sword to block the attack, but he was still hit. Although he had cultivated a defensive cultivation technique and was not seriously injured, the wound was still quite scary. Coupled with the force of the Gangqi blade, he could not stabilize his body and was sent flying before crashing into a tree. This injury was nothing to a peak level 3 martial vein martial artist, but in a fight between experts, life and death was a hair's breadth away. He was already inferior to the Howling Moon Wolf. Now that he was knocked down, the Howling Moon Wolf would not let go of this opportunity. It jumped up and pounced on him. Senior Xingyun. When the Li family disciples saw this situation, they were all frightened to the point of being terrified. There were even some who directly covered their eyes. Zeng. Li Xingyun was about to die under the Howling Moon Wolf's bloody mouth. Suddenly, a sword ray flew past the obstacles and hit the Howling Moon Wolf. Awoo! The Howling Moon Wolf let out a hysterical cry. The sound was so ear-piercing that it caused a few Li family disciples to foam at the mouth and faint on the spot. The surrounding grass and trees rustled as if they were frightened by the howl. The Li family disciples looked over in shock and realized that the sword ray had flown away. The wound on the Howling Moon Wolf's forehead had obviously deepened. This sword ray happened to hit the wound that Li Xingyun left on the Howling Moon Wolf's forehead. The sword ray flew back and forth. In an instant, when the Howling Moon Wolf tried to find the attacker, it realized that there was no one. At this moment, Li Xingyun took the opportunity to escape. He was a smart person. He knew that someone was helping him. No matter who it was, he had to save his own life first. However, the Howling Moon Wolf would not let him go so easily. Since it did not find the attacker, the Howling Moon Wolf blamed all its hatred on the Li family disciples. It chased after them crazily. Ah! Ah! Screams rang out continuously. In just an instant, 2 Li clan disciples had already died. Although Li Xingyun wanted to stop the Howling Moon Wolf, there was nothing he could do. He had lost too much blood and was already feeling dizzy. It seemed that all the Li clan disciples present today were about to be slaughtered. Suddenly, the sword light appeared again. Zing! It still accurately pierced the same wound as before. Roar! No matter how strong the Howling Moon Wolf was, it was only a class 4 demonic beast. Ling Zhao's 100 steps flying sword had already been cultivated to the peak of the 9th level. With the addition of the clear wind sword's power and the explosive chi art's power, he was able to stab the wound twice. No matter how hard his bones were, they were still pierced. Of course, trying to kill the Howling Moon Wolf with this alone was still a bit wishful thinking. However, the Howling Moon Wolf was out in the open. Ling Xiao was in the dark, continuously releasing the 100 steps flying sword. Every time he released it, he would change his position. When the Howling Moon Wolf reached his position, it could only howl angrily at the sky. When the Howling Moon Wolf set its target on Ling Xiao, the Li clan disciples had already started to retreat. They had just witnessed the terror of the Howling Moon Wolf. If they did not escape now, they would not have the chance to do so later. Let's go, senior brother Xingyun. Regardless of who attacked, we managed to escape with our lives today. Seeing that Li Xingyun was still reluctant to leave, everyone started to urge him. Li Xingyun replied with an but he was obviously reluctant to leave. The Howling Moon Wolf's aura was obviously much weaker and it looked like it was about to die. It would be a pity to leave just like that. To be honest, the wound on the Howling Moon Wolf was left by him at the beginning. Roar. At this moment, the Howling Moon Wolf suddenly howled and turned around to escape into the depths of the forest. Ha ha ha, I'll torture you to death. Amidst the laughter, a figure chased in the direction of the Howling Moon Wolf. When Ling Xiao executed Soaring Cloud Steps, his speed was definitely much faster than Howling Moon Wolf, who had lost too much blood and whose footsteps were unsteady. The Howling Moon Wolf was full of treasures, worth more than 40 to 50,000 silvers. He could not let his hard work go to waste. After all, he did not save Li Xingyun because he wanted to save him. In the end, it was because he saw a chance to kill the Howling Moon Wolf. Isn't that the Ling clan disciple from earlier? Someone recognized Ling Xiao. Yes, I think his name is Ling Xiao. This guy's movement skills are terrifying, how can he be so fast? The flying sword technique just now should be used by him. Where did he get that martial art skill from? I've never heard of the Ling clan having such a sword technique. If not for him, we wouldn't have lost so many people. That's right, if senior brother Xingyun did not stab the Howling Moon Wolf first, with just him? Among the Li clan disciples, there were clearly some who were stronger than Ling Xiao who were dissatisfied. Among these people, other than Li Xingyun who was at the peak of the third level of the martial vein, there were 3 others who were at the same level. They naturally looked down on Ling Xiao and felt that Ling Xiao had taken advantage of them. But that's fine too. After he kills the Howling Moon Wolf, we'll take advantage of him. A Ling clan disciple at the third level of the martial vein sneered. Li Xingyun's face was cold, and it seemed like he had the same idea. This isn't taking advantage of him. We were the ones who lured the Howling Moon Wolf out to kill. No one asked him to do it. Someone else said. Awoo. At this moment, a wail came from a few hundred meters away. Everyone could tell that it was the last wail before death. It's dead? Let's go. Let's go take a look. Li Xingyun waved his hand and everyone followed. Although 3 people had died, there were still 10 of them. Of course, they were not afraid of Ling Xiao. Not far away, Ling Xiao wiped the sweat off his forehead and sat cross-legged on the ground. He was using the Qi recovery technique to recover his true Qi. In order to kill the Howling Moon Wolf, Ling Xiao had continuously used the Qi explosion technique, which consumed a lot of his true Qi. Now that he had finally killed it, his true Qi was almost depleted. He was worried that the Li clan disciples would come looking for trouble, so he was not in a hurry to clean up the scene. Instead, he was anxious to recover his true Qi. If the other party came looking for trouble, he would be prepared. Other than the Qi recovery technique, he was also chewing on a kind of herb. This was the herb used to refine the Qi recovery pill. Although the effect was definitely much worse than the Qi recovery pill, it was better than nothing. This time, he could only say that he was lucky to be able to kill the Howling Moon Wolf at the peak of the second level of the martial vein. If not for the wound caused by Li Xingyun's sword, his attack would not even be able to break through the Howling Moon Wolf's defense. Although he was not convinced, this was the reality. The difference in cultivation level was too great. Even if one's cultivation method was powerful, it would be difficult to make up for that difference. It seemed that it was urgent to raise his cultivation level. A moment later, the Li clan disciples arrived at the scene. The leader was Li Xingyun. Brother Ling, this Howling Moon Wolf was discovered by us, and we were also the ones who lured it out. Since Brother Ling helped to kill it, we will naturally give Brother Ling some things as compensation. Li Xingyun's words were calm and composed. However, at this moment, in Ling Zhao's eyes, he had already turned from an elegant young master to a pile of stinky sh*t. Senior brother Xingyun, don't waste your breath on him. We don't need to share anything with him. The one who spoke was a young man beside Li Xingyun. He was at the third level of the martial vein. Although he wasn't as strong as Li Xingyun, he was definitely stronger than Ling Xiao. Li Rui. Don't say that. I believe that Brother Ling is a smart man. Li Xingyun was a hypocrite. He wanted the howling moon wolf's body, but he pretended to be a gentleman. It was disgusting. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He just looked at them calmly. To be honest, the only one he was afraid of was Li Xingyun. However, Li Xingyun was injured and his strength was less than half of what it was before. He wasn't afraid of him. As for the others, they were nothing in his eyes. How about it, Brother Ling? What compensation do you need? As long as it's within our acceptable range, we can give it to you. Li Xingyun asked when he saw that Ling Xiao didn't say anything. Ling Xiao spoke up this time. He still needed some time to recover his true qi, so he could buy some time. Li Xingyun didn't seem to know what he was doing. After all, no martial artist below the 3rd level of the martial vein would cultivate the qi recovery technique. Even if they did, the effects wouldn't be good. He was an exception. No one knew that under the influence of the mountain river martial spirit, the effects of all martial arts would increase. Currently, his mountain river martial spirit was at the 1st level. The increase in effect was 10%. Brotherly, how should we split it? Li Xingyun rubbed his chin and said, how about this? There are 13 people here today, including you. If we split it according to the number of people, you won't get 10%. However, since Brother Ling has contributed, we might as well take a loss and give you 10%. We'll split the remaining 90%. How about that? Give him 10%? That's too easy for him. 3 of our brothers died, and we still need to compensate them. Li Rui said unhappily. Yes, that's too much. Why should he take 10%? The other Li family disciples agreed with Li Rui. Not even 10%? Hee, I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen someone as shameless as you. Ling Xiao was amused. He thought that Li Xingyun was shameless enough, but he did not expect others to be even more shameless. Brat, if you don't want it, then forget it. We are being kind by giving you some. So what if we don't? Li Rui sneered, his face full of disdain and mockery. In any case, they had the advantage in numbers, and several of them were obviously stronger than the other party. What was there to fear? In the first place, the Tianfeng city's 4 great clans were competing with each other. Even if they didn't give it to him, so what? Really? Originally, I thought that since some of you died, I wanted to share some with you. But now, don't even think about getting a single strand of hair. Ling Xiao was telling the truth. He wasn't an unreasonable person, but since the other party was so shameless, he had no choice but to be merciless. Speak the human language when you see a person, speak the ghost language when you see a ghost. Since you're ungrateful and shameless, then don't blame me, Ling Xiao, for being benevolent. Stinking brat, you're courting death. Li Rui roared, and with a shake of the long sword in his hand, he stabbed it directly at Ling Xiao's throat. He was going to silence him. After all, no one would know that they were the ones who killed someone in this forest. Moreover, they had never heard of Ling Xiao's name, which meant that he was just a lowly disciple of the Ling clan. If they killed him, then so be it. No one would come looking for trouble. Li Xingyun did not stop him. He was injured and could not make a move. However, although Li Rui's strength was slightly weaker than his, it was obvious that he was stronger. It should not be difficult for him to win. Hurricane Sword. The sword technique that Li Rui used with his long sword was the same as Li Xingyun's, an advanced martial art, Hurricane Sword technique. However, in terms of momentum and power, it was obviously weaker than Li Xingyun's. Senior Li Rui's Hurricane Sword technique has been cultivated to the 4th level. Although it's not as good as Senior Xingyun's, that brat won't be able to block it. That brat doesn't know what's good for him. He deserves to die. The disciples of the Li clan were not grateful at all. When they saw that Li Rui was going to kill Ling Xiao, they were all gloating. Was this what a fight between clans was like? It was really cruel. However, they had picked the wrong target to bully today. The ignorant are truly fearless. In the face of the attack, Ling Xiao smiled coldly. He was born a beggar. Since he was young, he knew that there was no such thing as mercy in this world. If someone wanted to kill you, you had to kill them to survive. He had seen this kind of thing many times before. Eh? Li Rui's long sword was about to strike, but Ling Xiao suddenly disappeared without a trace. The rock that Li Rui was sitting on was pierced through by the hurricane sword. Gravel flew everywhere. If it had hit someone, they would have died without a doubt. What kind of movement technique is that? How can he be so fast? All the disciples of the Li clan, including Li Xingyun, were dumbfounded. Ling Xiao was still sitting there a moment ago, and the next moment, he was gone. They had no idea what had just happened. All they saw was a flash, and Li Rui's target was gone. Senior Li Rui, watch out! Ling Xiao appeared behind Li Rui. However, he did not plan to use the 100 steps flying sword. The distance was too close, and the 100 steps flying sword was not as powerful as the meteor punch. Hurricane sword, second style, wind cutter. Li Rui also felt that someone was behind him, so he quickly turned around and tried to force Ling Xiao away. However, Ling Xiao would not give him the chance. I haven't used the 9th style of the meteor punch yet. I'll let you have a taste of its power first. The 9th style of the meteor punch, meteor fall, Ling Xiao did not hold back. He hated this ungrateful person who wanted to kill him at the slightest disagreement. Therefore, he went for the kill. Not only did he use the most powerful style of the meteor punch, but he also used the qi explosion technique. Have mercy! Li Xingyun could clearly feel the power of this punch, and hurriedly tried to stop it. I'm going to die. Li Rui's feeling was even stronger. It was as if he saw a meteor crashing into his body. That terrifying aura made it impossible for him to breathe, and his body could not move. He did not understand. His cultivation was clearly higher than Ling Zhao's, but why was the difference in aura so great? Of course, he did not understand. With the help of the mountain and river martial spirit, the 9th style of the meteor punch under the qi explosion technique had long surpassed the punch of a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. Boom! Ling Zhao's fist landed squarely on Li Rui's body. Crack! The sound of bones breaking rang out. Li Rui was directly sent flying, and crashed heavily into a nearby tree. His head tilted, and he was no longer breathing. Not only that, but his death was not pleasant to look at. His body was almost deformed. All the bones in his body were almost completely shattered. There were burn marks on his body. That was the special effect of the Crimson Sun skill. Senior Li Rui. You killed Senior Li Rui. I'll kill you. Everyone stop. Li Xingyun was furious. He wanted to avenge Li Rui, but he knew very well that no one here was a match for someone who could kill Li Rui with a single punch. Unless he, Li Xingyun, was not injured. Unfortunately, his injuries were not light. If he acted rashly, he would not be any better than Li Rui. The rest of the Li family disciples were suddenly awakened by Li Xingyun's reprimand. They finally understood Ling Zhao's terrifying strength. Senior brother Xingyun, are we just going to let him leave like this? Senior brother Li Rui died for nothing? Although they were afraid of Ling Xiao, the Li clan disciples were still brooding over Li Rui's death. Plus, they had the advantage in numbers, so they always thought they could bully him. If I, Ling Xiao, want to leave, none of you can stop me. Ling Xiao sneered. He carried the Howling Moon Wolf's corpse on his shoulder and swaggered through the Li clan crowd. No one dared to make a move. The scene of Ling Xiao killing Li Rui, a martial artist at the 3rd level of the martial vein, with one punch was still vivid in his mind. They all knew that whoever made the first move would be the one to die. After passing through the crowd, Ling Xiao secretly let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, he had not fully recovered his true qi. After killing Li Rui, if the Li clan disciples really ganged up on him, he would have to run away. But he did not expect these people to be so cowardly that they did not even dare to make a move. This was a great help to him. Leaving after acting tough, so King exciting. Where did this Ling Xiao come from? Looking at his talent, I'm afraid he's not any worse than the genius Ling Yixue. Not only that, even Ling Fifan would not be able to leave like this when he was at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial vein. Li Xingyun's face darkened as he glared at Ling Zhao's retreating figure. No way, senior brother Xingyun, are you talking about Ling Fifan, one of the 4 princes of Tianfeng City? That's right, it's him. Impossible, Ling Fifan reached the 4th level of the martial vein 3 years ago when he was 12 years old. He's a true genius, how could that kid compare to him? The four princes of Tianfeng City were all martial artists who reached the fourth level of the martial vein before the age of 14. They were definitely the role models for all the young people in Tianfeng City. That's right, senior brother Xingyun, you think too highly of that Ling Xiao. If you weren't injured today, Ling Xiao would have died without a doubt. Of course. Although Li Xingyun admired Ling Xiao, he was also confident that Li Rui would not have died today if he had not been injured. By the way, don't tell anyone about what happened today. Just say that Li Rui was killed by the Howling Moon Wolf. Otherwise, we'll all be in trouble. Li Rui's grandfather is an elder of our clan. His grandson was killed by the Ling clan, and we didn't help him. You know what the consequences are, right? Suddenly, Li Xingyun shouted coldly. I understand, senior brother Xingyun. After Ling Xiao left the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, he first made a trip to the market and exchanged all the excess materials for silver. A total of 35,000 taels of silver. This money was a must, because even if he wanted to find the Ling family's medicine hall to help him refine pills, he would still have to pay a service fee. Without money, it would be impossible. Furthermore, the more precious the pill, the higher the labor cost. However, 35,000 taels of silver was more than enough. After that, he went to the auction house and took out the 100 taels of silver that he had earned from the auction of the basic cultivation technique. He still gave the other party 10 taels of silver as a handling fee. All the silver was stored in the mountain and river diagram. This was safer than putting it in a bank. He heard that there was something called a storage ring in this world, but he had never seen it before. Even if there was one, it wouldn't be as useful as his mountain-river diagram. This time, he had no intention of selling any cultivation technique. Now that he had the silver, he could temporarily stop such risky activities to prevent any accidents from happening. After leaving the auction house, Ling Xiao quickened his footsteps and returned to the Ling family, heading straight for the medicine hall. The medicine hall was the place where the Ling family specialized in refining pills and treating injuries. No matter the time, there would always be a lot of people. Hence, it was really difficult to avoid people that he didn't want to see. Just as he arrived at the medicine hall, Ling Xiao realized that Ling Yu and Ling Feng were also rushing over. Ling Yu was still that charming girl. At this moment, she was holding on to Ling Feng's arm. That sweetness really made one jealous. Ling Feng was still dressed in white, looking very suave. Furthermore, his aura seemed to be stronger than the last time they met. He stood there like a treasured sword that had been unsheathed. Hee hee, little beggar, you came to the medicine hall to ask for medicinal drugs again? Ling Xiao discovered Ling Feng and Ling Yu, and they naturally also discovered Ling Xiao. Because no one was hiding from the other. In the past, when he had no money, Ling Xiao would always come to the medicine hall to ask for medicinal drugs, mainly for cultivation purposes. Because of this, he was often mocked and ridiculed. Humph, our northern Han's sage ancestor was also a beggar in the past. A girl with long hair and short knowledge. He coldly snorted and didn't continue to pester her. After throwing down a sentence, he entered the medicine hall. Taking care of his own business was more important. Bickering was truly meaningless. Hee hee, that brat actually dares to compare himself to the sage ancestor. He truly doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I heard that he defeated Ling Chong a few days ago, and also defeated Ling Fei in Qinggong. With such little results, he's already starting to consider everyone else beneath him. Ling Feng coldly said. When it came to considering everyone else beneath him, perhaps the most suitable word to use would be him, Ling Feng. Ling Xiao had never looked down on anyone, including Ling Chong, who had been defeated by him twice in a row. He had always used his full strength. Hee hee, Big Brother Feng is right. The sage ancestor is a genius. What is he? A poor beggar. Ling Yu also giggled, not taking Ling Xiao seriously at all. In her opinion, although Ling Xiao's strength had increased, without money or backing, he still wouldn't be able to make it. Ling Xiao didn't know of the two's discussion. After entering the medicine hall, he directly went to the counter. That was the place to register. In order to break through to the third layer of the martial vein, he needed a breakthrough pill, a heart-protecting pill, and a meridian shielding pill each. In addition, he also needed some qi-converging pills to increase his true qi. In the future, he would have to use them in special situations. If he directly bought them, a breakthrough pill would be 1,000 taels of silver, and a heart-protecting pill and a meridian-shielding pill would be the same price. As for the qi-converging pill, it was slightly cheaper. One pill was 500 taels of silver. Although Ling Xiao could afford it, there was no need for him to spend so much money. He had the ingredients, and after providing them, he only needed to pay 100 silver taels for each of the breakthrough pills, heart protection pills, and meridian protection pills as a service fee. A qi-converging pill would only cost 50 taels of silver as a labor fee. Big brother Feng, this time I should be breaking through to the third layer of the martial vein. You have to give me the breakthrough pill, heart protecting pill, and meridian shielding pill, or else I won't be happy. At this time, Ling Yu and Ling Feng also walked in. Hearing Ling Yu's words, it seemed that she was also preparing to break through. However, this was normal. After all, Ling Yu had already been a martial artist at the second layer of the martial vein for a long time. In addition to Ling Feng's pills, it would be strange if she didn't break through. Little sister Yu, you also know that the annual large competition is about to begin. I have to seize the time to break through to the fourth layer of the martial vein. I need a large amount of breakthrough pills, heart-protecting pills, and meridian-shielding pills. You will have to bear with it for now. Hearing this, Ling Feng didn't plan to spend money for Ling Yu. Right now, he wanted to wholeheartedly break through to the fourth layer of the martial vein. The amount of pills he needed was huge. Although he was also a disciple of the Ling clan, his family's background was not as good as Ling Chong's. Moreover, even Ling Chong couldn't squander money without restraint. For the Ling clan to be able to become one of the 4 great clans of Tianfeng City, the rules were quite strict. Although there would occasionally be people who would violate them, it was only a minority. Alright, then can I buy 2 qi-converging pills? Ling Yu was clearly unhappy as she pouted and said. I'm afraid of you. Alright, you can use the qi-converging pills to consolidate your current cultivation. Ling Xiao had no interest in other people's family affairs, but he was still a little happy inside. When he was still a beggar, Ling Yu bullied him because he had no money and no power. Later, when he entered the Ling family, Ling Yu abandoned him because he had no money and couldn't buy so many pills to improve his strength. Today, he had a huge sum of money in his hands and could come to the medicine hall to buy what he wanted. He wondered how Ling Yu would feel if she heard this. Martial uncle, please give me a heart protection pill, a meridian protection pill, a breakthrough pill, and 10 qi gathering pills. Most of the people in the medicine hall were old people. The one standing behind the counter was Ling Xiao's martial uncle in terms of seniority. Io, isn't this Ling Xiao? I've already prepared today's medicinal drugs for you. This old man was definitely not mocking Ling Xiao, but was genuinely concerned about Ling Xiao. In the past, Ling Xiao would come to collect medicinal drugs almost every day. Before he met this martial uncle, he was always humiliated and made things difficult for him. However, things were different after he met this martial uncle. This old man would always prepare medicinal drugs for him and wait for him to collect them. Martial uncle, I don't want medicinal drugs today. I want breakthrough pills, heart protection pills, meridian protection pills, and qi gathering pills. These are the things I want. Originally, some of the Ling family disciples who came to buy pills or receive treatment thought they had misheard Ling Xiao's words and didn't pay much attention to him. But this time, Ling Xiao said it again. They finally heard it clearly. They all looked at Ling Xiao with strange gazes. He, brother Feng, that pauper actually said he wanted to buy pills. What a joke. Ling Yu couldn't help but laugh. In her opinion, Ling Xiao had really lost his mind. Even she couldn't afford those pills, let alone Ling Xiao. The things he wants add up to 8,000 taels of silver. He really dares to brag. Ling Feng also sneered disdainfully. 8,000 taels of silver, even if it was him, he could only earn that much in a month, and this was only because he had a good father. What was Ling Xiao? How could a mere foreign disciple with a dying old beggar at home have so much money? Little guy, you're rich? The old man behind the counter asked with a smile. Martial uncle, I made a trip to the Dragon Submission Mountain range these few days. I was lucky enough to gather some herbs and even killed a few demonic beasts. I have quite a lot of silver on me now. As he spoke, Ling Xiao took out the materials for the Meridian Shielding Pill, Heart Shielding Pill, and Breakthrough Pill. He handed them over and said, "Martial uncle, here's the exchange method for these 3 pills. As for the Qi amassing pill, just buy it with money." Under the dumbfounded gazes of the crowd, Ling Xiao spent 5,300 taels of silver and 3 sets of alchemy materials to obtain what he wanted. Ling Yu's laughter stopped abruptly. Ling Feng's disdain turned into surprise. Given his strength, how could he enter the Dragon Submission Mountain range and hunt demonic beasts? Ling Yu and Ling Feng were inexplicably shocked. It wasn't just because Ling Xiao had become rich. It was also because Ling Xiao could actually retreat from the Dragon Submission Mountain range unscathed. One must know that although the family didn't have any mandatory rules, they generally didn't recommend martial artists below the 4th level of the martial vein to enter the Dragon Submission Mountain range. If they had to go, they had to maintain a group of at least 10 people. Moreover, they had to be led by a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. More importantly, intelligence was active at the edges. Until today, Ling Feng and Ling Yu had never been to the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Because they had money, they could ask for it from their family and didn't have to risk their lives. At this moment, they felt as though they had been defeated by Ling Xiao and revealed an extremely awkward expression. "Good lad, you've really struck it rich. You've improved. Great, Martial Uncle will get the medicine for you." "Oh right, Martial Uncle, give me another 100 pieces of Jinchuang ointment and 10 bottles of healing pills." Ling Xiao suddenly recalled that if he frequently went to the Dragon Submission Mountain range, he would definitely get injured easily. There were Jinchuang ointment for external injuries and healing pills for internal injuries. Moreover, these things weren't very expensive. Of course, this was only for martial artists. To ordinary people, these things were still sky-high prices. Because one piece of Jinchuang ointment was 1 tael of silver, 100 pieces would be 100 taels of silver. A bottle of healing pills would be 100 pills worth 100 taels of silver. 10 bottles would be 1,000 taels of silver. If this was in the past, Ling Xiao wouldn't even dare to think about it. But now, he could easily buy it. This was the difference between them. "Alright, no problem." After the transaction was completed, Ling Xiao nodded slightly at Ling Feng and Ling Yu before leaving. Then, he smiled. Looking at the 2 liver-colored faces, he was very happy in his heart. However, he didn't laugh at them on the spot. Right now, the most important thing was to increase his strength. Because he knew that his current strength wasn't a match for people like Ling Feng and Li Xingyun. Strength was everything. With strength, there would be dignity and more money. Ling Feng didn't bother with Ling Xiao. Ling Yu, on the other hand, looked at Ling Xiao awkwardly. Something seemed to have changed in his eyes. There was actually a trace of regret in his eyes. "Fine, it's more fun when your strength increases. When it's time for the annual tournament, I'll make you lose wholeheartedly." It was only when Ling Xiao was about to leave the medicine hall that Ling Feng turned his head and forced a smile as he said a few words. However, that smile of his was uglier than crying. Ling Xiao smiled and didn't say anything. Anyway, the annual tournament was about to begin. Saying anything now was unnecessary. After leaving the medicine hall, he went straight home. His grandfather's health seemed to have improved a lot. "You child, you didn't even say goodbye when you went out." His grandfather seemed to be a little angry. "Grandfather, don't be angry. This is 100 taels of silver. In the future, you can buy whatever you want to eat. Now that we have money, we don't have to live like beggars anymore. Also, I plan to renovate this house. Otherwise, we won't be able to live in it when it rains." "Where did you get so much money?" "Grandfather, since I didn't steal or rob, don't worry. Your grandson's strength is advancing very quickly. I reckon that by the time of the annual tournament, breaking through to the 3rd level of the martial vein won't be a problem." Ling Xiao didn't explain further. He threw the 100 taels of silver onto the table and went back to his room to prepare for his breakthrough. These days in the Dragon Submission Mountain range, he had been constantly training and fighting. In fact, his strength could have broken through long ago. The reason why he didn't break through wasn't because he couldn't, but because he purposely suppressed it. Without the heart-protecting pill and vein-protecting pill, breaking through was very dangerous. He didn't want any accidents to happen. Poor people only had one life. Unlike those rich people, even if they were half dead, their families would still save them. But he couldn't. Once he was seriously injured, he wouldn't be far from death. After consuming the breakthrough pill, heart-protecting pill, and vein-protecting pill, Ling Xiao sat cross-legged and started to circulate the Scarlet Sun art, preparing to break through the third martial vein. Needless to say, the power of the breakthrough pill was really ferocious. Just one pill and a terrifying power immediately spread in his dantian. Then, it wrapped around the true qi in his body and rushed towards the third martial vein. No wonder I need the heart-protecting pill and vein-protecting pill. If I didn't have it, this terrifying power might have shattered my heart meridians. The power of the breakthrough pill surprised Ling Xiao. The effects of the heart-protecting pill and vein-protecting pill were also greater than he had imagined. After the true qi increased, the meridians would definitely expand. If he didn't have these two pills, the meridians might have shattered. Hongqi looked through the window at Ling Xiao, who was cultivating inside the house, and couldn't help but reveal a gratified smile. Adopting Ling Xiao back then was probably the best thing he had done. He quietly left and walked into the courtyard. Looking at the stars in the sky, he was already in tears. Your son has grown up and become a talent. I, the old beggar, have not let you down. I only hope that you can be safe and sound. Ling Xiao didn't know what was happening outside the house. He didn't even know that his parents might still be alive. Right now, he only wanted to break through to the third level of the martial vein. He was using the power of the breakthrough pill to continuously break through to the third level of the martial vein. After a night, Ling Xiao suddenly opened his eyes and punched out. Clang! A loud sound rang out. The thick brick wall in front of him was actually smashed into pieces, and a large hole appeared. He could feel that the true energy in his body had increased by an astonishing amount, including his muscles, bones, tendons, and blood. They seemed to have strengthened a lot. This punch had at least 1,000 kilograms of force. This was the strongest power a martial artist below the third level of the martial vein could produce. I didn't expect a breakthrough to be so easy. It seems that the mountain and river martial spirit is indeed extraordinary. Ling Xiao was very clear that although the effect of the breakthrough pill was not bad, it was definitely not as good as this. In the end, his success was inseparable from the mountain and river martial spirit. When he broke through last night, every time he felt that he was about to fail, there would always be a strange force coming from the mountain and river martial spirit to help him break through the obstacles. In addition, he had been suppressing his breakthrough for so many days. It could be said that his strength was on the verge of erupting. Now that he had released it, it would naturally be easier to break through. However, the third level of the martial vein was just the beginning. Although Ling Xiao was excited, he also understood that the current him was at most a first-rate disciple like Ling Fei, Ling Feng, and Ling Taizhou. There was still a gap between them and Ling Yixue and Li Xingyun. Moreover, they could break through to the fourth level of the martial vein at any time. The third level to the fourth level seemed to be only one realm, but there was a world of difference. After all, true energy could not be compared to astral energy. His strength had undergone a qualitative change, and all of his attacks had undergone a qualitative upgrade. It could be said that unless a person at the third level of the martial vein could also use astral energy, it was absolutely impossible to challenge a martial artist at the fourth level of the martial vein. The battle between Li Xingyun and the Howling Moon Wolf was very obvious. What happened? Hongqi heard the loud noise and came over to take a look. He was immediately stunned. I say, child, did something go wrong with your practice? Why did you tear down the house? Grandpa, I've said it before. Now that we have money, we don't need this house anymore. Let's build a new one. The reason why Ling Xiao wanted to become strong, other than not wanting to be bullied, was that he wanted to live a good life. He was tired of living in a house that would leak whenever it rained. Kid, even if we want to build a house, where are we going to live now? Hongqi smiled bitterly. Don't worry, the Ling family has a house for rent. Let's rent it for a while first. It won't be too late to move back when the house here is repaired. Ling Xiao smiled and said, Grandpa, I'll go find a construction team to repair the house for us. After saying that, he ran out excitedly. He had just broken through to the 3rd level of the martial vein, so he was not afraid of encountering trouble. In fact, deep down in his heart, he really hoped that someone would come looking for trouble. That way, he could also test how strong he was now. Just as he left the Ling family's main gate, someone sneakily turned around and ran away from the corner. Senior Xingyun, that guy came out. The person went into a small forest, where Li Xingyun was talking to 2 other middle-aged men. The 2 middle-aged men's strength was on par with Li Rui's. They were both at the 3rd level of the martial vein. Okay, I got it. The 2 of you, here's 100 taels of silver. I don't want him alive, just kill him. After it's done, I'll give you the other 100 taels. Li Xingyun's face revealed a cold smile. Hee, young Master Li, don't worry. We brothers have always been paid to solve problems. We don't know how to do other things, but killing is easy. Ling Xiao left the Ling family and went to the market to find a construction worker. After discussing the matter of building a house, he briskly returned to the Ling family. When he passed by a small forest, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. Friend, since you're here, why are you hiding? He looked at a tree not far away, his gaze sharp and cold. Ha, kid, you're not bad. You actually noticed us. Looks like you're not weak. A voice sounded and 2 people jumped down from the tree. They were both in their 30s and wore black masks. They did not look like Tianfeng City's cultivators, but more like bandits. Black Scarf Bandits? Ling Xiao recognized the attire of these 2 people. This was a group of vicious bandits. They usually operated around Tianfeng City, but because the Tianfeng City's 4 great clans were more powerful, they did not dare to enter the city easily. However, their fierce reputation was not bad. It was said that there were a total of 600 to 700 people, led by 13 leaders. They were called the Black Scarf Bandits because they liked to wear black masks. In addition, this group of people had scimitar tattoos on their arms, so it was easy to recognize them. Kid, since you recognize your grandfather, then don't talk nonsense. Take out all the silver you have and I'll spare your life. Although they accepted Li Xingyun's task, the Black Scarf Bandits were greedy and lustful. They killed people like flies, so they were naturally more willing to maximize their benefits. When the 2 of them spoke, they had already positioned themselves, not giving Ling Xiao a chance to escape. Hee, the clan previously offered a reward of 100 silver taels and 10 contribution points for killing an ordinary Black Scarf Bandit. Since the 2 of you are here, don't go back. Ling Xiao smiled calmly. 100 silver taels was still a large sum to him, but contribution points were even more important. Normally, only cultivators above the 4th level of the martial vein were qualified to accept clan missions and earn contribution points. Not only could contribution points be used to exchange for items in the clan, it could also raise the status of the clan. For thousands of years, the Ling family had always done this. As long as one could earn 100 contribution points, one could go from a 9th-tier family member to an 8th-tier family member. A 9th-tier family member had no allowance and could be chased away at any time, so they could not enjoy the privileges of the Ling family. An 8th-tier family member was different. Not only did they have a monthly allowance, but as long as they did not commit any major mistakes, they would not be chased away and would have the status of a true Ling family member. Ling Xiao had been a beggar since he was young, so he hoped to have a clan to shelter him from the wind and rain. Although he had suffered many grievances in the Ling family, he had also received many benefits. Naturally, he was unwilling to leave. Kid, you are as arrogant as the rumors say. Kill us and get the reward? I'm afraid you won't be able to. Just like the rumors, Ling Zhao's heart skipped a beat. The only outsiders he had met recently were those from the Li family. Could it be that the Black Scarf Bandits were hired by the Li family to kill him? He was smart enough to figure out the gist of what was going on when the other party let the cat out of the bag. He knew that the Li family would not let him go. He was waiting for the Li family to cause trouble at the Ling family, but who knew that there would be no movement at all? Now, he understood. Big brother, don't talk nonsense with this kid. He should have a lot of money on him. After all, that howling moon wolf can be sold for 30 to 40,000. Yes, kill this kid. He must have money on him. The two black scarf thieves looked at each other with greed in their eyes. They attacked from the left and right, waving the long sabers in their hands as they pounced on Ling Xiao. The joint attack of third-level martial vein cultivators was not bad. The blade tore through the air, bringing with it a strong wind. Reckless things. Ling Xiao smiled disdainfully. If it was before his breakthrough, he would have been a little afraid, but today, he could take these two black scarf thieves and get his reward. When the other party attacked, Ling Xiao's feet moved slightly, and he flew up and landed behind the other party. Kid, don't run if you have the ability. Heh, do I need to run? 100 steps flying sword. He suddenly raised his hand and the flying sword on his back shot out like lightning. The clear wind sword turned into a bolt of lightning and directly pierced the throat of one of them. Ah! The scream came to an abrupt end. The black scarf thief stretched out his hand as if to grab Ling Xiao, but his eyes were already unfocused and his pupils dilated. A moment later, he lay on the ground motionless. You killed my big brother, I want your life. The other person did not run. The long saber in his hand contained true qi as he slashed at Ling Xiao with all his might. However, Ling Xiao did not even need to look at this kind of saber technique. This time, he was too lazy to use the 100 steps flying sword technique. He directly moved his feet and flew into the black scarf thief's arms. Then, he punched out. A bull-sized hole appeared on the back of the black scarf thief's heart. You. How is this possible? The black scarf thief who was killed found it hard to understand. They were both at the third level of the martial vein, so how could the difference be so great? At this time, about a few hundred meters away, a pair of eyes were filled with fear. If we don't get rid of this kid, there will be trouble in the future. This speed is too terrifying. This person was Li Xingyun. He had thought that even if the two black scarf thieves couldn't kill Ling Xiao, they could at least severely injure Ling Xiao. At that time, he would be able to make a move and be absolutely safe. Who knew that the result was far beyond his expectations? Ling Xiao's strength was actually not much weaker than his, and his speed had far surpassed his. If it weren't for the fact that he had advanced martial arts, Li Xingyun wouldn't have dared to go against Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao glanced in that direction and smiled disdainfully. Then, he searched the corpses of the two bandits. These two fellows actually had 200 taels of silver and 2 breakthrough pills on them. This was a profit. After taking out these items and placing them directly into the mountain and river diagram, Ling Xiao carried the two corpses like pigs and soared into the air, flying towards the Ling family. Just as he arrived at the Ling family's entrance, the Ling family disciples who used to look down on Ling Xiao all revealed astonished gazes. Hey, isn't that the black scarf thief? It's said that the weakest black scarf thief is at the third level of the martial vein. It shouldn't be him who killed them, right? He's only at the second level of the martial vein. Eh? That's not right. How did Ling Xiao break through to the third level of the martial vein? This is too fast. It's true, what's going on? These people were very clear that more than 10 days ago, Ling Xiao was only at the first level of the martial vein. At that time, anyone could bully Ling Xiao. But now, Ling Xiao was already at the third level of the martial vein. The speed at which he advanced was so fast that it left everyone dumbfounded. There are rumors outside that Ling Xiao entered the Dragon Submission mountain range a few days ago and happened to encounter a heavily injured howling moon wolf and a ground full of medicinal herbs. I also know that the howling moon wolf was injured by the Li family's disciples led by Li Xingyun. It's a pity that the Li family lost 3 or 4 disciples, including Li Rue. When they went back to find help, this kid took advantage of them. How shameless! He's the scum of the Ling family. That's right, if I had the materials from the howling moon wolf and those medicinal herbs, I could also break through. I guess the 2 black scarf thieves also took advantage of him this time. Definitely. Hearing the buzzing of these flies. Not only was Ling Xiao not angry, but he also revealed a proud smile. In the past, no one would notice him. They would only think of him when they wanted to vent their anger on someone. But today, these people's words were filled with jealousy and envy, which made him feel very proud. Although the incident in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range was described in a completely different way, it was fine as long as the Li family didn't come looking for trouble. Now, he was only a 9th-tier family member. If the family said to give up, they would give up. If he could achieve good results in the annual competition or obtain 100 merit points, he would be able to obtain the Ling family's protection. He went to the Good Reward and Evil Hall to hand in the 2 black scarf thieves' corpses and received 200 taels of silver and 20 merit points as a reward. Ling Xiao immediately went to rent a house. In the Ling family, as long as you had money, it was actually very easy to rent a good house. Since he was only staying for a few months, Ling Xiao might as well rent a big house that cost 100 taels of silver a month. There were all kinds of facilities inside. There was a training room, 2 spacious bedrooms, a living room, a courtyard, a kitchen, and even 2 servants. After paying the money, he received the contract. Ling Xiao returned to the old house. At this moment, the construction team had already arrived and started to demolish the old house, preparing to rebuild it. This new house, Ling Xiao did not plan to make it too big. In any case, he could not live here forever. Besides, it was just him and his grandfather. If it was too big, it would be inconvenient to clean. Therefore, 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a training room would be enough. However, the materials must be good. After discussing the matter of the house, Ling Xiao and his grandfather, Hong Qi, moved the things to the rented house with the help of the construction team. After busying himself with all this, Ling Xiao once again entered a state of seclusion. Having a specialized training room was much better than an ordinary bedroom. At the very least, it was safe and would not be disturbed. In addition, the training room usually had a special structure that was able to withstand relatively strong vibrations. Even a force of over 10,000 jin would not be able to break it. This gave Ling Xiao better training conditions. Closing his eyes, Ling Xiao first entered the mountain river diagram to inspect it. The medicinal herbs were growing very well. The few demon beast cubs were also living a happy life. Ling Xiao was a little embarrassed to treat them as medicinal herbs. Congratulations, your mountain river diagram has been upgraded to level 3. You have received a new card, level 3 farmer, level 3 herdsman, level 3 craftsman. Craftsman? That's a new profession. Ling Xiao opened the craftsman card with interest and looked at the introduction. He could not help but laugh in his heart. This is a group of craftsmen who can do anything. They can create all kinds of weapons, equipment, and tools. As their level increases, their ability will also become stronger. Everything created by this group of craftsmen will have special properties. May I ask if you want to summon craftsmen? There's no hurry. Although Ling Xiao had tens of thousands of silver on him and a howling moon wolf's corpse that he had not sold, building a house would cost money. Moreover, he had not thought about what to let the craftsmen do. So, he decided to wait first. What he wanted to do now was to cultivate the ox demon art. He already had the Scarlet Sun art, Bull Strength, Meteor Fist, Chi Explosion art, Chi Recovery art, Fierce Tiger Descends the Mountain, 100 Steps Flying Sword technique, and 2 other intermediate movement techniques that he could devour. Devour continuously, Ling Xiao fed all the martial arts he had learned, except for the Soaring Cloud Steps, to the Ox Demon art. Then, he saw the experience of the Ox Demon art soar. Break through the first level, break through the second level, break through the third level. Finally, it stopped at the 7th level. However, at this time, the name of the Ox Demon art had undergone a subtle change. It had changed from the original Ox Demon art to Ox Demon art, or a condensation. Not only had the name changed, even the introduction text had changed accordingly. Ox Demon art, or a condensation. After the fusion and breakthrough of the Ox Demon art, it contains all the secrets of the inner force cultivation method, movement technique, martial skill, and secret technique. It is invincible under the 6th level of the martial vein and can still dominate under the 9th level of the martial vein. Cultivation requirements: cultivation at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, thick true chi, firm will, strong body, able to withstand the baleful aura entering the body. Cultivating this art can produce astral chi. It needs to be tempered by continuous combat. To increase the realm, it still needs to devour cultivation methods. This cultivation method can produce a strong baleful aura and fuse it with the attack. Although it can't cause any substantial damage, it can make the opponent tremble in fear. In terms of will, it has the upper hand. Seeing this, Ling Xiao couldn't help but become excited. Not to mention anything else, just the fact that it could produce astral chi was enough to make him go crazy. Not to mention, not only could this thing produce astral chi, it could also condense baleful aura, causing double destruction to the opponent's body and mind. This was too ruthless. In other words, even if his cultivation couldn't break through to the 4th level of the martial vein in a short period of time, just relying on the ox demon art, aura condensation was enough to contend against a martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein. He originally thought that after devouring, it would only increase his level. He didn't expect such a fundamental change to occur. The ox demon art itself was a strange art. Previously, it was classified as an intermediate martial art, but in reality, it was much more powerful than an intermediate martial art. Now, after the fusion, it was probably even more powerful than a high-level martial art. It was close to or even at the level of a top-notch martial art. If that was the case, then wouldn't the Scarlet Sun arts and the 100 Steps flying sword technique that he had previously learned be close to or even reach the level of a top-notch martial art after using the ox demon arts, or a condensation? Transcendent martial arts? Just as Ling Xiao was feeling excited over the fact that he could obtain a top-notch martial art, he suddenly discovered that the mountain river diagram had a brief introduction. Top-notch martial arts are the pinnacle of worldly martial arts. However, above the top-notch martial arts are the transcendents. After opening 9 martial veins and reaching the 9th level of the martial vein, there is still the transcendent realm. The 9th level of the transcendent realm is a whole new realm for martial artists. Ling Xiao was naturally not qualified to know such a thing, so when he saw the words on the mountain and river diagram, he was very shocked. He had always thought that the 9th level martial vein was the peak of martial artists. He had always thought that top-grade martial arts were the best martial arts. However, from the looks of it, there was still the transcendent realm above the 9th level of the martial vein. Above the top-notch martial arts were the transcendent martial arts. Transcendent realm, transcendent martial arts, what kind of realm was that? What kind of martial arts was that? As his strength increased, Ling Xiao realized that his horizons had been broadened. In the past, he was limited to the Ling family, and at most, Tianfeng City. The most powerful experts he could see were probably the people from the 4 great families. But now, he suddenly understood that he was just a frog at the bottom of a well. It seemed that he still had to work hard. Inside the training room, there was no day or night. Because there were no windows, they were all illuminated by night pearls. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not know what was going on outside. He had already prepared his own rations and told his grandfather, Hong Qi, not to disturb him. Because he wanted to go into seclusion. He wanted to comprehend the astral energy. That way, he would be invincible below the 3rd level of the martial vein. And if he encountered a martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein, he would have the strength to fight. At the very least, he would not be at such a disadvantage. However, how could comprehending astral energy be so easy? The mountain and river martial spirit could help him correct his cultivation method, but it could not help him gain enlightenment. Many things required an epiphany. This was also why so many martial artists talked about comprehension. He did not know about other places, but there were countless martial artists in Tianfeng City. Even if they were at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, there were more than 1,000 of them in the Ling family alone. The total number was estimated to be more than 10,000. There were so many martial artists at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, but there were not many who could truly break through to the 4th level of the martial vein, comprehend the true chi transformation, and condense astral energy. Most people would be stuck at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein for their entire lives, unable to break through. It was common for them to be unable to comprehend astral energy for their entire lives. This was also the reason why geniuses like Ling Taizhou, Ling Feng, Ling Yixue, and Li Xingyun, who were also at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, had high hopes placed on them. Their comprehension was high and they were young. Naturally, the possibility of them breaking through was very high. But even so, these people had been stuck at this stage for at least a few months. The longest was even a few years, and none of them had broken through. Ling Xiao wanted to break through in a few hours. This plane did not put the true qi transformation into astral energy in its eyes. He had a good habit, and that was, when something couldn't be done, he wouldn't be stuck in a dead end. Instead, he would choose to start from other aspects. The Ox Demon art had already been upgraded to the Ox Demon art, then could the Soaring Cloud Steps also be upgraded? If the Soaring Cloud Steps was upgraded, would it provide more possibilities for condensing astral energy? Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated. He chose the remaining intermediate movement techniques from the cultivation method and began to cultivate. In any case, he planned to go into seclusion this time until the day before the annual competition began. Since he was unable to condense astral energy, improving the Soaring Cloud Steps could also increase his combat ability. Hot blood was very important to a martial artist. However, calmness was equally important to a martial artist. 2 hours later, his Soaring Cloud Steps broke through again, reaching the third step of heaven. He tried to condense astral energy, but he still failed. However, he had a trace of enlightenment. Thus, he continued to improve the Soaring Cloud Steps. 4 hours later, the Soaring Cloud Steps broke through to the fourth step of heaven. He tried to condense astral energy again, but in the end, it still ended in failure. However, during this process, he clearly discovered that a trace of true qi in his body seemed to have reached the level of astral energy. However, he was unable to consolidate it. This meant that his strength was still not enough. At the same time, it also meant that the improvement of the Soaring Cloud Steps was indeed helpful in condensing astral energy. He was not prepared to give up. When his strength had stagnated at the first level of the martial vein, he had not given up. Now that his strength had increased so quickly, he was even more unwilling to give up. 6 hours later, the Soaring Cloud Steps broke through again, reaching the fifth step of heaven. 8 hours later, the Soaring Cloud Steps reached the sixth step of heaven. At this time, the Soaring Cloud Steps in the real world of the mountain river diagram finally underwent a qualitative change. Its name became Soaring Cloud Steps. Soaring Cloud Steps, Flood Dragon is a top-notch movement technique formed from dozens of different movement techniques. When combined with the wondrous Ox Demon arts, condensing aura, it will have a miraculous effect. If it is cultivated to perfection, no one below the 6th layer of the martial vein will be able to match it. Under the 9th layer of the martial vein, it will still be considered a top-notch movement technique. It requires a high-level movement technique as a foundation to continue improving. If combined with aura qi, it can even produce offensive effects. As expected, after the Soaring Cloud Steps reached the 6th layer, it also underwent a qualitative change. Moreover, it seemed to have a special connection with the Ox Demon arts. Now it seemed that the Soaring Cloud Steps and the Ox Demon arts were not separate techniques. They also complemented each other. Aura qi, he had to immediately comprehend aura qi, whether it was the Ox Demon arts, condensing aura or the Soaring Cloud Steps, Flood Dragon, they both required aura qi to display their true effects. However, when he closed his eyes again to comprehend aura qi, he had clearly already transformed the true qi in his 3 martial veins into aura qi. But in the moment when he was about to succeed, he failed at the final step. All of the aura qi dispersed and turned back into true qi. Ling Xiao was very puzzled by this. He sat there thinking for a while, then simply stood up. He could not blindly ponder by himself. He had to find someone who understood aura qi and ask. After all, he was a disciple of the Ling family. He believed that the Ling family would not ignore him. After all, the Ling family was a big forest. There were all kinds of birds. Even if someone like Ling Chong appeared, he might not be that kind of person. For example, that martial uncle of the medicine hall was very good. Thinking of this, he gave up on the idea of continuing his seclusion. Then he left the training room. At this time, he saw his grandfather, Hong Qi, standing there pacing back and forth. He seemed to be very anxious. "What's wrong, grandfather? Did something happen again?" Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. "Child, you came out of seclusion? It's like this. Just now, that martial uncle of your medicine hall came over to drink tea with grandfather and told me something." Hong Qi said, "Tomorrow, grandfather Ling will come out of seclusion." All of the disciples have to welcome him. Must I go? Ling Xiao frowned. In truth, he did not want to join in the fun. There were so many disciples in the Ling clan, so what if he went? Would Grandfather Ling be able to recognize him? That's not it. However, your senior uncle said that every time Grandfather Ling comes out of seclusion, he will give pointers to the disciples. Even if it's just a sentence, it's enough for the disciples to benefit greatly. Hongqi explained. More importantly, if Grandfather Ling takes a liking to him and takes him in as a disciple, his status will be very high. Looks like I really have to go. It would be a lie to say that Ling Xiao didn't want to become Grandfather Ling's disciple. After all, Old Master Ling was the strongest existence in the Ling family. Although he wasn't sure of his exact strength, he was definitely much stronger than the others. More importantly, if she became his disciple, would there still be a problem with resources in the future? After receiving Grandfather Ling's guidance, many things would become much easier for him. Even if he couldn't become Grandfather Ling's disciple, it would still be great if he could gain some enlightenment from Grandfather Ling's guidance. I'll go. Ling Xiao nodded and said, when will he come out of seclusion? Let's go now. He'll probably come out soon. Hongqi was in a hurry because time was too tight. After Ling Xiao heard this, he turned around and left the courtyard without another word. His speed was so fast that it shocked Hongqi. At this moment, there were many disciples gathered in the square outside Grandfather Ling's seclusion area. Other than Ling Xiao, this kind of unrated disciple, there were also top disciples from the Elite Hall and Genius Hall. The Genius Hall disciples were usually out on missions at this time, so there were only 2 or 3 of them. The rest were mostly disciples from the Elite Hall and disciples from the Elite Hall. The top 10 experts of the Elite Hall were all here. This was a very rare scene. TSK, it's so lively today. Those 2 are the monsters of the Genius Hall. Although they are ranked around 100, they are both 4th level martial vein disciples who have comprehended astral energy. We can't compare to those monsters, but we can catch up with the Elite Hall disciples. Did you see that? Ling Yixue, who is currently ranked 2nd, just defeated the 3rd and was promoted to the 3rd place of the Elite Hall. Even Ling Feng is here. The one who was defeated is Ling Qing, right? He's here too. He seems to be ranked 6th. Although the disciples present envied the monsters of the Genius Hall, it was difficult to catch up with them. Therefore, they were talking about the top 10 disciples of the Elite Hall the most. At the very least, there was some hope of catching up. There were thousands of disciples in the Elite Hall, all of whom were at least at the 3rd level martial vein. There were even more unranked disciples, all of whom were below the 2nd level of the martial vein. In the past, Ling Zhao's intelligence was at the bottom of the list. Therefore, it was normal for others to mock and look down on him. Of course, not many people paid attention to him now. After all, no one knew that he had broken through to the 3rd level martial vein. There was no need to pay too much attention to someone at the 2nd level martial vein. If he couldn't enter the top 10 of the Elite Hall, it wouldn't be easy for him to have fans. Among the top 10 disciples of the Elite Hall, Ling Yixue was the only female disciple. In addition, she was naturally beautiful and terrifyingly powerful, so she naturally attracted a lot of attention. Ling Yiheng is here. Ling Yiheng, the current chief disciple of the Elite Hall? The Ling Yiheng who is even more powerful than Ling Yixue? Yes, it's him. This person is amazing. He originally came in through the examination and changed his surname to Ling. I didn't expect him to become the chief disciple of the Elite Hall. He's simply a role model for my generation. Exclamations of surprise rang out. Everyone's attention was drawn to it. Including the monsters of the Genius Hall, they all looked over. Because the chief disciple of the Elite Hall was extremely likely to be promoted to the Genius Hall and become a little monster. In the future, he might be their opponent. Ling Xiao also followed everyone's gaze. What entered his eyes was a male disciple dressed in simple clothes. Looking at his age, he should be 2 or 3 years older than him. His face revealed a simple and honest smile. This was completely different from the arrogant expressions of the Ling family's disciples. Good fellow, he's worthy of being the chief disciple of the Elite Hall. His appearance looks simple and honest, but his body hides a wild beast. Whoever underestimates this guy will definitely suffer a great loss. Ling Xiao had long heard of Ling Yiheng. However, he didn't have the qualifications to talk to Ling Yiheng before. Therefore, to prevent himself from being humiliated, he always kept a distance from the elite hall disciples. Today, they officially met. This was indeed a formidable opponent. At least in his opinion, this Ling Yiheng was definitely more difficult to deal with than Ling Feng and Ling Fei. Ling Yiheng's appearance didn't only attract Ling Zhao's attention. Including Ling Yixue, Ling Feng, Ling Yun, Ling Qing, and Ling Taizhou, these top 10 disciples who wanted to challenge the chief disciple, their eyes all revealed a strong fighting spirit. The chief disciple of the elite hall. This wasn't just an empty title. It was a real benefit. During the training, one would obtain many unexpected benefits. Everyone wanted to obtain this position, but there weren't many who were truly qualified to challenge it. In the elite hall, the top 10 disciples might have the strength to fight, but those who could truly pose a threat to Ling Yiheng were probably only the top 5. Of course, Ling Xiao was an exception. He didn't want to reveal too much strength for the time being. Ling Taizhou is here. He and Ling Feng are the fastest rising disciples in this year's elite hall. Ranked 4th. TSK, this year's annual competition is going to be spectacular. I wonder if he will be a match for Ling Yiheng. First Ling Yiheng, second Ling Yixue, third Ling Feng, and fourth Ling Taizhou. These 4 are all here. It seems that Grandfather Ling doesn't want to miss this. Of course, if he can catch Grandfather Ling's eye and be accepted as an inner disciple, then he will definitely soar. Following the crowd's gaze, Ling Xiao saw a gentle youth with a smile on his face. This person's face was humble, but his eyes were filled with fighting spirit and arrogance. Huh? Isn't that Ling Chong? Could this Ling Taizhou be Ling Chong's cousin? Ling Xiao knew that Ling Chong had a powerful cousin, but he had never seen him before. However, seeing Ling Chong following behind Ling Taizhou like a shadow, if he still couldn't guess who this person was, then he would be too stupid. Ling Xiao saw Ling Chong. Ling Chong also saw Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. I didn't expect you to show your face. When Ling Chong saw Ling Xiao, he couldn't control his anger and roared at Ling Xiao. His roar attracted the gazes of many people. What a joke, I am a disciple of the Ling family. Grandfather Ling has come out, why wouldn't I dare to show my face? Ling Xiao said with disdain. Cousin, this is the bastard who used despicable means to injure me. Ling Chong wanted to rush over, but when he thought of how he lost to Ling Xiao twice, he lost his confidence and hurriedly said to Ling Taizhou. Hee, so your junior brother Ling Xiao. Ling Taizhou revealed a disdainful smile and walked towards Ling Xiao. Senior brother Taizhou. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and said. Hee, Ling Xiao has been making a lot of noise recently. However, when he meets Ling Taizhou, he is still as obedient as a grandson. That's right. This fellow took advantage of the situation in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, causing our Ling clan to lose face. Our good reputation didn't spread, but our bad reputation did. I don't think so. Are the words of the Li family so trustworthy? It's not that the Li family's words are trustworthy, but normally speaking, with Ling Zhao's strength, there's no other possibility other than taking advantage of the situation. That's true. Today, Ling Xiao is out of luck. Even if he kneels down and apologizes, Ling Taizhou will not forgive him. After all, he beat Ling Chong so miserably. The crowd was in a heated discussion. Generally speaking, they didn't like Ling Xiao. In the end, he still looked down on Ling Zhao's strength. At this moment, even the top 10 disciples of the elite hall had noticed the situation here. Ling Taizhou wasn't Ling Chong. He was ranked 4th in the elite hall. It was impossible for Ling Xiao to defeat Ling Taizhou. No one would believe it. Therefore, more people were gloating. There were also some people who didn't care and just wanted to watch the show. Ling Yiheng, who was ranked 1st, seemed to be indifferent to this battle. He closed his eyes and meditated. Ling Yixue was obviously a little worried about Ling Xiao. As for Ling Feng, who was ranked 3rd, he revealed a gloating expression. Ling Feng was very clear about Ling Tieshou's strength. Even he didn't dare to say that he could win for sure. As for Ling Xiao, how was that possible? Ling Yu, who was standing beside Ling Feng, actually clapped her hands and laughed. Hee, this Ling Xiao broke through to the second level of the martial vein by taking advantage of the situation. Today, there's finally someone who can teach this little beggar a lesson. She was probably the person who didn't want Ling Xiao to rise the most. Otherwise, not only would she lose face, but when she thought of how she had bullied Ling Xiao, she was afraid that Ling Xiao would take revenge. Ling Xiao, aren't you very powerful? Why are you so obedient today? Are you afraid? Ling Chong laughed, what a pity, what a pity. Today, with my cousin here, your proud days are over. Junior brother, as the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. Why don't you kneel down and apologize, and this matter will be over? Ling Taizhou walked in front of Ling Xiao. Suddenly, he released an imposing aura, causing the surrounding disciples to involuntarily take a few steps back. They were afraid that they would be caught in the crossfire. Kneel down? Apologize? Everyone could hear that Ling Taizhou was pressuring him. To make a person kneel down and apologize, this was truly an extreme humiliation. How would Ling Xiao deal with it? Would he listen to Ling Taizhou, or would he prepare to be beaten? Senior brother, you're right. As the saying goes, it's better to squash enmity than keep it alive. If Ling Chong is willing to kneel down and apologize to me, I'll pretend that today's matter never happened. Ling Xiao calmly smiled. Suddenly, his aura gushed out. The true qi of the third level of the martial vein began to circulate in his body, as if he had suddenly become a different person. Ling Xiao is courting death. That's not right. How did he break through to the third level of the martial vein? Ling Feng was about to ridicule Ling Xiao for acting recklessly when he suddenly felt Ling Xiao's powerful aura, and his face couldn't help but change. Ling Yu, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but tremble. Too fast. Too terrifying, how did he cultivate? No wonder he's so bold. So he actually broke through. But doesn't this kid understand that even if they're both at the third level of the martial vein, there's still a huge difference in time between people? Ling Feng seemed to be unbearably angry, so he found an excuse to comfort himself. Senior brother Ling Feng's words are right. Actual combat experience and the accumulation of true qi are very important. There's also the level of martial arts. Don't forget, Ling Taizhou has cultivated a high-level martial art. I was almost scared. It seems like Ling Xiao is just a paper tiger. Did you hear that, Ling Xiao? You're not my match. Today, Grandfather Ling has come out of seclusion. I don't want to make things too ugly for you. Obediently admit your wrongs and apologize. Maybe we can still be friends in the future. Ling Taizhou was also a little surprised by Ling Xiao's strength, but he calmed down after a moment. It had been a long time since he had broken through to the peak of the third level of the martial vein. He had cultivated the high-level martial art Giant Spirit Divine Palm for 2 years. It was still very easy to deal with a person who had just broken through. Don't talk nonsense. You don't have to pretend to be sanctimonious. I hate hypocrites like you the most. If you want to avenge your cousin, just come. It's hard to say who will make a fool of themselves. Ever since he met Li Xingyun, he hated hypocrites even more. On the surface, this group of people pretended to be sanctimonious and righteous, but in reality, they were full of evil tricks. Ling Tieshou's expression was extremely ugly. Good. Very good. Since you dare to say that, it means that you're prepared to receive my thunderous wrath, right? You talk too much nonsense. Ling Xiao rubbed his ears and said, Grandfather Ling is about to come out of seclusion. I don't have the time to waste with you. If you want revenge, hurry up and do it. Ha ha ha, interesting. Interesting. Even in the elite hall, no one dares to speak to me like that. Ling Taizhou laughed heartily, revealing a somewhat sinister expression. 10 moves. Within 10 moves, I'll make you kneel here and apologize. I'm afraid you don't have the ability. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Ling Taizhou coldly snorted, and the aura on his body suddenly became even stronger. Vaguely, one could see the shadow of a giant behind him. This ferocious aura was the true essence of the gigantic spirit divine palm. Good aura, much stronger than that trash Ling Chong. Ling Zhao's mind shook. He had to admit that Ling Taizhou was indeed powerful. Standing on the opposite side, Ling Xiao could clearly feel a huge wave of pressure coming at him. This was something that Ling Chong would never be able to do. Gigantic Spirit Divine Palm, first move. Ling Taizhou took a step forward and struck out with his palm. His body moved along with it and quickly approached Ling Xiao. The wind from his palm blew towards his face, causing him to be unable to breathe. It was only the first move, but when Ling Taizhou displayed it, it was several times stronger than Ling Chong's. However, he, Ling Xiao, was no longer the trash of the first level of the martial vein. With a light step, his body quickly retreated. Ling Tieshou's palm was incomparably fierce, and he did not want to meet it head-on. After all, the day of the annual large competition was approaching. There was no need for him to reveal his full strength at this time. As long as he could withstand 10 moves, it would be enough. What a handsome qinggong. Ling Tieshou's qinggong is not weak either. Ling Xiao kept retreating, trying to avoid Ling Tieshou's palm. However, the other party was obviously not to be trifled with. His feet suddenly exerted force, and his speed actually increased by 2 to 3 times, directly pressing forward. Powerful. This is the strength of the 4th place in the elite hall, not bad. Ling Xiao was somewhat surprised in his heart. Although he did not use the mountain and river martial spirit, nor did he use the ox demon art, he only used the soaring cloud steps to dodge the attack. However, to be able to force him to this extent, this Ling Taizhou really had some ability. Sometimes, Ling Xiao even felt that he was not facing Ling Taizhou, but a giant. I'll force you to use all of your strength. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao raised his true qi and activated the soaring cloud step's 3rd step, increasing his speed once again. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Boom. In the end, Ling Tieshou's fist was unable to hit Ling Xiao. It slammed into the ground, shattering the 1-foot-thick stone bricks. Ha ha ha, senior brother Iron Hand, I'm here. Don't make things difficult for a brick. Ling Taizhou was extremely angry. He knew that he would not be able to win with brute force. Therefore, he immediately adopted a different way of fighting. Gigantic Spirit Divine Palm, Inescapable Net. When this move was executed, the entire sky was filled with palm shadows. It was as if there was not the slightest flaw. Ling Xiao couldn't help sucking in a breath of cold air. He hurriedly increased the rate at which he used his true qi. Using the soaring cloud step's 5th step, his speed increased once more. Thus, a strange scene took place. Ling Taizhou chased after Ling Xiao unceasingly, and the sky was filled with palm shadows. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was like a crafty swallow darting here and there. If you have the ability, then fight me face to face. What's the point of running around? Seeing this situation, Ling Chong was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. What a joke. Wait until he can touch my clothes, then I'll fight him face to face. My advantage is my movement technique. Why shouldn't I use it? Ling Xiao wanted to create a misconception for everyone now. That was, other than his movement technique being more powerful, everything else was very ordinary. Anyway, that time when he competed with Ling Fei, plus the so-called taking advantage of the Dragon Submission Mountain range, it was absolutely impossible to not have a good movement technique. Therefore, by doing this, he would definitely be able to make everyone believe him. He actually still has the mood to talk. This guy's movement technique is probably even more powerful than Ling Fei's. Yeah, it's already been 6 moves. Ling Taizhou still hasn't touched his clothes. The disciples in the clan couldn't help but exclaim. What should we do, big brother Feng? How can this little beggar be so powerful? Ling Yu was clearly a little panicked. What's there to be afraid of? It's just that his movement technique is fast. There are many ways to deal with it. Otherwise, Ling Fei would have long become the number 1 in the elite hall. Although Ling Feng said so, he was similarly a little nervous in his heart. Ling Zhao's improvement made him feel like he was being watched by someone. Very uncomfortable. To say who was the most panicked, it was still Ling Chong. He originally thought that as long as his cousin took action, a guy like Ling Xiao would definitely be easily taken down. There was no need for 10 moves at all. But now, 6 moves had already passed, and his cousin didn't even hurt a hair on Ling Xiao. This really made him turn pale with fright. In this kind of chase, it was soon the 7th move. You're very powerful. Really very powerful. But it's useless to just know how to dodge. When Ling Taiho was at the 7th move, he suddenly stopped and then made a strange hand gesture. Big brother Feng, what is Ling Taiho doing? That's the secret technique that Ling Taiho grasped, instant strike. Instant strike? Yes, it can instantly increase speed by more than 10 times. It's specially used to deal with speed-type opponents. I've experienced it before and almost fell under this move. Ling Xiao is definitely finished this time. After Ling Feng finished speaking, he revealed a smile. He really wanted to see the scene of Ling Xiao being smashed to the ground by a palm. Instant strike, gigantic spirit divine palm. As the true qi in Ling Tiesho's body accumulated to a certain extent, his entire body suddenly seemed to fly out. Because the speed was too fast, it looked like it happened in an instant. That's why it was called instant strike. Without much time to think, Ling Xiao, who felt a huge threat, once again increased his soaring cloud steps to 6 steps. His speed had also suddenly increased by several times. He didn't hit. Heavens, what kind of movement technique did this Ling Xiao cultivate? This speed is too fast. Could it be a high-level movement technique? Again. Instant strike with full power. Ling Taiho didn't give up. Although he used instant strike just now, he only used 70% of his strength because he still wanted to follow up with another attack. But because he didn't hit, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and directly used 100% of his strength. Ling Taiho is really angry this time. But if his attack doesn't hit, his true qi will be exhausted. Then he can only passively take a beating. I think that Ling Xiao has already reached his limit. This move is the 9th move. It should be enough to determine the winner. Soaring cloud steps, flood dragon. Ling Xiao could feel that if he didn't continue to increase the speed of soaring cloud steps, he would definitely be hit. So he decisively used the movement technique that he had just broken through. In that instant, his entire body seemed to have turned into a flood dragon and the entire sky was his ocean. He actually used an almost indescribable movement to easily dodge Ling Tiesho's attack. Then he stood steadily on the ground. At this time, Ling Taiho had already collapsed on the ground, panting and pale. 10th move. You lost. Although Ling Xiao also consumed a lot of his strength, he was much better than Ling Taiho. He walked to Ling Tiesho's side and lightly patted his face. Elite Hall's 4th place is only SOSO. You. Ling Tiesho's eyes spit fire, but he was helpless. He was actually too impatient. If he didn't continuously use the secret technique instant strike, he definitely wouldn't be like this. But in this world, there was no medicine for regret. A loss was a loss. To be honest, if Ling Taiho was a bit more stable, Ling Xiao would have a hard time winning against him unless he used all his skills. But who told Ling Taiho to try to defeat Ling Xiao in one move? This was called seeking death wouldn't die. How did this Ling Xiao become so powerful? Everyone who knew Ling Xiao. Those who once mocked and disdained Ling Xiao. At this moment, their faces were awkward, dumbstruck, and their hearts were filled with fear. They couldn't believe that Ling Xiao actually won against Ling Taiho, who was ranked 4th in the elite hall. How was this possible? Ling Chong was so scared that he directly knelt on the ground. He was afraid that Ling Xiao would come to find trouble with him. At that time, no one here could help him. Don't worry, I'm not interested in trash. Ling Xiao looked disdainfully at Ling Chong who was kneeling on the ground. This person who used to bully and humiliate him almost every day was now kneeling in front of him. His heart was filled with pride and excitement. Sure enough, when one's strength was strong, they could regain their dignity. Trash? Ling Chong's heart was filled with bitterness. He thought of how he used to say this word to Ling Xiao. But now it was the other way around. Brother Feng, what should we do? He won. He actually won against Ling Taiho. He will definitely come to find me for revenge. Ling Yu no longer had the appearance of a proud little princess. Her whole body was trembling, and her eyes were filled with fear. Even though Ling Xiao didn't even look at her, she was still terrified. This was probably what they meant by having a guilty conscience. Humph, that's Ling Tiesho's own stupidity. Ling Feng's expression was also a little nervous, but he could always find a reason to comfort himself. If Ling Taizhou didn't forcefully use the instant strike secret technique and use up all his true qi, the one who lost would definitely be that Ling Xiao. Sister Yu, don't be afraid. I'm about to comprehend the secret of transforming qi into gang qi. Once I condense gang qi, I can kill him in one move. That's right. Brother Feng, you're right. He's only good at movement techniques. He almost doesn't have any offensive moves. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Ling Yu immediately heaved a sigh of relief and hugged Ling Feng's arm tightly. The only person she could rely on now was Ling Feng. If even Ling Feng wasn't a match for Ling Xiao, then she really didn't have anyone to rely on. Ling Yihang, who had his eyes closed all this time, suddenly opened his eyes. The corners of his mouth revealed a slight smile as he said indifferently, Yi Shui, I'm afraid you and I have met a real challenger. In his eyes, in the entire elite hall, only Ling Yixue was qualified to challenge him. Now, there was another person who might challenge him, Ling Xiao. Senior brother, you're too polite. I'm still far from your level. However, this Ling Xiao's progress is really fast. If he can master the method of transforming qi into gang, he can really pose a threat to you. Ling Yixue's eyes sparkled. She knew that Ling Yihang was the only disciple in the entire elite hall who had mastered gang qi. Grandfather Ling has come out of seclusion. Just as everyone was talking about Ling Xiao's strength, a voice rang out. That's right, Ling Xiao. The noise immediately stopped. Everyone's attention was focused on the front. That was where old Master Ling was in seclusion. Boom, a powerful aura gushed out from behind the stone door. A well-built old man wearing coarse clothes walked out of the stone room. He was clearly in his 60s or 70s, but when he walked, he was full of vigor. He didn't look like an old man at all. Is this Grandfather Ling? One of the 4 great experts of Tianfeng City. The Ling clan's patriarch. Ling Xiao was also a little excited. He looked up and suddenly activated his Mountain River martial soul, trying to see through Grandfather Ling's cultivation. However, what he saw was a ball of blade-like energy. The difference in strength was too great. Even the Mountain River martial soul couldn't analyze Grandfather Ling's information. Grandfather Ling's real name was Ling Xiaotian. Back then, he had charged into the Black Scarf Bandits' lair alone and killed hundreds of them. He even killed their leader. Even now, this story was still circulating in Tianfeng City. The Black Scarf Bandits hated Ling Xiaotian, but they didn't dare to touch the Ling clan because of his existence. Ling Xiaotian's gaze suddenly turned to the crowd below the stage. This aura forced many disciples to kneel on the ground. They couldn't control their bodies at all. This invisible aura was too terrifying. Of course, there were also a few people standing there. The 2 from the Genius Hall still had smiles on their faces. They had already experienced this aura. As long as they had earth energy in their bodies, they wouldn't be affected. Grandpa Ling was testing the strength of his disciples. There were still 4 people standing. One of them was Ling Yihang, who had a calm expression. One of them was Ling Yixue, who frowned. One of them was Ling Feng, who had to use his long sword to support himself. The last one was Ling Xiao. When he felt that his body couldn't take it anymore, the aura was easily neutralized by the Mountain River martial soul. Therefore, he was even more relaxed than Ling Yixue. Amazing. Is this the strength of the strongest person in Tianfeng City? When can we reach his level? Don't think about it. Grandfather Ling's strength isn't that easy to reach. Let's just obediently condense earth energy first. Although they were kneeling on the ground, the disciples weren't dissatisfied at all. Instead, they were filled with yearning and anticipation. They were filled with reverence and worship. The 4th level of the martial vein, the earth energy stage, and the title of martial disciple. This was the realm that countless martial artists in Northern Han and the entire world dreamed of. In the past, this kind of expectation was only Ling Xiao's dream. But now, after knowing that there was a 9th level of the transcendent realm above the 9th level of the martial vein, his heart had changed greatly. His mentality had undergone a huge change, and his horizons had been broadened. The 4th level of the martial vein was only a springboard for him, a short-term goal. His current dream was to enter the transcendent realm. Your batch of disciples is the worst batch this old man has ever seen. Ling Xiaotian suddenly opened his mouth to speak. Hee, the old man is doing the same thing again. The two disciples from the Genius Hall couldn't help but laugh softly. That's right. We also said the same thing. This batch is really amazing. There are actually 4 people who can withstand the old man's aura. That's right. The old man is actually very happy. Just as they were speaking, they suddenly felt Ling Xiaoyan's warning gaze. They hurriedly stuck out their tongues and shut their mouths. Ling Xiaotian continued, as everyone knows, the 9 levels of the martial vein can be divided into 3 stages: awakening stage, earth energy stage, and chi explosion stage. You can obtain the titles of martial student, martial disciple, and martial master. Although his voice wasn't loud, its penetrating power was very strong. Even hundreds of meters away, it could be heard clearly. Grandfather Ling's words could only be considered common knowledge. As long as the disciples of the Ling clan practiced martial arts, they would know. The awakening stage was mainly to train the body, condense true energy, and establish a good foundation to facilitate the cultivation of stronger martial arts. The earth energy stage was when true energy had been condensed to a certain extent and the body could no longer accommodate it. At this time, it was necessary to condense true energy and turn it into earth energy. The earth energy was pure and could injure people through the air. Its power was far beyond true energy. Although there was no fundamental change in the energy in the body and it was still earth energy, the earth energy reserves were far greater than before. At this time, what he had to focus on was a more powerful martial art. The earth energy instantly exploded to attack. With the power of one person, he could easily resist 10,000 people. It was possible to destroy an entire village with a single punch. Many books recorded that a martial master at the peak of the 9th level of the martial vein often single-handedly fought against the enemy. It was normal for him to easily kill 10,000 people. Since you're here to welcome me out of seclusion, it's not appropriate for me to not give you anything. Hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up and they couldn't help but be surprised. If Grandfather Ling wanted to give them something, it would definitely not be something ordinary. Ling Xiao was also excited. It seemed that he had made the right decision to come today. Not only had he wiped away his humiliation and defeated Ling Taizhou, no one dared to underestimate him, but he could also receive a reward from Grandfather Ling. This was too wonderful for words. Take it! Ling Xiaotian suddenly roared. Countless rays of white light shot out from his body and entered the bodies of all the Ling family disciples present. This is a strand of earth energy in my body. The smart ones can use it to comprehend earth energy. The stupid ones can also use it to strengthen their bodies. In any case, it will only benefit you. Finishing his words, Ling Xiaotian turned and left. Old ancestor, why did you do this? It's not worth it to waste so much on those disciples. There's nothing not worth it. I feel that there are a few good seedlings in this batch of disciples. I originally wanted to take them as my disciples, but I have other things to do now. I'm afraid I won't have the time to teach them. Give them some benefits and I hope they can use it to advance. Are you talking about Ling Yihang? Or Ling Yixue? Those two are indeed promising talents, but... Ling Xiaotian smiled. It was unknown whether it was intentional or not, but his gaze actually swept past Ling Xiao. Then he laughed and left. The annual competition is about to begin. Perhaps there will be a surprise this year. Ling Xiao was pleasantly surprised as he looked at the strand of earth energy in his body. This was what he lacked the most right now. With the analysis ability of the Mountain River martial spirit, he could completely analyze the process of the earth energy's formation. Although he couldn't analyze Grandfather Ling's strength, there was no problem with the strand of earth energy. Ling Yihang left with an unfathomable smile on his face. Ling Yixue also left, her face filled with anticipation and anxiety. Ling Feng couldn't wait to leave with Ling Yu. His face was filled with ecstasy. Ling Taizhou also left. Before he left, he touched his body. That was where the trace of earth chi was. Then, he looked at Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao, today's humiliation will be washed away in the large competition. Of course, most of the disciples were still confused. They had no idea what the purpose of this strand of stellar energy was. Some people even muttered to themselves that they had come for nothing this time. Grandfather Ling was really stingy. Ling Xiao shook his head. He felt that these people really didn't know how lucky they were. He also turned around and returned home. After informing his grandfather, Hong Qi, he entered the practice room again. Analysis. The mountain and river martial spirit revolved and began to analyze Ling Xiaotian's strand of aura. About 2 hours later, Ling Xiao's face lit up with ecstasy. The mountain river martial spirit had clearly analyzed the entire process of this strand of Gang Qi's growth, and even made an image of it. Since I've analyzed it, the next step is to condense my own aura. Ling Xiao smiled and directly activated the Ox Devil art, aura condensation. He began to transform the true qi in his body into aura according to Ling Xiaotian's method. At first, it was a little slow. However, as he became more and more familiar with the process, his speed of transforming qi into aura became faster and faster. His accumulation was already enough. After staying at the first level of the martial vein for such a long time, his true qi had already filled every corner of his body and even his cells. He could feel that when he used Ling Xiaotian's method to transform qi into aura, his true qi was constantly gushing out. This kind of reserve was probably the thickest among martial artists below the third level of the martial vein. It was estimated that only that Ling Yiheng could compare to him. The process of transforming qi into aura was very smooth. It could be said that success came naturally. This was mainly because he had tried it many times before. Although he failed at the last step, he had still accumulated experience. This time, through the comprehension and analysis of Ling Xiaotian's strand of aura, the process was more reasonable. However, the moment all the true qi condensed into aura, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. Aura qi was different from true qi. True qi was gentle and soft. Aura qi, on the other hand, was violent and sharp. His body seemed to be torn apart by the aura qi, and the pain was unbearable. Ci. Pa. Wounds split open on his body and blood spurted out. If anyone saw this, they would definitely be scared witless. No, if this goes on, I'll die. Ling Xiao suddenly understood that the reason why he was like this was probably because the true qi in his body was too thick. This way, after transforming into aura qi, the amount was naturally much stronger than that of an ordinary person. There was a limit to the amount of aura a martial artist at the third level of the martial vein could withstand, and his had obviously exceeded the limit. Who would have thought that having too much true qi would also be troublesome? Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. However, since things had already come to this, he naturally wouldn't blame himself. He directly took out the Jinchuang medicine and the healing pill from the mountain and river diagram and used them as if they were free. Over and over again. Within an hour. After experiencing a period of pain that was worse than death, he had almost used up all the Jinchuang medicine and the healing pill. He finally felt that the violent aura qi had been tamed by him. There seemed to be a beast roaring in his body. However, this beast could be controlled by him. Ling Xiao suddenly stood up and let out a wild roar. Countless blood-red energy burst out from his body, hitting the surrounding walls and causing them to make crackling sounds. If this wasn't a practice room, these walls would have collapsed long ago. And that red aura was the result of the blood clots in his body being forced out by the aura qi. If the blood clots were allowed to stay in the body, it wouldn't be a good thing. I did it. I finally succeeded, turning qi into aura. I've already turned all the true qi in one martial vein into aura qi. Ling Xiao was very excited. Although he had only succeeded in turning one martial vein into aura qi, with this success, the next 2 martial veins would be simple. He believed that as long as he condensed all the true qi in 3 martial veins into aura qi, he could smoothly break through to the 4th level of the martial vein. He didn't even need any external help. He was very excited because the dream that was once unreachable had now become so simple. He used to think that as long as he could condense aura qi in this life, he would be satisfied. But now, he could have a higher dream. Turning qi into aura was nothing. This was just a small beginning. He spread out his left hand. It was a ball of soft aura, like the steam after boiling water. This was true qi. He spread out his right hand. It was a ball of compact aura like a small tornado. Not only that, each aura was like a sharp blade, full of power. This was aura qi. Although true qi and aura qi were both energy produced by the human body, they were very different. Previously, among the disciples below the elite hall, only Ling Yihang had comprehended aura qi. And now, there was one more person, and that was Ling Xiao. The success of transforming the first martial vein into aura provided Ling Xiao with valuable experience. Therefore, when he condensed the second martial vein, the process became much smoother and smoother. Another 6 hours passed. Not only did he successfully condense the second martial vein, but the aura of the first martial vein was also completely stabilized. When it came to the third martial vein, he encountered a problem. Because once the third martial vein was successful, it meant that he would break through to the fourth level of the martial vein. Therefore, the difficulty increased by a lot. It just so happens that the Howling Moon Wolf hasn't been used yet. It shouldn't be a problem to exchange it for a few aura qi pills. At that time, the breakthrough will definitely become easier. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who liked to beat around the bush. After all, the annual grand competition was getting closer and closer. The more his strength increased, the more confident he would be in getting a good ranking. Right now, there was not much to gain from cultivating. The aura qi pill was a must. This aura qi pill was much more expensive than the breakthrough pill and the qi gathering pill. It was usually used by martial artists who had condensed aura qi. Moreover, the refining materials had to be at least level 4 and a demonic beast with aura qi. He just happened to have it now. Thinking of this, he got up and walked out of the training room. However, just as he was about to go out, he suddenly thought of a problem. Now that he had succeeded in transforming his qi into aura, this was a trump card to get a good ranking in the annual grand competition. He absolutely could not expose it easily. He had to do something to hide his aura qi. Just as he thought about it, the Mountain River martial spirit gave a response. The Mountain River diagram showed a list of models that needed to be shown to others. There were models from the first level of the martial vein to the 9th level of the martial vein. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel happy. In this case, he didn't have to worry about others seeing his strength. He didn't expect the Mountain River martial spirit to have such a thoughtful effect. He thought for a moment and chose the 3rd level of the martial vein without aura qi model. He was now at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, a martial artist with 2 martial veins. However, the strength he displayed in front of outsiders was much lower. In this way, he could deceive many people. At the critical moment, it would definitely have a miraculous effect. One had to know that in the world of martial artists, being able to hide one's strength was a very difficult thing to do. Although there were many martial arts that concealed one's strength, it was not easy to cultivate them. Moreover, the effects were very limited. However, the martial artist model that came with the Mountain River martial spirit didn't have to worry about this at all. You don't need to train, you only need to choose. What you show is the strength that the model wants you to show to others. Moreover, as the Mountain River diagram's level continued to increase, its concealment effect would also become better and better. Generally speaking, they could hide from martial artists whose strength was 4 realms higher than Ling Zhao's. For example, if he was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, then martial artists below the peak of the 7th level of the martial vein would not be able to see through the true strength behind his model. That was more than enough. After adjusting the template, Ling Xiao went to the pharmacy. As expected, the martial uncle of the medicine hall did not notice that he had already condensed gang qi. One had to know that this martial uncle's strength should at least be around the 6th level of the martial vein. If he couldn't see through it, then none of the elite hall's disciples would be able to. We don't have any aura qi pills in stock. It will take a few days to refine them. No problem, martial uncle. How many aura qi pills can this Howling Moon Wolf be exchanged for? Probably 3 or 4 at most. You have to know that 1 aura qi pill costs at least 10,000 taels of silver. Alright, then I'll have to trouble martial uncle. I'll come back in a few days to get it. Ling Xiao knew that there was no point in being anxious. It seemed that he could only participate in the annual grand competition first. With his current strength, breaking into the top 5 shouldn't be a problem. After leaving the medicine hall, Ling Xiao went back to consolidate his cultivation. Until a day later, he received a registration notice for the annual grand competition. I didn't expect this, child. Back then, Grandpa was worried about whether you were qualified to participate in this year's grand competition. After all, this year's grand competition requires one to be at least at the second level of the martial vein. I didn't expect you to already be at the third level of the martial vein. Hongqi looked at Ling Xiao excitedly. He had watched this child grow up. Now that he was becoming more and more promising, he was naturally happy. Don't worry, Grandpa. This time I will definitely get a ranking. Don't give yourself too much pressure. After all, there are many disciples at the third level of the martial vein. As long as you can successfully become a disciple of the elite hall, it will be enough. As long as you enter the elite hall, there will be hope in the future. Hongqi was always unwilling to give Ling Xiao too much pressure. Grandpa, if I don't get into the top 3 this time, I really won't be satisfied. Ling Xiao stuck out his tongue, made a face, and then ran away. This was his true thought. Ling Yixue and Ling Yihong's strength was a bit mysterious. He didn't dare to say that he would win for sure, but he wasn't afraid of others. If he had aura qi and his strength reached the peak of the third level of the martial vein and still couldn't deal with a guy like Ling Feng, it would really be a bit embarrassing. There were many disciples who came to sign up for the annual grand competition. There were probably thousands if not tens of thousands. All of them were at least at the second level of the martial vein. When Ling Xiao arrived at the registration area, there was already a sea of people. Many people were standing there and discussing. Their faces were filled with excitement. The annual grand competition could be said to be the best opportunity for a low-level disciple to make a big leap. If they could get a ranking in the annual grand competition, it was equivalent to having the same opportunity as the disciples of the clan. Because the Ling family expanded their members last year, the number of participants in this year's grand competition is far greater than in the past. There are more people, but the rewards are more plentiful. Have the rewards been announced to the public? Why didn't I know? Stupid, Senior Ming is a disciple of the Genius Hall. This time, he is also a specially invited judge. Naturally, he would know the rewards. Senior Ming, a disciple of the Genius Hall, Ling Xiao walked a lot closer. He also wanted to know what kind of rewards there would be in this year's grand competition. After all, this was related to his future. The disciples of the Genius Hall were generally under the age of 20. Their cultivation had reached the peak of the third level of the martial vein and they had condensed aura qi. Obviously, this Senior Ming was such a person. As for the disciples of the elite hall, they were disciples under the age of 20. Their cultivation had reached the third level of the martial vein. Generally speaking, the worst disciple of the Genius Hall was stronger than the best disciple of the elite hall. However, there were often some small monsters in the elite hall. For example, a guy like Ling Yihong. Senior Ming, what kind of rewards are there? Let us know. Senior Ming smiled and said, in this year's elite hall grand competition, anyone who can enter the top 100 will receive 100 chi gathering pills as a reward. Those who enter the top 50 will be able to enter the third floor of the library and choose a high-grade martial art. They will also receive a breakthrough pill, a heart protection pill, and a meridian protection pill. Those who enter the top 20 will have an additional chance to choose a high-grade martial art in addition to the previous rewards. They will also receive an additional breakthrough pill, heart protection pill, and meridian protection pill. Hearing this, many people could no longer suppress their excitement. Too extravagant. Just entering the top 100 will give you 100 chi gathering pills. If you can enter the top 20, it will be even better. 2 sets of high-grade martial arts and 2 sets of breakthrough pills. Hearing the rewards, Ling Xiao was naturally very excited. However, his excitement was different from others. He was mainly thinking about the Ling family's high-level martial arts. With the Mountain River martial spirit, as long as he entered the third floor of the library, he could bring out all the martial arts there. The limit of 1 or 2 books was meaningless to him. Of course, the rewards of pills were also very good. After all, a set of 3 pills for breaking through required 3,000 silver taels. And 100 chi gathering pills required 10,000 silver taels. Only a fool would not care. Stop arguing, let's listen to Senior Brother Ming. What are the rewards for entering the top 10? If you enter the top 10, you can choose 3 sets of high-level martial arts and 3 sets of pills for breaking through. This was not very attractive to Ling Xiao, but for ordinary disciples, an additional set of high-level martial arts and a set of pills was a huge profit. Unfortunately, there are only 10 people who can enter the top 10. No matter what, we have to try. That's right, even if it's just a reward. Are you satisfied with this? You really don't make any progress. Let me tell you, as long as you can enter the top 3, not only will you get all the rewards, but you will also get a top-level martial art and an Orochi pill. Cha! He actually rewarded a top-level martial art. And that Orochi pill, one is worth 10,000 silver taels, right? Senior brother Ming's words shocked many people to the point that they cried out involuntarily. What did a top-level martial art mean? It meant that it was the best martial art in the secular world. For disciples who did not know about the Transcendent Realm and did not know about Transcendent Realm martial arts, a top-level martial art was the best reward. As for the Orochi pill, it required the blood essence of a level 4 demonic beast and other materials to make it into the best Orochi stage pill. Below the 6th level of the martial vein, it was definitely the best. Why did Ling Xiao want the Orochi pill? It was because he wanted to use it to break through to the 4th level of the martial vein. He did not expect that this year's grand competition would have such a reward. Good, the more of these things the better. In any case, after breaking through to the 4th level of the martial vein, he could still use them. As for top-notch martial arts, there was no need to talk about them. They were definitely rare. The reward for 2nd place is about the same as the reward for 3rd place, but there is an additional reward of an Orochi pill. 1st place? There will be a big surprise for the 1st place, right? To be honest, apart from all the rewards before this, the 1st place winner will also receive a mysterious reward. Even I don't know about it. It's said that Grandfather Ling will personally announce it when the time comes. Consider it as leaving some suspense. Senior brother Ming shrugged. How could it be like this? That's right, it's really tantalizing. The onlookers were going crazy. Not to mention them, even Ling Xiao's heart was itching. The other rewards were already so good, so this mysterious reward definitely wouldn't be too bad. Next? When it was Ling Xiao's turn to register, he shook his head and threw away the confusion in his heart. Let's not think about other things for now. It's better to participate in this year's competition. As long as I can get a good ranking, I'll naturally know what the reward is. 9588. This was Ling Xiao's number plate. He had no choice. Because he was practicing martial arts, he was already late, so his number plate was automatically at the back of the queue. However, this didn't matter. Anyway, when the time comes to participate in the elimination round, everyone would have the same qualifications. However, this number plate gave Ling Xiao a shock. Although he was late, he actually received the number plate 9588. This meant that there were at least 9,000 people participating in the competition. It was close to 10,000. Previously, it was said that the Elite Hall and Genius Hall disciples had an age limit. They had to be below 20 years old. If they were above 20 years old, they would be appointed and would no longer stay in the hall. Even so, there were still so many people, which was a little surprising. However, most of these people were unrated disciples. It could be said that they were disciples at the bottom. This was because the number of disciples in the elite hall had always been around 1,000. In other words, only the top 1,000 disciples could become disciples of the elite hall. Otherwise, they would be kicked back to the bottom. Close to 10,000 people competing for the top 1,000 spots, this could be said to be fierce. Moreover, even if one joined the elite hall, to get better treatment, one had to at least squeeze into the top 100. This made the competition even more intense. As for the Genius Hall, it was even more terrifying. This was because the total number of disciples in the Genius Hall was only 100, they didn't want one more. If someone was promoted to the Genius Hall, then there would definitely be someone sent back to the Elite Hall. This was the cruel competition of survival of the fittest. There was no chance for any tricks. In the arena square, there was a huge stone wall with 200 plates hanging on it. The names were written on the plates. These were the rankings of the Genius Hall, the Elite Hall, and the bottom disciples. After the annual competition every year, these plates would change. Not only would the order change, even the plates might change. The annual competition was mainly divided into two parts. The first part was the competition between the elite hall and the bottom disciples. The final top 10 would be qualified to challenge the Genius Hall disciples. The Genius Hall disciples would also compete with each other, and the final ranking would be reset. Therefore, the reward that Senior Ming mentioned before wasn't the first place in the elite hall, but the first place in the Genius Hall. On the stone wall, the plate hanging on the first position was very eye-catching because it was made of pure gold. The name on it was impressively, Ling Fifan, one of the Tianfeng city's 4 young masters, the most outstanding disciple of the Ling clan under the age of 20. When he was Ling Zhao's age, he had already broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. He was definitely a rare genius. Ever since he became the first place on the ranking list, no one could shake his position for 3 years. This guy was definitely worthy of being the number 1 genius of the Ling clan. Of course, this year might not be the case. The second place was made of silver and was also eye-catching. It was a disciple called Ling Yun. The third place was made of bronze and was also more eye-catching. It was actually a girl called Ling Shuang. The 4th place to the 200th place were all made of wood and looked about the same. Ling Xiao took a closer look. The top 10 were all occupied by the disciples of the Prodigy Hall. The 11th place was Ling Yiheng, the first place of the elite hall. This made him a little surprised. It seemed that Ling Yiheng had privately fought with the Genius Hall disciples, which was why he was ranked here. Looking at the second place of the elite hall, Ling Yixue, she was directly behind the 100th place. Ling Feng was 102. Ling Taizhou was 103. However, this ranking was hard to say. After all, the top 5 disciples of the elite hall were all at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. Once they comprehended the transformation of qi into aura, it was even possible to defeat the Genius Hall disciples. Eh? I'm actually on the ranking list? Ling Xiao originally thought that it was impossible for him to enter the top 200. He didn't expect that when he saw the last name, it was actually him. It was impossible to have the same name in the Ling clan because the same name would be requested to change the name. Therefore, it was definitely him. It's probably because I defeated Ling Chong, Ling Fei, and fought with Ling Taizhou, so my ranking was brought forward. In Ling Zhao's opinion, there was no other possibility other than this. After the registration, there were only 2 days left before the annual grand competition. However, even though there were only 2 days left, no one was willing to waste time. Including Ling Xiao, almost all of the registered disciples began a short period of seclusion, hoping to make some breakthroughs in these last 2 days. After all, many people had accumulated a lot in this year and were probably at the final juncture of breaking through. In addition, the strand of aura qi that Grandfather Ling generously gifted had a huge impact on many disciples. Because of this strand of aura qi, some people's strength had already undergone a qualitative change. Ling Xiao was not the only one. In these last 2 days, Ling Xiao worked hard to condense 90% of aura qi in his 3rd martial vein. There was only 10% left, but he was unable to make any progress. It seemed that he could only wait until the aura qi pill was refined. In any case, even if the grand competition began, it would still take a few days. It was not like there were no disciples who had broken through during the grand competition. The night before the annual grand competition, Ling Xiao stopped all cultivation and planned to have a good sleep. There was nothing better than sleep to replenish one's physical strength. These days of crazy cultivation, he really needed a good rest. Now, Soaring Cloud Step, Flood Dragon Transformation had already been cultivated to the 3rd level. Ox Demon Art, or Condensation had also been cultivated to the 3rd level. Ling Zhao's understanding of these 2 martial arts was getting deeper and deeper. He discovered that Ox Demon Art was actually a special inner strength mental cultivation method. It could be used to display all the martial arts that it had devoured, causing these martial arts to undergo a qualitative change. For example, Falling Star Fist would become Ox Demon Art, Falling Star Fiend Fist. 100 Steps Flying Sword Technique would become Ox Demon Art, 100 Steps Baleful Chi Sword. There were also Ox Demon Art, Explosive Chi Technique, Ox Demon Art, Chi Returning Technique, Ox Demon Art, Scarlet Yang Baleful Chi, Ox Demon Art, Barbaric Bull Baleful Chi, and so on. As long as he increased the level of Ox Demon Art, or a condensation, the power of these martial arts would naturally increase. There was no need to specially cultivate them. The same martial arts, when displayed in his hands, would have a different power. This was his greatest reliance for victory. In fact, even if he did not use Aura Chi, he did not need to fear ordinary martial artists at the third level of the martial vein. Tomorrow, a new legend will be born. Ling Xiao looked at the moonlight outside, took a deep breath, and closed his eyes. Meanwhile, within a side courtyard of the Ling clan's main residence, under the moonlight, a man in snow-white robes appeared. His long sword moved with the wind, and with a thrust of his sword, a huge boulder in the distance was shattered into pieces. The sword light was like lightning, its power unparalleled. If this sword had pierced the howling moonwolf that had once caused the Li family disciples to suffer a great loss, then the howling moonwolf would probably have been injured as well. It looked like a simple sword, but its power was not inferior to Li Xingyun's Gale sword. It could be said that this sword strike was almost invincible against a martial artist at the third level of the martial vein. Feng now that you've basically comprehended the true essence of the Wind-Whisk Willow Sword, it was not in vain for your father to shamelessly ask for this high-grade sword technique for you. People who can cultivate a high-grade martial art to 100% power at the peak of the third layer of the martial vein are as rare as phoenix feathers and qilin horns. You can be proud. Standing a dozen meters away from the youth was a middle-aged martial artist in his 30s. Seeing that the youth's sword technique had reached the large success stage, he could not help but reveal a gratified smile. The youth was the third-ranked disciple of the elite hall, Ling Feng, and the middle-aged man was his father. Not only that, your son is about to comprehend the secret of transforming Qi into Aura Qi. If he can break through in battle, then even Ling Yiheng will not be in my eyes. Ling Feng said with a smile. Let's not talk about Ling Yiheng, but that kid called Ling Xiao, you can easily defeat him. The middle-aged man said. Ling Xiao? That little beggar? Father, do you really think your son will put him in my eyes? Ling Feng said disdainfully, your son's goal this time is to be in the top 10 of the Stonewall rankings. Ling Xiao is nothing. Ha ha ha, you're right, you're right. It's your father who has fallen behind. If it was said that Ling Feng had a trace of fear towards Ling Xiao when he was registering, then today, after he had completely cultivated the wind-whisking willow sword to the large success stage, he no longer put Ling Xiao in his eyes. In another part of the Ling clan, in a wooden hut, Ling Yishua's entire body was covered in sweat. In her bright eyes, there was a trace of excitement. There was a person sitting on the windowsill, smiling at her. Yishua, I didn't expect you to condense Aura Qi before the start of the large competition. Now, in the elite hall, except for that Ling Yiheng, there is no one else who can be your opponent. Ling Fifan, don't call me that intimately. I have no relationship with you. And don't forget, in this large competition, the top 10 of the elite hall have the qualifications to challenge the Genius Hall disciples. At that time, just don't lose to me. The person sitting on the windowsill was actually one of the 4 young masters of Tianfeng City, Ling Fifan, the number 1 genius of the Genius Hall. Ha ha ha, I'm waiting. Ling Fifan laughed and stood up. With a deep gaze, he said, the only one who can defeat me is probably you. Who asked me to like you? Don't be too complacent. Ling Yiheng is definitely your biggest threat this time. Yes, that kid Ling Yiheng is indeed not bad. I don't doubt that he can enter the top 3. But if he wants to defeat me, it's still too early. Ling Fifan smiled faintly. It seems like you have done a very detailed investigation on Ling Yiheng. But there is another person who you might be surprised about. Ling Zhao's figure appeared in Ling Yishua's mind. Who? Ling Yiheng asked. After the large competition, you will know. This person may be a strong competitor to you, to me, and to Ling Yiheng. Oh, I didn't expect Yishua to have such a high evaluation of this person. I am getting more and more interested. Alright, let's go back. Yishua, do your best. As long as you can enter the top 10 of the elite hall, you can enter the Genius Hall competition. After speaking, Ling Fifan's figure moved slightly and disappeared into the night sky. Ling family, Lord Zhou's mansion. It was luxurious and rich. Ling Zhou's face was very gloomy at this time. Chong-er, I know you have no hope, but this time you must break into the top 50. Otherwise, don't ask me for this and that in the future. Dad, not only will I break into the top 50, but I will also take that Ling Xiao as a sacrifice. Ling Chong gritted his teeth and said. Ling Zhou ignored him and looked at Ling Taizhou. Taizhou, you lost to Ling Xiao last time because you were too careless and conceited. This time, you have mastered the gigantic spirit divine palm. You have to get back your face. Understood, Lord Zhou. Ling Taizhou gritted his teeth. As long as I meet Ling Xiao, I will let him have a taste of what it is like to humiliate my people. On the day of registration, his gigantic spirit divine palm had not been cultivated to full power. But now, with the help of the medicine, he had reached that level. Not only to enter the top 10, but more importantly, to wash away his shame. In a secret practice room, Ling Yihang suddenly opened his eyes. I broke through. I finally broke through. 4th level martial vein. Ling Yihang had broken through to the 4th level martial vein at the critical time. The trace of Qi shield from Ling Xiaotian had helped him a lot. Ling Fifan. It's time for your number 1 position to be changed. Among the disciples of the Genius Hall and the Elite Hall, Ling Yihang only had eyes for Ling Fifan. This night was destined to be a restless one. Countless disciples of the Ling family rubbed their palms and secretly prepared to fight for the best opportunity to make the leap. The upper echelons of the Ling family were also paying close attention to everything. This was the effect they were looking for. Only in this kind of atmosphere could the most outstanding disciples be born. The horn of battle had already sounded, the brave warriors were sharpening their swords, the next morning. On the arena square. Even though the sky wasn't completely bright yet, there were already many people gathered here. There were disciples of the Ling family who were so excited that they couldn't sleep well. There were also the upper echelons of the Ling family who came early in the morning to prepare the arena. Ling Xiao, on the other hand, was rather late. He had a good night's sleep last night. By the time he reached the arena, the sky was already bright. He realized that the top 10 disciples of the Elite Hall were all present. As for the disciples below the top 10 of the Genius Hall, they had all rushed over. However, these people only had one goal, and that was Ling Yihang. At most, there was also Ling Yishui. After all, in their eyes, only these 2 people could pose a threat to them. Ling Xiao yawned and leaned on the stone wall to observe the situation on the arena square. There were about a dozen battle stages. He didn't count them carefully, but there were too many participants. These stages were necessary. Especially in the elimination round, where there were close to 10,000 people fighting. Without these stages, who knew when the competition would end? The stages were all built with special materials. Unless one had astral energy and the power of their moves were too strong, it was impossible to break them. The so-called elimination round was actually to select the top 10 disciples of the Elite Hall and the bottom disciples. Then, these top 10 disciples would mix with the 100 disciples of the Genius Hall for the real competition. The reason was simple. The disciples of the Genius Hall were too strong. The majority of the disciples of the Elite Hall and the bottom disciples weren't enough. If they were all mixed together, it would be a waste of time for the disciples of the Genius Hall. Ling Xiao looked at the dozens of disciples of the Genius Hall. Sure enough, they were all at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein and had condensed astral energy. However, there were differences in the degree of condensing astral energy. The weakest one had only formed 20% of his first martial vein's earth energy. The strongest of them had already formed the 3rd martial vein and 50% of his earth energy. Of course, this was because Ling Fifan and the others hadn't arrived yet. Otherwise, the strength of these guys would be even more terrifying. The majority of the Genius Hall's disciples seemed very relaxed. After all, there were too few people in the Elite Hall who could pose a threat to them. At this time, they were pointing and gossiping about the Elite Hall and the lower-level disciples. I heard from our hall master that the quality of this year's Elite Hall's disciples is not bad. I reckon that there will be 5 or 6 people who will pose a threat to our Prodigy Hall's disciples. I think it's only Ling Yihang and Ling Yishui, the rest are not worth mentioning. That's true. That guy, Ling Yihong, has long been ranked 11th on the Stone Wall rankings. He has already consecutively defeated several disciples of our prodigy hall. He might even pose a threat to young Master Fifan. Humph, Ling Yihang is nothing. Only I can defeat young Master Fifan. Suddenly, a rough voice rang out. Someone actually jumped directly onto the spectator stand from tens of meters away. Ling Zhan. It's the 4th-ranked Ling Zhan from the Genius Hall. This person's arrival was really too eye-catching. In addition, he was already very famous, so it caused waves of excitement in the crowd. Ling Xiao also looked at this Ling Zhan. He was close to 2 meters tall, and his body was very strong. His whole body seemed to be filled with terrifying strength, and his muscles were simply frightening. In fact, this was all on the surface. When Ling Xiao used his mountain river martial spirit to analyze this guy, he couldn't help but frown. He was actually at the 4th level of the martial vein, and his earth energy had condensed to the level of 90% of the 3rd martial vein, as expected of the 4th-ranked prodigy hall. This was too awesome. Ling Xiao couldn't help but feel a little nervous. If the 4th-ranked prodigy was already like this, then what about the top 3? He already knew that the prodigy hall's disciples were very terrifying, but when Ling Zhan appeared, he still felt a little surprised. Below the 4 young masters, there are people like Ling Yun, Ling Shuang, and Ling Zhan. It should be said that they are at the level of the quasi-young masters. Quasi-young masters, sigh, we can't even compare to the quasi-young masters, let alone the Tianfeng city's 4 young masters. Ling Fifan, Ling Yun, and Ling Shuang haven't arrived yet. I guess they don't have much interest in the elite hall's battle. Yeah, only this Ling Zhan is more lively. Otherwise, with his status, there is no need for him to come. Ling Yihong, who was sitting on a stone stool and eating, only glanced at Ling Zhan indifferently. No expression could be seen on his face. He still lowered his head and ate his food. Ling Yishua's face was slightly ugly. Ling Feng and Ling Tiesho's faces were even more gloomy. Facing this Ling Zhan, they had no chance of winning. Ling Xiao clenched his fist. The stronger the opponent, the more interesting it is. To be honest, ever since he obtained the Mountain River martial spirit, he hadn't fought with his full strength. After comprehending the Soaring Cloud Step and Demon Ox art, he hadn't really fought with anyone. When facing Ling Taizhou, he just dodged. If I get serious, even I am scared. I don't know how far I can go before breaking through the 4th level of the martial vein. Alright, quiet down. The annual competition's elimination round is about to begin. We will decide the top 10 from the 10,000 elite hall disciples. A voice filled with authority and dominance rang out. This person should be one of the upper echelons of the elite hall, but Ling Xiao didn't recognize him. When the competition started, everyone quieted down. Choosing 10 people out of 10,000 was a very cruel competition. Of course, even if they couldn't enter the top 10, as long as they could enter the top 1,000, they could still stay in the elite hall. Thus, even though there were many disciples participating, everyone had different goals and objectives. Some simply wanted to enter the top 1,000. Some wanted to get a place in the elite hall. And some wanted to enter the Genius Hall through this competition. Now, the first round of the competition begins. Listen to the number and enter the corresponding stage. If you don't appear within the time limit, you will be considered to have forfeited. The competition's format was actually very simple. 1 round to determine the winner. The loser would leave and the winner would stay. Only when there were 1,000 people left would the format change. According to the rankings on the stone wall, the 1,000 people would be divided into 10 groups. And these 10 groups would be arranged in a zigzag pattern. For example, the first-ranked Ling Yihong would be in the first group, the second-ranked Ling Yishua would be in the second group, and so on. The 20th-ranked disciple would be placed in the 10th group. The advantage of this was obvious. It would allow the strongest disciples to stay until the end and not face each other early. In these 10 groups, there would be 100 people in each group. In the end, one person would advance to the finals. In other words, they would participate in the competition with the Genius Hall disciples. However, that would be after there were 1,000 people left. With tens of thousands of people in the elimination round, the audience's attention was usually on the main characters. Novel, law. According to the rules of the competition, if you lose 2 matches in a row, you will be automatically eliminated. If you lose more than 10 matches, you will be automatically eliminated. So if you lose 1 match, you still have a chance. But if you lose 10 matches in a row, you will still be eliminated. If you can win 100 matches in a row, you will automatically advance to the top 1000 list. This rule was listed separately. It was mainly to protect the top disciples who suddenly appeared. 100 matches in a row was enough to prove their strength. They did not need to continue participating in this kind of elimination round because it would seriously exhaust their stamina. So the audience paid the most attention to these people who could win consecutive matches. When the competition started, the list of opponents was randomly selected. In other words, before the competition started, no one knew who their opponent would be. Many people secretly hoped that they would not meet the top 200 on the Stonewall list. Otherwise, the possibility of losing would be higher. When the competition started, the audience would pay the most attention to the elite disciples ranked 20 to 30. After all, if the top 10 did not participate in the competition, they would be the last ones to win consecutive matches. But after 20 matches, there were only 2 people left who still had a winning streak. One of them was Xianxia, who was ranked 20. His battles could be said to be extremely smooth. Almost every opponent was defeated by him in one move. They did not have the strength to fight back at all. The referees of this year's competition were not ordinary people. They were all experts from the Ling family. They were also experts who had presided over many years' competitions. Their foresight was very accurate. Who won and who lost could often be seen in an instant. So sometimes, the battle did not need to continue for too long. When they felt that it was about time, they would call for a stop. Xianxia is too strong. I don't know if he has a chance to enter the top 10 this time. That's definitely possible. You probably don't know yet, but Xianxia once challenged someone in the top 10 in private, and won. No wonder he is so strong. But who is the other person who won consecutive matches? Why have I not seen him before? That person, I have heard of him. He is called Xiao. Recently, he has risen like a comet among the bottom disciples. But winning 20 matches in a row is also very surprising. That's right. One of the people who won 20 matches in a row was Xianxia, who everyone was looking forward to challenging the top 10. The other one was Xiao, a true dark horse. It's his turn again. Let's go and watch the show. What's so great about this guy? If we meet him in the future, we'll be on our guard. Go. Although there were many matches going on at the same time, the only matches that received the most attention were Xianxia and Xiao's matches. This was because the 2 of them were the only ones left with the possibility of breaking the 100-game winning streak rule. 21st round. Number 9588 versus number 6590. Xiao's figure flashed, and he appeared on the martial arts stage. He did not deliberately conceal his movement. Technique. After all, the news had already spread. Many people knew that his movement technique was outstanding. It was impossible to hide it. His opponent was only a martial artist at the peak of the 2nd level of the martial vein. Facing Xiao, his aura had already weakened by 30%. Vigorous fist. His opponent roared angrily, as if trying to boost his morale. What he used was a middle-grade fist technique. Its power was not bad, but it was not enough to face Xiao. Go down. Xiao only took a step forward. Then, like a raging bull, his fists turned into 2 horns. He directly blasted his opponent off the stage. Hey, is that the barbaric bull's strength? That's right, it's the basic martial art, the barbaric bull's strength. But why is it so powerful? Number 9588 wins, 21 consecutive wins. The judges' eyes were filled with surprise. It was not only because Xiao had won 21 consecutive matches. More importantly, in these 21 matches, Xiao defeated all his opponents in one move. What was even more ridiculous was that he actually used the basic martial art, the barbaric bull's strength. He only dares to use the barbaric bull's strength against opponents at the 2nd level of the martial vein. One could not blame others for saying so. The key was that it was unknown whether it was a coincidence or not. Ling Xiao's luck in these 21 matches was really good. The strongest was only at the second level of the martial vein. Those who could not bear to see Ling Xiao's strength would naturally find all kinds of reasons to slander him. Number 9588 versus number 3489. After a short break, the 22nd round began again. This time, his opponent was still at the peak of the second level of the martial vein. Therefore, Ling Xiao did not hesitate at all. After the judge shouted for the start, he took the initiative to attack. It was still the barbaric bull strength. It was still only one move. The opponent was still blasted off the stage. It was not that he was ruthless. It was mainly because of the rules. Only when the opponent was knocked off the stage or admitted defeat would the match be considered over. In other words, even if the judge made a judgment, it was only a reference. If the contestant did not agree, they would still have to continue the match. In order to avoid trouble, he simply sent them flying with a punch. However, the disciples who were knocked off the stage by him were not seriously injured. The current him was already very skilled in controlling his strength. It's nothing. He was just lucky. The opponent is actually at the second level of the martial vein. Can't he send someone at the third level of the martial vein? Among the onlookers, there were still some who were not convinced. Number 9588 wins, 22 consecutive wins. The judge seemed to be a little numb. He was no longer as shocked as before and only announced the result mechanically. However, what made those who were waiting to see Ling Xiao make a fool of himself was that in the next 10 matches, Ling Xiao still did not meet a single martial artist at the third level of the martial vein. After all, there were too many people, and most of them were martial artists at the second level of the martial vein. Number 9588 wins. 32 consecutive wins. Brother Xiran, Ling Xiao's luck is too good. You've already met 2 martial artists at the third level of the martial vein, but he hasn't met a single one. Below the stage, there were more people who came to watch the show during the break. 2 of them were Ling Xiran, who also maintained a winning streak, and Ling Yu, who had lost 2 matches so far. The one who spoke was Ling Yu. This woman was really good at seducing men. She hooked up with Ling Xiran so quickly. Don't worry, little sister Yu. As long as I have the chance to meet this Ling Xiao, I will definitely take care of him for you. Ling Xiran said coldly, but this guy's luck is better. If he meets a martial artist at the third level of the martial vein, he might be directly eliminated. Maybe I won't have the chance to teach him a lesson. It was obvious that Ling Xiran was contemptuous of Ling Xiao. Although he knew that Ling Xiao had won against Ling Taizhou, many people thought that the battle was just an accident. Some people even said that Ling Taizhou deliberately pretended to be weak in order to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger in the annual large competition. Number 9588 against number 140. That's Ling Hu. Ling Hu, ranked 140th in the elite hall, third level of the martial vein. This is going to be a good show. Just as Ling Xiran felt bored and was about to go back and wait for his opponent to appear, the situation finally changed. Ling Hu. Teach that pretentious prick a good lesson. Yes, that kid is too arrogant. Ling Xiao used basic martial arts in order to save his true chi. He did not expect that these people would think that he was pretending to be pretentious. This was really a bit unjust. However, it was clear that many people were already unhappy with him. After all, a little beggar suddenly became a famous person. Many people felt that it was unfair. Ling Hu was just like his name. He had a ferocious appearance and was about 1.9 meters tall. He wasn't much taller than Ling Zhan. And his body was very muscular. Standing opposite of Ling Xiao, he didn't look like a 15 or 16-year-old kid at all. Instead, he looked like an uncle. He didn't even need to make a move. Just by standing there, the aura of a third-level martial vein was enough to make martial artists below the second level tremble. Come on. Strength doesn't come from talking. Ling Xiao stood there and beckoned. A mere third-level martial vein martial artist was no threat to him at all. Arrogant. If you still dare to use basic martial arts, I'll let you know how powerful I am. Ferocious tiger fist. Ling Hu roared and pounced towards Ling Xiao. His body seemed to have turned into a fierce tiger, and his aura was very strong. Although it was also an intermediate martial art, it was much more powerful than the intermediate martial arts used by the second-level martial vein martial artists that Ling Xiao had met before. In the explosion of true energy, the power of Ling Hu's fist had already reached its peak. The speed and instantaneous explosive power were extremely terrifying. No wonder you have the confidence to end my winning streak. The power of this fist is indeed not bad. I reckon that even an ordinary third-level martial vein martial artist wouldn't dare to face you head-on. In the face of the attack, Ling Xiao actually made an attacking motion while still speaking. But meeting me is destined to be a tragedy for you. Go down. Barbaric bull strength. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Xiao punched out again. The arena was like a battle between a fierce tiger and a barbaric bull. Damn, this kid is too bold. Facing Ling Hu's ferocious tiger fist, he actually used the basic martial art, barbaric bull strength. Humph. He's courting death. Boom, this was definitely a collision between strength and strength. A figure directly flew out and then fell heavily to the ground. Ling Hu's sturdy body, which weighed at least 180 kilograms, landed on the ground with his butt facing the ground. His nose was bleeding from the impact. 2 of his front teeth were also knocked out. How was this possible? The crowd's jaws dropped to the ground. Number 9588 wins, 33 consecutive wins. After the referee announced the result, many people came back to their senses. This was too monstrous. Another move, another foundational martial art, 33 consecutive victories. Many people who looked down on Ling Xiao immediately shut their mouths. Their faces had been slapped painfully. Didn't they say that Ling Xiao didn't dare to use the barbaric bull strength against a martial artist at the third level of the martial vein, in the end? Not only did he do it, he even won with a single move. Go. Ling Xiren left with a gloomy face. He only wanted to meet Ling Xiao as soon as possible and teach Ling Xiao a lesson. Otherwise, Ling Xiao's reputation would soon surpass his. Brother Xiren, that Ling Xiao isn't easy to deal with. I'm afraid we won't be able to win. When Ling Yu said these words, the corners of his mouth slipped into a sly smile. He was clearly trying to sow discord. Humph, don't worry. That Ling Hu is only ranked 140th and has only learned intermediate-level martial arts. I'm ranked 20th and have learned advanced-level martial arts. Ling Xiren was indeed enraged. Men. Even if they were only 15 or 16 years old, they wouldn't want a beautiful girl to say that a man was stronger than them. What's more, Ling Xiren really didn't find Ling Xiao's strong points. The reason why Ling Xiao was able to win consecutively was because his opponents were too weak. Ling Yu smiled and said, "All right, Brother Xiren, don't be angry. Let's continue our own competition. There will always be a chance to meet." Following this, more and more people began to pay attention to Ling Xiao. 34 consecutive victories, 45 consecutive victories, 60 consecutive victories, 90 consecutive victories. Miracle, it was definitely a miracle. The judges were all shocked. Until the 90th round, because many of the weaker disciples had already been eliminated, the rest were basically martial artists at the third level of the martial vein. For a period of time, Ling Xiao had consecutively met 10 martial artists at the third level of the martial vein. He actually easily won all of them in one move. Moreover, he used the foundational martial arts of the barbaric bull's strength. Perhaps he was provoked by Ling Xiao. On the other side, Ling Xiren's attacks suddenly became ruthless. So much so that until the 90th round, most of the disciples actually took the initiative to admit defeat after going on stage, so Ling Xiren won even more easily. Both of them had 90 consecutive victories. Up until now, they hadn't met. In fact, according to the judges' thoughts, they didn't really want these two to meet. Because they were all the cream of the crop among the tens of thousands of people. If they could smoothly enter the next round with 100 consecutive victories, it would be a good thing. During the interval between meals, the people discussed the most were still Ling Xiao and Ling Xiren. Senior brother, that Ling Xiao has always used foundational martial arts to defeat his opponents in one move. It's clean and efficient. And that Ling Xiren just used his strength to force many people to admit defeat. If these two people were to meet, who do you think will win? In my opinion, Ling Xiren has a higher chance of winning. After all, Ling Xiren knows high-level martial arts. And no matter how good Ling Zhao's foundational martial arts are, it's still only foundational martial arts. It's useless against Ling Xiren. Yes, that's the truth. Senior brother is indeed wise. I also think that Ling Xiao is not bad, but it's a pity that he didn't learn any good martial arts. I don't think so. I think that Ling Xiao has a higher chance of winning. At this moment, Ling Xiao's fans had already appeared. Why do you say that? I saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Ling Taizhou that day. The Qinggong movement technique that Ling Xiao used is something that even Ling Yixue can't compare to. And in this elimination round, Ling Xiao hasn't used that movement technique yet. You're not right. Ling Xiren hasn't used his own high-level martial arts until now. He's always been using middle-level martial arts. The battle on the stage was heated, and the debate below the stage also began. In the past, Ling Xiao didn't have much status in the Ling family, and it was impossible for him to have any supporters. However, the 10,000 people elimination competition this time had given him a few more supporters. These people's experiences were mostly similar to his. They were all recruited from outside and were also bullied. So in their eyes, Ling Xiao was simply their hero model. After eating, they rested for about an hour before the competition resumed. At this time, the sky was gradually darkening. It was estimated that when Ling Xiao completed his 100th victory, the day's matches would be over. The rest of the matches would continue tomorrow. Martial artists were also human. They also needed to rest. However, what surprised him was that in the 91st match, he actually met Ling Yu, this girl that he once hated and loved. But now, there was only disappointment and disdain. Standing on the stage, Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yu indifferently. You didn't expect it, right, Ling Yu? The little beggar that you bullied in the past has now become your nightmare. Hee, big brother Ling Xiao, don't make it sound so bad. Speaking of which, I was still young in the past. I didn't know how to dote on little beggars. I was a little unruly, but I didn't do anything too excessive. Ling Yu giggled as she looked at Ling Xiao. She actually walked over leisurely, completely unguarded. What's going on with these two? This is a martial arts competition, not a chat. Why are they still chatting? The people below were a little unhappy. The actions of the two people on the stage made them feel bored. Is that so? You really think I don't know? That time, the one who poisoned the food and killed several of my beggar clan brothers, wasn't it you? Hee, big brother Ling Xiao really likes to joke. How could I do that kind of thing? Do you think I'm that kind of person? Ling Yu walked to Ling Zhao's side with a smile. Then, she actually reached out to grab Ling Zhao's arm. Her eyes shone with a strange light. Secret technique, soul assimilating technique. Ling Yu hugged Ling Zhao's arm and was talking with a smile. Suddenly, her eyes flashed with a strange light. Lottie's sudden change shocked the onlookers. Many people knew that there was such a secret technique in the library that could instantly confuse a person's mind and make them lose their ability to think. However, there were only a few who actually cultivated it. This was because this secret technique could only be cultivated by women. Moreover, it had to be a naturally seductive woman. They didn't expect Ling Yu to actually succeed in cultivating it. Ling Xiao is finished. At such a close distance, with the soul assimilating technique shocking his mind, there was no possibility of resisting. To be honest, even the judges felt that Ling Xiao lost unjustly. If Ling Xiao had made his move earlier, it wouldn't have ended up like this. This woman was too scary. She was so good at seducing men at such a young age. What would happen when she grew up? Humph. However, in the next moment, an unbelievable scene appeared. The one who was knocked off the stage wasn't Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao coldly snorted. Ling Yu screamed as if she had seen a ghost. Then, she crazily jumped off the stage and squatted on the ground, trembling. Ling Xiao was also a little scared. If he hadn't cultivated the demon ox art, aura condensation and the baleful aura in his body had the effect of restraining this kind of secret technique that disturbed the mind, he would be in danger. However, Ling Yu could be considered to have brought this upon herself. After such a blow, she probably wouldn't dare to find trouble with Ling Xiao for a short period of time. Number 9588 wins, winning 91 matches in a row. The judges were stunned for a long time before they remembered to announce the result. Because at this time even the judges didn't understand what had just happened. Ling Xiao didn't even make a move and Ling Yu actually lost inexplicably. Ling Xiao, you dare to hurt my sister Yu. You and I are irreconcilable. Unknowingly, the seated contestant Ling Feng had already appeared beside Ling Yu. Looking at the trembling Ling Yu, he roared. Is it worth it for this kind of woman? Ling Xiao said indifferently. That's none of your business. As long as we meet, I will definitely make you pay the price. Ling Feng said angrily. Is that so? I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and turned to leave. The current Ling Feng was no longer his target. He was more interested in the top 10 of the Prodigy Hall, as well as Ling Yiheng and Ling Yixue. Brother Feng, Brother Feng. That guy was a devil. Devil. You must avenge me, avenge me. Ling Yu was like a frightened rabbit, tightly grabbing onto Ling Feng's arm as she kept muttering. Don't worry, I will. Ling Xiao did not take Ling Feng's words to heart at all. His battle was still ongoing. 92 consecutive victories, 93 consecutive victories, 94 consecutive victories. Ever since the match where he scared Ling Yu away, no one dared to fight against him for 3 consecutive matches. The 3 of them chose to give up. None of them were idiots. Since they couldn't win, why waste their energy? After all, it wasn't like they would be eliminated after losing a match. Perhaps it was because of Ling Zhao's provocation, Ling Xiren's attacks became even more ruthless. There was almost no one who was willing to fight against Ling Xiren. Therefore, Ling Xiren successfully relied on his opponent's forfeiture to complete the great achievement of 94 consecutive victories. After achieving 100 consecutive victories, I can go rest. I wonder if the medicinal hall has successfully refined the aura chi pill. I'm really looking forward to it. At this moment, Ling Zhao's mind was no longer on the match. He was looking forward to the breakthrough after obtaining the aura chi pill. If he wanted to go further, the safest way was to break through to the 4th level of the martial vein, 95 matches, another forfeit. 96 matches, another forfeit. From the looks of it, there was no doubt about this 100 consecutive victories. Just as many people were thinking this, the situation changed. Number 9588 against number 20. Ling Xiao against Ling Xiren? This is going to be interesting. The 2 people who are closest to 100 consecutive victories are going to face each other in advance. Then, one person's winning streak will definitely end. It was boiling, the audience was completely boiling. Those disciples who didn't qualify for the finals and couldn't obtain 100 consecutive victories loved to watch this kind of excitement. Take a guess. If Ling Xiao meets Ling Xiren, will he still dare to use fundamental martial arts? Haha, don't joke around. Ling Xiren isn't trash. If he dares to use fundamental martial arts, then he will lose miserably. Although many people didn't think that Ling Xiao would dare to use fundamental martial arts against Ling Xiren, to be honest, they still had a trace of anticipation in their hearts. After all, they didn't mind watching a show. Sister Yu, I'll teach this Ling Xiao a lesson for you now. I'll let you see if that brat Ling Feng is better or if I'm better. Ling Xiren was a little excited. Because he had always been looking forward to the battle with Ling Xiao. In this battle, not only did he want to defeat Ling Xiao, but he also wanted to beat Ling Xiao until he couldn't continue fighting and then be disqualified. In that case, he would be able to receive Ling Yu's commendation. He absolutely didn't believe that he would lose. How could he lose to a martial artist who had just broken through to the 3rd level of the martial vein not long ago? Ling Xiao, if you have the ability, don't use Qinggong. Facing Ling Xiao, Ling Xiren's only worry was that Ling Xiao wouldn't fight him head-on and instead use his movement technique to dodge. That would be a little troublesome. Don't worry, not only will I not use Qinggong, but fundamental martial arts are enough to deal with you. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Xiren and said indifferently. He really disdained this kind of idiot who had been completely bewitched by a woman. No way, he didn't use Qinggong, he still wanted to use fundamental martial arts. This Ling Xiao didn't put Ling Xiren in his eyes at all, right? The crowd was in an uproar because no one thought that Ling Xiao would be so arrogant. He's definitely bluffing. He'll definitely use Qinggong later, or else there's something wrong with his head. That's not necessarily true. Who knows, maybe this Ling Xiao is just so arrogant. There's another possibility, which is that he only knows fundamental martial arts and can't use anything else. It's too difficult to rely on fundamental martial arts to win against Ling Xiren. It's almost impossible. Sigh, this child is still too impulsive. He was provoked by a single sentence. At the judges' table, some people shook their heads and felt that it was a pity. Because even these judges felt that if Ling Xiao only used fundamental martial arts to fight against Ling Xiren, he would definitely lose. They thought that Ling Xiao had fallen for Ling Xiren's provocation. Ling Xiren actually didn't have any intention of provoking Ling Xiao. He just wanted to humiliate Ling Xiao to show his strength. But he didn't expect that Ling Xiao would look down on him so much. What was this, a little beggar? An outsider disciple actually dared to look down on me, Ling Xiren, looking down on my Ling family's disciples. He felt that he had been humiliated. In fact, many of the Ling family's disciples felt that they had been humiliated. This beggar is really audacious. He dares to look down on our clan's disciples. Brother Xiren, cripple him. They said cripple, not defeat, because they were really angry. Hee, this guy really has the aptitude to be hated by tens of thousands of people. He offended so many people with just one sentence. Ling Yixue had actually been paying attention to Ling Xiao. La Shi had been paying attention to Ling Xiao since he was very weak, and it was still the same today. Senior Yixue, you're still laughing. This guy actually dared to use fundamental martial arts against Ling Xiren. He's simply courting death. That might not be the case. Ling Yixue smiled and was somewhat looking forward to it. On the other side, Ling Yihang's closed eyes opened once again. He was quite surprised as he muttered to himself, looks like the people from the Prodigy Hall are going to be surprised this time. Our elite hall might be able to make them lose face. Good. Very good. Ling Xiao, Ling Xiao, you don't know what's good for you. Today, I'll let you know what true strength is. Ling Xiren's face was gloomy and terrifying. The long sword in his hand trembled, and his eyes revealed a ruthless look. He wanted to cripple Ling Xiao. If it wasn't for the fact that killing was not allowed in this tournament, he would have really killed Ling Xiao. Choose a weapon. Ling Xiren took a deep breath and said. There's no need. Ling Xiao still said indifferently. Courting death, snake dance swordsmanship. Ling Xiren snorted coldly. The long sword trembled slightly, and the sword instantly turned into several afterimages, as if it was a poisonous snake spitting out its tongue. Snake dance swordsmanship, a high-level sword technique. Looks like Ling Xiren is really angry. Ling Xiren did not plan to hold back once he made his move. The most terrifying part of the snake dance swordsmanship was its viciousness and treachery. The opponent was often unable to predict where the long sword would come from. Although the momentum of this move could not be compared to those powerful moves, the pressure it gave off was not inferior to those powerful moves. It was as if countless poisonous snakes were staring at it, causing people to shudder. However, although Ling Xiren's swordsmanship was strong, people were more concerned about Ling Xiao. Because everyone wanted to know if Ling Xiao would say one thing and do another. He said that he wanted to use foundational martial arts, but in reality, he didn't. After all, there were no rules for this kind of thing. Even if he used intermediate or advanced martial arts, no one could say anything about it. Ling Xiao didn't care about everyone's gazes. Ling Xiren really wasn't worthy of him using a higher level of martial arts. The foundational martial arts were enough. Barbaric bull strength. It was still the barbaric bull strength. Amidst the roars, the silhouette of a bull appeared. Ling Xiao stood there with no intention of backing down. It was actually a foundational martial art. This guy must be crazy. You're courting death. Brother Xiren, don't hold back. This fellow is arrogant and deserves to be crippled. After the shock, there was anger. They thought that Ling Xiao was just saying it and wouldn't dare to do it. If that was the case, they would be able to humiliate Ling Xiao. However, they did not expect Ling Xiao to be so straightforward. He was a man of his words. Bastard! Get down! Ling Xiren's face was gloomy to the extreme, as if a black liquid could be squeezed out from his skin. That face was ashen to the extreme. True Chi exploded. Suddenly, the sword in his hand no longer had any afterimages. Instead, it condensed into a giant python. The giant python roared and the sound was deafening, causing the martial artists near the stage to take a few steps back. The air was also filled with a ferocious atmosphere. Beautiful. Ling Xiren's sword has basically displayed the essence of the snake dance sword art. It can transform into a powerful force within the slyness. Ling Xiao is only a third-level martial vein martial artist. Even if he uses all his strength, he won't be able to withstand this sword, not to mention that he actually dares to use foundational martial arts. Although Ling Xiao's performance is amazing, he is too arrogant. This kind of person won't live long. Many people were pointing and gossiping. There were even high-level martial artists in the family who didn't think highly of Ling Xiao. Wang! A violent roar sounded as Ling Xiren's sword pierced Ling Xiao. However, the expected situation of Ling Xiao being pierced by the sword did not happen. Ling Xiao's palms were pressed together and actually caught the sword. The foundational martial arts barbaric bull strength did not have any special moves. It focused on a method of using true chi. Therefore, fists, feet, and palms could all be used. Die for me! Ling Xiren roared hysterically. He used almost 100% of his true chi to display the power of the snake dance sword art to the limit. He was a third-level martial vein martial artist. He used a high-level martial arts. If he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao in one move, it would be a disgrace. Break! Ling Xiao's gaze was focused on the long sword in Ling Xiren's hand. Suddenly, his true chi poured into his arms. There was a kacha sound. The long sword in Ling Xiren's hand actually shattered. It broke into 7 or 8 pieces. As for Ling Xiren, because of the backlash of his true chi, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body retreated a few steps before he could stabilize himself. Looking at Ling Xiao again, he actually stood there without moving. He didn't even seem to have any intention of chasing after him. Impossible. This is impossible. Ling Xiren completely lost his cool. He couldn't believe the current situation. It was clearly an all-out attack, but in the end, not only did it not hurt the opponent in the slightest, but the opponent's true chi also broke the weapon in his hand. What a disgrace. What just happened? The disciples who were watching the show were also dumbfounded. They had imagined many possibilities, but only this scene they really didn't expect. Who can lend me a weapon? My sword is too lousy. Ling Xiren didn't believe that he would lose to Ling Xiao. He blamed the failure of this attack on the long sword in his hand. Yes, although this didn't seem to be wrong, but to completely shirk his responsibility, it was a bit shameless. Ling Xiren, catch. The first to speak was actually Ling Feng. He threw his sword to Ling Xiren. His sword was a treasure sword. Compared to an ordinary sword, it was naturally much better. Ordinary people might not understand why he wanted to help Ling Xiren. Only Ling Feng knew in his heart that he was somewhat afraid of Ling Xiao, so he wanted to thoroughly see through Ling Xiao's background through Ling Xiren. Many thanks. Ling Xiren took the treasure sword and looked at Ling Xiao. This time, you will lose for sure. Snake dance swordsmanship, python swallow. The same swordsmanship, the same move. Ling Xiren obviously wanted to use the treasure sword in his hand and his swordsmanship to completely defeat Ling Xiao. To be honest, the treasure sword in Ling Xiren's hand was indeed not bad. This indeed caused a certain amount of trouble for Ling Xiao. But since he dared to let Ling Xiren catch the sword, he would not be afraid. Barbaric bull strength. No matter how your wind rages, I will be as steady as Mount Tai. No matter how hysterical Ling Xiren was, no matter how crazy and angry he was, the expression on Ling Xiao's face did not change from beginning to end. It was that kind of indifferent look from beginning to end. As if in his eyes, Ling Xiren was not worth mentioning at all. Bang, bang, bang. In the continuous exchange, Ling Xiao did not use any other martial arts from beginning to end. He only used the barbaric bull strength to fight with Ling Xiren. He did this to hone his battle experience. 1 move, 2 moves, 3 moves. The scene of a cat toying with a mouse was playing on the stage. How is this possible? Ling Xiao is only using basic martial arts and he can firmly suppress Ling Xiren. What kind of monster is this guy? Even the stupidest person could see that Ling Xiao could defeat Ling Xiren in a few moves. He did not do so because he was practicing. Ling Xiren's face was pale. His true qi was constantly being consumed to the point where he could no longer hold on. He could not believe it, he could not believe the current situation. Ling Xiao opposite him was like a mountain. And he was more like a stupid wild boar. Even if he collided countless times, he could not move the mountain at all. Stop, the outcome has been decided. At the judge's table, a person said loudly. No. I haven't lost yet. I haven't lost yet. Ling Xiren roared almost crazily and then continued to attack. The judges sighed. They only had the right to suggest and did not have the right to force. Unless Ling Xiren was sent flying off the stage or took the initiative to admit defeat, this match would not be over. What do you guys think of this match? Anyway, I'm a little confused. A martial artist at the third level of the martial vein using basic martial arts to suppress someone at the peak of the third level of the martial vein and using advanced martial arts. This doesn't make sense. A judge frowned and asked a few people around him. Ling Xiao is calm and reserved. His true qi is vigorous and his combat experience is rich. His basic martial arts have already reached the stage of perfection. And although Ling Xiren is at the peak of the third level of the martial vein, his true qi is not as good as Ling Zhao's. He is also more impulsive and lacks combat experience. Although he is using advanced martial arts, he can only display 50 to 60% of his strength. An older judge stroked his beard and said. This person was obviously the most respected of the judges. His words carried a lot of weight. Although he could not see Ling Zhao's true strength, his basic judgment was not wrong. Basic martial arts have reached the stage of perfection? Is there such a thing as the stage of perfection in basic martial arts? The so-called stage of perfection meant that one had reached the realm of perfection. In martial arts, it was generally believed that only the best martial arts had the possibility of reaching the transcendent state. It was already good enough that he could cultivate his fundamental martial arts to the great perfection stage. How could he reach the transcendent stage? There were no precedents or cultivation methods in this area at all. To be honest, I don't know how he did it, but from the way he used his moves, it was almost flawless. This is the characteristic of the transcendent state. What he said was right. It was impossible for an average person to cultivate martial arts to perfection. Even if one cultivated it to perfection, they would only be able to unleash 90% of its power. After all, this had a lot to do with one's body and aptitude. However, once one stepped into the transcendent stage, one would be able to unleash a martial art to perfection, without any flaws. Even if it was a basic martial art, it could still make the opponent feel overwhelmed, especially if the opponent was not very powerful. If that's the case, wouldn't he be able to rely on fundamental martial arts to conquer the world? That's not the case. Fundamental martial arts are fundamental martial arts after all. Even if it reached perfection and unleashed 100% of its power, there would still be a limit. It would not be a problem to deal with the half-baked Ling Xiren, but if it were Ling Feng, Ling Yixue, Ling Yiheng and the others, it would not be possible. I see. But why would he waste so much time to improve his fundamental martial arts to the transcendent stage? Of course there is a reason. Compared to advanced martial arts and top martial arts, if there is a way, it is easier to reach the transcendent stage with fundamental martial arts. This way, one can accumulate experience and provide experience for advanced martial arts and top martial arts. The elder side, this Ling Xiao has always been unknown. In the past half a month, he suddenly rose to prominence. He is indeed a rare genius of the Ling family. His future is limitless. In fact, the most valuable thing is that he is not even 14 years old, but already has the calmness and dignity of a master. This is really rare. Looks like it is finally going to end. As he spoke, he suddenly looked at the battle stage. At this time, Ling Xiren was already a little out of breath. The continuous outbursts had completely depleted his true qi. Ling Xiao shook his head. This kind of sparring partner was no longer qualified. It was time to end the battle. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, pinched the tip with 2 fingers, and then kicked Ling Xiren's chest. Ling Xiren did not have any defensive ability. He could only watch his body fly out and then heavily fall off the stage. Ling Xiran, you have seriously injured so many Ling family disciples. You are not qualified to continue to advance. Ling Xiao stood on the battle stage in high spirits. Ling Xiran, who fell off the stage, was groaning in pain. His ribs were completely broken, and his internal injuries were serious. It was impossible to continue to participate in the competition. Either he forfeited, or he was defeated again and eliminated. There were only these two possibilities. In any case, Ling Xiao really did not like this Ling Xiran. They were all from the same sect, but he was so vicious. It was better to get out of here as soon as possible. Senior brother Ling Xiao, well done. Long live senior brother Ling Xiao. This action increased the number of Ling Xiao's supporters once again. Number 9588 wins, 97 consecutive wins. The people at the judges' seats were all shocked. The result of this competition was really out of their expectations. Did you see that? Did you see that? I didn't say it wrong, right? Senior brother Ling Xiao used fundamental martial arts to defeat Ling Xiran. Too awesome. This is really unbelievable. He actually did it, and he really won. Those who supported Ling Xiran felt like they were dreaming. Some people pinched themselves a few times to confirm that it was not a dream. He was originally the focus of the 10,000 people competition, and now he became the focus of attention. Hee, senior sister Yixue, your eyesight is really good. You can actually guess such a result. The few female disciples beside Ling Yixue were also very surprised. It's nothing special. No matter how good fundamental martial arts are, it's still just fundamental martial arts. How can that trash Ling Xiran compare to me? Suddenly, a cold snort came from the side. It was Ling Feng. Brother Feng, you must take revenge for me. At this time, Ling Yu, who was leaning on Ling Feng, no longer qualified to advance. He looked at Ling Xiao in the distance with incomparable hatred, wishing he could cut him open with a knife. Don't worry Sister Yu, you just rest and recover. At this point, he suddenly looked at Ling Xiao and said loudly, Ling Xiao, if you have the ability, you can win 100 consecutive matches to advance. If you meet me, I will let you know that those bullshit fundamental martial arts are all trash. His voice was directly transmitted from the stands to the battle stage. It seemed to be intentional. Because he was full of confidence and never thought that he would lose. Don't worry, fundamental martial arts are enough to deal with you. Ling Xiao was also confident that as long as Ling Feng did not condense earth energy, he could definitely rely on the barbaric bull's strength to win. But he might have to use soaring cloud steps. After all, Ling Feng was not Ling Xiran. He was at least 3 times stronger than Ling Xiran. It would be a bit difficult to use fundamental martial arts, but with soaring cloud steps. Hearing Ling Xiao's words, Ling Feng's face turned ashen. He did not expect Ling Xiao to look down on Ling Xiran, but not him. Fine. Let's wait and see. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and did not say anything else. Instead, he continued to complete his matches. In the next 3 matches, his opponents admitted defeat, so he easily won 100 matches in a row. Congratulations to number 9588 Ling Xiao, the only one to have won 100 matches in a row and successfully advanced to the list of 1,000. Advancing to the list of 1,000 meant that one had entered the elite hall and was no longer a low-level disciple. This made countless people envious. At this time, the sky was already dark, but there was still light. The others were still fighting, but Ling Xiao quietly left the martial arts arena. In his opinion, the only ones who could pose a threat to him were Ling Yixue, Ling Yiheng, and the people of the Prodigy Hall. At this time, these people had not shown up, so he might as well go home and rest. Before going home, he went to the medicine hall. What's wrong, little guy? Have you been eliminated? The competition should still be going on now. In the medicine hall, Ling Xiao coincidentally met Ling Jiao and another middle-aged man, who should be Ling Feng's father. The one who asked was Ling Jiao, full of sarcasm. Oh, it's Lord Ling. I passed 100 matches in a row and advanced in advance. Ling Xiao cupped his hands and then said faintly, and then went to find the master of the medicine hall. Only Ling Jiao and Ling Feng's father were left with an awkward expression. Ha ha ha, Lord Ling, this kid bullied your Ling Chou a lot in the past. You can't let him continue to jump around, right? After a while, Ling Feng's father suddenly said with a smile. Humph, it's good that he advanced. Iron Hand will take care of him. That's not necessarily true. Maybe our Feng will eliminate him first. These two people obviously still did not take Ling Xiao seriously. They thought that Ling Taizhou or Ling Feng could easily defeat Ling Xiao. While they were chatting, Ling Xiao had already taken the Aura Qi Dan and left, a total of 3. Ling Xiao didn't want the two of them to see him. Otherwise, he would get into trouble for no reason, so he left through the back door. After returning home, Ling Xiao ate some dumplings made by his grandfather and entered the training room to begin his cultivation. He swallowed a Gangqi pill. In just one night, the stellar energy in his third meridian had increased to 90%. He was only 10% away from breaking through. However, there was still a competition today, so he left the 2 Aura Qi pills in the practice room and left to participate in the competition. Yesterday, it was said that the martial arts competition lasted until the middle of the night, and the final 1,000 people were determined. After all, such a battle could only be considered as noobs pecking at each other. It was not very interesting. Other than Ling Xiao, who was a bright spot, everyone else was playing by the rules. It was only right for them to quickly end the match and move on to the next exciting match. The next day, more than 900 disciples who had advanced to the next round, plus 10 seated contestants, gathered at the arena square. Ling Xiao was looking forward to today's duel. Because after yesterday's duel, he clearly discovered that his combat experience had improved by leaps and bounds, and his cultivation had also improved to a certain extent. This meant that this kind of battle was definitely beneficial to him, and not a waste of time. Today, the 1,000 of you here are all qualified to enter the elite hall. However, in today's competition, most of you will be eliminated. In the end, only a single person will be left to participate in the finals. Now, I will announce the following rules of the competition. The rules of the semifinals were very different from the preliminary round. It was divided into 2 stages. In the first stage, the 1,000 people were divided into 10 groups, each group had 100 people. Then, these 100 people would be placed on the stage at the same time. The final 10 people would advance to the second stage. This was also the so-called chaotic battle. The higher-ups naturally had their reasons for arranging it this way. A martial artist could not only be strong in a one-on-one battle. They also needed to learn how to protect themselves in a chaotic battle. When he heard about the first stage, Ling Xiao smiled. Because this stage was not the slightest bit difficult for him. He did not even need to make a move. He only needed to use his nimble body technique to avoid the attacks. Anyway, the real challenge was the second stage. 10 people would be selected from each group. A total of 100 people would be ranked based on points. In the end, the top 10 with the most points would advance to the final stage. At that time, he would definitely meet Ling Feng, Ling Yishui, Ling Yihang, and the others. That would be a real fierce battle. Therefore, in this first stage, if he could not waste his strength, he would try not to waste his strength. After the rules were announced, Ling Xiao was arranged into the 10th group. The strongest person in the same group was Ling Fei, who was ranked 10th. He was also the person who once competed with Ling Xiao in Qinggong and was defeated. When the competition started, the situation was a bit strange. Not sure if it was prearranged, the remaining 99 people actually attacked Ling Xiao at the same time. This is also possible? Ling Xiao has really offended a lot of people. It's not that he has offended. I'm afraid that someone is jealous and does not want him to continue. Then what should we do? Even if it's Ling Yihang, or even Ling Fifan, I'm afraid that they would not be defeated by these 99 people. What should we do? Cold sauce. Although it's a bit of a pity, but I guess he is really going to be eliminated. Although many people were worried for Ling Xiao and felt that it was a bit unfair to him, as long as he did not violate the rules, no one could say anything. However, the following scene caused these people to be both surprised and delighted. They saw Ling Xiao sitting cross-legged in mid-air, about 20 meters in the air, and could actually stay there for a quarter of an hour. After a quarter of an hour, he landed and instantly rose into the air again. Others could not even touch the corner of his clothes, let alone attack him. At first, Ling Fei wanted to take advantage of the number of people, but seeing this scene, he immediately gave up. Who the hell would go against that kind of monster? Gosh, what kind of qigong is this? He can hover in the air for nearly a quarter of an hour. I don't know. Is there such a qigong in the library? Soaring cloud steps. In a dark corner, Ling Jiao viciously punched the wall. He did not expect that he had forcibly snatched the soaring cloud steps and ox demon kung fu from Ling Xiao, but his son and godson could not practice them. He did not get any benefits from being the bad guy, harming others without benefiting himself. That was not all. Now that he saw that Ling Xiao had actually mastered the soaring cloud steps, he almost vomited blood on the wall. The reason why those people were all targeting Ling Xiao was because he had secretly played a trick. In the end, it turned out to be a joke. About 2 hours later, 900 out of the 1,000 people were eliminated, and only 100 people were left. Ling Xiao was the easiest to pass, but Ling Yihang, Ling Yixue, Ling Feng, and Ling Taizhou did not spend much effort. Because very few people dared to attack them. Next, rest for an hour. Do whatever you want. After the end of the first stage, there was an hour of rest. Ling Xiao ate something and then recovered his astral energy. An hour later, the second stage of the competition began. 100 people. Everyone's starting point was 0. Winning a match would give them 3 points, a draw would give them 1 point, and a loss would give them 0 points. The top 10 in the final ranking would advance to the finals and compete with the disciples of the Prodigy Hall. The competition begins now. With the head referee's order, the martial artists became nervous. Because these 100 people's matches were completely random, there was a possibility of encountering anyone. The competition used 20 stages at the same time. Generally speaking, every disciple had to fight 99 matches. In other words, they had to fight with the other 99 people. Therefore, there was no point in escaping. However, some people felt that if they met an expert later, they could at least maintain their fighting spirit. Otherwise, if they lost, their morale would definitely be low. Number 24 against number 98. Number 6 against number 11. As the head referee announced the numbers, the martial artists jumped onto the 20 stages one by one. Number 95-88 against number 57. The competition on 20 stages at the same time was actually very fast. Soon, it was Ling Zhao's turn. His opponent was a little fatty at the 3rd level of the martial vein. Hee, senior brother Ling Xiao, I came up to tell you that you will be my idol from now on. The fatty chuckled and actually turned around and jumped off the stage. He admitted defeat. In fact, this was too normal. In the previous matches, there were people who took the initiative to admit defeat. The reason was very simple. When encountering an opponent that was absolutely impossible to win against, it was better to just admit defeat rather than forcefully fighting and wasting one's chi. Anyway, there was no deduction of points if he lost. If he won, he would get 3 points. Many people were very clear about this. Ling Xiao was not surprised. Previously, in the 10,000-man competition, there was also the process of 1,000 people fighting. He had accumulated a lot of popularity. In addition, he was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. Even Ling Xiren, who used a high-grade martial art, was easily defeated by him. Anyone who had the slightest bit of self-awareness would not go head-to-head with him. The competition was very fast. Because there was a time limit. If the battle couldn't be settled within 15 minutes, the referee team would give a result. Otherwise, some people with similar strength might fight for several days and nights without a clear victor. That would be troublesome. Soon, Ling Xiao met his second opponent. This was a female disciple. Her appearance was not bad, especially her pair of eyes that could captivate souls. She was comparable to Ling Yu. It was just that in terms of strength, he was still a little lacking compared to Ling Yu. Big brother Ling Xiao, why don't you let me win this round? How about a draw? I'll be your girlfriend, okay? If it was someone else, they would have been bewitched by this woman. Looking at the people below the stage who had hearts in their eyes, which made up the majority, one could tell how powerful this woman was. Compared to Ling Yu's ability to seduce people, she was not at all inferior. It was a pity that after the incident with Ling Yu, Ling Xiao had a natural aversion to beautiful women. In addition, this woman's request had already annoyed him. Barbaric bull strength. He didn't waste any words and directly blasted the girl off the stage with a palm strike. He would vomit if he took another look at this woman. You beast. You don't know how to flirt. The girl sat on the ground and cried loudly, causing the male disciples to scowl at Ling Xiao. That's too much. No matter what, she's still a girl. So violent. That's right. Beauty, don't cry. I'll go up on stage and teach that kid a lesson later. Keep bragging. You can't even beat Ling Xiao, and you want to beat Ling Xiao? You're bragging too much. Obviously, not everyone felt that Ling Xiao was wrong. Ling Xiao also had a group of staunch fans in the crowd. This was the benefit of strength. Number 9,588 wins, accumulated 6 points. The referee quickly announced the result. This kid is a promising talent. Even a woman can't affect him. He'll definitely become a great person in the future. The referee team still thought very highly of Ling Xiao. The competition continued. Ling Xiao's points also continued to increase. When they met his opponent, they either chose to forfeit, or they were sent flying off the stage with a single move. In order to avoid trouble, Ling Xiao didn't go easy on them. It was to warn those who didn't know their limits not to provoke him. Because he wanted to preserve his strength so that it would be easier to face opponents who could threaten him. I can't tell. What level has this Ling Xiao strength reached? I keep feeling that he's still hiding his strength. More and more people felt that Ling Xiao couldn't only know basic martial arts. He must have learned other martial arts. He just kept hiding and didn't make a move. Their expectations for him were also growing. After Ling Xiao finished his competition, he didn't forget to observe Ling Yiheng, Ling Yixue, and Ling Feng's competition. Because in his opinion, only these 3 people could pose a threat to him. Number 2 against number 4. When Ling Xiao heard this voice, he hurriedly looked towards the direction of the voice. Sure enough, Ling Yixue and Ling Taizhou were standing on one of the stages. Ling Taizhou was currently ranked 4th in the elite hall. Ling Yixue was ranked 2nd in the elite hall. The battle between number 2 and number 4, this is going to be interesting, ha ha ha. Many people surrounded them. It was rare to see such a battle. Ling Xiao naturally didn't want to miss such a wonderful battle, so he also floated over. There should still be some time before his next battle, so he could just watch the fun. To be honest, he hadn't seen Ling Yixue fight yet. Today, he might be able to feast his eyes. When he went over, the battle had already begun. Gigantic Spirit Divine Palm, 9th style. Ling Taizhou pressed on step by step, not holding back. The terrifying True Qi actually turned into the shadow of a giant behind his body. The terrifying power was shocking. Ling Yixue, on the other hand, was in a wait-and-see attitude. She didn't rush to make a move and only relied on her nimble body movement to dodge. What made Ling Xiao slightly surprised was that Ling Tieshou's strength was much stronger than the time he met when he signed up. The power of his moves was more powerful and he was more skilled in using them. He had completely displayed 90% of the power of the advanced martial arts. In other words, his gigantic Spirit Divine Palm was already considered to be perfect, but it hadn't reached the stage of perfection yet. In a simple comparison, the current Ling Taizhou was more powerful than Li Xingyun in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Of course, he didn't know whether Li Xingyun's strength had increased or not. Ling Taizhou, you're not weak, but unfortunately, you're no match for me. After a moment, Ling Yixue began to counterattack. As she spoke, the surrounding air seemed to suddenly freeze. Her palms were dyed with a strange white color, like gloves woven from snow. Advanced Martial Arts, Frost Palm. Someone recognized the martial arts move that Ling Yixue used. It said that in order to master Frost Palm, one must be constantly in a world of ice and snow. Senior Sister Yixue must have suffered a lot. Of course, I heard that she often went to the family's ice cellar to practice alone. But once the Frost Palm is mastered, it's terrifying. Yes, it can freeze anything it touches. This is really a terrifying advanced martial arts. Ling Taizhou is in danger. Ling Yixue finally counterattacked. Both of her palms struck out and the air was instantly frozen. Ling Tiesho's body was already covered in ice. Ling Taizhou turned pale with fright and hurriedly retreated. However, it was meaningless. Although Ling Yixue's movement technique was not as good as Ling Zhao's, she was stronger than Ling Taizhou. Her palm landed on Ling Tiesho's chest. Ling Tiesho's upper body instantly froze. Ling Yixue wins. The referee gave a timely judgment. The result was already very obvious. Hearing the referee's voice, Ling Yixue retracted her slender hand and the layer of ice instantly shattered. Ling Tiesho's back was drenched in cold sweat. He looked at Ling Yixue in horror and said, "I'm not your opponent." He knew very well that if Ling Yixue attacked with all her strength from the beginning, he might not be able to withstand 3 moves. Senior sister Yixue is too strong. Ling Taizhou, who was ranked 4th, was actually defeated so easily. The experts of the elite hall were all surprised. They knew that Ling Yixue was powerful, but they did not expect her to be so powerful. They still clearly remembered that Ling Yixue had fought with Ling Taizhou a month ago. Although Ling Yixue had won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. But today, she had won so easily. I'm afraid that in the elite hall, only Ling Yihang and Ling Feng are qualified to compete with Ling Yixue. No, Ling Yixue is definitely not Ling Yihang's opponent. That monster Ling Yihang has already broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. On the other hand, Ling Feng can still compete with Ling Yixue. No matter what, the top 3 of the elite hall were still the top 3 of the elite hall. Up until now, Ling Yihang, Ling Yixue and Ling Feng had all won. No one could challenge their position. These 3 people naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. And whether they could challenge the rule of the Genius Hall or not, it all depended on these 3 people. As for Ling Xiao, although his performance was outstanding, in the eyes of most people, he was still incomparable to the top 3. After watching the match between Ling Yixue and Ling Taizhou, Ling Xiao returned to the stage. Because he was about to welcome his next opponent. He could be considered a relatively strong opponent. This person's name's Ling Qing. Because he lost to Ling Feng, his original ranking dropped to 5th. Even so, he was still very unique among the top 10 of the elite hall. The scariest thing about this person was that he had practiced thwart kung fu. If he couldn't break through his defense, then he would be tortured by him. Until now, Ling Qing had only lost 2 matches, one to Ling Yihang, and the other to Ling Yixue. Both of them were automatic defeats. And he had yet to meet Ling Feng and Ling Taizhou, so this result was already very good. Ling Xiao, you should just admit defeat. I don't want to waste my energy on you. I still need to save my Xianxia to deal with Ling Feng. Ling Qing had once lost to Ling Feng, so he had always wanted to take revenge. He didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all. He only had eyes for Ling Feng. Below the stage, those who didn't like Ling Xiao were gloating. Who told you to be so arrogant? Now you've met someone strong, it should be said that these people's schadenfreude was not without reason. After all, the strongest opponent Ling Xiao had encountered so far was Ling Qing. Don't worry, senior brother Ling Qing. I will help you defeat Ling Feng. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Brat, you're really arrogant. How can you defeat Ling Feng? You're really shameless. Since that's the case, I'll defeat you in 3 moves, so as not to waste my energy. Ling Xiao said with a smile, I heard that senior brother Ling Qing's thwart kung fu is good. It just so happens that my barbaric bull strength can also be used as a thwart kung fu. Senior brother, why don't you try 3 moves? If I lose, I'll admit defeat. He was completely an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. You look down on me, but I look down on you. You. Ling Qing was so angry that his teeth itched. He originally thought highly of himself, but he didn't expect that a nobody would dare to look down on him. You're asking for it. Don't blame me. Ling Xiao didn't say anything. He stood there and used the barbaric bull strength basic martial arts. But this time it wasn't an attack, but a defense. Xianxia was attached to the surface of his body, forming a thin film that could be seen with the naked eye. Although it was just a thin film, its defense was amazing. This kid has brought the barbaric bull strength to life. the old man at the judge's table exclaimed. Only those who have reached the transcendent state can use the barbaric bull strength as a defense. I'm afraid he is the only one in the Ling family who can do it. Humph, he's just bluffing. Ling Qing clenched his fists. A layer of golden Xianxia wrapped around his fists. His fists looked as if they were cast in gold. That terrifying power was no less than a weapon's attack. What a powerful force. Yeah, that must be the advanced fist art, King Kong fist. It's even more powerful when used together with the King Kong skill. Hee, everyone knows that Ling Qing's defense is amazing. In fact, many people don't know that he is the only prodigy who can use thwart kung fu to attack. Even Ling Feng and Ling Yixue wouldn't dare to take his attack head-on. Ling Xiao is too arrogant. The crowd's discussion had already explained everything. No one was optimistic about Ling Xiao. They all felt that Ling Xiao had become arrogant because of his winning streak. Previously, because his opponents weren't that good, it didn't matter. But this time, he dared to be so arrogant against Ling Qing, who was ranked 5th in the elite hall. He was simply courting death. Hearing the crowd's words, Ling Xiao only smiled faintly. His mountain river martial spirit had already analyzed Ling Qing's level. In fact, he wasn't much stronger than Ling Xiren, who was ranked 5th. They were both martial artists at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein and both used advanced martial arts. If there was a gap, it would be the difference in the power of their moves and combat skills. In fact, other than the top 3 in the elite hall, Ling Xiao felt that the rest of the people behind could challenge each other. Boom, Ling Qing's fists directly landed on Ling Xiao's body. A deafening sound was heard and the entire stage shook a few times. However, what was shocking was that Ling Xiao still had a smile on his face. He didn't even frown. It can't be, the defense of barbaric bull's strength is so terrifying? Ling Qing was extremely shocked. It was as if 10,000 bulls had run past him. He was completely stunned. With one move, the difference in strength between the two could be seen. One was motionless, while the other, as the attacker, was actually forced back 2 steps before he could stabilize himself. Below the stage, the crowd was even more shocked. Every one of them felt as if their hearts were being turned upside down. To be honest, before Ling Xiao, no one paid attention to a basic martial art like barbaric bull strength. They all treated it as a springboard. After learning a higher-level martial art, they would throw it away. Who would have thought that barbaric bull strength would become so terrifying in Ling Xiao's hands? Ling Qing stabilized his body and looked at Ling Xiao in horror. This monster, this guy's defense was simply watertight. Ling Xiao only smiled faintly and still stood there. He had no intention of making a move. The defense of barbaric bull strength had been analyzed by the mountain and river martial spirit. As long as one was below the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein and did not use earth energy, they would not be able to break through his defense. And this was only the barbaric bull's strength at the transformation stage. Ling Xiao had not used the advanced ox demon art, barbaric bull demon, yet. Not to mention, he still had the ox demon art, chi explosion art to complement it. In addition, he had not used his earth energy at all. He really did not know who had the qualifications to force him to use all his abilities. Could Ling Yihong do it? At this moment, the battle on the stage paused for a moment. But without a doubt, the battle between Ling Xiao and Ling Qing had become the focal point of the entire battle stage. Just like the battle between Ling Yixue and Ling Taizhou. Why do I feel that Ling Xiao's defense is stronger than Ling Qing's? Ling Yixue, who had fought with Ling Qing before, muttered to herself. Impossible, Senior Yixue. Bull's strength is not a defensive technique. Furthermore, it is only a basic technique. How can it be compared to senior brother Ling Qing's high-level defensive technique, King Kong technique? Ling Xiao, I really admire your courage, but if your defense is only like this, then you're definitely going to lose today. Ling Qing was enraged. That punch just now, he did not use his full strength. He only used 70% of his strength because he wanted to save more chi to deal with Ling Feng. But this time, he did not plan to hold back. 100% of my strength, King Kong fist. Ling Xiao frowned. Ling Qing's punch was obviously much stronger than the previous one. Then I will also use 100% of my strength to block it. His casual words almost made Ling Qing vomit blood in anger. After all this time, he did not even use his full strength to defend. How awesome. Boom. There was another loud bang. Ling Xiao still did not move. But Ling Qing was sent flying backwards. It took him a lot of effort to stabilize his body. The stronger the attack, the greater the recoil. Too terrifying. Who can break through Ling Xiao's defense? I don't believe in this. Ling Qing took out a pair of gloves from his pocket. Those gloves were obviously made of special materials. That is a common grade artifact. It has an additional effect on the attack. Generally speaking, it can increase the power by 20%. At the judges' table, there were already people who could tell that the gloves in Ling Qing's hands were not ordinary. Other than common grade artifacts, there were also artifacts, spiritual artifacts, true artifacts, immortal artifacts, and divine artifacts in this world. Artifacts were divided into 5 grades: common grade, fine grade, precious grade, immortal grade, and divine grade. Very few of the Ling clan's disciples had ever seen a treasured artifact, let alone a spirit artifact. The martial artists on the referee's stand were knowledgeable, so they recognized the glove at a glance. Ha ha ha. This is a common grade artifact. Let's see if you still dare to block it. Ling Qing laughed crazily. He felt embarrassed that he couldn't even break through Ling Xiao's defense, so he didn't intend to hold back this time. He did not believe that Ling Xiao would be able to block his full power and a common grade artifact. Unless Ling Xiao also had a defensive type artifact. So what? Bring it on. Ling Xiao knew that he would not be able to block the attack with just bull force. This time, he had to use Qi explosion to increase the defense of bull force, or else it would be really troublesome. After all, the other party was ranked 5th in the elite hall. He was much more powerful than he had imagined. Ah! Ling Qing roared and punched out with both fists again. At that moment, Ling Xiao used the explosive Qi formula, and the thin film on his body thickened significantly. It even emitted a faint glow. Ah! With a scream, Ling Qing was sent flying again. This time, he did not stand up, but fell to the ground and fainted. Ling Qing, who was ranked 5th in the elite hall, was defeated by Ling Xiao without even using a single move. Everyone on the field was dumbfounded. They thought that Ling Xiao's strength would be enough to enter the top 20. It was even possible for him to enter the top 10. After all, Ling Ziran, who was ranked 20th, could defeat the disciple ranked 11th in the 10,000 people tournament. And Ling Xiao defeated Ling Ziran. Although there was pressure to enter the top 10, it should not be a big problem. However, they still did not expect that Ling Xiao would be able to defeat Ling Qing, who was ranked 5th, so effortlessly. Ling Xiao's performance was too shocking, too eye-catching. Now, there were finally people who began to treat him with Ling Yiheng, Ling Yixue, and Ling Feng. This kid is really scary. He actually cultivated the secret techniques Qi explosion and Qi return at the same time. A warrior at his level is usually unable to cultivate 2 secret techniques at the same time. Yeah, how many more secrets does he have? That wonderful movement technique from before, and now 2 secret techniques. I'm really looking forward to it. But he should have reached his limit. He should have used everything he can. He's probably just a little stronger than Ling Taizhou. It's not possible for him to challenge the top 3. I think so too, unless he has other tricks up his sleeve. In the stands, there were many Ling family's upper management and warriors. They made a judgment and analysis of Ling Xiao. They were all shocked, but they did not think that Ling Xiao could surpass Ling Feng, Ling Yixue, and Ling Yiheng. But the reality was that Ling Yiheng, Ling Yixue, Ling Feng, and Ling Xiao were the 4 disciples who maintained a perfect victory. Although this was because they had not fought yet, Ling Xiao defeated Ling Qing. This already showed how terrifying he was. Among the 4 of them, Ling Xiao was definitely considered a true dark horse. And many people actually liked this kind of troublemaker the most. So Ling Xiao's popularity actually showed signs of approaching the top 3, becoming the 4th most popular person in this elimination round. From a little beggar who was bullied by others to a warrior whose popularity soared today. Other than Ling Xiao's hard work, of course, he should be most grateful for the Mountain River martial spirit. If he did not awaken the mountain river martial spirit, he probably would not have the glory he had today. Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao. Every time Ling Xiao went up the stage, there would be many people shouting his name. Among them, there were even some pretty female disciples. This made Ling Xiao somewhat happy in his heart. After all, which young man did not yearn for love? After this new year, he would be 14 years old. He also had some vague understanding of the relationship between men and women. Of course, he also used his outstanding battle results to repay the cheers of the audience. He continued his winning streak. More and more people directly admitted defeat after seeing him. And those who refused to admit defeat, unless they were in the top 10, still could not take one move from him. Even the top 10 could not take 3 moves. Of course, he still did not meet Ling Yiheng, Ling Yixue, or Ling Feng. In this process, Ling Xiao met a few very interesting opponents. For example, Ling Chong. This guy who had always bullied him in the past, and now was always bullied by him, directly admitted defeat after seeing him. Ling Chong did not want to break a few more ribs. And Ling Fei. Those who had competed with Ling Xiao in Qinggong also directly admitted defeat after going up. In the chaotic battle of 1,000 people, Ling Fei had seen Ling Zhao's Qinggong. He knew that he could not win, so he might as well save his strength. What made everyone feel the most inconceivable was that Ling Taizhou also chose to admit defeat after meeting Ling Xiao. Some people felt that Ling Taizhou was scared by Ling Yixue. But Ling Xiao knew best. Although this Ling Taizhou was vicious, he was not stupid. However, he wasn't stupid. He probably saw how powerful Ling Xiao was, so he wanted to conserve his energy to deal with other people. Ling Yixue vs Ling Feng. After a few more rounds, a heavyweight battle began. Ling Yixue, who was ranked second in the elite hall, versus Ling Feng, who was ranked third. This battle naturally attracted everyone's attention again, including Ling Yiheng and Ling Xiao, who were currently in a winning streak. Ling Yixue. Ling Yixue. Ling Feng. Ling Feng. In terms of the number of fans, Ling Yixue and Ling Feng were evenly matched. One of them was a beautiful woman with extraordinary talent. The other was a genius disciple of the clan. They each had their own fans. Hence, when they went on stage, there were almost crazy shouts and cheers from below the stage. Ling Yixue, you have rejected my confession of love many times. That is an insult to me. Today, I will make you regret it completely. To Ling Feng, Ling Yixue was the ideal partner in his heart. As for Ling Yu, she was just a substitute. Unfortunately, Ling Yixue did not put him in her eyes at all. He naturally wanted to take revenge for today's battle. Feelings cannot be forced. Moreover, I only want to cultivate now. Ling Yixue said indifferently. Her face was as calm as an ancient well, as if she did not put Ling Feng's provocation in her eyes. Clang, Ling Feng unsheathed his sword, the wind-whisking willow sword drew an irregular sword mark. It was sometimes fast and sometimes slow, making people unable to catch it. The scariest part of this sword technique was that it was treacherous. When you thought it was fast, it suddenly became slow. When you thought it was slow, it suddenly became fast. Ling Yixue did not dare to be negligent. She pushed out both her palms. Cold chi gushed out, as if the air was frozen. The people below the stage did not even dare to breathe. After all, this was a battle between the second and third place. Clang, in an instant. The palms that were wrapped in ice met the treacherous sword. However, after a light touch, the sword suddenly changed direction and pierced towards Ling Yixue's waist. Battles were not all about meeting force with force. Ling Feng's wind-whisking willow sword might not be as powerful as Frost Palm, but it was far more treacherous than the Frost Palm. However, Ling Yixue was not easy to deal with. As the long sword approached, she retreated and easily dodged the attack. Sigh, in the end, Ling Yixue doesn't have the support of her family. She can only rely on her own efforts. If she didn't convert her chi into gang, I'm afraid she would have lost. After more than 10 moves, Ling Xiao gently shook his head. He actually hoped that Ling Yixue would win, but from the looks of it, Ling Feng's sword techniques really couldn't be underestimated. The longsword in his hand was also a common grade artifact. On the other hand, Ling Yixue was barehanded, which was a disadvantage in itself. On the field, they had already exchanged over 100 moves, however, neither side was injured. Ling Feng's sword did not even touch the corner of Ling Yixue's clothes. Ling Yixue couldn't hurt Ling Feng either. In terms of martial skills, perhaps the two of them were evenly matched. The battle quickly entered a stalemate. Some of the referees were already paying attention to the time. However, it would be difficult for the referee to determine the winner of this match. Because the two of them were clearly evenly matched, and neither of them could hurt the other. It looked like it could only be a draw. Everyone, it looks like this competition will end in a draw. The head referee looked at the people around him and discussed. That might not be the case. Feng'er hasn't used his trump card yet. The one who spoke wasn't the referee, but Ling 13, who was standing near the referee's seat. He was Ling Feng's father. He still has a trump card? The referees were shocked. They didn't think that Ling 13 was exaggerating. There must be a reason for his words. Look, the situation on the field is changing. At this moment, someone suddenly shouted, causing everyone to hurriedly look up. On the field, there was a huge change in the battle. After around 200 moves, Ling Feng dodged Ling Yixue's palm attack. Then, he suddenly retreated and swung his sword casually. It looked like an ordinary sword strike, but it shot out a strange sword aura, whoosh. Ding. Although Ling Yixue blocked the sword chi, her defense was still penetrated, and a small hole appeared on one of her arms. She groaned and flew out of the field. Earth energy. Ling Yixue looked up at Ling Feng with a trace of surprise in her eyes. However, it was just a trace of surprise. Forget it. Let him win. I can't use my earth energy at this moment. She also had earth energy, and more than Ling Feng. However, she had her own thoughts. She wanted to use her earth energy in the finals. Turning chi into earth energy. No wonder Ling 13 was so confident. His son has condensed earth energy. Everyone in the referee's seat was shocked. Although there were many martial artists at the peak of the third level of the martial vein, it was rare for them to be able to comprehend earth energy. They didn't expect that there would be two people who had comprehended earth energy in this year's Hall of Elites. Ling 13, your son hit it well. He only used earth energy now. His talent is amazing. It seems that he will be one of the top 10 in this year's tournament. The head referee sighed. Ling 13 smiled faintly and said, Elder, you're too kind. My son only has a rough understanding of earth energy. Although he said that, Ling 13 couldn't hide the excitement on his face. His son, Ling Feng, was only 15 years old. To be able to enter the top 10 at this age was already amazing. Ling Feng wins. The referee announced the result of the match. Strange, why do I feel that Ling Yixue didn't use her full strength? Ling Xiao touched his chin in doubt. Although the result was out, he had a feeling that Ling Yixue was stronger than Ling Yixue. Ling Yixue was still stronger than Ling Feng, she was just hiding something. Ling Feng. Ling Feng. Defeating Ling Yixue made Ling Feng's popularity unparalleled. He even had the momentum to surpass Ling Yiheng. After all, those who were here to watch the show didn't know how terrifying Ling Yiheng was. Yixue, why do you have to do this? Are you going to use your earth energy to deal with me? Ling Yiheng appeared beside Ling Yixue and asked faintly. Why would I? I just want to have something to rely on in the finals. Since she was seen through, Ling Yixue didn't hide it. Don't worry, I'll take care of Ling Feng. Ling Yiheng only lightly said a sentence, and then closed his eyes again. It seemed that there was no match on the field that could arouse his interest. Ling Feng looked at Ling Yiheng and suddenly felt bored. He then looked at Ling Xiao with disdain and resentment between his eyebrows. The next one is you, Ling Xiao. Big brother Feng, you're amazing. Without waiting for Ling Feng to get off the stage, Ling Yu jumped onto the stage and threw herself into Ling Feng's arms. Then she looked at Ling Xiao provocatively. It seemed to be saying, so what if you defeated me? My big brother Feng will take revenge for me. Ling Xiao just smiled faintly. You're really stupid. You think that you can suppress me just because you condensed a trace of earth energy? You only have the qualifications to force me to use the demon ox art, that's all. But your wind-whisking willow sword is pretty good. I'll play with you later. The match continued. After Ling Yixue lost, there were only 3 people who had a winning streak. They were Ling Yiheng, Ling Feng, and Ling Xiao. In everyone's eyes, Ling Xiao was just a foil. Ling Yiheng and Ling Feng, the peerless duo, perhaps the judges thought so too, so they purposely put the battle between Ling Yiheng and Ling Feng to the end. Of course, the battle between Ling Xiao and Ling Feng was also pushed back a little. Letting the dark horse, Ling Xiao, walk a little further would make the competition more exciting. Ling Xiao did not disappoint them. Before he met Ling Feng, he had a winning streak and even defeated a few people in the top 10 of the elite hall. His popularity continued to rise. Finally, after Ling Xiao defeated everyone in the top 10 except for Ling Yiheng and Ling Feng, he met Ling Feng. The previous battle was between Ling Xiao and Ling Yixue. However, it did not last long. After only 3 moves, Ling Yixue admitted defeat. Ling Yixue's eyesight was brilliant. She knew that even if she used her qi energy, she would not be a match for Ling Xiao. It was not worth it to waste qi energy in this kind of battle. This is going to be interesting. Ling Feng and Ling Xiao both defeated Ling Yixue. They are evenly matched. What do you mean evenly matched? Senior brother Ling Feng won with his own strength, while Ling Xiao was just going easy on him. That's right. With Ling Xiao's strength, how could he win in 3 moves? Ling Yixue probably felt that she had enough points, so she admitted defeat on purpose. Sure enough, most people still felt that Ling Feng, who used qi energy, was stronger. As for Ling Xiao, his winning streak ended here. Ling Xiao, kneel down and admit defeat, and I will not hurt you. Otherwise, you will have to lie in bed for at least a month. Don't even think about participating in the finals. There were only 3 matches left before the end of the competition. They were Ling Xiao against Ling Feng against Ling Yiheng, and Ling Yiheng against Ling Xiao. Even if Ling Xiao lost all of them, he would still advance. Therefore, the only way to prevent Ling Xiao from participating in the finals was to severely injure Ling Xiao so that Ling Xiao would completely give up on the idea. Ling Feng didn't put Ling Xiao in his eyes at all, especially after defeating Ling Yixue. In his opinion, in the entire elite hall, only Ling Yiheng was qualified to be his opponent. Ling Xiao smiled faintly and said, "Originally, I just wanted to defeat you. However, since you are so vicious, I will let you lie in bed for a month." What he said was the truth. He didn't want to deepen their hatred, but the other party's viciousness changed his mind. I won't attack unless I'm attacked. If someone offends me, I will return the favor. Ling Xiao's words immediately infuriated Ling Feng. This brat actually dared to be disrespectful to him even now. Why didn't he think about it? You're going to make it impossible for them to participate in the finals, and they still want to respect you. Wouldn't that make him an idiot? The spectators below the stage were also shocked. They thought that Ling Xiao had obviously seen how terrifying Ling Feng was, but he still dared to oppose him. If he didn't have any real ability, it wouldn't make sense. It's useless to say more. Let's fight. When you're lying on the sickbed, perhaps I'll be kind and send you some supplements. Ha ha ha. Ling Feng said while gnashing his teeth. Let's start. Ling Xiao was too lazy to talk nonsense with Ling Feng. His target was Ling Yiheng. Only by defeating Ling Yiheng could he become the first in the knockout round, the first in the elite hall. Only then could he truly hold his head high. As for becoming the first in the competition, to be honest, with his current strength, he didn't have much confidence. That Ling Fifan was too strong. Therefore, he had to continue to train and improve. Fortunately, there would be a few days of rest after the knockout round. Perhaps he could make a breakthrough in some aspects. Clang, Ling Feng had already pulled out his long sword. It still looked like an ordinary long sword, but it still made many people shudder. Whoosh, the long sword stabbed toward Ling Xiao at an extremely fast speed. Ling Feng's body movement didn't seem weak either. You'd better use your gang qi as soon as possible. Otherwise, you won't have any chance. Ling Xiao only wanted to see how it felt to fight with a martial artist with gang qi. The previous battles were too boring for him. There was no challenge at all. You are not qualified. Ling Feng didn't have much Gang Qi. Only 10% of the genuine Qi in the first meridian was condensed into Gang Qi. Therefore, he didn't dare to use too much Gang Qi. Of course, in his opinion, Ling Xiao was not qualified for him to use Gang Qi. He didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Ling Xiao with the wind-whisking willow sword at the completion level and the advanced body movement at the completion level. Clang, a strange sword shadow suddenly stabbed toward Ling Xiao from below. The change was so fast that Ling Xiao felt a little surprised. Of course, it was just a surprise. However, the onlookers exclaimed. They thought Ling Xiao was going to lose. Ling Xiao just looked indifferent. He stretched out his right hand and clamped the sword tip with 2 fingers. Get lost. Genuine Qi spurted out from his fingertips. Ling Feng felt his right hand go numb. His sword fell to the ground and he was forced to take a few steps back. He's too strong. He pushed Ling Feng back so easily. The onlookers were shocked. Ling Xiao still stood there calmly. Ling Feng's expression was extremely awkward. I said, without Gang Qi, you won't have any chance. Ling Xiao said indifferently. This Ling Xiao is really a freak. A monster. The head judge shook his head and smiled bitterly. He thought Ling Feng was strong and talented enough. He didn't expect him to be suppressed by Ling Xiao without Gang Qi. Feng use Gang Qi. There's no need to hold back. Ling 13's voice sounded. Ling Feng picked up the sword on the ground and looked coldly at Ling Xiao. If I use Gang Qi, the speed and power of all my moves will increase by several times. You will lose without a doubt. I've heard the same thing. Don't waste your breath. Let's fight. If it weren't for the fact that he wanted to hone his fighting skills in this battle, Ling Feng could have defeated Ling Feng without giving him a chance to use Gang Qi. After all, a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein couldn't use Gang Qi freely. Every time he used Gang Qi, his Gang Qi would be depleted. After reaching the 4th level of the martial vein, Gang Qi could be recovered automatically. Ling Feng didn't say anything else. He shook his sword and released his Gang Qi. He thrust his sword forward. Ling Xiao tilted his head because of his experience, but the sword Qi pierced through his clothes. What a fast sword. What a strange sword. It's really changed. Ling Xiao suddenly became excited. He knew that the barbaric bull force of the martial vein was no longer enough to defeat Ling Feng. Even if he used Qi Burst formula, it would be useless. Qi Burst formula was the most effective secret technique at the 3rd level of the martial vein. Once the Gang Qi was transformed into Gang Qi, the effect was not obvious. If he broke through the 4th level of the martial vein and entered the Gang Qi stage, the effect would be completely lost. Therefore, Ling Xiao didn't want to use this secret technique too much because it didn't have much potential. Fortunately, after the Qi Explosion Arts had been swallowed by the Ox Demon Arts, the Ox Demon Arts had its own Qi Explosion effect. No matter what martial arts it was, it would be 20 to 30% stronger when used through the Ox Demon Arts. This was pretty good. Not bad at all. You can actually dodge my attack. You're good, but you won't be so lucky next time. Ling Feng originally thought that he could defeat Ling Xiao with one strike. Who knew that he only managed to pierce a corner of Ling Xiao's clothes? His face was a little angry. He shook his sword again and the sword shadow turned into several sword rays, like willow branches, stabbing at Ling Xiao from different angles. Not only that. His sword move was not finished. Wind whisks willow sword. Willow is a bright move, wind is a secret move, and also the real killing move. Breeze whisks willow. Once Ling Feng executed this move, everyone below the stage exclaimed. When this move was executed with earth energy, its power, speed, and strangeness were all increased by several times. Ling Xiao was still undefeated? What a pity. That kid called Ling Xiao could have maintained his winning streak, but unfortunately, he met Ling Feng who condensed earth energy. On the spectator stand, the 4th-ranked Ling Zhan couldn't help but sigh. Since Ling Zhan said so, it can't be wrong. Let's see how you dodge this move. Ling Feng's eyes were filled with resentment and excitement, because he knew that he was only one step away from victory. Below the stage, many people revealed expressions of schadenfreude. Ling Chong, Ling Taishou, Ling Ziran, these people had all lost to Ling Xiao. However, they were all narrow-minded and refused to accept their loss. They always felt that it was a disgrace for a little beggar to ride on their heads. Ling Yu's expression was even more interesting. She was so excited that her face was slightly red. She stood up shakily and excitedly waited for Ling Xiao to fall. She wanted to cheer. If it wasn't for Ling Xiao, she would have been able to advance to the semifinals. She definitely wouldn't have been eliminated in the 10,000 people tournament. He watched as the extremely strange wind whisk's willow sword closed in on Ling Xiao. Some were worried, some were excited, and of course, some were happy. However, facing this move, Ling Xiao only laughed and said, "Come at me." Then, he punched out with both fists. In that instant, a faint shadow of true energy appeared on his body. It was still a bull. However, this bull was a little different. It was clearly bigger than the previous one, and its horns were longer. "It's actually a foundational martial art?" a judge exclaimed. "No, that's not right. This is no longer a foundational martial art. It should be a high-level martial art at the very least." The head judge shook his head and said, "This kid can actually modify his own martial art?" Ling Xiao obviously didn't have the ability to modify his own martial art. This was all thanks to the Demon Ox art and the Mountain River martial spirit. Demon Ox art, Demon Ox transformation. With a roar, a terrifying amount of true energy surged into his fists. His fists were the horns of the ox demon, and they collided with Ling Feng's windswept willow sword chi. It's a pity that even if it's a high-grade martial art, it's impossible for it to go against earth energy. This Ling Xiao is really overestimating himself. It would be better if he just admitted defeat. It's normal for young people to be a little arrogant. Many of the family experts in the stands didn't have high hopes for Ling Xiao's punch. "Go to hell. Ling Xiao, lose." Ling Xiao roared furiously. The rage that had been suppressed within his chest for a long time was finally unleashed. First, countless willow-like sword beams struck Ling Xiao. Pa! 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 The continuous attacks landed on Ling Xiao's body, creating a sound that resembled rain hitting the ground. It's not over yet. The willow-like sword beams weren't strong enough to break through Ling Xiao's defense. Although Ling Feng was surprised, it was also within his expectations. His real killing move was the wind kill within the willow-like sword beams. Your earth chi is only SOSO. Ling Xiao was a little disappointed. It seemed that the concentration of earth chi determined the power of the attack. Ling Feng, who only had 1 martial vein and 10% earth chi, wasn't qualified to force him to use his earth chi. He didn't even need to use a stronger move. "Get the hell back." Ling Xiao roared furiously. His fists had already landed on the wind formed by the earth chi. At that moment, Ling Xiao looked more like a demon ox wrapped in true energy. His figure vaguely became a lot bigger. Boom! First, the willow-like sword beams were blasted away. Clang! The astral energy that had been condensed into wind was directly sent flying back. What? Such a tyrannical punch. Is this still true energy? High-level martial arts complete. It must be. Good boy, I didn't expect that. Not only did he improve the barbaric bull strength, but he also cultivated it to the complete level. No, even the complete level isn't so powerful. This is the transformative state. Transformative state of a high-level martial arts. How is this possible? A sharp-eyed expert finally discovered the source of the problem. First, it was the transformative state of a basic martial arts. Now, it was the transformative state of a high-level martial arts. How many secrets did this Ling Xiao have that hadn't been exposed, just when they were surprised? Ling Feng's face was full of horror. His earth chi had been completely used up. At this moment, facing Ling Xiao's punch, he had no way to resist. He could only hurriedly wave his sword to block. Clang! His long sword was blasted away. Bang! Ah! Clean and neat. Ling Feng had no way out. His body flew out like a kite with a broken string. The blood in his mouth spilled out in a graceful parabola in the air. He flew for more than 10 meters before landing heavily on the ground. This scene shocked everyone, including the spectating disciples of the Genius Hall. Including Ling Yiheng, true qi collided with earth qi. This was simply unheard of. They didn't know that Ling Zhao's body had been strengthened by the mountain and river martial spirit. It had reached a terrifying level. Even if a martial artist of the same level comprehended earth qi, it was meaningless. They couldn't break his defense. Huff, withdrawing his fists, Ling Xiao calmed down his surging true qi. Although he wasn't injured, after all, it was the first time he faced an opponent with earth qi. The true qi in his body was still a bit chaotic. This is too overbearing. At the age of 13, he can create his own martial arts? Moreover, he won with true qi colliding with earth qi. Even Ling Fifan can't compare with such a genius. Many elders of the clan stood up, including the extremely powerful chief judge. He had already thought highly of Ling Xiao, but this battle still surprised him. It seems that there was a bit too much movement. Ling Xiao scratched his head. He didn't expect Ling Feng to be so weak. If his opponent was Ling Yiheng or Ling Yixue, they probably wouldn't be able to win with just true qi. On this point, Ling Feng was still lacking a lot of experience. Ling Xiao wins. The chief judge personally announced the winner of this battle. Although they were shocked, there were still 2 more battles to be fought. The elimination round still had to continue. Feng Ling Shisan turned into an afterimage and rushed to his son. He hurriedly channeled his internal force to help his son heal. Feng are you okay? Dad, I lost. I actually lost. How could I lose to that little beggar? Dad, you have to avenge me. Ling Feng, who was lying on the ground, didn't move. The backlash of earth qi made him suffer the consequences of his own actions. His meridians were almost completely severed. This couldn't be blamed on Ling Xiao. The earth qi was Ling Feng's own. It was Ling Feng's fault for not controlling it well. Ling Feng was quickly carried away by the medicine hall's people for treatment. He probably wouldn't be able to continue his battle with Ling Yiheng. But it didn't matter. After all, he wouldn't be able to recover within a month. In other words, this year's grand competition had ended early for Ling Feng. He said those harsh words to Ling Xiao, but in the end, he suffered the consequences of his own actions. Bastard! What grudge did you have with my son? How could you do this to him? You destroyed his meridians and severed his martial vein. Ling Shisan watched his son being carried away by the medicine hall's people. Ling Shisan exploded. He disregarded the rules and jumped onto the battle stage. He knew that there was a rule in the Ling clan that forbade him from killing a member of the Ling clan. But in his rage, he couldn't care less. 5th level martial vein. 2nd level earth energy. I'm no match for him. Ling Xiao frowned. If he did not break through, there was no way he could defeat Ling 13. However, escaping was not a problem. However, Ling Xiao did not run. He wanted to try, maybe he could break through in the face of danger. True geniuses were all madmen. If they did not dare to take risks, how could they improve? Ling 13's aura was terrifying. His aura combined with his earth energy brought great pressure to Ling Xiao just by standing there. However, the greater the pressure, the stronger Ling Xiao's will to fight. The earth energy in his body was ready to move, 91%, 92%, 93%, 99%, under the terrifying pressure. Ling Xiao's true qi continued to transform into earth energy. His 3rd martial vein was already transformed to more than 99%. He was only a step away from breaking through to the 4th level martial vein. In other words, he could break through at any time. His accumulation was more than enough. Not running away was the right choice. Ling Xiao was exhilarated. If he had turned around and left, even Ling 13 might not be able to catch up with him with soaring cloud step. However, it was impossible for him to make such a huge improvement. Master 13, I only blocked Ling Feng's attack. He was injured because of his own earth energy. What does it have to do with me? Ling Xiao said indifferently as he continued to refine the true qi in his body. Bastard, you still dare to quibble at this point. Fine, since you are a disciple of the Ling family, I can spare your life. However, I must cripple you. Ling 13 did not hesitate any longer. He slammed his palm towards Ling Xiao's chest. Enough. Ling Xiao was about to use his earth energy to fight back, but the head judge intervened in time. With just a simple block, Ling Shersan's attack was nullified, losing all its power. Elder. He acted so viciously and harmed my son. Are we just going to ignore it? Ling Shersan didn't have the slightest bit of courage in front of this head judge. No matter how angry he could still tell who was stronger and who was weaker. As long as he dared to make a move, he would not be able to get away with it today. This is the arena plaza. It was the venue for the grand competition. This is not a place for you to mess around. The head judge said coldly. His meaning was very clear. Attacking Ling Xiao on the day of the grand competition was out of the question. However, outside of the grand competition, he wouldn't care. Ling 13 seemed to have understood the meaning behind the head judge's words. He looked coldly at Ling Xiao and said, "Kid, I will give face to the elders today, but I will avenge my son." With that, he turned around and soared into the sky. It should be said that compared to the cunning Ling Jiao, this Ling 13 was more straightforward and vicious. Ling Jiao still had to care about grandfather Ling's opinion, but Ling 13 did not care. He knew that he could never become the head of the Ling family. He did not have the qualifications. Therefore, when he said that he wanted to take revenge on Ling Xiao, it was definitely not a lie. Young man, you'd better take care of yourself. Everyone has to be responsible for their own actions. No one can help you. The head judge looked at Ling Xiao faintly. He did not side with anyone and was just speaking the truth. I understand. Of course, Ling Xiao knew what he was going to face. However, was he supposed to show mercy when dealing with Ling Feng? He could not do that. If he showed mercy because he was afraid of Ling Feng's father, it would obviously affect his martial will. It was definitely not worth it. He actually won. He was actually fearless in front of Ling Feng's father. What is going on? What is going on? Among the crowd, Ling Yu, who was originally rosy and excited, was now pale as a sheet. There was almost no blood in her face. She was expecting Ling Feng to defeat Ling Xiao, and then she could return the humiliation to Ling Xiao. However, in the end, she fell from the clouds into the abyss. She was in complete despair. Was this still the little beggar that she used to bully? Unknowingly, he had grown to such a level. It was impossible to say that she did not regret it. Now, Ling Yu was really regretting that she did not insist on staying by Ling Zhao's side. Ling Feng, that trash, was indeed useless. Her eyes were filled with hatred. She stared coldly at Ling Xiao, as if she was thinking about something. As Ling Feng was seriously injured, the battle between Ling Yiheng and Ling Feng could not continue. Therefore, the most exciting moment had arrived. This is the last battle of the elimination round, Ling Yiheng versus Ling Xiao. Currently, there were two disciples who had a winning streak. The former was the number one of the elite hall, and the latter was the biggest dark horse in this elimination round. This naturally attracted the attention of countless people. The third ranked of the Genius Hall, Ling Shuang, had arrived. The second ranked of the Genius Hall, Ling Yun, had also arrived. Only Ling Fifan had not appeared. Oh? This is a bit unexpected. I thought that Ling Yiheng and Ling Yixue would compete for the number one position. I did not expect a dark horse to appear. Interesting. Ling Shuang was a girl like Ling Yixue. She looked normal, but her figure was excellent. This was probably the reason why she practiced martial arts. Her personality was not the same as Ling Yixue's. Although she was a girl, she was very fiery. As soon as she arrived at the spectator stand, she looked at Ling Yiheng and Ling Xiao on the stage with a smile and said her thoughts. Junior sister, who do you think will win? Ling Yan asked lightly. I can't tell. Ling Shuang shook her head. Can't tell? The surrounding people were a little confused. According to their thoughts, the result was obvious. Ling Yiheng had already learned to transform qi into gang and was a martial artist at the peak of the third level of the martial vein. At least Ling Xiao had not exposed his gang qi so far. In this case, it was obvious that Ling Yiheng would win. Yes, I can't tell. This Ling Xiao is very mysterious. I think he must have other trump cards. Although I did not see his previous battle, a woman's intuition has always been very accurate. Ling Shuang said with a smile. Even if he has some trump cards, he can't be Ling Yihang's opponent. Can you guarantee that Ling Yihang doesn't have any trump cards? Ling Yin said. That's why I said I can't tell. These two people, including Ling Yixue, will be the disruptors of this finals. You guys have to be careful. Who knows, 3 people in the top 10 will be squeezed out. Ling Shuang giggled and did not say anything else. Because the 2 people on the stage were already going all out. Admit defeat. You're not my opponent. Ling Yihang placed his hands behind his back and looked at the sky. It was as if Ling Xiao was not worthy of his glance. The words from his mouth also proved his contempt and disdain for Ling Xiao. That might not be the case. Ling Xiao said lightly. You can already advance to the finals. Why do you have to make a fool of yourself? My opponent is only the top 4 of the Genius Hall. Ling Yihang still had that arrogant look. Maybe that's because you haven't met them yet. Ling Xiao said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Alright, since that's the case, if you can take 3 moves from me, I will admit defeat. Ling Yihang did not want to waste time. Then you'll lose for sure. Ling Xiao also did not want to waste time. After all, the real battle would be in the finals. This was only an elimination round. Even if he got first place, he would only be first place in the elite hall. First move. Ling Yihang did not speak any more nonsense. He just threw out an ordinary punch. This punch was very simple. It could not even be considered a martial art. It was just a casual punch. However, this punch was condensed with gang qi. Chi chi chi, although it was just an ordinary punch, the sound of earth energy tearing through the air was still enough to make one's scalp tingle. Break for me. Ling Xiao did not use his aura qi. He only used the demonic ox art, barbaric ox demonization to the extreme. Instead of retreating, he moved forward and punched out with both fists. They were like the horns of a bull, and like a terrifying hammer. In a very domineering manner, they directly collided with Ling Yihang's earth energy punch. Not retreating with 1 punch, then 2 punches, not retreating with 2 punches, then 3 punches. In any case, although Ling Yihang's ordinary punch was terrifying, the other elite hall disciples wouldn't be able to resolve it without using earth energy. But he could. The Mountain River martial spirit gave him powerful strength and body. It also gave him true qi that was several times more powerful than martial artists of the same level. He could definitely face it head-on. In a moment, the sound of air exploding continuously rang out, causing dust and smoke to fly everywhere on the stage. The terrifying turbulence of true qi and gang qi even blew away a huge flag that weighed more than 200 kilograms. Ling Yihang's complexion slightly changed as he said, "You can actually block my earth energy punch with only true qi. You should be proud." Well said. Ling Xiao said indifferently. I admit that I underestimated you. But how are you going to block my next move? Heavenly Eagle Claw. This time, Ling Yihang used a martial art. Moreover, it was a high-level martial art, Heavenly Eagle Claw. He was indeed a little surprised that he couldn't take down Ling Xiao in 1 move. He also felt a little embarrassed. After all, his previous words were a little too arrogant. This move was different. His body soared into the air. As he flew, his right hand formed the shape of an eagle's claw and directly grabbed at Ling Xiao's head. At that moment, Ling Xiao felt that he wasn't facing a person, but a flying demon beast. The power of this claw was extraordinary. Ling Xiao didn't dare to take it head-on. After all, the opponent used a high-level martial art. Moreover, it was an earth energy attack. Once his back was grabbed, even if he wasn't injured, he would be restrained. Whoosh, soaring cloud steps was instantly executed. Ling Xiao's body was like a flood dragon as he dashed forward, leaving behind only a faint afterimage. Ling Yihang's claw landed on the martial arts stage. Unexpectedly, the martial arts stage was unable to withstand the might of the astral qi and several cracks appeared on it. The onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. If it were to hit a person, wouldn't their bones be shattered? Ling Yihang raised his eyes and was just about to speak when he suddenly felt a red light flickering in front of his eyes. When he raised his eyes, what he saw was a red fist. High-level martial arts? No, this was even more powerful than high-grade martial arts. It was close to the power of a top-notch martial art, a ferocious punch. Almost instantly, he arrived in front of Ling Yihong. I never said that I wouldn't attack. Along with Ling Zhao's voice, this punch was simply unavoidable. Ling Yihong's pupils abruptly shrank. He realized that he had underestimated Ling Xiao. The other party was so terrifying even without using his stellar energy. Looks like I have to show my true abilities, otherwise, I'll be embarrassed today. In fact, he had only used 50% of his power for the second move. Get lost. There had never been a disciple of the elite hall who could force him to this point, not even Ling Yixue. He attacked with hatred and instantly increased his power to 70%. He was still unwilling to reveal his full strength. It was also a punch. Ling Yihong's punch was also incomparably domineering. Then, it directly slammed onto Ling Zhao's fist. The one who should get lost is you. Boom, without any suspense, Ling Yihong's body rapidly flew out. Blood spurted out of his mouth. He somersaulted several times in the air before his body finally landed on the ground with great difficulty. You. Ling Yihong looked at Ling Xiao on the martial arts stage in shock. You actually condensed astral qi. And you're so powerful. He had miscalculated. He had only used 70% of his power, but Ling Zhao's last punch had directly used 100% of his power. In this situation, Ling Yihong would naturally be defeated very miserably. Thank you for letting me win. Ling Xiao actually didn't feel good this time. Although he had won, his astral qi was exhausted and his body was in great discomfort. To be honest, he had won against Ling Yihong, who had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. But a win was a win. You lost. Ling Xiao said lightly. How could he have also comprehended astral qi to astral qi? And he is obviously much stronger than Ling Feng, second only to Ling Yihong. The chief judge stood up again in shock. The surprises that Ling Xiao had brought him were simply too many. First, he had reached the transcendent level in his fundamental martial arts. Then, he had used the soaring cloud steps. Then, he had used his true qi to break through the astral qi. And now, he had condensed all 3 martial veins into a complete astral qi attack. Wasn't this too fierce? Ling Yihong was really unwilling to admit defeat. But after all, his temperament was much better than Ling Feng's. He took a deep breath and said, I admit that I have lost, but I lost because I underestimated my opponent. This fight was not enjoyable. I hope we can have a good showdown in the finals. After he finished speaking, he turned around and left without any hesitation. Those who were familiar with him knew that he must have gone to Cultivate. Losing this battle was a great humiliation to him. He would definitely make a comeback in the finals. Ling Yihong versus Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao wins. The chief judge, who had been excited for a long time, finally thought of announcing the result. Oh my god, Ling Xiao actually won. This is really unexpected. Ling Yihong, who has reached the 4th level of the martial vein, is actually not Ling Zhao's opponent. This Ling Xiao is really terrifying. Yeah, looks like this year's finals are going to be interesting. I don't know how far this dark horse can go. This is AF * King cross-level challenge. This is too awesome. I have only heard of it before, but I have never seen it before. The dark horse defeated the number 1 genius of the elite hall, the number 1 expert. Now, the number 1 of the elite hall is Ling Xiao, right? Yeah. Too awesome. Although the elimination round was completely over, the scene was boiling like a volcanic eruption. Ling Xiao defeated Ling Yihong. This was something that many people thought was impossible, but he did it. Ling Yixue was also very excited. She stood there, unable to calm down for a long time. About half a month ago, Ling Xiao was only a martial artist at the 1st level of the martial vein. Now, he had actually surpassed her. There was no need to fight at all. She knew that she was definitely not Ling Zhao's opponent. In terms of quantity and quality of earth qi, she was inferior to Ling Xiao. Ling Yu was so angry that she spat out a mouthful of blood. Why could this little beggar become so strong? Number 1 of the elite hall, so what if Ling Xiao stopped in the finals? He had already succeeded in creating a miracle. This feeling made Ling Yu's heart uncomfortable. extremely uncomfortable. Ling Xiao! Ling Xiao! Below the stage, heaven-shaking shouts rang out. Ling Xiao, who had maintained a perfect record in the elimination round, had his popularity rising to a terrifying level. Ling Yiheng, Ling Yixue, and Ling Feng were all overshadowed. After all, many people were happy to see a dark horse. After all, most people were ordinary people. They longed to see someone break through the shackles and break the rules, therefore, without a doubt, Ling Xiao, who was bullied half a month ago, had now risen up and become their idol. The number one in the elite hall was absolutely deserved. Ling Xiao walked down the stage, and the people below automatically opened up a path for him. This was the worship and reverence for a hero. Ling Tieshou's eyes revealed anger and despair. His tightly clenched fists finally loosened. So what if he was angry? Ling Zhao's terrifying strength and promotion speed had already made him despair. Ling Chong was so scared that his entire body was trembling. Never in his wildest dreams would he have imagined that Ling Xiao would be strong to such an extent that he could even defeat Ling Yiheng. Ling Fei laughed bitterly and said to himself, "Fortunately, I didn't find trouble with him later. Otherwise, it would be terrible." Congratulations, Ling Xiao. Ling Yixue was the first to congratulate Ling Xiao. Thank you. Ling Xiao smiled. Although he wasn't good at expressing himself, his good impression of Ling Yixue was genuine. Soon, the referees announced the rankings of this elimination round. Without a doubt, Ling Xiao, who advanced with a perfect record, would definitely be number one. Number 1, Ling Xiao. Number 2, Ling Yiheng. Number 3, Ling Feng. Number 4, Ling Yixue. Number 5, Ling Tieshou. Number 6, Ling Qing. Although Ling Feng couldn't participate in the competition due to his back being injured by Ling Xiao, he only lost 2 matches because he was at the end. But even so, it was meaningless. Ling Feng's injuries were too serious and there was only a week of rest during the finals. Ling Feng definitely wouldn't have the chance to participate in the finals. Unless he obtained some miraculous elixir. It was impossible to say that he wasn't happy about being number one. But Ling Xiao wasn't too excited. He was very clear that this number one was insignificant. If he could obtain the number one position in the finals, that would be the key, but even so, compared to half a month ago, he only had the extravagant hope of obtaining the qualifications to participate in the annual competition. This improvement was too great. At that time, he didn't dare to think about being number one in the elite hall. Being able to enter the top 1,000 was an extravagant hope. Without a doubt, all of this originated from the awakening of the mountain and river martial spirit. The mountain and river martial spirit's current special abilities were analysis, rehearsal, and production. But he felt that this martial spirit wasn't that simple. Currently, the mountain and river martial spirit was only at level 3. If it were to level up again, would there be new abilities? There definitely would. Ling Xiao believed that he had only touched the edge of the mountain and river martial spirit's mysteriousness. He was still very far from being able to use it completely. When the rankings of the elimination round were announced, the Genius Hall's disciples couldn't help but discuss. Didn't they say that this batch of Elite Hall's disciples were very powerful? But from what I see, other than Ling Yiheng and that Ling Xiao, the rest aren't worth mentioning. Ling Zhan said with disdain. Ling Zhan, don't underestimate that Ling Yixue. She still has some tricks up her sleeves. Don't fail miserably. Ling Xuan giggled. I've only just touched the edge of Gangqi. There's nothing to worry about. Ling Yan snorted with disdain in his eyes. I thought Ling Yiheng was going to challenge Ling Fifan, but he lost to Ling Xiao. Trash. No matter what, that Ling Xiao is doomed. Ling Zhan suddenly grinned. Why do you say that? Ling Xuan asked. Have you forgotten? Ling Yan is Ling Feng's younger brother. Ling Zhan looked at Ling Yan and said with a smile. Feng Yun. No wonder, I was wondering why your name was so compatible with that Ling Feng. Ling Xuan exclaimed. Ling Xiao. Although that trash of a brother of mine isn't very good, he isn't someone that he can casually hurt. I'll take care of him in the finals. And maybe I won't even need to do anything. With his current strength, he can't win against anyone in the top 10. Ling Yan said with a faint smile. He didn't take Ling Xiao seriously at all. I'm only thinking about how to defeat Ling Fifan. While speaking, Ling Yan looked at Ling Xiao with murderous intent in his eyes. The Mountain River martial spirit was very sensitive to murderous intent. Ling Xiao suddenly looked back. In the stands, a group of Genius Hall disciples looked at him with a smile. There was banter. There was schadenfreude. There was pity, there was disdain. Ling Xiao, you have to be careful. That Ling Yan is Ling Feng's younger brother. He's ranked second in Genius Hall. His strength is only second to Ling Fifan. Ling Yixue said with a frown. He's Ling Yan? Ling Xiao looked at Ling Yan and could clearly feel the huge pressure from him. Peak of the 4th level of martial vein. The Mountain River martial spirit didn't analyze much information about Ling Yan, but it clearly analyzed his strength. Ling Yan's figure was thin. He shouldn't be a strength-type martial artist. He was good at using the sword and walked the path of the fast sword. Oh? He's not afraid of my sword intent. Ling Xiao was analyzing Ling Yan, and Ling Yan was also looking at Ling Xiao. Ling Yan was quite surprised that Ling Xiao was not afraid of his sword intent. One had to know that sword intent was extremely difficult to comprehend. In the entire Ling family, Ling Yan was the only one who had comprehended it. But Ling Xiao was not afraid, which made him a little annoyed. Ling Xiao, don't think that Ling Yan is only at the peak of the 4th level of martial vein. He can easily defeat an ordinary expert at the 5th level of martial vein with his sword intent. Not only can you challenge those above your level, he can too. Ling Yixue was worried that Ling Xiao didn't know the depth and would provoke Ling Yan, so she quickly lowered her voice and said. Sword intent? That's interesting. Ling Xiao certainly knew what sword intent was. It was something illusory like the martial spirit. Awakening it depended on luck. Most people couldn't awaken it in their lifetime, while some people comprehended it early. Let's go, everyone. There's nothing to see. After a week of rest, the finals will be. That's the main dish. Ling Yan withdrew his gaze and also withdrew his sword intent. Although he was a little surprised that Ling Xiao could resist his sword intent, he didn't care too much. Some people were born with strong willpower. It was normal for them to not be afraid of sword intent. Even if he didn't rely on sword intent, he could still easily defeat Ling Xiao. So there was no need to care. Ling Xiao also withdrew his gaze. It seemed that increasing his strength was imminent. The top 10 of the Genius Hall were all at the 4th level of martial vein. Especially the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, they were all at the peak of the 4th level of martial vein. And that Ling Fifan, because he had never seen him, he didn't know how strong he was. But he definitely wouldn't be weaker than the next few. It was almost impossible for Ling Xiao to defeat these people with his current strength. He must break through. The reason why geniuses were geniuses was not only because of their strength. These people definitely had their own specialties. Underestimating them would definitely not end well. Senior Yixue, I'll take my leave first. Ling Xiao had an idea in his heart and didn't want to waste time. With his current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to kill into the top 10 of the Genius Hall. He had absolute confidence in this. But to defeat the top 4, the difficulty was higher. If he wanted to enter the top 3, with the current situation, it was definitely impossible. Not to mention the first place. He had heard people say that Ling Fifan fought Ling Yun, Ling Shuang, and Ling Zhan alone without falling into a disadvantage. This was last year. He didn't know how strong that guy was this year. He didn't think that Ling Fifan, who was known as the #1 genius of the Ling family, would stop and wait for others to catch up. 7 days later was the day of the finals. Ling Xiao wouldn't force himself to defeat Ling Fifan. That would be biting off more than he could chew. His goal now was to fight for the top 3, his goal was to be first and maintain the top 3, there was no doubt about it. He was very clear what it meant to get the top 3. In fact, he still had too few offensive and defensive methods. There weren't many methods to increase his cultivation. So top martial arts were a must. A top-notch martial art was a top-notch martial art, it was a top-notch martial art among ordinary martial arts, below transcendent martial arts, there was no other martial art that could compare to it. If Ling Xiao wanted to progress faster and become stronger, it was impossible without a top-notch martial art. He now discovered that Ox Demon Art was not an internal strength cultivation method, nor was it a martial art. It was more of an auxiliary type of martial art. It could increase the power of other martial arts, and even increase their level. If he wanted Ox Demon Art to continue evolving and obtain more attacking methods, the best method was naturally to learn higher-level martial arts, and then use Ox Demon Art to devour them. For example, his foundational martial art Barbaric Bull Strength could now display the power of a high-level martial art. And the high-level martial art Meteor Fist, after being devoured, was twice as powerful as a normal high-level martial art. Although it still couldn't reach the level of a top-notch martial art, it was already quite powerful. If he devoured a top-notch martial art, what kind of chemical reaction would it produce? Would Ox Demon Art continue evolving? Ling Xiao was looking forward to it. Therefore, fighting for 1 to 3 was his current goal. Thinking like this, Ling Xiao walked back home. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly heard a bustling noise inside. He was startled. When he entered the house, he discovered that his grandfather, Hong Qi, was surrounded by a group of people congratulating him. "Old Mr. Hong, your grandson is amazing. Yeah, he's #1 in the elite hall, and he's even cultivated Aura Qi. With this kind of aptitude, I'm afraid he'll be heavily nurtured by the family in the future." "I don't think it's just that. Maybe Ling Xiao can even get a ranking in the finals. He'll amaze the world with a single brilliant feat." Ling Xiao basically didn't recognize these people, because the shabby house he and his grandfather usually lived in never had any guests. But he didn't have anything to dislike. This was the reality: when you were weak, others ignored you, and even wantonly humiliated you. But when you were strong, others could only curry favor with you. It seemed that he didn't choose the wrong path. Becoming strong was the only way to gain the respect of others. Ling Xiao wasn't someone who rejected people 1,000 miles away. Although he didn't like this kind of occasion, he still accompanied his grandfather to send these people off one by one. In the living room, all kinds of presents were put on display. Some were even very precious. "I didn't expect you to be able to raise your cultivation to such a level in just half a month. Grandpa almost thought that I was hallucinating." Hong Qi had already overestimated Ling Xiao. However, he did not expect that Ling Xiao would improve so much. To reach the peak of the 3rd level from the 1st level of the martial vein, and to possess the earth energy of almost 3 martial veins, this kind of progress was monstrous. "Grandpa, I will become stronger in the future. You will never be bullied again." Ling Xiao clenched his fists. Although his improvement was fast, his strength was still not enough. If he were to encounter a 5th-level martial vein expert like Ling 13, he would still be defeated. Therefore, he had to continue working hard. It's good to work hard, but don't tire yourself out too much. Among the gifts they sent today, there are a lot of clothes and food. I want to send some to the brothers of the beggar clan. Do you agree? Hong Qi's life had improved, but he did not forget the people who begged with him on the streets. "Of course I agree. Without their protection, I would have been beaten a lot. Why don't we go together?" Ling Xiao thought for a moment and said. He had not seen those brothers for a long time. It would be good to go and see them. "Don't worry. The finals are about to begin. You should focus on improving your strength. After the finals, Grandpa will take you to see them." Hong Qi shook his head and said. Ling Xiao thought about it and agreed. After a few days of fighting, he had gained a lot. He needed to organize and comprehend it. He really could not afford to waste time. "Well then, hire a carriage tomorrow." Ling Xiao gave Hong Qi 100 taels of silver. Although there were no other rewards in the knockout stage, the top 1,000 in the DSLR would all be rewarded with different amounts of silver. Ling Xiao won first place, so his reward was naturally more, reaching 10,000 taels of silver. This money was enough for his family to use for a long time. After giving the silver, Ling Xiao locked himself in the practice room. He then closed his eyes and began to recall the fighting and watching scenes of the past few days. At this time, the mountain river diagram displayed all the scenes. It was as if the competition of the past few days had been completely replayed. Of course, he watched the most important scenes several times in a row. For example, the battles with Ling Yihong and Ling Yixue. He watched almost every battle carefully several times. There was no doubt that these two people had more fighting skills than him and were more flexible than him. He wanted to apply what he had learned. He was seriously lacking in fighting experience, so absorbing other people's fighting experience and then improving his own fighting skills was very useful. Suddenly, he opened his eyes. Then he swallowed another Xianxia pill. He did not sit there to break through. Instead, he stretched out his hands and began to practice his martial arts. From bull strength to falling star fist to 100 steps flying sword technique and then soaring cloud steps, during this process, he did not suppress the release of his Xianxia. All the martial arts used Xianxia. He could feel that he was immersed in a very strange atmosphere. He was obviously practicing alone, but it seemed that there was an opponent on the opposite side who was exchanging blows with him. Several figures were constantly practicing in his mountain river diagram. Sometimes it was Ling Yixue, sometimes it was Ling Yihong, sometimes it was Ling 13, and sometimes it was Ling Jiu. The opponents were getting stronger and stronger, and the pressure he faced was also getting greater and greater. Suddenly, he roared. The sound was like a thunderclap, his fists blasted out with absolute power, the scene in the mountain river diagram disappeared. And Ling Xiao also stopped attacking and sat cross-legged on the ground. Break for me. The last shackle was broken under the control of his terrifying willpower. The originally sluggish Xianxia suddenly became flexible and free. The genuine qi in his body had completely turned into Xianxia. He had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. The current Xianxia had also reached 20% of the 4th martial vein. Although the amount of Xianxia had not increased much from before, it was definitely a qualitative leap from the peak of the 3rd martial vein to the 4th martial vein. Because there were no impurities in the genuine qi in his body, it had completely turned into Xianxia. Even the qi recovery technique was now recovering Xianxia. As long as he did not consume too much Xianxia would slowly recover. At the same time, the opening of the 4th martial vein had further improved his body. His strength had already reached 500 jin. Although there was only one level between the 3rd martial vein and the 4th martial vein, the difference was actually like heaven and earth. Those below the 3rd martial vein were called martial students. They cultivated genuine qi and were known as the awakening stage. And those above the 4th martial vein were martial disciples. They cultivated Xianxia and were known as the Xianxia stage. The situation was completely different. It could be said that this was a qualitative change, a huge change like a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Possessing Xianxia was once Ling Zhao's lifelong goal, an extravagant hope. Because a martial artist whose entire body had turned into Xianxia would be treated very well in any faction in Northern Han. After all, in Northern Han, countless people were stuck at the peak of the 3rd martial vein, unable to break through. Ling Xiao sighed with emotion. His lifelong goal had actually been achieved in half a month. This made him feel like he was dreaming. It seemed that actual combat was necessary to improve one's strength. Previously, he had used an aura qi pill and was stuck at 99%. But after a day of fighting with an expert, he broke through so easily. Less than 2 hours had passed. No, it should be said that Ling Feng's father, Ling 13, had played a key role. If it wasn't for Ling 13's terrifying aura, he wouldn't have been able to unleash all his potential under such a great crisis. It was also because of Ling 13's pressure and threat that Ling Xiao felt a strong sense of urgency to improve his strength. With the addition of other factors, success came naturally. In fact, he had to thank Ling 13 properly. Now that he had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein, coupled with the demon ox art, meteor fist and soaring cloud step, flood dragon transformation. Even Ling 13, who was in the 5th level of the martial vein, would have a hard time killing him. He now had the ability to save his life. But the template had to be updated. Previously, it was a martial artist in the 3rd level of the martial vein, without aura qi. But he had already exposed his strength in the tournament. If he continued to use the template, it would be too fake. So he changed the template. The current template was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, with aura qi at least 90% of the 3rd martial vein. This strength actually had another title, Peak Martial Artist. In other words, he should be close to the strongest in the martial artist title. Generally, a martial artist at the peak of the third level of the martial vein, with aura qi at least 90% of the third martial vein, would be able to obtain this honor. After breaking through to the fourth level of the martial vein, Ling Xiao didn't stop cultivating. Breaking through was one thing. However, stability was another matter altogether. Not to mention, there were still many things to do to improve his combat strength. All kinds of martial arts, no matter how many levels, could be divided into 5 stages. The first stage was called small success, which meant that one could use 30% of the martial arts power. The second stage was called proficiency, which meant that one could use 60% of the martial arts power. The third stage was called great success, which could use 90% of the martial arts power. The fourth stage was called perfection, also known as great perfection. One could perfectly unleash the power of martial arts. The fifth stage was the perfection stage, also known as the perfection stage. At this stage, the martial arts had no flaws and were flawless. Its power could even be increased by 2 to 5 times, which was very terrifying. Ling Xiao had only mastered the basic martial art Raging Bull Force to the transformative level. The rest of his martial arts were only at the advanced mastery level. He was still far from the consummation level, let alone the transformative level. He planned to first raise his demonic ox art to the level of perfection. This way, at the very least, the power of this move would increase by several times, and his battle prowess would naturally be even more astonishing. However, as long as you worked hard, you could reach the martial arts realm from the small completion to the perfection stage. Only the martial arts realm was mysterious and had a lot to do with a person's perception. In order to reach the transcendent state, in addition to hard work, one also had to rely on luck and comprehension. Of course, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao. With the mountain and river martial spirit, no matter how bad his comprehension was, he could perfectly reach the transcendent stage by relying on his analysis and practicability. All he needed was time. This night, he repeatedly practiced the demonic ox art, concentrating on raising the level of the demon ox art. After all, this was his strongest attack at the moment. Although the demonic ox art was quite powerful, it was not suitable for a long battle. It was better used for sneak attacks or as a trump card. At dawn, Ling Xiao slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi. Although the demonic ox art had not reached the transcendent stage, it had already reached the consummation level from the advanced mastery level. Its power had also increased by a large margin. This was enough. After thinking about it, he simply spent another 4 hours to raise the demonic ox art to the consummation level. The consummation level was relatively easy to raise. After all, the figures in the mountain and river diagram were constantly practicing, so it was very easy to learn. This move was his trump card, so there was no harm in making it a little stronger. Taking a deep breath, he rubbed his head. He was a little tired. It seemed that he needed to rest for a while. But before resting, he wanted to see what kind of special changes the mountain and river martial spirit had undergone after reaching the 4th level of the martial vein. Analysis, practice, production and creation, plus a realm template. This was the original ability. After the realm was raised, there was an additional ability, martial will. Ling Xiao had previously thought that analysis and practice were 2 different kinds of abilities. In the end, he found that he was wrong. This was an ability in itself. Without analysis, there was no way to practice. After analysis, it would be useless if he did not practice. Production and creation were also a kind of ability. It was just that the level of this ability was still low, so creation was not possible. For the time being, it was only production. As for the realm template, it could only be used to change the surface of his strength so that others could not see his true strength. But in the future, when the level was raised, the effect was unknown. The last new ability made Ling Xiao even more surprised. He had heard of martial will. It was a kind of unclear concept. Swordsmen had sword intent, and sabersmen had saber intent. As for the other martial artists, they all had different martial wills. According to the explanation of the mountain and river diagram, martial will was actually the initial version of the martial spirit. When the martial will could be condensed and formed, it would become the martial spirit. However, in the past 10,000 years, although there were people who had raised their martial will to the perfection realm, there were very few who had finally condensed the martial spirit. Martial will was the same as martial arts. It had 5 stages: small success, expert, large success, perfection, and perfection realm. In Ling Zhao's opinion, his current strength was not enough to control the mountain and river martial spirit to fight. That was why the ability of martial will appeared. The mountain and river martial spirit was probably to let him adapt to the battle of martial will. Then, when the martial will reached the perfection realm, he could directly use the mountain and river martial spirit to fight. Originally, he had planned to rest. But seeing this new martial will, Ling Xiao did not want to sleep. Generally speaking, there were 2 greatest benefits of martial will in battle. One was the suppression of the will, making the opponent timid. The other was the blessing of martial arts. The stronger the martial will, the greater the blessing. Ling Zhao's martial will had an advantage. It was not a fixed type of will. Because it was extracted from the mountain and river martial spirit, and the mountain and river martial spirit was all-encompassing. This martial will was naturally all-encompassing as well. When he used a sword, it was sword intent; when he used a saber, it was saber intent; when he used a spear, it was spear intent. It could be exchanged almost seamlessly without the slightest impact. These were all the information he had obtained from the mountain and river martial spirit. It was definitely not false. Currently, because he had not obtained a top-grade martial art, Ling Xiao was not sure what weapon he would use in the future. Generally speaking, although a martial artist could learn many kinds of martial arts, it was best to specialize in one. However, this matter should wait until he obtained a top-grade martial art. Otherwise, even if he decided now, there was not much meaning. Ling Xiao, who had obtained the martial will, did not immediately go to rest. Instead, he sat cross-legged in the training room. He wanted to properly feel what this martial will was. How to use it in martial arts. After all, will was a very illusory thing. There was still a huge difference between having it and truly grasping it. After another 4 hours, Ling Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His face revealed a hint of excitement. Previously, he had planned to use the Ox Demon art as his trump card. Now, it seemed that martial will was his greatest trump card. However, this was also good. The more trump cards he had, the higher the possibility of getting first place in the finals. But this was not enough. Based on the current situation, Ling Xiao felt that his attacks were enough for the time being. There was not much of a problem with his movement technique, but there was a huge flaw. That was defense. The body was a very mysterious thing. The stronger the tempering, the higher the defense. What he lacked now was a defensive martial art. Although barbaric bull strength could be used for defense, it was not a defensive martial art. It was fine against a weak opponent, but against a strong opponent, it was not of much use. Thinking of this, he stood up and walked out of the training room. Some things could not be forced. He still planned to rest for a while. Now, because he had continued to cultivate, his mind was a little dizzy. Returning to his room, Ling Xiao rested for about 2 hours before getting up. After all, martial artists were martial artists, especially those who had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein realm. Their resting time could be greatly reduced, and their recovery speed was much faster than ordinary people. "Little fellow, there's someone outside looking for you." Hong Qi's voice came from outside the door. "Coming, grandfather." Ling Xiao got up and washed his face. Then, he walked out of the room and saw a middle-aged man in luxurious clothes sitting in the hall. The middle-aged man was about 40 years old. He had a square face, a dignified appearance, and a domineering aura. "Second master." Ling Xiao was shocked. This person was Ling Xiaoyan's second son. His martial arts cultivation was close to grandfather Ling's. He could be considered the strongest among the 16 sons of the Ling family. Even the mountain river martial spirit was temporarily unable to pry into the strength of second master Ling. Ha ha ha, so you're Ling Xiao. Not bad, not bad. Second master Ling looked at Ling Xiao as though he wanted to see through this young man. To be honest, Ling Xiao was a little nervous facing his gaze, but fortunately, the other party was still unable to see through the hidden function of the strength model. Peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. His astral energy has been refined to more than 99%. It seems that he is only a step away from breaking through to the 4th level of the martial vein. Thank you for your praise, Second Master. May I know why Second Master is here today? Ling Xiao asked respectfully. He didn't want to cause any trouble. If he offended Ling 13, he might still have a chance to live, but if he offended this Second Master Ling, he would definitely die. I think highly of you. Second Master Ling went straight to the point and said, reaching your level at the age of 13, you are even better than Ling Fifan, so I want you to be my man. What do you mean? Ling Xiao asked doubtfully. It's very simple. My grandfather has 16 sons, and all of them want to compete for the position of the patriarch. I don't expect you to do anything, just support me at critical times. Second Master Ling said with a smile. Second Master, you must be joking. I am only at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, what can I do to help you? Ling Xiao asked cautiously. I will not misjudge you. Although you are only at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, I also know that you only took half a month to go from the 1st level to the 3rd level of the martial vein. Your potential is terrifying. I have never heard of it before, so I believe that your future is bright. Second Master Ling said seriously, you will not lose out if you work with me. Whether it is Ling Jiao or Ling 13, they will have to ask for my permission if they want to touch you. Ling Xiao thought about it carefully. Although he had obtained the Mountain River martial soul and had terrifying potential, he was still not strong enough. If Ling Jiao and Ling 13 really disregarded the family rules and wanted to kill him, he could run. But his grandfather, Hong Qi, would be in trouble. There was nothing wrong with being protected by Second Master Ling. Anyway, in the Ling family, sooner or later, he would have to choose a side. This kind of internal strife was very serious. Well, since Second Master Ling thinks so highly of me, I will agree. Ling Xiao nodded. Good, good. Second Master Ling slammed the table and said, in that case, I am relieved. In addition to providing you with protection, you can also get 1,000 taels of silver from me every month. The rest of the elixirs and martial arts will be calculated separately. Also, I know that you're building a house. I've already asked them to stop. How can that place be worthy of you? Later, you and your grandfather can move into the house that I provided for you. Not only is the environment better, but it's also more suitable for cultivation. Hearing this, Ling Xiao could not help but be a little surprised. This Second Master Ling was really intending to groom him well. Although 1,000 taels of silver and a house was nothing to someone like Second Master Ling. But this was still a show of sincerity. One must know that previously, he did not have the qualifications to receive a tael of silver from the Ling family, much less a house. I am indebted to Second Master Ling for training me. If there is a day when Second Master Ling needs me, Ling Xiao will definitely help you. He would not sell himself to Second Master Ling, but if Second Master Ling was in trouble, he would naturally help. Good. Since this is the case, let's not delay any longer. The few of you, why aren't you helping Ling Xiao move? Second Master Ling said to the few people outside the house. He really did what he said he would do. Ling Xiao did not object. Very quickly, he followed Second Master Ling into the new house. This house was much bigger than the one they rented previously. The facilities were more complete. Not only that, there were 2 servants and 2 maids who were in charge of the daily necessities. As for the daily necessities and furniture, it was fully equipped. In this way, Ling Xiao did not have to worry about Hong Qi's daily life. The old man could totally enjoy his old age. As for safety, it was not a problem. Unless Second Master Ling was killed, no one would dare to enter this house. With no problems in his daily life, Ling Xiao did not have to worry about anything. He could now focus on improving his strength. All of this seemed to be because of Second Master Ling's training, but it was actually because of his strength. It was because of his great potential that Second Master Ling valued him. In fact, even if Second Master Ling did not exist, others might come looking for him. Being in such a family, it was the most foolish decision to stay out of trouble. Ling Xiao naturally had his own considerations when he agreed to Second Master Ling's request. At the very least, Second Master Ling's strength was at the top of Ling Xiaoyan's 16 sons. He was also more forthright and had the style of Ling Xiaotian. He was not as narrow-minded as Ling 13 and Ling Jiu. Now that his cultivation level had stabilized, what he needed to do was to train Demon Ox art, Meteor Fists to the perfection of manifestation. Every time his strength increased, he would have a higher chance of winning the finals. Another day passed. There were still 6 days until the finals. Through continuous hard work, Ling Xiao had finally reached the level of perfection in the demonic ox art, Meteor Fists. Whoosh! Ling Xiao flew out of the practice room and into the courtyard. After all, there were no opponents in the practice room. He wanted to see what level the demonic ox art Meteor Fist had reached. Boom! With just a casual punch, a decorative stone in the courtyard was shattered. This power was comparable to the full-force attack of the level 4 beast he met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Not bad, my attack is much stronger than the average martial artist of the 4th level of the martial vein. If I incorporate martial will, the power will increase again. This way, my chances of getting into the top 3 of the finals will be greater. The power of this punch made Ling Xiao very happy. The attack power of a high-level martial art that had reached the martial vein of the martial vein would not be weaker than the worst martial art. Hongqi looked at Ling Xiao in the courtyard with a satisfied smile on his face. He suddenly pulled out a book from his sleeve. Although it was a bit tattered, it was still relatively complete. Looks like it's time to give this to the little guy. I thought he would never use it in his life. I didn't expect his strength to increase so quickly. He was about to call Ling Xiao when suddenly there was a commotion outside. Ling Fei rushed in and shouted, "Ling Xiao, something happened. A little beggar is looking for you." When Ling Xiao heard the word little beggar, he thought of his playmate who begged for food with him in the past. He hurriedly rushed out. Outside was a little beggar younger than Ling Xiao. He was only 6 or 7 years old, but his body was covered in blood. "Brother Ling Xiao, Grandpa Hong, quickly go and save everyone. If you don't go, they will all die." Ling Xiao did not ask any questions. He asked Hongqi to take care of the little beggar and then flew into the air. He had no intention of hiding his qigong. Soaring cloud step, flood dragon transformation was fully displayed. It was ridiculously fast. Ling Fei looked at the figure that was like a flash of lightning and muttered to himself, compared to him in qigong, I am simply a frog at the bottom of a well. It didn't take long for Ling Xiao to arrive at the gathering place of the beggars' gang in Tianfeng City. It was a dilapidated temple outside the city. Although it was called the beggars' gang, it was actually just a group of poor beggars who gathered together to beg for more food and help each other. When he arrived at the ruined temple, the ground was covered in blood and corpses were strewn across the ground. Dog! Dog, wake up! Radish head! Radish head, didn't you say that you want to be my wife when you grow up? Uncle Six Fingers. You can't die. I said that I'll let you live a good life after I become rich. Uncle Luogua. Grandpa Blind. A stone block. You, Who is it? Who did it? More than 20 people, except for the little guy who ran to report, none of them survived. They were all cruelly killed. Why? Ling Zhao's eyes were bloodshot. He had never wanted to kill someone as much as he did now. That was, Ling Xiao noticed some footprints, then stepped on the ground and sped up. At this moment, on a road that led to Tianfeng City, a few people were chatting and laughing as they walked. There were bloodstains on their bodies. One of them was Li Xingyun, whom Ling Xiao had met in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Senior brother Xingyun, congratulations on your hurricane sword mastery. You killed more than 20 people with one strike. Beautiful. It's just more than 20 beggars. It's nothing. Li Xingyun smiled with a smug look on his face. Senior brother Xingyun, not only have you reached the hurricane sword mastery, but your strength has also broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein. If you meet that guy called Ling Xiao again, you must take his life. Of course. I haven't forgotten about that day in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Li Xingyun's strength had increased greatly, so he naturally thought of revenge. Back then, he didn't dare to do it himself because he wasn't confident that he could beat Ling Xiao. But it was different now. The Ling family had their annual competition, and so did the Li family. In the Li family's annual competition, Not only did he win the elimination round with a perfect record, but he also didn't use his full strength from the beginning to the end. When he went to the Dragon Submission mountain range to hunt for beasts, he even killed the level 4 beast that had forced him into a sorry state. So he was bursting with confidence now. On the way back, he met a little beggar begging for food. His killing intent rose because there was a move in his hurricane sword mastery called Chain Sword. This move could attack multiple targets. Just on a whim, he killed more than 20 beggars with one strike. Of course, he didn't know that there was a little beggar playing in the bushes nearby. After killing people, not only did he not have the slightest bit of regret, but he was also extremely proud and excited about his hurricane sword mastery. "You guys killed those beggars?" Suddenly, a figure landed in the middle of the road. A cold voice that seemed to come from hell came out from this person's mouth. Ling Xiao? Li Xingyun would never forget this face. Ever since the incident in the Dragon Submission mountain range, he had been pasting Ling Xiao's portrait in his room to encourage himself. He, that's right. I killed them. Could it be that those beggars are related to you? He smiled faintly, his eyes filled with killing intent. Today was a narrow road for enemies. Moreover, they were in the wilderness. It was a good place to kill and rob. Ling Xiao also recognized Li Xingyun. He suddenly thought of the black scarf bandits he met on the way back. Could it be that they were sent by this guy too? No matter what, since Li Xingyun killed his family, he must die. Today, all of you must die. Having received a definite answer, Ling Xiao didn't hesitate anymore. He could see that Li Xingyun had broken through to the 4th level of the martial vein, but so what? If he attacked with all his strength, Li Xingyun wouldn't last more than 3 moves. As for the others, 1 move was enough. Ha 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 ha. Did you hear that? That guy said he's going to kill us. That's the funniest joke I've ever heard in the world. A mere pinnacle martial arts student dares to be so arrogant. What a joke. Senior brother Xingyun, he doesn't take you seriously. The group of Li family disciples was stunned for a moment before laughing out loud. They completely treated Ling Xiao's words as a joke. However, their discussion suddenly came to an abrupt end. Because Ling Xiao moved. It was only for a moment. Ling Xiao waved his hand and a sword light shot out. Those Li family disciples who were laughing at Ling Xiao were still enjoying the pleasure of mocking others when they suddenly felt a pain in their necks. Then, their faces were filled with horror. Then, one by one, they all fell to the ground, their lives cut off. You actually dared to kill them. Do you really want to start a war between the Li family and the Ling family? Li Xingyun didn't expect Ling Xiao's sword to be so fast. In just an instant, he didn't even have time to block and the people behind him were all dead. There were more than a dozen Li family disciples at the 3rd level of the martial vein. The strongest one was even at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein and was about to break through to the 4th level of the martial vein. They were actually killed so easily. If I kill you, no one will know what happened today. Ha ha ha, kill me? Li Xingyun seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. A martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein actually said that he wanted to kill him. A martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein? Did he hear wrongly? Before I kill you, I just want to ask you one question. Why did you kill those poor beggars? Ling Xiao really couldn't understand. Those people from the beggar sect didn't know martial arts at all. They were just ordinary beggars. How did they get killed? Oh, I just happened to have a breakthrough in my swordsmanship, so I wanted to practice my moves. Li Xingyun said nonchalantly. What? Ling Xiao was stunned. He actually killed more than 20 people just to practice his moves. That's a human life, you know. There was a chill in his eyes. Li Xingyun must die. Alright, if you want to seek justice for those beggars, then come. But you killed so many of our Li family's disciples, I will not let you live. As Li Xingyun spoke, he suddenly drew his sword. There was nothing fancy. This sword was surprisingly fast. Ling Xiao recognized this sword. It was one of the moves of the Gale swordsmanship that Li Xingyun used to deal with the 4th level demon beast. His opponent was not weak. Ling Xiao didn't dare to be careless. He channeled his true qi and his body turned into the shadow of a flood dragon. Soaring Cloud Step, Flood Dragon transformation had been used and he easily dodged this sword. He didn't use Xianxia. It wasn't easy to kill Li Xingyun. Xianxia could be used as a trump card. He believed that Li Xingyun would definitely not be able to block his sudden attack. What he wanted was to kill Li Xingyun in one blow. He couldn't let Li Xingyun escape, so it was necessary to condense his powerful attack into one point. He just had to look for an opportunity. Eh? Li Xingyun was stunned. He was most afraid of Ling Zhao's movement technique. He didn't expect Ling Zhao's movement technique to be even better than when he was in the Dragon Submission Mountain range. Your movement technique has improved a lot, but it's useless. The strength of the 4th level of the martial vein is not something you can understand. Chain sword. The two of them staggered. Li Xingyun suddenly turned around and swung his sword. However, this sword strike was clearly different from the previous one. Not only was it more condensed, but it had also unleashed 3 bursts of sword chi. The sword chi soared into the air, and the surrounding branches were all cut down, causing a fierce wind to blow. Demon Ox Art, Falling Star Fists. Ling Xiao immediately used his strongest defensive skill. Bull Force could be used in sparring, but Meteor Fists were more suitable for killing people. Boom, with just one punch, the 3 streams of sword chi were all shattered, turning into specks of light that scattered in all directions, piercing through the nearby rocks. Stellar energy? Li Xingyun frowned slightly. So you've also condensed earth energy. No wonder you're so arrogant. But it's useless. 3rd level martial vein is just 3rd level martial vein. Even if you have earth energy, you are still no match for me. Although he was surprised that Ling Xiao had shattered his 3 sword chis with a single punch, he was even more surprised that Ling Xiao had condensed Xianxia. However, he was not afraid. The difference in cultivation level was the source of his confidence. Go to hell. Ling Xiao's attack was not over yet. Soaring Cloud Steps, Flood Dragon transformation was not a movement skill that was specially used for escaping. It was more suitable for fighting. The 9th move of Falling Star Fists, Falling Star, Ling Zhao's speed was too fast. In an instant, he was in front of Li Xingyun. Li Xingyun knew that he could not dodge, so he could only block with his sword. Humph, you're nothing to worry about. He did not intend to use his full strength because he planned to attack after blocking this punch and kill Ling Xiao in one fell swoop. Raging Wind Strike, Li Xingyun used the strongest move of Hurricane Sword, but he only used 70% of his strength. In an instant, the sword flashed and the piercing sound frightened the surrounding animals. The sword chi rushed out from the sword like a gust of wind and flew towards Ling Xiao. This sword could not be said to be weak, it could definitely kill a 4th level demonic beast with one strike. One had to know that a low-level 4th level demonic beast was equivalent to a low-level 4th level martial vein martial artist. Li Xingyun was indeed a genius. His strength was much stronger than other martial artists of the same cultivation level. After thrusting his sword, Li Xingyun's eyes were filled with excitement and viciousness. He could finally avenge the humiliation he suffered at the Dragon Submission Mountain range. However, after a while, his pupils constricted. There was a look of horror on his face. Ling Zhao's punch was much stronger than he had imagined. It was such a terrifying punch that even before the fist and the sword came into contact, the scorching hot Xianxia had almost burned Li Xingyun to ashes. No. Li Xingyun regretted it. He regretted not using his full power. However, it was too late. The punch had shattered the so-called sword chi of the gale with a devastating force. Then, it shattered the long sword in Li Xingyun's hand. In the end, both fists landed on Li Xingyun's body. Buzz. There was a loud explosion. Li Xingyun's body did not fly out. Instead, it was penetrated by this punch. Then, it hung on Ling Zhao's arms like a lamb skewer. You. Li Xingyun looked at Ling Xiao in horror. Finally, his body stopped struggling and there was no sign of life left. Ling Xiao swung his arms and Li Xingyun's body fell to the ground. He glanced at it coldly and then quickly cleaned up the battlefield. Needless to say, the other disciples of the Li family did not have many good things on them. Most of them were silver, which added up to about 1,000 taels. However, Li Xingyun was different. He gave Ling Xiao a huge surprise. This guy actually had a storage ring, although it was only a mundane storage ring, it was already very precious. After all, it was rare for clans like the four great clans of Tianfeng City to possess such storage rings, and they would at most possess around 10 of them. Even though Li Xingyun had great potential, was talented, and was a disciple of the Li family, he probably did not have the right to own such a treasure. Could it be that someone lent it to him? Forget it, I'll just take it first. A mundane storage ring did not have a spiritual imprint, nor did it have any restrictions. Therefore, it could be used as soon as it was obtained. Ling Xiao was afraid that something would happen if he stayed for too long. He did not check what was inside. Instead, he quickly left the scene and went to the rundown temple. There were too many corpses. There was not enough time to bury them one by one. Moreover, even if they were buried, there were many wild beasts nearby. Many of them might be dug up and eaten. Therefore, unless it was a large family with a restricted cemetery, most people in this world would choose to cremate their dead. Ling Xiao cremated all his family members who begged for food with him. Rest in peace. I've already avenged you. I'll take good care of little potato. I won't let him suffer any more grievances. Although his heart was filled with sorrow, Ling Xiao understood that the dead could not be brought back to life. He had more things to do now. Otherwise, his grandfather, Hong Qi, and little potato might be the ones to die in the future. He did not wish for such a thing to happen again. This was the last time. After leaving the rundown temple, Ling Xiao returned to the Ling family. If anyone saw the battle between Ling Xiao and Li Xingyun, they would be so shocked that their jaws would drop to the ground. A martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein used only 2 moves to kill a genius martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein. Although the genius martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein had underestimated his opponent, the result was still extremely shocking. When Ling Xiao rushed back to the Ling family, there were already people from the Li family looking for them. According to the time, Li Xingyun and the others should have returned home, but in fact, they didn't, so they panicked. Li Xingyun's father cared about his son, but he was more concerned about the storage ring. It was borrowed for his son. If it was lost, it would be troublesome. There are pieces of flesh here. This is our Li family's identity card. There are traces of a battle here. Could it be that he was attacked by a beast? Go into the mountains and look. There was a person in this group called Li Xinghui. He was Li Xingyun's brother. Since his brother was in trouble, he naturally had to come out to look for him. However, when he followed the traces and found the bones of the Li family disciples, there were a few beasts gnawing on the bones. One of them was actually a demonic beast, and it was a peak level 4 demonic beast, saw-toothed tiger. Roar! The saw-toothed tiger roared at the crowd. Many of the weaker Li family disciples retreated, and some even fainted on the spot. This saw-toothed tiger was much stronger than the level 4 demonic beast Li Xingyun had encountered before. Die! Li Xinghui was in a bad mood, very bad. His genius brother was eaten by such a demonic beast. He stabbed out with his sword. It was the same Gale sword, but its power was several times stronger than Li Xingyun's. The saw-toothed tiger didn't even have time to wail before its huge head fell to the ground. Young Master Xinghui is really powerful. In our Li family's younger generation, only he has reached the 5th level of the martial vein. Yes, young Master Xingyun could have done it too. I didn't expect him to die so tragically. What are you talking about? Hurry up and find these guys. Let's see if there are any storage rings. Yes. Under Li Xinghui's order, everyone attacked the beasts. Without the peak level 4 demonic beast, the group of beasts was no match for the warriors. They were all killed in an instant and dissected one by one. Not this one. Not this one either. Not here. Including the saw-toothed tiger, all the demonic beasts' bodies were searched, but there was no trace of a storage ring. Could it be that my brother was not killed by a demonic beast, but by someone else? Li Xinghui's eyes were cold. If I find out who did it, I will not leave your corpse intact. At the same time, somewhere in the Dragon Submission mountain range, a brawny man with a black scarf on his head stared at the dozen Ling family disciples in front of him like a wild beast. These people were all disciples of the Genius Hall. All of them had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein, and all of them had condensed earth chi in their bodies. The only difference was the amount. However, in front of this black-scarfed brawny man, he was as helpless as a chicken in front of an eagle. This is bad. I didn't expect to meet a black scarf thief at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. I'm dead for sure. That's right. It's as if the other party is toying with us. We can't beat them, and we can't escape either. Several of our brothers have already died. The eyes of the geniuses of the Ling family turned red. Some were filled with grief and indignation while others were filled with despair. Only at this moment did they understand. So what if he was a genius? If he couldn't grow, then it would be meaningless. Ha ha ha, I didn't think that my luck would be so good today, to actually meet so many Ling family disciples. If I were to kill all of you, that old bastard Ling Xiaotian would definitely be heartbroken. The brawny man laughed heartily, not putting these people in his eyes at all. I'm afraid the one who will die today will be you. Suddenly, a voice was heard, and a figure shot out from the forest. Senior brother Ling Yun. The disciples of the Genius Hall all recognized Ling Yun, who was ranked second. At this moment, Ling Yun was dressed in a black robe, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. A long sword was on his back, and there was a murderous wind. Many people knew that he practiced the killing sword, so if the murderous aura on his body exploded, it would be really terrifying. Senior brother, don't worry about us. Hurry up and run. This guy is a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. You are not his opponent. The disciples of the Genius Hall all knew that Ling Yun was only at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. If the opponent was a martial artist at the 5th level of the martial vein, he might have the strength to fight. However, the difference between the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein and the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein was still a little too big. Even if it was Ling Yun, he would be courting death. You guys go. Ling Yun just said lightly, and the aura of his body suddenly increased. What? 5th level of the martial vein. When did senior brother Ling Yun break through? Oh my god, it seems that senior brother Fifan will really have to give up his first position this time. That's not necessarily true. Senior brother Fifan might have been at the 5th level of the martial vein long ago. No matter what, there will be a good show in the finals this time. We are saved. Ling Yun's strength immediately gave the Ling family disciples a lot of confidence. 5th level of the martial vein? Not bad, not bad. The burly man in the black scarf was stunned for a moment, then he laughed and said, You are still not my opponent. Not to mention that the burly man in the black scarf was a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. Even if he was only at the 5th level of the martial vein, he was not afraid of Ling Yun. Because he practiced thwart kung fu, a defensive martial art, his defense was amazing. At this level, he had never been at a disadvantage when fighting with a martial artist at the 6th level of the martial vein. Cut the crap, kill. Ling Yun did not talk nonsense and directly attacked. His sword was very fast, and in the moment he attacked, he was already in front of the burly man in the black scarf. The sword pierced the burly man in the black scarf. Clang! A strange sound of metal clashing sounded, and the burly man's body was actually burned, without the slightest wound. Ha ha ha, I told you, kid, you are not my opponent. The burly black scarf bandit laughed heartily. Suddenly, he struck out with his palm towards Ling Yun's head. Iron Eagle Claw. This claw was like a steel-cast claw, wrapped in earth energy, and had a cold light. The terrifying claw was like a fierce bird hunting its prey. Naturally, this was a high-level martial art, and it was a high-level martial art that was combined with thwart kung fu. Its power was very fierce. Die. Ling Yun just looked at the burly man in the black scarf. Suddenly, a terrifying will broke out of his body and condensed on the black sword in his hand. This aura was so terrifying that it made people feel as if they had entered hell. It was the aura of death, it was the aura of doomsday. The burly man in the black scarf's eyes suddenly became dull. Sword intent. Sword intent could not only strengthen the attack, but it could also affect the opponent's mental state. Obviously, the burly man in the black scarf was stunned by Ling Yun's sword intent. Then, the sword silently pierced through the throat of the black scarf bandit, cutting off his neck like a ghost. It's here, Ling Yun's killing swordsmanship is really terrifying. It makes people tremble with fear every time. What are you afraid of? The one who should be afraid is Ling Xiao. He is finished this time. Yeah, Ling Xiao injured Ling Feng. Ling Yan is Ling Feng's brother, how can he not take revenge? Ling Xiao? Ling Yan shook the blood off his sword and sneered. He is not worthy of me using sword intent. Yes, senior brother Ling Yan has broken through to the 5th level of the martial vein. He will definitely compete with senior brother Fifen. With sword intent, even if senior brother Fifen is also at the 5th level of the martial vein, he will not be senior brother Ling Yan's opponent. The finals are in 6 days, I am really looking forward to it. Let's go back. The mission this time is too dangerous. 5th level of the martial vein? Combined with the sword will, he was able to easily kill the Black Scarf Bandit at the peak of the 5th level. Sitting cross-legged in the practice room, Ling Xiao's face was filled with shock. The news of him killing the Black Scarf Bandit at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein quickly spread throughout the Ling family. It was impossible for him not to know. Looks like I have to work harder. The top 4 are all at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Any one of them can break through. Once they break through, it will be difficult for me to win with my current strength. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao did not dare to hesitate. He temporarily forgot the pain of his loved ones being killed and turned this pain into strength. Become stronger, must become stronger. Under the shocking pressure, Ling Xiao's cultivation became even crazier. Naturally, the crazy cultivation also made great gains. Demon Ox Art, 100 Steps Fiend Sword had also advanced from the Great Perfection Realm to the Transcendent Realm. The 100 Steps Fiend Sword had undergone a very interesting change. Not only was its power more terrifying, but its speed was also faster. It could even control the sword with chi, causing subtle changes in the flying sword's trajectory. No matter how fast a straight line was, as long as the opponent's judgment was accurate and made preparations in advance, it was enough. However, once there was a change, the opponent would be caught off guard. Naturally, in the process of cultivation, his cultivation was also slowly increasing, and his earth chi was constantly increasing. It could be said without humility that if he had participated in the previous elimination round, except for Ling Yiheng, no one else would have been his match. Even if it was Ling Yiheng, he could easily defeat him in less than 10 moves. Of course, this was under the condition that no one else had increased their strength. His current strength was much stronger than before. The previous 3 Ling Xiaos combined were not as strong as one now. However, he was not satisfied. What he lacked the most now was an internal force cultivation method and defensive martial arts. The Crimson Sun art could not keep up with the pace of his improvement. Although it could give him some special attack effects, it was really not enough. His martial vein was at least twice as wide as others, so naturally, it was twice as difficult to improve his strength. Coupled with the fact that his martial spirit needed to be nurtured, the consumption of earth chi was terrifying. A mere high-grade inner force mantra was not enough. It had to be a top-grade inner force mantra to match his aptitude. As for defensive martial arts, needless to say, no one would complain about having a strong defense. Shaking his head, Ling Xiao walked out of the training room. Suddenly, he saw his grandfather, Hong Qi, standing outside. "Grandpa, were you waiting for me?" "Yes, little potato will live with us in the future. He is very happy. Don't worry, I will take good care of him," Hong Qi said with a smile. "Yes, little potato is even more pitiful than me." He witnessed the tragic death of his family with his own eyes. Although Ling Xiao had killed Li Xingyun, the hatred in his heart could not be completely resolved. He felt that this was not a bad thing. Only when a person had hatred would they have the motivation to move forward. "There's one more thing. Take this. Little potato asked me to give it to you. He said that they found it on the road by accident." Hong Qi lied. He gave the book that he always carried with him to Ling Xiao. Of course, this was also a white lie. There were some things that he did not want Ling Xiao to know. 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. Ling Xiao was astonished to discover that although the book was tattered, the words on it had not been destroyed. Even the name of the book was very clear. He had heard of the 9 Transformations Golden Body Technique. It was created by a peerless general in northern Han and was a top-grade defensive martial art. It was said that after the ninth transformation, the body's skin would be like gold and its defense would be astonishing. Not only that, but every transformation of this defensive martial art could increase one's inner strength. Regardless of whether it was true chi, or a chi, or anything else, as long as it was inner strength, it could be greatly increased. If combined with an inner force mantra, the speed of increase would be even more terrifying. This defensive martial art was famous throughout the entire northern Han. However, it seemed that no one in the Ling family practiced it. It was unknown whether or not there was even a single person. This was a martial art of the imperial family. Do you have a use for this? Hongqi asked with a smile. Of course I have a use for it. It is simply a timely help. Ling Xiao excitedly said, Grandfather, thank you. I will go cultivate first. You should rest well. If you have nothing to do, you can find a few elders to chat with. Now that my status is high, your status will naturally be high as well. You don't have to worry about this. The old mister from the medicine hall often comes to chat with me. I am not lonely. Hongqi said with a smile. That's good. What I am most afraid of is neglecting grandfather because of my cultivation. Ling Xiao grinned and hastily returned to the training room. Defensive martial arts generally did not require much comprehension. This was because these kinds of martial arts relied on perseverance and hard work. Of course, there were some special defensive martial arts that required the assistance of certain items in order to increase the cultivation speed. For example, the 9 transformations golden body technique. The most troublesome aspect of cultivating it was the consumption of gold. Fortunately, Ling Xiao had killed Li Xingyun and found more than 100 taels of gold in Li Xingyun's storage ring, as well as a golden inner armor. These items were enough for Ling Xiao to cultivate for a while. If he finished using them, he planned to use the silver to exchange for gold or simply go to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range to hunt wild beasts to exchange for gold. The 9 transformations golden body technique was not very difficult to comprehend. However, this was only relative to top-notch internal cultivation techniques, top-notch martial arts, and top-notch secret techniques. If an ordinary person wanted to comprehend and cultivate it, it would be difficult without a few days or even more than 10 days. However, this was not a problem for Ling Xiao at all. The analysis ability of the Mountain River martial spirit was simply too terrifying. As it analyzed, there were images that demonstrated the entire cultivation process for Ling Xiao. Moreover, it was absolutely the most accurate. If Ling Xiao still could not comprehend it in a short period of time, then he would be too stupid. Body tempering martial arts were generally easy to understand and were not difficult to comprehend. In just an hour, Ling Xiao had completely comprehended the 9 transformations golden body technique. Once he comprehended it, the following cultivation would be much easier. Just like its name, the 9 transformations golden body technique had a total of 9 transformations. The first 5 transformations were mainly about the accumulation of quantity. This included the strengthening of the skin and flesh and the increase of inner strength. The first transformation strengthened the skin and increased inner strength. The second transformation strengthened the muscles and bones and increased inner strength. The third transformation strengthened the blood and qi and increased inner strength. The fourth transformation strengthened the internal organs and increased inner strength. The fifth transformation strengthened the entire body. The skin, flesh, bones, internal organs, and blood were as hard as iron and invulnerable. The increase of inner strength would also reach a different level. It was estimated that if he cultivated to the 5th transformation, Ling Xiao would at least be able to advance from the early 4th level of the martial vein to the middle 4th level of the martial vein. This was also under the condition that he did not have to deliberately cultivate the internal cultivation technique. Compared to other defensive martial arts, the 9 transformations golden body technique had obvious benefits. It strengthened the body in all aspects. It was unlike some thwart martial arts that required the condensation of inner strength to achieve a defensive effect. After the 5th transformation, it was considered a small success. In fact, the increase in defense was nothing new. After all, it was a defensive martial art. What made Ling Xiao excited was the increase in strength. For a martial artist, strength was a great help. When 2 martial artists were at the same level and had similar levels of gang qi, strength could play a decisive role. If he could cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 6th transformation, Ling Xiao believed that his strength would improve by leaps and bounds. However, considering that others would not stop improving, he naturally would not be complacent. The stronger the improvement, the more satisfied he would be. The 7th transformation allowed one to cultivate a golden body. When using the 9 transformation golden body technique, one's body would turn golden. There would be a thin film attached to the surface of the skin that could even reflect the enemy's attack. The 8th transformation was even more powerful. Martial artists of the same level would not be harmed at all. At the same time, it could reduce the damage of martial artists of 1 level higher by half and reduce the damage of martial artists of 2 levels higher by 30%. The 9th transformation was known as the 9 transformation golden body technique. As long as one had gold and was not fatally injured, even a broken limb could be healed and reborn. Seeing the 9th transformation, Ling Xiao's heart trembled. This was too shocking. Although it consumed gold, which was more precious than silver, it could actually regenerate broken limbs. At this level, as long as one was not dead, there was a chance of survival. Just what kind of terrifying realm was this? As expected of a top-notch martial art, he had reason to believe that as long as he cultivated the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 9th transformation, as long as his neck was not cut off or he was killed in one move, he would be almost invincible. Where in the world did they find such a good defensive martial art? Ling Xiao could not help but feel sad when he thought of the voices and smiles of his family. He was still too weak. If he was strong enough, who would dare to understand his family? He had to continue to become stronger, so strong that no one would dare to provoke him. Thinking of this, he took out a piece of gold from Li Xingyan's storage ring and held it in his hand. As he cultivated, the gold turned into golden powder and slowly seeped into his arm and then spread throughout his body. Although it did not feel very comfortable at first. However, it was fine once he got used to it. The first cycle was relatively easy to cultivate. He only used 2 hours and used up all the 10 taels of gold he had. After the first revolution of the 9 transformation golden body technique, Ling Xiao observed his body. His skin membrane was obviously much tougher than before, as if it was made of steel. He was a little excited, so he continued to cultivate. The second phase was indeed much more difficult to cultivate than the first phase. It took him 6 hours and 100 taels of gold before he finally succeeded. This time, he strengthened his muscles and bones, and he could clearly feel it. However, this consumption rate of 10 times was truly something that Ling Xiao could not help but feel a little miserable. Li Xingyan had used up all the gold in his storage ring before he managed to break through. All that's left is the golden inner armor. The quality of this golden inner armor is very good. It's worth about 1,000 taels of gold. In addition to the other gold items in this house, breaking through to the 3rd revolution shouldn't be a problem. Thinking up to this point, Ling Xiao left the training room and proceeded to ransack the house. The gold items in this house were left behind by Second Master Ling. There were only about 100 taels of gold in total. However, with the golden inner armor, it should be enough. After returning to the training room, Ling Xiao continued to cultivate. This time, the cultivation time was even longer. It took him a total of 12 hours to break through to the 3rd revolution of the 9 transformation golden body technique. At this moment, Ling Xiao was full of vigor and energy. Even if he did not sleep for 10 days, there would be no problem. He did not expect this defensive martial art to have such benefits. However, when he wanted to continue cultivating, he was in trouble. This was because he did not have any gold left. No wonder no one cultivated this defensive martial art. This was simply a nouveau riche defensive martial art. Eat gold, Ling Xiao hesitated for a long time. Then, he decided to make a trip to Tianfeng City and exchanged all the silver he had, as well as the medicinal herbs and young demonic beasts he obtained from the mountain river diagram, into gold. After calculating, it was exactly 20,000 taels of gold. Damn, now I'm a pauper again. Ling Xiao laughed bitterly. Originally, he had a lot of silver. Now, he was only left with 20,000 taels of gold. These were definitely going to be used to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique. His plan was to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 5th revolution, which was the initial success, before the finals. This meant that he would need more than 100,000 taels of gold. However, he did not think too much about it for now. 20,000 taels of gold was enough to cultivate this defensive martial art. From the third revolution to the fourth revolution. In order to improve his Xianxia at the same time and speed up the cultivation of the 9 transformation golden body technique, Xiao took the Xianxia pill he had. In the training room, there was a pile of 10,000 taels of gold. If anyone saw Xiao cultivating like this, they would definitely be stunned. In the previous cultivation, the gold powder would slowly enter the body through the hands. But this time it was different. The gold around his body had all turned into gold powder. It seeped into Xiao's body through his pores and merged with his earth energy. Then, it continued to strengthen his body. Unexpectedly, in this cultivation, the mountain and river martial spirit finally had some strange changes. A wave of energy from the mountain and river martial spirit seeped into the gold powder and earth energy. From the fourth revolution onwards, Xiao's 9 transformation golden body technique was obviously different from others. His defensive martial art was not only more powerful, but it also strengthened his martial spirit. The strangest thing was that when the mountain and river martial spirit's energy was mixed in, not only did it not slow down the cultivation speed, it actually made the cultivation speed faster. The efficacy of the earth energy pill and gold powder was completely absorbed by his body. He could clearly feel that the mountain and river martial spirit, which was once a little unfamiliar, seemed to be connected to his blood. Xiao did not know about other things, but he was sure that his cultivation speed and the efficiency of absorbing the medicinal efficacy were much stronger than ordinary people. This was the special part of the mountain and river martial spirit. If an ordinary person was able to absorb 50% of the medicinal efficacy of a medicinal pill, it would already be very good. However, he was able to absorb almost all of it without wasting a single bit. Just this point alone, he obviously had a big advantage. In other words, the same pill used on him was basically twice as effective as other people's. Although the effect was good, the consumption was also terrifying. Seeing the mountain of gold in the training room quickly diminish, he also felt his heart ache. How could he not feel pained? These were all his family assets. Fortunately, the gold was not wasted. With the absorption of the gold powder, Xiao could clearly feel that the earth energy in his body was rapidly increasing. Of course, the fastest increase was still his strength and the toughness of his body. Especially his soft internal organs, they were actually constantly strengthening. Some of the hidden injuries caused by Ling in the past were actually healed this time. No, before the finals, I have to upgrade the 9 transformation golden body technique to the small success of the 5th transformation. Only then can my body's defense improve greatly and become invulnerable. Xiao was not satisfied with the 4th transformation of the defensive martial art. However, he had encountered a bigger problem. From the 4th transformation to the 5th transformation, he needed at least 100,000 taels of gold. Now, he only had about 10,000 taels of gold left. Even if he used them all up, he could only slightly improve the 9 transformation golden body technique on the basis of the 4th transformation. It was impossible to break through to the 5th transformation, however, it was better than nothing. Xiao planned to use up the remaining 10,000 taels of gold. After that, he would think of a way to hunt demonic beasts to exchange for gold. The stronger he was, the higher the success rate of hunting demonic beasts. During this cultivation process, he used the only 2 Xianxia pills in Li Xingyan's storage ring. After a night, Xiao exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. His body began to faintly produce a golden Xianxia. This Xianxia was much stronger than that of an ordinary martial artist at the 4th level of the martial vein. After the 2 Xianxia pills were completely absorbed, the 10,000 taels of gold were completely used up. Although there was still a long way to go to the 5th transformation of the 9 transformation golden body technique, his Xianxia had improved a lot and was close to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. In the absence of a top-level internal cultivation method, he was able to raise his cultivation from the early stage of the 4th level of the martial vein to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein in such a short time. It had to be said that besides the Xianxia pills, the biggest contributor was the 9 transformation golden body technique. There were still 4 days before the finals of the annual tournament. Not enough, far from enough. The peak of the 4th level of the martial vein should be able to defeat an ordinary martial artist at the 5th level of the martial vein. However, Ling Yun is not ordinary. He is sword intent and is a genius. He must have a top-level martial art. If he met Ling Yun now and used his martial arts will, his chances of winning were about 50%. However, did Ling Yun have any other trump cards? Did he continue to improve during this period? These were all question marks. Therefore, the chances of winning were still too low. Moreover, there was still Ling Fifan. He absolutely did not believe that Ling Fifan, the number 1 genius of the Ling family, would lose to Ling Yun in strength. Maybe Ling Fifan was even more terrifying than Ling Yun. Ling Zhao's goal was to secure the top 3, but if he could get first place, he would definitely not be willing to get second place. The attention and preferential treatment that the first place would receive would be unimaginable. It would definitely be better than the current situation. He had to continue increasing his strength, whether it was a breakthrough in his cultivation or the realm of the 9 transformation golden body technique. He needed money and pills. It was time to go to the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. Now, killing a Class 4 demonic beast, or even a peak Class 4 demonic beast, should be a relatively simple matter. Moreover, combat experience could also be honed in the process of hunting demonic beasts. That was a battle of life and death, not some self-entertainment in the training room. The combat experience gained from training was very necessary for the improvement of one's combat effectiveness. Thinking of this, he left the training room and instructed his grandfather, Hong Qi, and Little Potato. Then, he prepared some dry food and put it directly into the mountain river diagram. As for Li Xingyan's storage ring, he hid it at home. That item was too eye-catching, and he had no use for it at the moment. If he could avoid it, it was best not to take it. When he left the Ling family and headed towards the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, Ling Xiao did not notice that a pair of vicious eyes were staring at him from the dark. Just as Ling Xiao left the Ling family, the owner of the pair of eyes left the Ling family at the same time. About 1 mile away from the Ling family, this person met up with 3 other people. This is the deposit, a total of 10,000 taels of gold. 3 Gangqi pills. After this is done, I will give you the remaining 40,000 taels of gold. This person took out a storage ring and passed the gold to the 3 people opposite him. The 3 of them wore black scarves on their heads, and it was obvious that they were the Black Scarf Bandits who were very active in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. Ha ha ha, don't worry, since we have taken his money, we will solve his problem. Moreover, that kid killed our people before, this time we are just taking revenge. After that, one of the 3 Black Scarf Bandits kept the gold and Gangqi pills in his storage ring, turned around, and chased after Ling Xiao. After entering the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, Ling Xiao displayed the soaring cloud steps, flood dragon transformation without holding back. His body seemed to have transformed into a flood dragon, flying in circles in the forest, and could actually stop in mid-air. This was no longer the realm of Qinggong, but flying. At present, Ling Zhao's soaring cloud steps, flood dragon transformation had already been cultivated to the realm of great perfection. Any further would mean that he had stepped into the realm of transformation. If he wanted to advance to the next level, he would have to evolve again. However, just relying on high-level movement techniques was no longer enough to evolve the soaring cloud steps. Only top-level movement techniques were qualified to evolve it. Therefore, for now, he could only develop it in the direction of the stage of great perfection. When he was at home, he could not use it, but in the Dragon Submission Mountain Range, he did not have so many scruples. Traveling in itself was a way to continuously train and improve one's movement technique. Swoosh, swoosh, in the forest, Ling Zhao's speed was not inferior to those birds at all. The only thing he could not compare to was the height. Currently, he could only fly to a height of 20 to 30 meters. And even if he flew, he could only stay in the air for about 15 minutes. After that, he would have to find a place to borrow strength. But even so, the feeling of flying freely was still very exciting. His current strength was only at the 4th level of the martial vein, and the soaring cloud steps was already so powerful. If his strength advanced to the 9th level of the martial vein, if he reached the 9th level of the martial vein, or if the soaring cloud steps evolved further, he might really be able to ride the clouds and soar freely in the sky. Ling Xiao was filled with anticipation for the future. Ever since he obtained the Mountain River martial soul, his confidence grew day by day. In the past, although he was not willing to give up, when he could not see hope, it was really painful. But now, it was different. The future was bright. What he needed to do was to work hard. In less than an hour, Ling Xiao arrived at his destination, which was the edge of the Dragon Submission mountain range. It was slightly deeper than the previous time. After all, his strength had increased this time. If he wanted to hunt a peak class 4 demonic beast, it would be too far away. It was not easy to encounter one. In the distance, the roars and howls of wild beasts could be heard from the Dragon Submission mountain range from time to time, making one's scalp tingle. In Tianfeng City, no one knew what was beyond the Dragon Submission mountain range. They only knew that the deeper one went, the higher the level of the demonic beasts and the more terrifying they were. In the core of the Dragon Submission mountain range, there was even a divine dragon resting there. Although Ling Xiao wanted to go in and take a look, he knew his own limits. With his current strength, entering the depths of the Dragon Submission mountain range was purely courting death. However, it was not a problem to walk slightly deeper in from the edge of the area. He had no interest in the passing wild beasts. His target was only the demonic beasts. He had already taken out the clear wind sword from the mountain river diagram and carried it on his back, making it convenient for him to use at any time. Previously in the competition, he did not take out the clear wind sword mainly because this plaything was a fine treasure sword. It was very easy to make people jealous. Luckily, even when he defeated Ling Yihong, he did not use the 100 steps flying sword technique. Therefore, this secret was naturally kept. There was no need to keep it a secret in the Dragon Submission mountain range. This place was deep in the mountains and there was not a single person. Quick! A sword light shot out, piercing through the air and emitting an ear-piercing sonic boom. Ling Xiao could clearly feel the terrifying explosive power contained in the Qingfeng sword. Ao ao. The sword light pierced through the air. The sword shadow flashed. A third-level monster fell to the ground, and before it died, it only had time to let out 2 miserable cries. This sword strike was so brilliant that it actually cut off the head of the monster. The strength is a bit too strong. I estimate that with my current strength, I can easily kill a peak 3rd-level monster with 30% of my internal force. He used the mountain and river martial spirit to analyze the power of the 100 steps fiend sword within a range of 200 meters. In the end, he came to a terrifying conclusion. Within 200 meters, the 100 steps fiend sword was equivalent to a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. What kind of concept was this? He was only close to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein, but this attack could reach the full force of a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. From the looks of it, not to mention the peak monster, even if it was a 5th level monster, as long as it wasn't too strong, he should be able to take it down. He just had to be careful. The flying sword attack required suddenness and explosive power. If it was predicted by others in advance, the power would not be so great. Thinking of this, Ling Xiao casually threw the corpse of the monster into the mountain and river diagram. Then he continued to move forward, searching for prey. A 3rd-level monster was still too cheap. This time, he wanted to find a 4th-level monster. It would be best if it was a peak 4th-level monster. That way, he could exchange it for more gold. Of course, when he encountered a 5th-level monster, he could also give it a try. Someone's coming? After killing more than 10 3rd-level monsters in a row, Ling Xiao couldn't help but frown. The mountain and river diagram showed that there were 3 life forms rapidly approaching. Passing by? Or are they targeting me? Ling Xiao didn't want to take the risk, so he chose to hide and see the situation first. The 3 life forms finally appeared. It was 3 black scarf thieves. One of them was a short and fat old man. The other was a tall man. And the last was a demonic woman. Where is he? Could it be that he found us and hid? Ha ha ha, he can't escape. The short and fat old man let out an extremely unpleasant sound and then opened his mouth to spit out a turbid gas. Cough cough cough. It stinks. Ling Xiao was caught off guard for a moment and was actually choked by the gas. He immediately coughed out blood. So. Pa. Almost at the instant he coughed, a few poisonous needles shot towards him. Fortunately, he reacted in time and used soaring cloud steps to dodge them. Eh? To actually be able to dodge the servant's poison needle, your qigong is not bad. The evil woman exclaimed in surprise. No matter how good your qigong is, you still have to die. The brawny man snorted coldly and said, my employer has already said that this kid's qigong is amazing, so I have prepared a special thing to entertain him. Black Scarf Thief. When Ling Xiao saw that the other party did not attack again, he calmed down a little. He activated his mountain and river martial spirit and the information of the 3 opponents appeared. 2 at the peak of the 4th level martial vein and 1 at the 5th level martial vein. To be honest, he couldn't help but be shocked when he saw the information displayed. Who was this? How could they be so generous to send such an expert to deal with him? The brawny man was the strongest of the 3. His killing intent was extremely strong and it was unknown how many people he had killed. Hee, little fellow, aren't you going to run? The evil woman laughed and asked. Why should I run? Ling Xiao had already decided to hunt these 3 people. Although it might be a little difficult to fight 1 against 3, this was the Dragon Submission Mountain Range. Furthermore, he had soaring cloud steps and mountain and river martial spirit. This allowed him to move around in the forest with ease. If it was another environment, he would probably turn around and run. But now, the chances of winning 1 against 3 were not very small. Reckless brat, if you are willing to hand over the qigong you have learned, we can give you a quick death. The short and fat old man laughed and said. You want my qigong technique? Capture me first. Ling Xiao grinned and suddenly soared into the sky, flying towards the forest. In terms of speed, he did not believe that he would lose to these 3 people. Hee. What made Ling Xiao feel strange was that the 3 of them did not chase after him. Instead, they stood on the spot and laughed coldly. This gave Ling Xiao a strong premonition. But there was nothing special on the mountain and river diagram. In other words, there were only 3 of them and no one was helping them. No, it still felt wrong. Buzz. The huge pressure caused his earth energy to circulate rapidly in his body. At that moment, the feeling of flesh and blood from the mountain and river martial spirit was even more obvious. I see. Ling Xiao suddenly realized that he did not need to observe the mountain and river diagram. His body and the mountain and river martial spirit were perfectly integrated. Now, he only needed to look at his opponents and the analysis data would quickly appear in his mind. At the same time, a drill would be formed in his mind. Although it did not seem to be much different, the effect was too great. In the past, to use the analysis and drill ability of the mountain and river martial spirit, he had to observe the mountain and river diagram internally. It was too time-consuming. In battle, he was simply courting death. But now, he did not need to do that at all. Wherever his eyes looked, he could analyze. Even the mountain and river martial spirit had caused a strange change in his vision. Ordinary people's eyes would definitely have blind spots. But his eyes did not. What he saw was in all directions. No matter from which angle, he could see clearly. Not only that, but now he could see through things. He knew that this was not the ability of his eyes, but the ability of the mountain and river martial spirit. But no matter what, under the huge pressure of death, his ability had improved again, and it was a huge improvement. The reason why the mountain and river diagram did not show anything before was that the opponent's killing move was underground. A huge spider. It was 2 meters tall when it stood up. It was locking onto him from below, ready to break out of the ground. He was just wondering what the opponent was going to use to deal with his movement skill. Now it seemed that it should be a spider web. If the spider set up an inescapable net around here, he would really be in trouble. Let's get rid of the spider first. Ling Xiao moved. He suddenly condensed earth energy and punched the ground. The spider underground was only a level 3 demonic beast. This punch contained 50% of his strength, and he used the meteorite fist. The spider would definitely die. At that moment, the 3 black scarf thieves who were smiling sinisterly changed their expressions. They did not know how Ling Xiao discovered the danger from underground, but they could feel the terror of Ling Xiao's punch. The short and fat old man and the evil woman moved first. The two of them flanked Ling Xiao from the left and right. Although the short and fat old man was fat, his movement skill was not weak at all. His speed was even faster than the evil woman. The evil woman's most terrifying weapon was obviously hidden weapons. So when she ran over, she continuously shot out several arrows. There was a cruel look in the evil woman's eyes. She could even foresee Ling Xiao's miserable state after being poisoned. His entire body was bleeding from all 7 orifices, but he could neither live nor die. However, she did not know that at this moment, Ling Xiao had entered a very special atmosphere. The feeling of the mountain river martial spirit being connected to his blood vessels made Ling Xiao's thinking speed increase by tens of times, or even hundreds of times. He could even calculate the time it would take for the poisoned arrow to reach his body and how much damage it would cause him. And the time it would take for the short and fat old man to come into contact with him. And the situation of the strongest man in the black scarf. The situation of the man in the black scarf was a little strange. He was releasing his gain qi, but he obviously had no intention of attacking. Ling Xiao could be sure that this guy was controlling the spider. Since that was the case, it would be easy. The short and fat old man and the evil woman were not his opponents, and the man in the black scarf was controlling the spider to avoid his attack. In this way, it was very obvious what to do. Puff, puff, after a few consecutive sounds, the evil woman's poisoned arrows all hit Ling Xiao's body, and not a single arrow missed. The evil woman chuckled, and her body slowed down. Poor kid, I thought it would be good if he could hit 1 or 2 arrows. Anyway, the poison is strong and still effective. I didn't expect that all of them would hit. Boss, this kid's qigong is good, but his brain is a little stupid. Ha ha ha, facing your poisoned arrows, no matter how smart he is, his brain will be in a mess. The short and fat old man also laughed loudly. The muscular man controlling the spider also relaxed a little. No. Kill him quickly. The man in the end had a higher cultivation and was more knowledgeable. Although he relaxed a little, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. Because he found that Ling Xiao's qi did not weaken at all, and his fist was still accurately hitting the spider on the ground. Too late. Ling Xiao's mouth revealed a cold smile, and his fist hit the ground. Although he only used 50% of his meteorite fist, the pitiful level 3 demonic beast was directly smashed into meat paste. Even the burly man's body involuntarily trembled, and a trace of red blood seeped out of the corner of his mouth. It was clear that he had controlled the spider through something like a mental imprint combined with his stellar energy. Killing the spider had affected the middle-aged man's body. Weak as it may be. Kill him. The brawny man was enraged. A mere martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein actually killed his cute spider. Furthermore, it was right under the noses of the 3 of them. This was simply intolerable. Ling Xiao also seemed to have been poisoned at this time. His body was a little weak, and his aura had also weakened. A ferocious glint appeared in the eyes of the short and fat old man. Little thief, hand over your life. At this moment, they no longer wanted to capture him alive because Ling Xiao was too cunning. Capturing such an opponent alive was tantamount to causing trouble for themselves. The short and fat old man didn't have a weapon, but his palms were purplish-black. He was obviously someone who specialized in palm techniques. If this palm hit, even if Ling Xiao didn't die, he would lose half his life. However, when the short and fat old man was less than half a meter away from Ling Xiao, he suddenly stopped. Ling Xiao suddenly laughed. The 6th move of the meteor fist, Meteor Strike. Although the power of this 6th move was slightly weaker, it was fast enough and didn't require much stellar energy. In that instant, his entire aura changed. No longer weak, on the contrary, he was unprecedentedly strong. 4th level of the martial vein. These 4 words became the short and fat old man's last words. He thought that Ling Xiao was only a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. He thought that Ling Xiao had used all his strength in that attack and wouldn't be able to attack for a short period of time. He thought that Ling Xiao had been hit by the evil woman's poisoned crossbow arrow. However, in fact, the aura that Ling Xiao was emitting right now was definitely at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Ling Xiao had only used 50% of his strength to kill the spider just now, so that he could attack again in a short period of time. More importantly, Ling Xiao wasn't hit by the arrow. In that instant, he accurately calculated all the places that the poisoned crossbow arrow would hit and then condensed his stellar energy. He condensed all the golden stellar energy of the 9 transformation golden body technique into those few points. In this way, even if he hadn't reached the 5th transformation, he would be invulnerable at these few points. Furthermore, although the evil woman was at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein, her stellar energy was too weak. Her attack wasn't as strong as an ordinary 4th level martial artist's. Therefore, it seemed that the poisoned crossbow arrow had hit him, but it was actually stuck in his clothes. It was a pity that the short and fat old man wouldn't understand all of this even if he died. Boom! Ling Xiao's punch was like an extremely small meteorite that crashed into the short and fat elder's chest at an extremely fast speed. Then, it exploded in an instant. Bang! The short and fat old man's heart was directly blown apart. There was almost no suspense. He didn't even have time to scream before he died on the spot. Under his precise calculations, Ling Xiao was able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. He now understood more and more what a transcendent martial art was. Martial arts didn't necessarily have to be powerful to be good. In different situations, different moves might be more useful. Sometimes, a faster but less powerful move was better. Sometimes, a move with a large range and medium power was better. Sometimes, a move with a slow speed but terrifying power was better. All of this needed to be constantly honed and comprehended in battle. Because Ling Xiao had the mountain and river martial spirit, it was obvious that his perception was much stronger than others. Even if he didn't have as much combat experience, he had already vaguely grasped some of the characteristics of transcendent martial arts. He believed that as long as he trained more, he would be able to fight more skillfully in the future. Elder Fatty. The demonic woman was taken aback. Her body that was running over suddenly stopped. She was afraid, because she knew very well that the short and fat old man's close combat strength was much stronger than hers. Even the short and fat old man had been killed by this cunning brat. Even if she went over, it would be useless. Boss, hurry up and attack. The evil woman shouted at the burly man. Come back. The burly man originally thought that Ling Xiao was at the peak of the 3rd level of the martial vein. That was why he was confident that the short and fat old man and the evil woman could kill Ling Xiao. What he needed to do was to control the spider to prevent Ling Xiao from escaping. But now, the situation had obviously changed. Do you think you can escape? Of course, Ling Xiao knew what the burly man meant. However, he would not let this woman go. Otherwise, when he fought with the burly man later, this woman would definitely be a problem. Whoosh! A flash of sword light flew out from his back like a flash of lightning. Pfft! In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the evil woman's back and out of her chest. Bow. Boss. Never in her wildest dreams would she have thought that after killing countless innocent people with her hidden weapons, she would be killed by someone else's hidden weapons. Thief! You dare to kill my wife. The black scarf man was furious. He really didn't expect that he would suffer such a big loss today. 3 people came, but now he was the only one left. Only you are allowed to kill me, but I am not allowed to kill you. Ling Xiao said indifferently. Although he said it casually, he was still nervous in his heart. The evil woman and the short and fat old man were easy to deal with. This burly man was the real problem. A martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein was not so easy to deal with. However, he did not plan to escape. The odds of victory for both sides were about 40 to 60. Ling Xiao had 40%, while the other party had 60%. Of course, this was only on the surface. If they really fought, he felt that he had a better chance of winning. After all, with the mountain and river martial spirit, his advantage was too great. Little thief, even if you have a sharp tongue, you won't be able to escape death today. Although your strength is close to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein, and that flying sword attack has reached the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. But you still have to die. Although the black scarf man said this, he didn't move. Ling Xiao knew what he was afraid of. He was afraid of his flying sword. The black scarf man knew in his heart that Ling Xiao's greatest threat to him was that unfathomable flying sword. Anyway, I'm about to die. Can you tell me who sent you to kill me? Ling Xiao suddenly asked. The black scarf man rolled his eyes and chuckled. Do you want to know? I can tell you. The person who wants to kill you is your Ling family's Ling. His voice suddenly became very small. Ling Xiao couldn't hear him at all, so he took a step forward. Chance. The black scarf man laughed sinisterly. He was telling the truth, but his goal was not to tell Ling Xiao the truth. He just wanted to make Ling Xiao reveal a flaw. Now that the opportunity had come, his figure moved. With a light leap, his seemingly sturdy body instantly closed in on Ling Xiao. This wasn't a movement technique, it was pure strength. It was too terrifying. Die. The black scarf man caught a glimpse of the dead short and fat old man and the evil woman. The anger in his heart was obvious. With a roar, his hands formed claws in the air. Not only that, the claws actually turned into the color of steel, and there was a cold light flickering. However, at that moment, Ling Xiao's face revealed a mocking smile. Not good. A sword light pierced through the air. The black scarf man was scared out of his wits. He was very clear about the power of the sword. It definitely had the attack power of the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. Although he was at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein, in terms of defense, he was only at the early 5th level of the martial vein. There was no way he could block it. In midair, Xianxia was unable to dodge the attack. He could only block it. Fortunately, this brat's flying sword is flying in a straight line. Although it's fast, I can still block it. After experiencing the initial panic, the brawny man quickly calmed down. His claws directly grabbed at the flying sword. His attack power was also at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein, so he would not be at a disadvantage in a head-on clash. However, he did not notice that a disdainful smile had slipped past the corners of Ling Xiao's mouth. Eh? Just as the sword light was about to collide with the claws, it suddenly disappeared. The black-masked man's entire body trembled. To suddenly discover that the opponent's attack had disappeared in the middle of a confrontation was definitely the most terrifying thing. He was scared out of his wits. However, this fear did not last long. Because in the next moment, he felt his head being separated from his body. That feeling was too strange. Through his eyes, he could see blood spurting out from his neck. His sword can actually change direction? This was the last thought of the brawny man before he died. Whoosh! Seeing the brawny man killed, Ling Xiao almost sat on the ground. This battle seemed easy, but in fact, it was very dangerous. If the brawny man did not think that he had succeeded and jumped up, even if Ling Xiao could change the trajectory of the flying sword, it would not have been so easy to succeed. This was a battle of wits and courage. One ring after another. Ling Xiao relied on the powerful thinking ability brought by the mountain and river martial spirit to lead the other party by the nose. However, the result of using this ability was very different. He could feel that the mountain and river martial spirit not only consumed aura qi, but also soul force. That kind of meticulous planning state lasted for a little longer, and he would be extremely tired. Ling Xiao, who was sitting on the ground to rest, did not even bother to pick up the storage ring of the brawny man. The weakness of the soul was even more uncomfortable than the weakness of the body. Let's just call this state entering the soul. It seems that I have to learn some secret techniques to strengthen the soul. Otherwise, if the duration of entering the soul is too short, its help in battle will be limited. Ling Xiao thought for a while, and gave himself a name for this state of meticulous planning, so that it would be easier to use in the future. After resting for about an hour, Ling Xiao recovered and his head was not so dizzy. He walked over and took the storage ring of the brawny man. It was also a mortal-grade storage ring. There were many things inside, close to 50,000 taels of silver, 10,000 taels of gold, 3 aura qi pills, and a top-tier martial art, Snow Lotus Arts. Ling Xiao opened the Snow Lotus Arts book in surprise. He originally thought that he could cultivate it, but he was dumbfounded. Snow Lotus Arts, a top-tier martial art. It belongs to the category of inner strength mental cultivation. It can be used together with Snow Lotus Sword Arts. It is close to transcendent grade. Only those who have awakened the Snow Lotus martial spirit or are born with the Snow Lotus body can cultivate it. Snow Lotus martial spirit. In this world, People who have martial spirits are very rare, not to mention such a strange snow lotus martial spirit. It seems useless. I'll keep it, maybe it will be useful in the future. Thinking of this, he shook his head and threw the snow lotus arts book into the mountain river diagram. At that moment, a surprising situation occurred. In the small village, a mountain appeared. An ice mountain. On the mountain, there were many snow lotuses. One of them, at the top, was the largest, and also the most beautiful. Mountain river martial spirit, all-encompassing. The mountain river diagram showed these 8 words. Not to mention that Ling Xiao was not stupid. Even if he was stupid, he could understand what these words meant. Combined with the appearance of the snow lotus from before, this basically meant that his mountain river martial spirit could contain and nurture all things, and the snow lotus martial spirit could also be contained. He could definitely learn the snow lotus arts. Ling Xiao felt incomparably excited. He had always wanted to obtain a top internal strength cultivation method, and now it seemed that he had obtained it without any effort. He did not know where the black scarf man got this thing, but unfortunately, he could not learn it. Since he could not learn it, he could only put it in his storage ring, and probably could not sell it. He would definitely be reluctant to destroy it. Now, it was Ling Xiao's turn to benefit. Ling Xiao had originally planned to start cultivating the Snow Lotus Chi formula now. But all of a sudden, he felt a dangerous aura approaching. Wherever his eyes looked, there were 3 red dots, indicating that there were 3 demonic beasts, and they were extremely dangerous peak martial spirit beasts. If there was only 1, Ling Xiao planned to stay and fight, but 3, he did not even think about it. It was purely courting death. After all, demonic beasts were stronger than warriors, and the innate ability of demonic beasts under the same strength was too terrifying. I'd better go home. With this Snow Lotus Arts book, I can improve my cultivation first. As for the 9 transformation golden body technique, I can wait. As long as I break through to the 5th level of the martial vein, I am confident that I can win the 2nd place in the finals. The key reason why he won the 2nd place and not the 1st place was that he was not very clear about the strength of Ling Fifan. Boom! When he was about to leave, the earth suddenly trembled. Earthquake? No, why do I feel that there are large demonic beasts approaching? Oh woo, a terrifying howl caused the 3 peak class 5 beasts to lie on the ground. Their bodies were trembling and their eyes were filled with fear. Ling Xiao saw the most terrifying scene he had ever seen since he was born. It was a giant ape. It was 15 to 16 meters tall and its voice was like thunder. The tall trees beside it were like weeds. Bang! Bang! With every step it took, the ground would tremble a few times as if there was an earthquake. What the hell is this? Ling Xiao desperately circulated his earth energy in an attempt to stabilize his mind. However, that terrifying cry still caused his blood and qi to tremble and his entire body to feel uncomfortable. At that moment, he actually felt as if his soul was about to leave his body and fly away. Fortunately, the mountain river martial spirit circulated faster to reduce this effect. Even so, his face was still pale as if he was seriously injured. This situation was as uncomfortable as when the soul entering had just ended. Pa! Like swatting a fly, the giant ape on the back of a peak class 5 beast slapped it down in midair and stuffed it into its mouth to chew. Ling Xiao had goosebumps all over his body. This was too terrifying. A peak class 5 beast was actually unable to withstand a single blow from this fellow. It was like a pitiful fly that was slapped to death and eaten alive. Kacha, kacha, wherever the giant ape passed, all the trees were crushed by its terrifying brute force, and then fell to the ground with a loud bang. Awoo! Awoo! The giant ape seemed to be very excited and looked over mockingly as if it was staring at its prey. Ling Xiao shivered all over. Even someone as determined as him could not muster the slightest bit of courage in the face of such a monster. However, he was still much better than those class 5 beasts that were lying motionless on the ground. Herculean Divine Ape, a peak class 8 beast. Its strength surpasses most 9th level martial vein martial artists. Its brute force can easily destroy a mountain range. When he looked at the giant ape, this information automatically appeared in his mind. How unlucky, what else could he say? This was actually still at the edge of the Dragon's Submission mountain range, and he had actually encountered such a terrifying giant beast. A peak level 8 demonic beast. This was an existence that was even more terrifying than most of the early 9th level martial vein martial artists. As for Ling Xiao, he was only at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. It would be difficult for him to deal with a peak of the 5th level. Facing a peak of the 8th level, he would definitely die. Run. Ling Xiao didn't think too much about it. At this moment, he only had one option, and that was to run. If he could escape, he would live. If he couldn't escape, he would die. Boom. However, just as he was escaping toward the periphery of the Dragon Submission mountain range, a huge tree was suddenly thrown over and planted in front of him. You won't let me leave? Ling Xiao was almost in despair. What was wrong with this Herculean ape? Did it want to slowly enjoy the food one by one? Since he couldn't get out, he would just charge into the forest. At this moment, Ling Xiao could no longer care so much. He knew that the deeper parts of the Dragon Submission mountain range were even more dangerous. He might encounter a huge beast as terrifying as the Herculean ape. But he had no choice. Staying here meant death. He had to escape. Since he couldn't escape, he could only do the opposite. After all, there was still a glimmer of hope for survival. Ga. This time, the Herculean ape didn't stop Ling Xiao. Instead, it opened its mouth and let out a strange laugh. That's right, it was laughing. It was mocking him. Ling Xiao didn't care whether the other party was mocking him or laughing. He only had one thought at this moment, and that was to escape. After the Herculean ape glanced at him, it casually grabbed a peak of the 5th level on the ground and stuffed it into its mouth. Then, it started chewing. As it ate, it watched with interest as Ling Xiao ran crazily in the forest. This little human is not bad. He can actually escape under the pressure of my aura. I'll play with him first. I'll eat him when I'm tired of him. The Herculean ape's eyes clearly revealed such a message. It was also fortunate that Ling Xiao had awakened the Mountain River martial soul. Otherwise, he would be like those peak of the 5th level beasts lying on the ground. He wouldn't have any courage to escape. Even when the Herculean ape put them in its mouth, they didn't dare to move. The terrifying aura of the peak of the 8th level beasts exerted a huge pressure on the soul. That kind of terror was really hard to understand if one didn't experience it personally. Crack. The sound of the peak of the 5th level beast's bones being bitten rang out in the forest. The sound was very loud. Ling Xiao believed that the Herculean ape was definitely doing it on purpose. Because he heard it clearly. At this time, there was only one peak of the 5th level left beside the Herculean ape. Ling Xiao knew that after that guy finished eating, the next target would be him. He used the soaring cloud steps to the limit. At this time, he no longer had the slightest intention of hiding his strength. Hiding his strength at this time was courting death. However, no matter how he ran, he could always feel that he was firmly locked on by the Herculean ape's aura. Whether he turned or dodged, it was useless. In order to escape, Ling Xiao even took out one of the aura chi pills that he had just obtained from the Black Scarf thieves and threw it into his mouth. He was going all out. The consumption of aura chi would naturally be great, and the aura chi pill could help in breaking through while also replenishing a large amount of aura chi. In this way, he wouldn't have to worry too much about not having enough aura chi to accelerate at full speed. If the people of the Ling family saw his current speed, it would definitely be as if they had seen a monster. Even if it was a martial artist at the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein, unless they specialized in speed movement techniques, it was absolutely impossible to reach this level. However, Ling Xiao didn't have the slightest intention of relaxing. Too slow, still too slow, perhaps in the eyes of others, it was already a terrifying speed that completely exceeded common sense. However, in the eyes of the Herculean ape, it might not be worth mentioning at all. The 4th, 6th, and 6th levels belonged to the aura chi stage. The 7th and 8th levels belonged to the chi explosion stage. Whether in terms of quality or volume, the aura chi of the peak of the 8th level Herculean ape was much stronger than that of Ling Xiao, who was at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. This was not an existence on the same level at all. Looking at the Herculean ape's playful expression, it dared to let Ling Xiao escape. It was not afraid that it would not be able to catch him. Crack! The last peak of the 5th-level demon beast was also thrown into the mouth of the Herculean ape and eaten. Then, this fellow burped and began to slowly chase after Xianxia. When passing by a small river, it actually lay down in the water and drank a few mouthfuls of water. Xianxia did not look back, but his vision was now omnidirectional, so even if he did not look back, he knew what the Herculean ape was doing. At this moment, he felt like a weak woman fleeing for her life. And that Herculean ape was like a perverted thief with strong martial arts. The playful smile in that fellow's eyes was clearly playing with him. Xianxia was not angry. Although this was very unpleasant, at the same time, it also provided him with a chance to escape. If the Herculean ape directly pounced over to attack, he would have no chance to escape. He would definitely die. Those who look down on me will regret it. Including you, this self-righteous beast. Xianxia calmed down. After channeling his aura into the mountain and river martial spirit, Xianxia immediately entered the soul-entering state. At this moment, his vision was even more terrifying than before. With a glance, the terrain within a radius of 10 miles could be seen. That is, Xianxia's eyes revealed a hint of excitement. In his eyes, an ancient building appeared. According to the analysis of the mountain and river martial spirit, if he escaped there, he had a 90% chance of survival. Xianxia didn't know how the mountain and river martial spirit calculated this survival rate. However, he could roughly guess. That building looked like a coiled divine dragon. There should be something strange about it. Inside the building, there was a basement. The entrance was very small. With his figure, it was no problem for him to enter. However, if the huge Herculean ape wanted to enter, it would be extremely difficult. Without thinking too much, Xianxia unleashed his speed and advanced at full speed. Taking advantage of the fact that the Herculean ape hadn't noticed his intentions, he had to hurry. Of course, during this process, in order to confuse the Herculean ape, he chose a more complicated route, a bit like a headless fly. However, in reality, there was only one goal. When the Herculean ape saw Xianxia's unlucky appearance, it let out a complacent whisper. Laugh, laugh. You won't be able to laugh later. Xianxia was really going all out. He didn't care about the consequences and ate the second Orochi pill. In any case, as long as he could survive, he would be able to obtain more Orochi pills. Once he died, no matter how many Orochi pills there were, it would be useless. The Herculean ape chased behind, but it seemed very relaxed. It didn't speed up at all. Sometimes, when it saw a butterfly flying by, it would even chase after it. Clearly, the Herculean ape, who had eaten its fill, was only left with playing. 10 miles, 8 miles, 6 miles. Xianxia was getting closer and closer to the building. Finally, when he was only a few hundred meters away from the ancient building, the Herculean ape became anxious. It seemed to know the terror of the building and knew that the building would obstruct it, so it instantly increased its speed. Previously, the distance between Xianxia and the Herculean ape was a full 6 miles. However, in this moment, Xianxia had rushed 100 meters, while the other party had rushed 5 miles. This speed was simply too terrifying. The Herculean ape didn't know how to fly, but a single jump could cover several miles. No wonder it wasn't worried that Xianxia would escape. It was only when it saw the building that it suddenly panicked. Xianxia had long known that the Herculean ape's speed was terrifying, but he was still taken aback. But at this moment, he couldn't care less. He had to fight. He threw the last Orochi pill into his mouth. He rushed out like a madman. Boom! The moment he rushed out, the Herculean ape also landed on his original position. Countless cracks appeared on the ground, which then spread out in all directions. However, the strange thing was that when these cracks approached the dragon-shaped building, they couldn't continue forward. Who? Xianxia, who was lying on the ground completely exhausted, found that he had entered the dragon-shaped building. Although the Herculean ape was furious and wanted to charge in repeatedly, it was blocked by an invisible aura in the end. Ah! The Herculean ape stared at Xianxia for a while. In the end, it simply lay down at the entrance of the dragon-shaped building and fell asleep. It seemed to be saying, if you have the ability, don't ever come out, or I'll eat you. Xianxia didn't have the mood to argue with that guy at this time. He looked at the dark tunnel in the building. After thinking for a while, he stood up and slowly walked in. Although his body was exhausted because of the consumption, if he just lay at the entrance of the building to rest, he was afraid that it would be dangerous. So he wanted to find a safer place. Besides, he still had the strength to fight. It wasn't that he didn't have the ability to protect himself. As long as there wasn't another terrifying level 8 monster beast, he would be fine. Otherwise, he would simply choose to commit suicide. The dark tunnel couldn't stop Ling Xiao. With the mountain river martial spirit, his eyes could see things in the dark. This building is a bit strange. After walking for a while, Ling Xiao was surprised to find that the walls of the building were not made of brick, nor were they made of metal. This material looked more like animal bones and skin, it was just that it had been hardened. What was more strange than the building was the many bones along the way. There were bones of beasts, demonic beasts, and even humans. It was hard to tell how many living creatures had died here. But it seemed that they were from a long time ago. After all, it was impossible for corpses to completely turn into bones without a long time of decay. Hiss! So cold! Ling Xiao suddenly shivered. He was surprised to find that he didn't know when it started, but the tunnel had turned into layers of ice. The temperature suddenly dropped, and he had to use Gang Qi to resist the cold. Fortunately, the third Gang Qi pill hadn't been used up. Otherwise, he would have frozen to death. About 2 hours had passed. Ling Xiao directly knelt down. Why did he kneel? Because he saw a pool. This pool was emitting cold air. There were a large number of snow lotuses growing in it. There were 100 years, 200 years, even 500 years old, and thousands of years old. Of course, if it was only this, he wouldn't have knelt down. After all, although snow lotuses were the best ingredients for refining pills, at most he would be happy. The most important thing was that the water in this cold pond was not water, it was gold liquid, he couldn't be wrong. The pool emitting cold air was obviously made of liquid gold. The liquid gold inside was estimated to be at least 1,000,000 taels of gold. Although he wasn't a very greedy person. But don't forget that he needed to consume gold to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique. Now that he encountered such a strange cold pool, how could he not be happy? What was that saying again? One who survives a great disaster is destined for good fortune. It seemed that this saying wasn't bluffing. Ling Xiao escaped from the mouth of the Herculean ape, accidentally broke into this building, and then found this strange cold pool of gold liquid. This was luck, not to mention that this cold pool of gold liquid was necessary to improve the 9 transformation golden body technique. Just the cold pool of gold liquid could actually nurture golden snow lotuses, and there were as many as 10,000-year-old snow lotuses. In addition, there were many 500 and 800-year-old snow lotuses. This was enough to show the benefits of the cold pool of gold liquid. When Ling Xiao looked at the cold pool of gold liquid, the mountain river martial spirit had already started to analyze the composition of the cold pool of gold liquid and its advantages and disadvantages. The conclusion was that this thing not only didn't have the slightest harm to the body, it was also an excellent body tempering item. According to the mountain river martial spirit, this cold pool of gold liquid was actually a body tempering liquid produced by the Golden Divine Dragon clan. It was this liquid that allowed the Golden Divine Dragon clan to have the most terrifying strength and toughness of the Dragon clan. Was there a need to doubt this? Ling Xiao shouted excitedly, and then jumped into the cold pool of gold liquid. Gurgle gurgle. The moment he entered the frigid pool golden liquid, Ling Xiao actually felt the liquid entering his body through his pores and flowing through every single one of his blood vessels. The cold aura almost froze his blood vessels. He was shocked, and the image of the Snow Lotus Chi technique appeared in his mind. The Earth Chi cultivated by the Snow Lotus Chi technique belonged to the ice attribute, so the cold aura should be able to be absorbed. Thinking of this, he did not dare to be negligent and quickly circulated his Earth Chi according to the Snow Lotus Chi technique. In the next moment, something surprising happened. The Frost Chi was completely absorbed by the Snow Lotus Chi technique and then condensed into Earth Chi. The Earth Chi that he had lost was quickly replenished. Not only that, when he finished the first level of the Snow Lotus Chi technique, his cultivation had completely stabilized at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Although he was close before, there was still a gap. But now, in just a moment, he had reached the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Perhaps breaking through to the 5th level of the martial vein would not be a problem. Although the cold aura was absorbed, the golden liquid mixed in his blood made him very uncomfortable. In a hurry, Ling Xiao began to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique at the same time. Under normal circumstances, no one would cultivate 2 martial arts at the same time, because not only would they be distracted, they might not be able to improve either. But the situation was special, so Ling Xiao did not care so much. Sure enough, after the 9 transformation golden body technique began to circulate, the golden liquid in his body began to be absorbed by his body. Wonderful, it was simply wonderful. The cold aura was used to cultivate the snow lotus chi technique, greatly improving his earth chi. The golden liquid was used to cultivate the 9 transformation golden body technique, greatly improving his body's toughness. And his soul did not feel the slightest burden. It seemed that it had a lot to do with the frigid pool golden liquid. Because he had entered the soul imprint state, his soul was actually very tired. But after entering the frigid pool golden liquid, even his soul felt as if it was being nourished. It could be seen that in addition to the earth chi and the body, the frigid pool golden liquid could also strengthen the soul to a certain extent. It was a pity that he didn't have a soul cultivation secret technique. Otherwise, it would be even better. However, one should not be too greedy. The current situation could be said to be very good. It was already a great blessing for him. He closed his eyes and concentrated on cultivating the Snow Lotus Chi technique and the 9 transformations golden body technique. They were all top-notch martial arts, and the feeling they gave off was completely different from high-grade martial arts. As time went by, the amount of frigid pool golden liquid decreased rapidly. If someone were to stand by the side, they would notice it. In just an hour or so, it had sunk down at least an inch. However, the result was that Ling Xiao's 2 top-notch martial arts were rapidly improving. The cold chi and the golden liquid were basically 50-50, so the chances of these 2 top-grade martial arts being upgraded were also 50-50. Another hour passed, and Ling Xiao's face revealed a pleasantly surprised expression. He could feel that he was on the verge of a breakthrough. At this time, his Snow Lotus Chi technique had already reached the 3rd level, which was the small success stage. He could clearly determine that his earth energy had reached an extremely terrifying level. In terms of quantity, even an ordinary 6th level martial vein martial artist would not be able to compare to him. The increase of the cold chi to the earth energy was simply too terrifying. At the same time, the 9 transformations golden body technique directly broke through the barrier and advanced from the 4th to the 5th transformation. The 5th transformation of the 9 transformations golden body technique was the small success stage of this top-notch defensive martial art. The body was extremely tough from the inside out and invulnerable to swords and spears. The small success stage of the 9 transformations golden body technique also raised his defense to the peak of the 5th level martial vein, or even stronger. His strength increased by about 300 pounds, and was currently close to 1,500 pounds. Previously, his attack power was the strongest, reaching the peak of the 5th level martial vein, but his defense power was relatively weak. But now, his defense power seemed to be stronger than his attack power. As long as he stabilized the 9 transformations golden body technique at the 5th transformation, it should be very easy to become invulnerable. Of course, guesses were just guesses. He still had to wait for the actual battle to know the result. However, he didn't have the time now. It wasn't easy to come to this place and obtain the frigid pool golden liquid. He didn't want to leave so soon. At the very least, he had to raise his cultivation to the 5th level martial vein and stabilize the 9 transformations golden body technique at the 5th transformation before leaving. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and continued to cultivate the Snow Lotus Chi technique and the 9 transformations golden body technique. He cultivated from day to night, and from night to day. The Snow Lotus Chi technique smoothly entered the 5th level. The earth energy in his body continued to increase, but it still didn't reach the limit of a breakthrough. This was enough to show that the capacity of earth energy stored in his body was much larger than others. His current capacity had already reached the level of a martial artist at the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. Of course, it was only a large amount. But there were also benefits to having a large amount. In many battles, it wasn't easy to determine the winner. The key to victory or defeat might be to see who had enough earth energy. No matter how good the pill was, it couldn't compare to the earth energy in the body. After another 2 hours, Xianxia felt that the earth energy in his body had reached a saturation point. It seemed that he could advance. In this state, he didn't need any pills to help him advance to the 5th level martial vein easily. But for safety's sake, he still plucked a 500-year-old snow lotus and ate it. As the snow lotus entered his body, the cold air quickly spread to his internal organs. Then it quickly turned into wisps of life energy. With these wisps of life energy protecting his heart meridians, even if he failed to break through or went berserk, he wouldn't die or go crazy. Breaking through was an extremely dangerous thing for any martial artist. Without the heart-protecting pill and meridian-shielding pill, one had to rely on other things to protect his heart meridians. And the snow lotus was one of those things. Growing in an extremely cold place, its life energy was still so vibrant. It was enough to show how tenacious its life force was. The protective effect of this thing was much stronger than the heart-protecting pill and meridian-shielding pill. Without thinking too much, Xianxia directly circulated the snow lotus chi technique after eating the snow lotus and prepared to break through. Another day passed. At night, many wild beasts in the Dragon Submission mountain range began to move. A huge Herculean ape sat outside a strange dragon-shaped building. Beside it was the Class 6 beast it had just killed. This was its dinner. It stared at the building. Damn, that little human still hadn't come out. It could clearly feel that guy's aura, but it couldn't enter. Boom, suddenly, a terrifying sound came from the building. The Herculean ape abruptly stood up and cried out in annoyance. Its intelligence was not lower than a human's, so it could understand that the human inside had broken through. Although it was still not its match, it understood that there must be something good inside this dragon-shaped building. Its eyes were scarlet as it suddenly threw a punch. No matter how fierce the fist was, not only did it have no effect, it even caused the Herculean ape to feel pain all over its body. Ah! The Herculean ape was about to die from anger. It swore that after that human came out, it would capture him alive and force him to tell it how to enter this building. It guessed right. Xianxia had broken through. He had broken through from the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein to the 5th level of the martial vein. Moreover, because his aura was already saturated, this breakthrough had directly reached the late stage of the 5th level of the martial vein, close to the peak. His aura did not increase much, and was still around the peak of the 6th level of the martial vein. However, the quality of his aura had clearly increased, which caused his attack power to rise to the level of an early stage 6th level martial vein martial artist. His defense had also risen to the level of an early stage 6th level martial vein martial artist. All of this was naturally told to him by the mountain and river martial spirit's analysis ability. After all, he himself was a mortal with the naked eye, so it was impossible for him to see it so clearly. To be honest, even he himself was shocked by the scene of his breakthrough. It actually made an earth-shattering sound. Fortunately, there were no accidents. However, he had just broken through and was not stable enough in all aspects, so he did not stop and began to consolidate his cultivation. It was not easy for him to break through to the late stage of the 5th level of the martial vein. He had to stabilize his strength. If he was not stable, once he was injured, his cultivation would most likely drop greatly. After a long time, the night ushered in the day. Xianxia opened his eyes, which were bright and full of spirit. If someone looked carefully, they would discover that there seemed to be a world in Xianxia's pupils. At this moment, his cultivation had completely stabilized at the late stage of the 5th level of the martial vein. In terms of combat strength, he was no longer inferior to an early stage 6th level martial vein martial artist. His endurance was even better. If he were to meet the 3 people who tried to kill him, he would be able to kill them all in an instant without any effort. In these 2 short days, his strength had increased by a terrifying amount. After advancing to the 5th level of the martial vein, the mountain and river martial spirit gave him a new ability, Martial Spirit Avatar. This ability could use aura to condense an avatar without self-consciousness. The avatar had 30% of the original body's strength. Of course, this was not important. The important thing was that after this avatar merged with the mountain and river martial spirit's analysis ability, it could perfectly imitate any martial arts that Xianxia had seen before. This way, it would be easier to find a sparring partner in the future. This was the most important function of this clone. As for the battle, it only had 50% of his strength. Basically, it would not be of much use. In the current situation, he would probably only be able to display the strength of a martial artist at the early stage of the third level of the martial vein. They weren't of much use in battle, but they could be used as scapegoats at critical moments. That was because the clone's aura was exactly the same as his. Furthermore, it could reform after being destroyed. There was no need to worry about it being destroyed. This could be considered as one more life-saving method. I've already been here for nearly 3 days. The finals are about to begin. I have to think of a way to get out. Although he really wanted to persist in cultivating here, the grand finals meant a lot to him. Besides, he had the mountain river world. He could move the frigid pool golden liquid and the snow lotus into the mountain river world. He could still cultivate when he returned. Therefore, there was no time to waste. However, when Xianxia reached the exit, his brows furrowed tightly. Damned Herculean ape, I've already waited for so long, but it still refuses to be powerful. Do I really want to wait until I die of old age? Although he felt very uncomfortable in his heart, Xianxia had no other choice. Even if his strength had increased greatly now, it was basically impossible for him to escape from the hands of the Herculean ape. Helpless, he might as well go back and continue cultivating. Perhaps he could take advantage of this opportunity to raise his cultivation to the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein and raise the 9 transformation golden body technique to the 6th transformation. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and went back to cultivate again. He jumped back into the frigid pool golden liquid. Xianxia still followed the previous steps to cultivate the snow lotus chi art and the 9 transformation golden body technique at the same time. The former was more difficult to raise after the 5th level. The latter was also more difficult to raise after the 5th transformation. Fortunately, he had the frigid pool golden liquid. Otherwise, who knew when he would be able to raise it? The golden liquid and cold air entered his body at the same time, and then were absorbed by the 2 top-notch martial arts at the same time, constantly transforming Xianxia's body. In addition, there was a faint aura that entered Xianxia's soul, constantly strengthening his soul. He could feel that the strength of his soul was more than twice that of an ordinary person. The direct benefit of a strong soul was an increase in comprehension, courage, and willpower. Of course, if there was a soul-type secret technique to cultivate, it would be even better. Because then, soul force could be used as an attack. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. As the mountain river martial spirit sped up, Xianxia's cultivation speed also increased. Every cell in his body was crying out in joy. Legend had it that in ancient times, there was a supreme being who had studied the human body and found that there were 100 trillion cells in the human body of this world. Every second, there were more than 100 million cells that died and were reborn. And the end of cultivation was to transform all the cells into energy cells. At that level, as long as a single cell survived, the martial artist would not die. But this kind of research was only a legend, and no one had really verified it. At this time, Xianxia could clearly feel that the cells in his body were undergoing some special changes. One of the cells gradually turned golden and became indestructible. The most terrifying thing was that this cell's change directly increased Xianxia's physical strength by 50 kilograms. What kind of concept was this? Bang, the second cell turned golden, and his strength increased by 50 kilograms. The third, the fourth, when the 5th cell turned golden, it finally stopped. It seemed that the higher the level, the more energy it required. Xianxia had not reached that level yet. But just 5 cells turned golden, and Xianxia's strength increased by 500 kilograms. His strength had reached the terrifying level of 2,000 kilograms. Unknowingly, time flew by, and 2 days passed in a hurry. And Xianxia's snow lotus chi technique had reached the 6th level. Although his cultivation did not advance further, it could be considered that he had completely stabilized at the late 5th level of the martial vein. What was surprising was that the 9 transformation golden body technique had actually broken through from the 5th to the 6th transformation. The 5th transformation was a small success, and the 6th transformation was a new starting point. The improvement obtained was more terrifying than the previous 5 stages combined. After all, the first 5 transformations were only the foundation. It was the small success realm, and it was a passive increase in defense. Once cultivated to the 6th transformation, the strong body was not only invulnerable, but it could also be used to perform various martial skills. Turning defense into offense, this was interesting. To put it bluntly, his 9 transformation golden body technique was not only a defensive martial art, but also an offensive martial art. It was similar to the Vajra palm, but it was stronger. The only shortcoming was the lack of changes, which was still quite far from the meteor fist. But no matter what, Ling Xiao, who had cultivated to the 6th transformation, could not break through his defense when facing a martial artist of the same level. Unless the opponent was a heavenly genius, had a special weapon, or a special martial art, it was impossible to hurt him. The rapid improvement of his strength made Ling Xiao very happy. However, when he came to the exit of the building again to check the situation, the happy expression on his face disappeared. Novel, law, damn the Herculean ape, it seemed that it was determined to waste time with him and would not leave no matter what. Ling Xiao hesitated for a moment and finally gave up the idea of breaking out. The peak of the 8th level monster was definitely comparable to the 9th level of the martial vein. It was absolutely impossible for him to break out. There was only one result if he broke out, that was death. Alas, do I have to give up on the finals? Ling Xiao was really unwilling. His strength had improved to the point where he was confident that he could win the finals. He did not believe that Ling Fifan could be stronger than him, however, the reality made him choose to compromise. His life was still the most important. If he lost his life, then he did not need to think about anything else. In desperation, he returned to the cold pool again and simply continued to cultivate. Anyway, he had nothing to do, so he had to consolidate his current strength. In the following time, he continued to cultivate the Snow Lotus art of Qi and the 9 transformation golden body technique. Although the improvement speed was much slower now, it was still much faster than the ordinary cultivation speed. To be honest, if it was not for the fact that there was only one day left before the finals, he really wanted to stay here for a while. In this last day, Ling Xiao basically went out to check the situation after cultivating for an hour. Although he knew that the Herculean ape would not give way to him, he still had some expectations in his heart. In the blink of an eye, a day had passed. It was already the day of the finals, but the Herculean ape was still guarding the exit and did not have any intention of leaving. In the face of this situation, Ling Xiao was extremely helpless. After a day of consolidation, although he did not make a breakthrough in the 2 top-level martial arts, there was an obvious improvement. In addition, the golden cells in his body had increased from 5 to 6. The speed was obviously a lot slower than before. However, even if there was an increase of 1, it was an increase of 100 pounds of strength, which was definitely of great help to the battle. In addition, as the frigid pool golden liquid continued to refine his body, he realized that his bones had turned golden yellow. Although his blood was still red, it was obviously more active than before. Originally, he had been bullied all year round, and there were more or less hidden injuries in his body that had not been healed. But this time, with the help of the frigid pool golden liquid, all of them were healed. He had the strength. All he needed now was a chance to prove himself. He didn't want to keep waiting like this, so he moved the rest of the cold pool golden liquid to the village in the mountain river world. He also moved all the golden snow lotuses there. At this time, the number of farmers in his village had increased to 5. Each of them had their own duties and helped each other, so they were able to do things in an orderly manner. After doing this, he began to look around the building, hoping to find another exit. At the same time, Tianfeng City, Ling family's ancestral home. The venue for the finals of the annual competition had already been set up. A large number of disciples had gathered here. Today, the clan had given everyone a day off. Everyone could put down their work and watch the competition. After all, this kind of competition was very helpful to these disciples. As the time of the finals was getting closer and closer, more than 100 genius disciples had already arrived at the venue. Genius Hall's 2nd place, Ling Yun. Genius Hall's 3rd place, Ling Shuang. Genius Hall's 4th place, Ling Zhan. Elite Hall's disciples, Ling Yiheng and Ling Yixue, who had made it to the finals. However, until 15 minutes before the start of the competition, there were still two people who had not arrived. One was Genius Hall's first place, Ling Fifan. The other was the bottom disciple, Ling Xiao. This situation caused many people to feel strange. However, everyone was talking about Ling Fifan the most. As for Ling Xiao, only a few people cared about him. The competition is about to start. Why isn't Ling Xiao here yet? Did he forget about the competition? Ling Yixue was probably the one who cared about Ling Xiao the most. Although the two of them didn't have much interaction, some friends really didn't need to interact too much. After the end of the elimination competition, Ling Yixue could be said to have suffered a big blow, so she cultivated even more desperately. Now, she had also successfully advanced to the 4th level of the martial vein. However, she knew in her heart that there were many experts in the finals. Her request wasn't high. As long as she could stay in the Genius Hall, it would be enough. The 110 participating disciples were all seated according to their rankings. The first row was for the top 10 of the Genius Hall. Among these 10 people, except for Ling Fifan who didn't appear, the rest were actually at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. And the top 4 were actually at the 5th level of the martial vein. The most terrifying was still Ling Yihong. This guy was even more shocked than Ling Yixue in the elimination competition. However, he wasn't the kind of person who gave up easily. It was unknown what kind of crazy training he received or what kind of fortuitous encounter he had. In just 7 days, he actually advanced from the early 4th level of the martial vein to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Although his cultivation wasn't as good as the top 4 of the Genius Hall, he was stronger than the rest. Moreover, his eyes were shining with a strange light. Looking at Ling Yun and the others, his eyes were filled with strong confidence. The finals are about to start. Why aren't the number 1 of the Genius Hall, Ling Fifan, and the number 1 of the elimination competition, Ling Xiao, here yet? Yeah, there's less than 15 minutes left. Once they miss the time, they won't be able to participate. What a pity. I wanted to see how far that dark horse could go. The bottom disciples basically regarded Ling Xiao as their hero. Therefore, they paid special attention to Ling Xiao. Until now, Ling Xiao still hadn't appeared. This made them a little anxious. Not only that, even the judges who saw Ling Xiao become the number 1 of the elimination competition were anxious about Ling Xiao's absence. That child's talent is not bad. If he can participate in the competition, he should be able to enter the top 10. What happened? The one who was talking to himself was the head judge of the elimination competition. And today's finals, he was still the judge. However, the head judge was the Ling family's patriarch, Ling Xiaotian. Hee, looks like the 3 black scarf bandits succeeded. It was worth the money I spent to hire assassins. Ling 13, who was sitting in the guest seat, had a sinister look in his eyes. Ling Xiao didn't appear. He thought that he had succeeded in hiring assassins. However, the black scarf bandits didn't come to ask for compensation. This made him feel a little uneasy. Could it be that they died together? That would be the best. He could save a lot of money. Dragon Submission Mountain Range, inside the dragon-shaped ancient building. Ling Xiao was seizing his last chance to find a way out of this place. At this point, the finals were about to start in less than 15 minutes. But he was blocked by that hateful Herculean ape in this building, unable to get out. Even so, he wasn't willing to give up his last chance. Even if it was a 1 in a million chance, he still had to work hard. He had such determination in his character. It could also be said that he wouldn't give up until all hope was gone. However, his achievements today were inseparable from his spirit of not giving up until he reached the Yellow River. Ao. Just as he was struggling to find a way out, the Herculean ape outside suddenly made a strange sound. Ling Xiao didn't think much and immediately went to the exit. The reason why he couldn't leave here was because the Herculean ape was blocking the way. If something happened to the Herculean ape, then he might have to leave. When he came to the exit, Ling Xiao was surprised to find that the Herculean ape was confronting a person at this time. That's right, a person, a woman wearing a blue dress and a blue veil. Her face couldn't be seen clearly. This person just stood there. She stood in midair. The air under her feet seemed to be solid. The Herculean ape's hair all stood up. It had long lost the energy to pay attention to the dragon-shaped building. It didn't have the mind to pay attention to Ling Xiao. Although he couldn't see her face, Ling Xiao could see that this woman's age was definitely not more than 30 years old. Her hands were as white as jade, as if they were carefully carved out of natural white jade. "Evil creature, you better leave quickly. I don't want to kill you." The woman's red lips opened slightly. That voice was simply like the sound of nature. It was not only pleasant to hear, but it also seemed to have a special magic that could make people feel very comfortable and comfortable. Ao ao ao. The Herculean ape's dignity seemed to be challenged. A mere little human actually dared to warn him like this. It was really intolerable. But he didn't dare to make a move easily because that little human emitted a terrifying aura. "Sigh, why do you have to do this? It's not easy for you to grow up." The woman sighed softly. It seemed that she really didn't want to fight with the Herculean ape. Ling Xiao was stunned at this time. How big of a heart this woman had. That was the Herculean ape, a peak level 8 demon beast. The Herculean ape. This woman actually seemed to be talking to an ornamental pet. Ah woo. The Herculean ape was angry. No human had ever dared to look down on him like this. Previously, that human was chased into the dragon-shaped building and didn't dare to come out. This person would be the target to vent his anger. It roared and rushed up. In an instant, it was in front of the woman. "Be careful." After all, Ling Xiao was still a pure-hearted person. Encountering such a situation, he still couldn't help but cry out. Of course, he was just reminding her. He knew that he couldn't save that woman. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to remind him. The blue-clothed woman was about to be smashed into meat paste by the Herculean divine ape. The woman moved. However, it was only a slight movement of her jade hand. That jade-like hand drew a beautiful arc in the air, and then lightly pointed. That Herculean ape actually let out a miserable cry, and a bizarre green light shot out from the back of the ape's head. That finger actually directly pierced through the Herculean divine ape's head. That was the Herculean divine ape, 8th level peak demonic beast, Herculean ape. He actually died just like that. He crashed heavily onto the ground, his body devoid of any signs of life. Ling Xiao was stunned. What's wrong with this woman? How could he be so powerful? Could it be an expert at the peak of the 9th level martial vein? Thanks for the reminder. The woman glanced at Ling Xiao and smiled. As a thank you, I'll leave this Herculean divine ape's corpse to you. Goodbye. Ling Xiao stood there in a daze, not responding. The woman had long since left, but Ling Xiao still did not have any reaction. He was not tempted by her beauty, but because at this moment, a video was playing over and over again on the mountain and river diagram. The blue-clothed woman killed the Herculean divine ape with a single finger. Although the process seemed simple, after the mountain and river diagram slowed down, Ling Xiao could almost clearly see that the woman had done a lot of things in the instant she made her move. After a long while, he suddenly opened his eyes. Originally, he wanted to let his martial spirit avatar demonstrate the power of that finger, but after thinking about it, he decided to forget about it. Although the finals might have already begun if he rushed back, the delay wasn't long, so there was still a chance. He threw the Herculean divine ape's corpse into the mountain and river world, then used the soaring cloud steps, flood dragon transformation to soar into the air, rushing in the direction of the Ling family. At this moment, his speed was nearly twice as fast as when he had arrived. As he flew, the flood dragon's shadow turned a faint gold color, looking very cool. As for the blue-clothed woman's identity, he did not make any wild guesses. Although he was only a little beggar in Tianfeng City, beggars also had their benefits. He had heard many stories about them. Northern Han was too big. Outside of Tianfeng City, there were many experts, many from clans that were much stronger than the Ling family. As for Northern Han, it was only one of the weaker countries in this world. The world was too big. He really wanted to go out and take a look, but now was not the time. The current him needed to first establish himself in the Ling family and raise his strength to a level that could not be raised before going out. In fact, Ling Xiao did not realize that his strength had increased by a lot compared to when he first arrived. It must be known that the Herculean divine ape was at least 3,000 jin, yet he was able to lift it up and throw it into the mountain and river world. This meant that his strength was no less than 3,000 jin. When an ordinary martial artist reached the peak of the 5th layer of the martial vein, their strength would be around 1,500 jin. And because he had broken through to the 6th layer of the 9 transformations golden body technique, his physical strength was around 1,000 jin more than an ordinary martial artist. In addition, his 6 golden cells had increased. His strength had already broken through to 3,000 jin. This was twice the strength of an ordinary martial artist. Against martial artists of the same cultivation level, he didn't even need to use stellar energy. He could rely on pure strength to firmly suppress them. Previously, because the Herculean divine ape was chasing him, he did not encounter any attacks from other demonic beasts when he arrived at the dragon-shaped building. However, it was different when he returned. On the way back, he encountered many demonic beasts. In order to save time, Xianxia avoided them as much as possible. However, there was a flying demonic beast that was even faster than him, making it impossible for him to avoid it. "Since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish," Xianxia coldly shouted. Following the direction of the flying demonic beast, he clashed head-on with the flying demonic beast. He did not use any aura chi, only pure strength combined with his alloy body. As a result, the flying demonic beast was smashed into pieces on the spot. That was a level 5 demonic beast. Although it was only a level 5 low-level demonic beast, it was equivalent to a martial artist at the late stage of the 5th layer of the martial vein. In addition, the demonic beast's body was relatively strong. It was actually unable to block his crazy collision. This collision probably frightened many demonic beasts, and the rest of the journey was much calmer. In less than an hour, Xianxia had already arrived at the Ling family. He did not have time to change his clothes. He only used the realm template and hid his strength at the peak of the 4th layer of the martial vein. After all, many people thought that he was a martial artist at the peak of the 3rd layer of the martial vein. Now that he had broken through to the 4th layer of the martial vein, it was already very terrifying. If others knew that his true realm was at the late stage of the 5th layer of the martial vein, close to the peak, it would not be fun. After all, what he needed now was to hone his combat skills and temporarily suppress his strength at this level before he could truly hone his skills. When Xianxia arrived at the arena, the finals had already been going on for nearly an hour. The finals used a challenge system. In other words, the 110 people participating in the finals could challenge someone with a higher ranking according to their original ranking. However, there was a limit. One challenge could not exceed 10 people at a time. This was also to prevent a martial artist from being tagged along. After all, the total amount of earth energy of the current Prodigy Hall disciples was not much. If they were continuously challenged, the possibility of losing was relatively high. In addition, only the lower-ranked could challenge the higher-ranked. This was to prevent the higher-ranked disciples from taking revenge and deliberately humiliating the lower-ranked disciples. According to such rules, even if one came an hour late, it would not affect the overall rhythm of the competition. Ling Yiheng challenged Ling Dupeng and won. He is currently ranked 6th. Ling Xiaotian's voice rang out in the arena. As the patriarch of the Ling clan and a top expert of the Ling clan, the importance of this competition could be seen from the fact that he could personally preside over the finals. Ling Xiao raised his head and looked. In the vast arena, there was only one battle stage. However, this battle stage was obviously larger than the previous ones and the protective wall was stronger. It was estimated that during the elimination round, Ling Yiheng and Ling Zhao's battle, the battle stage was destroyed, which made the upper echelons of the Ling clan uneasy. Therefore, for safety, the protective wall was strengthened. The 110 participating disciples were supposed to be sitting near the battle stage, but at this moment, there were 2 empty chairs. One belonged to Ling Fifan. The other belonged to Ling Xiao. Ling Xiao noticed that Ling Yiheng, Ling Yixue, Ling Taizhou, and Ling Fei had already challenged because their rankings had entered the top 100. Ling Yiheng had even risen to 6th place. Ling Yixue's ranking had also entered the top 20. Referees, disciple Ling Xiao came late because he encountered some troublesome matters. I hope you can give him a chance. Ling Xiao knew that he was late, so he was naturally in the wrong. No matter what the reason was, being late was definitely not good, so his attitude was more sincere and humble. Hey, Ling Xiao is here, the disciple who ranked first in the elimination round. Damn, how did his cultivation level rise to the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein? His improvement is too fast. I'm late. He's probably cultivating. Ling Fifan hadn't arrived yet, so Ling Zhao's appearance naturally attracted many people's attention. A country has its laws, and a family has its rules. No matter how good your results are in the elimination round, since you're late, it means that you've given up on your own accord. You're no longer qualified to participate. Although the head judge thought highly of Ling Xiao, he could not help but shake his head. If a family had no rules, then it would not be able to last long. It would be the beginning of chaos. Ling Xiao smiled bitterly. Although he had already expected this, he was still a little disappointed when he heard this result. How could he not be disappointed? If he had obtained first place, he would have been able to enter the library pavilion to steal books. What he urgently needed now was a set of top-notch martial skills and a top-notch soul cultivation secret method, but he currently didn't have any of them. Just as he was about to turn around and leave, another figure suddenly appeared, directly leaping over the crowd and flying to the first place. It is Ling Fifan. What a powerful movement technique. Genius Hall's first place is indeed the first place, too cool. But he's late, can he continue to participate in the competition? I don't think so, Ling Xiao can't participate. If he can participate, then wouldn't he be breaking the rules? What qualifications does Ling Xiao have to compete with Ling Fifan? The first place of the elimination round is just the first place of the trash, how can he be compared with the first place of the Genius Hall? Hearing such discussions, Ling Zhao's footsteps stopped. He wanted to see what the higher-ups of the Ling family were going to do. Ha ha ha, Fifan, you're late, but it doesn't matter, you're a special one, the rules can't restrict you. The head judge saw Ling Fifan, his face revealed a smile, and laughed. Thank you, head judge, thank you, judges. Ling Fifan did not get up, he just sat there and cupped his hands. That arrogant attitude made it seem like he was already the first master of the Ling family. Wait. Ling Xiao suddenly shouted, Head judge, I thought you were going by the book, that Ling Fifan came later than me, he is qualified to participate in the competition, why am I not qualified? The head judge was a little embarrassed, he was about to say something, but one of the judges sneered, Who do you think you are? Ling Fifan is the first place of the Genius Hall, the first genius of the Ling family, related to the prosperity of the Ling family, the future of the Ling family is tied to him, we naturally have to give him a chance. Do you think you are qualified to compete with him? That's right. Before Ling Xiao could say anything, another voice sounded, it was Ling Shisan who was in the audience. Ling Shisan's face was very gloomy. He stood up and said, Everyone knows that Fifan is the key disciple of the Ling family, he has special privileges in the Ling family, Ling Xiao, you are not even qualified to carry his shoes, how dare you compare with him? Ling Xiao frowned. This person was truly shameless to the extreme. He was almost sure that the person who bribed the black scarf thief to kill him was Ling Shisan. He had not settled the score with Ling Shisan yet, this person dared to be so unforgiving. It seems that this Ling Shisan must be eliminated as soon as possible. Yeah, who is Ling Xiao, a bottom disciple, he got first place in the elimination round by using tricks, does he not know the immensity of heaven and earth? That's right, there is no absolute fairness in this world, if you want to give you special privileges, you have to beat Ling Fifan. Ha ha ha, he wants to beat Ling Fifan, I'm afraid he can't even beat Ling Yun. In the family, there were a lot of people who were gloating. After all, a dark horse like Ling Xiao who came from the bottom was not liked by the privileged. Naturally, they would hit him when he was down. Humph. Suddenly, a cold snort sounded, the second master of the Ling family stood up. He squinted his eyes and glanced at the crowd, and immediately, many people were silent. Just now, I heard someone say that a country has its own laws, and a family has its own rules. If Ling Fifan can break the rules, why can't Ling Xiao? If you all treat everyone equally, then let Ling Fifan withdraw from this finals. The second master of the Ling family had wanted to rope in Ling Fifan, but he was rejected because Ling Fifan was arrogant and did not put anyone in his eyes except for his grandfather. And he had succeeded in roping in Ling Xiao, so at this time, he naturally had to speak up for Ling Xiao. How can you say that, second brother? Ling Fifan is a white jade, and Ling Xiao is just a stubborn rock, how can they be compared? Ling Jiao stood up and objected. Enough. Ling Xiaotian could not stand it anymore, and as soon as he spoke, all the discussion stopped. Ling Xiao, I can give you a chance, among these 110 people, as long as you can beat any one of them, I will let you participate in the finals, okay? As the patriarch and the #1 fighter in the family, Ling Xiaoyan's judgment was not bad, he did not want to offend Ling Fifan, and also did not want to offend Ling Xiao. This, Ling 13 and Ling Jiao did not look too good. They did not expect Ling Xiaotian to speak up for Ling Xiao. However, they did not dare to disobey Ling Xiaoyan's words. Thank you, Lord Patriarch, for giving Ling Xiao this opportunity. Ling Xiao's face was filled with surprise. However, Ling Fifan frowned slightly, as if he was dissatisfied that someone could enjoy the same privilege as him. Ling Fifan glanced at Ling 13 intentionally. He knew that Ling 13 had hired assassins to kill Ling Jiao. 3 experts from the Black Scarf Bandits failed to kill Ling Xiao. This Ling Xiao was not as simple as he looked. Ling Fifan touched his chin and fell into deep thought. At this time, Ling 13's mind was in a mess. He knew the strength of the 3 Black Scarf Bandits, but they still failed to kill Ling Xiao. How strong was Ling Xiao? Ling Xiao. The head judge said in a deep voice. Now, go up the stage. There will be martial artists who will challenge you. If you win, you can participate in the finals. If you lose, stop talking nonsense. Do you understand? Yes, sir. Ling Xiao nodded. To be exact, there were 109 people. Except for Ling Fifan, Ling Xiao was confident that he could win. It was just that the difficulty was different. Therefore, he was not worried. Then go. Yes. With a light leap, Ling Xiao arrived on the battle stage. He then cupped his hands and said, Please enlighten me. Ling Yihang's gaze collided with Ling Zhao's, and both of them smiled at each other. Although Ling Xiao had defeated Ling Yihang in the knockout round, Ling Yihang did not hold grudges. However, Ling Yihang was a person who did not hold grudges. He was very free and easy, wholeheartedly focused on becoming stronger. He was a real martial arts fanatic. Then, he looked at Ling Yixue again. Ling Yixue's eyes revealed some gentleness and care. Ling Xiao nodded to express his gratitude. The two of them didn't speak much, but their relationship had unknowingly become closer. Since there is no one, let me test your strength. A moment later, a person stood out from the crowd. He happened to be the 5th in the 2nd row. In other words, he was currently ranked 15th in the Genius Hall. How should I address you, senior brother? Ling Xiao cupped his hands and asked. What are you talking about? You're about to leave anyway. The 15th ranked disciple seemed to be very impatient with Ling Xiao, which made Ling Xiao somewhat puzzled. He didn't seem to have offended this person. That person must be Ling Ji. He seems to be a loyal fan of senior brother Fifan. No wonder. Ling Xiao actually got the same privilege as senior brother Fifan. He must be unhappy. Ling Ji was 3 years older than Ling Xiao. He was 16 years old this year. His muscles were well developed and extremely sturdy. He specialized in defensive martial arts and his cultivation was at the early 4th level of the martial vein. Under normal circumstances, even a martial artist at the middle 4th level of the martial vein would not be willing to fight with him. Think about it. When you hit the opponent would not feel pain at all. Instead, you would be tired to death. That was not a very pleasant feeling. Just because of your words, I won't let you off the stage. This year's finals, you're finished. Ling Xiao was not a kind person. Especially when the beggar's relatives were killed and he was hired to assassinate. This kind of thing made his temperament become tenacious and resolute. If you were always soft-hearted, others would think that you were easy to bully. Brat, you'll pay the price for your words. Don't think that I'm afraid of you just because I'm at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Ling Ji faced Ling Xiao without the slightest fear. In his opinion, Ling Xiao's realm was much higher, but he was not as old as him. His strength and combat experience were definitely not as good as his. Hehe, Ling Ji is fighting. Ling Xiao is in trouble. Even Ling Yiheng did not dare to challenge senior brother Ling Ji because senior brother Ling Ji's top defensive martial arts is too terrifying. He has already cultivated it to the small success stage. That's right. Ling Ji once exhausted a martial artist at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein to death. What's the use of the opportunity given by the patriarch? He still has to get lost. Ling Ji's fight made many people who did not like Ling Xiao excited. Although Ling Xiao's realm was higher, they believed that Ling Xiao's combat experience was better. However, they believed that Ling Ji's battle experience was stronger. Even if he couldn't win easily, he could still exhaust Ling Xiao to death. Tyrant Fist. Ling Ji used a high-level martial arts technique. However, this martial arts technique was a little special. Its power was increased according to one's defensive power. Ling Ji specialized in cultivating a top-level defensive martial arts. When combined with the Tyrant Fist, the power it exerted would not be lower than a top-level martial arts. When he punched out, his entire body emitted a black iron-like light. His fist was also wrapped in a black color, as if it was tough steel, emitting a metallic luster. The power of this punch was probably not inferior to a small success stage top-level martial arts. It was actually a large success stage high-level martial arts. No wonder. In addition to the enhancement of the defensive martial arts itself, its power was indeed not inferior to a small success stage top-level martial arts. Ling Xiao was a little excited because his opponent's combination gave him some hints. Just like the set of martial arts he first cultivated, each martial arts did not exist independently. If they were combined well, they could improve each other. Senior brother Ling Ji's punch is not small. I'm afraid it's not inferior to a martial artist at the late 4th level of the martial vein. That's right. Even if this punch can't defeat Ling Xiao, it can make Ling Xiao suffer a little and let him know that there is always someone better than him. The disciples of the Genius Hall knew more about Ling Ji. At this time, they were naturally more optimistic about Ling Ji, so they were very partial to Ling Ji when discussing. Ling Xiao smiled and casually reached out his hand to greet her. He did not use any martial arts technique. He did not use Gang Qi. He just simply reached out his hand. This scene surprised everyone on the scene. He did not even use any martial arts technique to block this punch. Did Ling Xiao think he was Ling Fifan? Even Ling Fifan did not dare to look down on his opponent like this. Good boy, you dare to look down on me. Ling Ji was angry. He had only met one person who had defeated him like this, and that was Ling Fifan. Since then, he had prostrated himself before Ling Fifan. He did not want to see a second person like this. No one could replace Ling Fifan's position in his heart. I'll cripple you. Originally, Ling Ji had reserved some Gang Qi for the next challenge. However, he was now forced to use all of his strength because of Ling Xiao's contempt. At that moment, his whole body's skin turned iron black, and his whole body was like a sculpture made of black iron. Boom! Get out of here! On the stage, Ling Xiao was still motionless, while Ling Ji rushed up with extreme speed. Then, their fists collided. Ling Ji's terrifying Gang Qi sputtered in all directions, and the protective wall of the stage was obviously distorted. Fortunately, it had been strengthened, so it was not damaged. Ling Ji's face was full of fanaticism. However, the next result was hard for him to accept. Crack! 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 That was the sound of bones breaking. Ling Ji's expression changed from fanaticism and anger to horror and pain. The bones in his arms were broken, all the way to his shoulders. Although he did not fly out, the bones in his arms were all broken. As I said, you will pay for what you said. Ling Xiao looked at Ling Ji, whose arms were broken and could not continue to fight, and said lightly. Ling Ji did not speak. Because he still did not understand what had happened. He felt like he had bumped into a giant elephant instead of a person. Just one move, in fact, it was not even one move, because Ling Xiao did not use any martial arts moves at all. In a battle between warriors, only one move could be counted as one move if one used martial arts moves. In this battle, Ling Xiao could be said to have won in a crushing way. Everyone in the audience was surprised. Even Ling Fifan, who did not pay much attention to Ling Xiao, looked at Ling Xiao a few more times. Ling Xiao's realm was higher than Ling Ji's, so he might have a 60 to 70% chance of winning. But it would definitely be a Pyrrhic victory. However, no one expected that Ling Xiao would win so easily without using any martial arts moves. He just waved his fist casually. This Ling Xiao is not simple. His strength is terrifying. Well, you can't fight him head-on, or you will definitely be at a disadvantage. I hate this kind of opponent with terrifying strength the most. Oh no, I hope he will not challenge me in the future. Ling Xiao, through the challenge, you are qualified to participate in the finals. Since you have defeated Ling Ji, you will sit on Ling Ji's seat. People of the medicine hall, take Ling Ji to treat his injuries. Ordinary people could not see it, but the judge's eyesight was not bad. They clearly found that Ling Ji's arms were broken, and he could not continue to participate in the finals. This Ling Xiao really did what he said. He was ruthless and decisive. The one who was the most flustered at this moment was probably Ling 13. He did not expect Ling Xiao to be so decisive and ruthless. If Ling Xiao knew that he was the one who hired the assassin, it would be strange if he did not take revenge. To Ling Xiao, defeating Ling Ji was nothing more than a simple display of strength. He looked at Ling Fifan's position, and a cold smile appeared on his face. You all think that Ling Fifan is stronger than me and more talented than me, so you give him special privileges. I wonder what kind of face you will change after I defeat him. In the end, he was still treated unfairly today. Because Ling Fifan did not go through this process, he was still qualified to enter the finals. His heart was not happy, however, he didn't say anything. There was no point in ranting. It was better to use the results to shut those people up. Thinking of this, he walked to the fifth chair in the second row and sat down. His and Ling Fifan's appearance did not affect the finals at all. Originally, it was a competition for 110 people. Now, it was just that the number of people had gathered. Although it was said that the top 100 would receive generous rewards, the higher the ranking, the better the rewards. Especially the top 3, they would be rewarded with Orochi pills and top-notch martial arts. Therefore, the competition for the top 3 would be the fiercest. Presumably, other than the unfathomable Ling Fifan, the rest of the people probably wouldn't be willing to easily let go of this opportunity to obtain the top-level martial arts. Ling Xiao was no exception. And it was obvious that the higher the ranking, the higher the status in the family, and the more privileges they would receive. In the Genius Hall, Ling Fifan, who was ranked first, had a higher status than most of the elders in the Ling family. Ling Xiao did not care about the status, but he believed that with the privileges, it would be more helpful for his future cultivation. Just now, Ling Xiao's late arrival affected the progress of the finals. I will reiterate the rules here. Everyone has 5 chances to challenge, and only 5 chances. Every time you use it, you will have 1 less chance. In addition, if you succeed in 2 consecutive challenges, you will not be restricted by the ranking. You can challenge anyone who is ranked in front of you. The chief judge stood up and said loudly, "Did you all hear it clearly?" "Yes, we heard it clearly." "Good, in that case, let's continue with the finals." Although Ling Xiao came late, the rules of the finals were not complicated. He understood it easily. Those who were ranked lower could challenge those who were ranked higher. In the first 2 challenges, they could only challenge 10 people at most. If they succeeded in 2 consecutive challenges, then this restriction would be lifted. If they succeeded in a challenge, they would automatically receive the challenged's ranking. And the challenged would have to challenge others again to obtain the ranking. Everyone had 5 challenges. Regardless of whether they won or lost, they would lose 1 challenge opportunity after each challenge. So, in this competition, other than testing the disciples' combat power, it was also testing their judgment. As the saying goes, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. If you didn't even know your opponent and recklessly challenged, then it would not work. This was a competition within the family, so no one would die. At most, they would be seriously injured. But once they were in the Jianghu, if they accidentally kicked an iron plate, they would really die. In addition, the ranking challenge was carried out by the disciples who were ranked in the elimination round, but this challenge was not included in the 5 challenge opportunities. It could be considered as a simple ranking battle. After all, they were ranked in the elimination round, so they had to be ranked together with the previous 100 disciples of the Genius Hall. After that, it would be the challenges from the back to the front. Before Ling Xiao came, the disciples who were ranked in the elimination round had finished their challenges, and the challenges from the back to the front had reached the 90th rank. There was one more point. One could choose to forfeit the challenge opportunity. This way, they would lose one challenge opportunity, but they wouldn't be humiliated. For disciples who didn't have much ambition, this was actually very suitable. However, from the 100th to the 100th rank, it was a rather intense stage. In order to enter the Genius Hall, these 10 disciples wouldn't waste any challenge opportunity. It was a pity that Ling Xiao came late and missed this exciting stage. From the 100th to the 50th rank, many people would choose to forfeit. Especially for the 100th rank, if he didn't have absolute confidence, he would definitely not challenge. Anyway, he had already maintained his ranking and was a disciple of the Genius Hall. He wasn't confident in his own strength, so he wouldn't embarrass himself. So, this stage was very fast. After the 50th rank, the challenges became more intense. In fact, from the 50th to the 11th rank, there wasn't much difference in strength, so no one was willing to concede. Naturally, the challenges were very intense. Other than Ling Yiheng, Ling Xiao, Ling Yixue, and Ling Yixue, only Ling Taizhou had entered the top 50. He was ranked 48th, which wasn't too high or too low. The rest were all ranked after the 50th rank. The disciples of the Genius Hall were indeed the disciples of the Genius Hall. Even if it was the top 10 of the elite hall, it would be very difficult for them to reach the front. Only a few people could do it. Ling Yiheng was ranked 6th, Ling Xiao was ranked 15th, and Ling Yixue was ranked 19th. These 3 people were the most anticipated of the top 10 of the elimination round. Generally speaking, the top 20 of the Genius Hall were all at the early 4th level of the martial vein. The top 10 of the Genius Hall were all at the middle 4th level of the martial vein. The top 5 of the Genius Hall were all at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Of course, this was only a rough estimate. After all, strength was only a rough estimate. It was very normal for those with lower cultivation to rely on experience to defeat those with higher cultivation. The Genius Hall was indeed worthy of being called the Genius Hall. They were a group of monsters. Many people had some breakthroughs in these 7 days. Although they weren't as terrifying as Ling Xiao. The top 20 could be considered a stage. Everyone was working hard to fight for the top 10. Ling Yixue's goal wasn't as high as Ling Zhao's. She set a goal for herself to be in the top 10. In her first challenge, Ling Yixue chose to challenge the 10th place and won easily. Novel, law, although they were both at the middle 4th level of the martial vein, Ling Yixue's fighting skills were obviously better. In her second challenge, she still chose the 9th place and won again. But this time, it was a dangerous win and she consumed a lot of energy, so she kept the remaining 3 challenges and waited for the next challenge. Next, she needed to recover. According to the rules, after the challenge, there would be a quarter of an hour rest. During this rest time, they could not be challenged. This was also a way to protect the talented disciples. Otherwise, it would be troublesome and unfair to fight one after another. Ling Yixue threw a few pills into her mouth. They were ordinary qi gathering pills. The effect was much worse than Aura Qi pill, but it also had the effect of recovering internal force. After Ling Yixue, who was ranked 19th, challenged another 3 people. However, Ling Xiao was not the one who was challenged. It was probably because no one knew his background, so they did not dare to challenge him. It could be seen that the opponents chosen by the Prodigy Hall disciples were often familiar with them. After the 3 challenges, it was Ling Zhao's turn. Ling Xiao, please choose your first challenge. The referee reminded. Ling Xiao nodded and looked at the 10 people sitting in the front row. His goal was to be first, but it was not necessary to get first place so quickly. Otherwise, there would be many people who would not be convinced and challenge him one after another. So his idea was to get into the top 10 first. Anyway, there were 5 chances. As long as there was 1 chance left for him to challenge Ling Fifan, it would be enough. Let's go with the 10th place. Ling Yixue was the 9th place, so he chose to challenge the 10th place. He knew that many people wanted to see his background, but the 10th place disciple was not qualified enough for him to use his real strength. He only went on the stage for a moment and still only used one punch. But this time, he used bull strength. The opponent's situation was better than Ling Ji because Ling Xiao held back. How powerful is this Ling Xiao? He won the 10th place so easily. Maybe he can really shake Ling Fifan's position. Idiot, the strongest in the Genius Hall are the top 5. He only won against the 10th place. I think that Ling Zhan would be able to defeat him easily. There is no need for senior brother Fifan to make a move. Who knows until the end? While they were arguing, Ling Xiao had already sat beside Ling Yixue. Ling Xiao, your battle strength seems to be higher than the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Ling Yixue lowered her voice and asked. Sort of. Ling Xiao smiled and did not deny it. It didn't matter if he admitted it. After all, up until now, he hadn't revealed any of his true trump cards. I won't continue. Ling Xiao had only challenged once. He felt that it was enough. He would leave the remaining chances for the top 3. Of course, he might also have to fight with Ling Yiheng. Although he won against Ling Yiheng, it was only because Ling Yiheng underestimated him. It was not because he was that strong. So this time, he wanted to defeat Ling Yiheng fair and square. It could also be considered as breaking the knot in his heart. 4 chances, just right. Next, he would wait and see how the top 3 would fight. Although he was confident that he could win, he did not dare to underestimate his opponent. If he made the same mistake as Ling Yiheng in the elimination round, it would be stupid. Ling Yun, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to avenge your brother Ling Feng. Suddenly, Ling Fifan looked at Ling Yun and smiled. Why do you say that? Because it's obvious that he can't win against me. And you can't challenge him unless you deliberately lose to a lower-ranked disciple. Ling Fifan said lightly. You don't have to provoke me. Even if I lose, so what? Anyway, there are 5 chances. It's easy for me to win back. Ling Yun glanced at Ling Fifan and said, but you, get ready to accept my challenge. You are not my opponent. Ling Fifan smiled confidently. Not necessarily. Really? When the top 2 disciples of the Genius Hall were chatting, the challenges did not stop. From the 14th place to the top, the battles were getting more and more exciting. Because the higher the rank, the stronger the strength of these martial artists. However, from the beginning to the end, no one challenged the top 6 disciples, and no one challenged Ling Xiao. Ling Yixue was challenged twice. But her opponents were defeated, and they were defeated cleanly. After being challenged, she also had a quarter of an hour to rest and recover. But she could recover so well in such a short time, it seemed that Ling Yixue had also practiced the secret method of recovery. Soon, the battle spread to the top 6. Ling Fifan, Ling Yun, Ling Shuang, Ling Zhan, Ling Xiaoping, Ling Yiheng. I challenge the 4th-ranked Ling Zhan. Ling Yiheng looked at Ling Zhan, his eyes were firm and full of confidence. Ling Xiao also had some impression of Ling Zhan, who appeared in the elimination round. At that time, Ling Zhan was already a martial artist at the peak of the 4th level of the martial vein. Although he did not break through now, he was not so easy to be defeated. Ha ha ha, not bad, Ling Yiheng. You actually dare to challenge me? Do you think that I am the only one in the top 4 who is easy to deal with? No, the top 4 are not easy to deal with. Ling Yiheng said with a serious face. He did not dare to underestimate Ling Zhan. The reason why he chose to challenge Ling Zhan was because Ling Zhan's movement technique was the worst among the top 5. Ling Yiheng's movement technique was not strong enough, but it was better than Ling Zhan's. Thus, he chose Ling Zhan to target him. Alright, my hands are itching anyway. Since that's the case, I'll play with you. Ling Zhan jumped onto the stage, and his aura instantly changed. This guy was also a martial artist who specialized in defense martial arts. A terrifying aura spread out, causing Ling Yiheng to frown. This battle could be said to be the longest since the start of the competition. The match lasted for half an hour. Finally, the referee team made a judgment that Ling Yiheng had won with a slight advantage. You win. But I am not convinced. I will challenge you later. Ling Zhan's fighting spirit was strong. He was not convinced by the judge's judgment, but he did not dare to disobey. Anyway, he would have the opportunity to challenge Ling Yihong later. It was not a big deal. However, someone beat him to it. Ling Xiaopeng, who was ranked 5th, was the younger brother of Ling Dapeng, who was defeated by Ling Yihong. Thus, he waited for a quarter of an hour before directly challenging Ling Yihong. Unexpectedly, Ling Xiaopeng's challenge directly forced Ling Yihong to use his biggest trump card. This guy was actually a swordsman, he had never used a sword in his previous battles. When he unsheathed his sword, Ling Xiaopeng automatically admitted defeat. That sword was really too terrifying, too amazing, thus, Ling Xiaopeng, who was ranked 5th, lost his challenge. Next was Ling Shuang, who was ranked 3rd. As for Ling Zhan, who was ranked 4th, because he was defeated by Ling Yihong, he had no rank now. He had to start again in the next round. There is no other way, Ling Yun. I can only challenge you. Ling Shuang did not give up. Although she was very clear that whether it was Ling Yun or Ling Fifan, her chances of winning were less than 20%. But she still wanted to try. Anyway, if she failed, her rank would not drop. Against Ling Yun, she at least knew his cultivation. But against Ling Fifan, she did not have the slightest bit of fighting spirit. Oh? You mean I am not as good as Ling Fifan? Ling Yun sneered and said, since you think so, I will let you know that you are asking for humiliation by challenging me casually. Originally, Ling Yun intended to lose deliberately and then challenge Ling Xiao. However, the strong pride in his personality exploded at this time. My brother was nothing, my brother's revenge was nothing, being looked down upon by others, that was the greatest displeasure. On the stage, Ling Yan looked at Ling Shuang as though he was looking at a joke. Ling Shuang might be strong, but she was definitely not his opponent. She actually dared to challenge him, what a fool, Ling Yan's personality was like that. He would not allow any weaklings to challenge his authority and position. That was unforgivable. Looking at the two of them, Ling Xiao smiled slightly. He was definitely going to challenge Ling Yun, so he wanted to see how capable Ling Yun was in this battle. Soft water sword technique. The first to attack was Ling Shuang. She was clear of Ling Yun's ability. If she did not attack, she would not have another chance. Soft water sword technique, as the name suggested, was a more feminine sword technique. The weapon used was also particular. It had to be a soft sword. At this moment, the soft sword in Ling Shuang's hand was like a venomous snake, piercing towards Ling Yun from a strange angle. The sword technique was soft. But that was only on the surface. If it landed on the ground, it would still cause great damage. Top-tier sword technique, Ling Xiao could not help but frown. She was indeed the third disciple of the Genius Hall. She already possessed a top-tier martial art. Ling Ji's top-tier defensive martial art was only an incomplete version, but it was already very powerful. Most of the disciples of the Ling family only had high-grade martial arts as their best martial arts. Only the top 3 of the Genius Hall had the qualifications to obtain top-tier martial arts. Ling Shuang was ranked 3rd last year. Ling Shuang's top-tier, soft water sword technique was only at the small success stage and was still a distance away from mastery. However, a top-tier sword technique was still a top-tier sword technique. Its power was much more terrifying than most of the high-tier martial arts. Feminine, treacherous, this was the specialty of the soft water sword technique. Ling Xiao had the mountain river martial spirit, so he could easily analyze the beauty of this sword technique. It's been a year, and your soft water sword technique is only at the small success stage. You dare to fight with me? You're overestimating yourself. Ling Yun snorted coldly. Without using a weapon, he threw a punch forward. Bang! This punch was too fast. It actually landed on the weakest part of Ling Shuang's soft water sword technique. Ling Shuang hurriedly used her qinggong to retreat a few steps, almost falling off the stage. Only then did he manage to neutralize Ling Yun's punch. Ling Shuang, I'll give you face. It's not too late to admit defeat now. It won't look good later. Ling Yun did not give chase. He only looked at Ling Shuang from afar, his eyes filled with disdain. Senior brother Ling Yun is too strong. He didn't even use the sword technique that he's best at, but he was able to resolve senior sister Ling Shuang's soft water sword technique so easily. That punch was not an ordinary move. It should be a high-level fist technique at the perfection stage. However, that alone is not enough to win against Ling Shuang's sword. The quality of his Xianxia is too strong. I'm afraid he has already touched the edge of the peak of the 5th level of the martial vein. There were also capable people below the stage who had already analyzed why Ling Yun was able to suppress Ling Shuang with a single punch. Ling Yun, you don't have to hold back. Since I dared to challenge you today, I'm not afraid of embarrassing myself. Ling Shuang's character was also filled with stubbornness. Although she knew that she was going to lose, she was unwilling to admit defeat. Otherwise, this battle today would definitely become her heart demon in the future. Stubborn. Tyrant fist, it was the same tyrant fist, but when Ling Yun used it, it was a real kind of domineering aura. It was much more powerful than Ling Ji's tyrant fist. When this punch was thrown, it was as if a supreme being had descended. The golden Xianxia wrapped around the fist and made a thunderous sound. At that moment, Ling Yun seemed to have changed into another person. This kind of terrifying aura caused many disciples near the stage to have a splitting headache. Their blood and qi were surging. Although it's only a high-level martial art at the perfection stage, when this guy used it, it's even more terrifying than a small success stage martial art. Indeed, if one's martial art is good, one's cultivation must also keep up. Ling Xiao sighed in his heart. Ling Yun was so much stronger than Ling Shuang. This guy did not use sword techniques. He did not even need to use sword intent to suppress Ling Shuang. Terrifying, no wonder he felt that he was qualified to challenge Ling Fifan. Although his character was not good, this guy's strength was not to be underestimated. Soft water sword dance. This was the defensive move of the soft water sword technique. At this moment, Ling Shuang had no way to dodge Ling Yun's attack. So, the only thing she could do was to defend. Boom! An explosion sounded in the arena. A conical shape of more than 5 meters was blasted out of the protective wall. This was only the Xianxia that was released through Ling Shuang's body. Pfft! Ling Shuang was sent flying without any suspense. When she finally managed to stand below the stage, she spat out a mouthful of blood, dyeing the ground red. Although Ling Xiao was a little moved by this scene, it was actually a light injury. In the grand tournament, if you chose the wrong opponent, you might just spit out a mouthful of blood. But if you chose the wrong opponent outside, you would be dead. 2 moves. Senior brother Ling Yun is too scary. He defeated senior sister Ling Shuang in just 2 moves. Yeah, senior sister Ling Shuang is not that weak. How else can he challenge Ling Shuang in the next round? There were all kinds of comments below the stage. Ling Xiao could see that it was not Ling Shuang who was weak, but Ling Yun who was too strong. After winning the battle, Ling Yun did not look at Ling Shuang. Instead, he looked at Ling Xiao who was sitting in the 10th seat. Before the battle with Ling Fifan, he planned to defeat Ling Xiao first. Ling Xiao. If you are still a man, come and challenge me in the next round. Anyway, you still have 4 chances to challenge me. Even if you lose, it is not embarrassing. Ling Yun suddenly said. You don't have to provoke me. I want to experience your sword will. Ling Xiao originally planned to challenge Ling Yiheng in the next round and challenge Ling Yun after he won. However, he changed his mind now. There was no point in waiting. If Ling Shuang could not force Ling Yun to use his sword will, other than Ling Fifan, no one else could. Therefore, it was the same whether he challenged Ling Yun earlier or later. Moreover, he had a lot of trump cards. Even if he used 1 or 2 of them during the battle with Ling Yun, it would not be a big deal. You think you can make me use my sword will? What a joke. Ling Yun sneered and went back to his seat. In his opinion, his provocation was successful. Now, he just needed to wait for Ling Xiao to challenge him in the next round. Then, he could avenge his brother and suppress this insufferably arrogant newcomer. After Ling Shuang's challenge, it was Ling Yun's turn. He just glanced at Ling Fifan and said, after I defeat that guy, I will challenge you in the next round. I'll be waiting. Ling Fifan said lightly. I give up. Ling Yun chose to give up this round. However, everyone could understand. Everyone had heard what Ling Yun said just now, He wanted to defeat Ling Xiao first and avenge his brother. After that, he would challenge Ling Fifan in his best condition. As for exposing his trump card, Ling Yun did not even think about it. He did not think that Ling Xiao was qualified to make him expose his trump card. His target was Ling Fifan. No one could defeat Ling Fifan except him. End of chapter 76. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.